Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell live from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles here. We're outside the concert venue today, and it's beautiful. It is. Have you ever been in there?
I saw my wife is a big Ronnie Millsap fan.
Oh, yeah.
So we came here and saw Ronnie Millsap.
It's a great facility. Really good. Really
Ronnie
nice.
Millsap, well, he had a bunch of number ones, and he doesn't play the whole songs. He gives you a medley.
Does he really?
Yeah. He's a little older.
Come on, Ronnie. Well, he's tired.
He's tired.
He's tired, yeah.
Like,
I can see
the concert starts right at 7, and it's going to end when it ends, which is probably about 8:15, 8:30. And
Better
he'll
be
play
in your seats.
8:15, yeah. And then he'll give you it. And let me put it this way: it doesn't last as long as a French Open finals.
That was awesome. Now listen,
What'd it go?
I'm a big
5 hours
tennis
and
guy.
30. Yeah, you've been noticed.
Everybody knows that. I mean, I'm nobody supports the game like I do.
Right.
So I don't want to play it up too much because everybody's, here's John loving tennis again. But that was, you want to talk about drama. You want to talk about the execution and the precision on these guys at the highest speed. I mean, Sinner, how fast is his
he's got a big serve.
His serve is unbelievable. And Alcaraz just continued to make shot after shot. Now, he had to come back. And then it was just a great match to get to the final. I don't know what's it called when they're in just trying to get the first one to 10.
The tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker. Yeah. When they're I'm a big tennis guy. I just forgot that for a second. When they're in tiebreaker and Sinner just fell apart. Sinner just he I don't know what happened to him. But you want to talk about high drama and wonderful action at the highest level. Holy crap. That was just good. I mean, they made some shots like this was Borg and Connors and McEnroe and I mean, this was at the probably tennis at the best you see it.
Way better than even Borg and Connors.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're playing with such pace. And to play at that level 5 hours in, I would
sweat.
need
Why
way more than 2 months to be able to get even close to that kind of cardio.
For two things I didn't understand. They're playing 5+ hours. There was not a bead of sweat on either of them.
Low dew points.
It was low dew points. I don't care if you're running around and you're playing at that high. Secondly,
they didn't look all sweaty.
Why did Sinner dress like Angus Young?
Angus Young.
Yeah.
How was he dressing like Angus Young? Maybe I got to go back and look.
You got to look at this. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
How he dressed, first of all, and here I'll show you images here of how Angus Young dresses.
Yeah. Well, I know from AC/DC.
Yeah,
the
AC/DC.
guitarist. Yeah, but he's got.
Now we're gonna get Sinner, Yannick Sinner yesterday.
He had a blue, wasn't it? Something blue.
He had a blue hat with a green shirt.
Yeah.
And no, he looked like Angus Young. It was terrible.
You probably won't.
This is a terrible, terrible outfit. I don't care what anybody says.
I don't know
why. Look,
I was just watching the high level of tennis.
Why did he dress just like Angus Young? That's my problem with him.
No, it's considered. The greatest match I'd ever seen was 2000. My wife and I were I think we were at the Houstonian celebrating. I think we were staying there as a staycation because we were getting ready to have Sebastian. And it was just our last little stay. I took her somewhere nice before our anniversary. And we watched the French Open. We were in the room watching the French Open, and maybe it was Wimbledon. I don't know. I can't remember if it was French or Wimbledon. And it was this incredible.
Well, what time of year? When was he born?
Well, it's the summer. He's born in July, so it was the summer. But we didn't go right then in July, and it was incredible between Federer and Nadal, and it was the greatest match I'd ever seen. And I grew up watching, all the tennis. You watched all the majors. Yeah, there's only so many channels.
Yep.
And I was like, this is the greatest match I've ever seen. It's known as one of the greatest matches of all time. And then yesterday I was like, this might have passed it.
It was awesome.
This might have passed it. You had two, and we got a lot of things we're going to get to, a lot of things. But because we're probably not going to talk a lot of French, the first two, Sinner was the 1 seed. He's been cruising. And Alcaraz is the new Rafa Nadal, basically, is what you need to know. But he can play on all surfaces. Center wins the first two sets, and I'm watching. My son has graduation yesterday at 9:00, so I'm keeping track on the phone, and I'm like, oh man, this isn't even going to be a good first two sets or the center. I mean, this guy's on a, he's just on a heater. No, he's just going to roll through Alcaraz. Then Alcaraz wins the third set. Then the fourth set goes to, or it was the third or fourth that was 7-6. I think it was the fourth set was 7-6, and it was a real scrap. That game was almost over.
He had 3 match points.
He had 2 match points.
I think he had 3 match points.
And Alcaraz held him off.
Yeah.
And then it went to the fourth, and then they were back if Alcaraz got a break, and it looked like he was just going to boat race him. And then all of a sudden, center runs 3 straight. And it's like, and then Alcaraz at 6-5 has to hold serve to get it.
And that shot that he hit to make it 6-6 was
incredible.
Incredible.
It was, and then in overtime, then in the tiebreaker, he had all this momentum and he just rolled on center. There was nothing.
Well,
but Alcaraz was making shots as though he was making shots 5 hours and at 5.5 hours in, like he would make in the first 15 minutes of a match, like hard shots with pace, perfect location. He didn't look like he was even tired.
No.
It was insane. But center, but center's come back in a sixth. In the final set, in the fifth set, his comeback was incredible. I was like, oh my God, center's going to take this incredible story of Alcaraz and he's going to turn it upside down with his comeback in the final round. And then Alcaraz comes back on center again. It was absolutely amazing tennis. And that's why I was watching the other day when we were on the air, because French Open tennis is incredible. So, if you saw it, you saw Twitter was just on fire about everyone was watching that match.
Yeah.
And the Astros at the same time were playing. We'll talk about that. But if you missed it, it was a truly incredible sports moment. Now the Astros,
we had our minor league lineup yesterday.
It was a getaway game.
Yeah.
It felt like a Larry Dierker lineup.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Not my favorite lineup that I've seen.
Nope.
Shea Whitcomb made an appearance.
Yeah, I know, and the dude was red hot. He came over and he's been sitting for the last 3 or 4 days. So, not the easiest thing in the world to do to come and try to hit major league pitching after you've been sitting for a while.
Yeah.
Nobody really. There were 2. Jake Myers is over 300 now with a 4-for-4. Yiner, he's hitting. He homered the other day, and then he's 2-for-4. Otherwise, basically nothing. Cam had one double to the or double almost to the wall, and but otherwise, really not much going on offensively for the team, other than Cam Smith's big hit that scored 2. That was a bullpen day. It was listen, this kid Walter. His first outing, he gave you 5 innings of scoreless ball. Yesterday, 6 innings of 2-run ball against Cleveland.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's the not Colton Gordon, not Ryan Gusto. Maybe Brandon Walter is the guy that should be pitching every.
Well, he's
day.
had a couple good. I mean, it
hasn't been outings.
Hasn't been back to back, but when you needed him, like every 5 days, but when you've needed him, he's come up and had 2 really good efforts.
Well, right. Well, he pitched and he looked great, and then they sent him down, and then they brought him back, and here he is again.
Both times.
Maybe this time he should be the guy. Maybe this time, let's keep on running him out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a miracle of sorts for the Astros to continue to stay where they are. They win another series yesterday, and it's. I always hate these Sunday lineups. I don't know. Are the Astros the only team that does this? I know it. I used to get really sore about it when. What is this? The Little Rascals? Yeah, I used to get really sore about it when Dusty would roll out. I used to get sore about it whenever. What is this? Stymie and Spanky and the fellas. But I'd get really sore when Larry Dierker would famously had just a quit lineup. On Sundays, like, what are we doing? Biggio wouldn't play. Bagwell wouldn't play. It was the worst lineups. I don't know why. Dusty would do it some, and now Espada just threw this lineup out that had damn near no chance.
Pena, Paredes, Walker, Diaz, Myers, Smith.
Well,
Melton.
Actually, that's
almost their lineup.
That's 6 of them, yeah.
Melton, who's been playing a lot.
Yeah.
Dubon, who's and then I guess it was Whitcomb that really was like, okay, we just
Melton, Whitcomb, I guess, and really Walter was one of the guys.
Walter,
you just think that's a throwaway, but he actually pitched pretty well. It was got hurt a little bit with a bad. He frombered it off the.
Okert came in the other day for Hunter Brown.
Well, Kurt frombered it with he had made a first and second and came off the mound and made a throwing error, and here comes runs in, and it's like, come on, man.
So, but
Okert
came in during Hunter Brown's start, and Hunter Brown didn't get a quality start for the first time in a while. He went 5 1/3, and Okert came in with 2 on and got him out of the jam, which was really, really nice. So that was Okert, and then Okert
got him out of a bad jam.
And Sean Dubin, that's his hometown. So he came in on Friday night and gave up a bomb. He came in again and gave up runs. He had a bit of a problem playing in front of the home crowd the first 2 days of the series. So, but otherwise, a nice series. You win 2 out of 3 in Cleveland. That's 3 of the 36 games that you had left that you'll play against a winning team. Not a winning team coming to town. The White Sox are on their way here, and so we are going to get White Sox Astros baseball for the next 3 days right here in the city of Houston. We are live at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, having us a big time. Had a great time yesterday playing in the poker room, watching the game. Not much of a game last night, as that was the one game, and we were talking about it on the way up here. Yesterday's was the one game that I'm going to give the 11.
Well, I'll probably stay away from it.
Well, that was the one game that Oklahoma City had to have at home. And when the books make it 11 after they just lost game 1, after Oklahoma City just lost game 1, they were begging you to take Indiana last night.
I still think if you look at the balance of the 8 quarters, Oklahoma City is just clearly the superior team, which we knew. I mean, it was, Indianapolis had to have a little comeback in the fourth quarter. And they had a big comeback, and they do that. But I mean, when Oklahoma City sits tight, when Oklahoma City does what they're supposed to do, and just is a little more careful with the basketball, takes smarter shots, they're just going to be really, really hard to beat. But Indiana still did what they came to do. They split. They got one of them. And what are we watching here? This is curious.
Yeah. I don't know. She's trying to get out.
Oh, it's obviously
yeah, it's a setup.
It is a setup, but she looked like a real slap.
Yep. No, it looks like she gave him a slap.
And he did smack her on the bottom.
We're watching a woman trying to get.
It was just she was trying to get out from the window seat, but she's got her a
little pat on the booty, and she.
Well, to be fair, she was really backing it into him.
She was backing it in,
but that's just what's on John's. John's got an interesting timeline. His curated timeline.
Well, mine is mostly all people punching each other in the face.
Yeah, it's fights and politics and sports
and movies.
It's movies too.
Yeah.
But so the Astros lost yesterday, but they won the series. You had an incredible French Open finals, and you had towards the end, the most unlikely of all was Nick Chubb is going to be a Houston Texan.
Yeah, how about that? We'll talk about that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nick Chubb coming to town. And that, I wonder if that the thing about that is, what does that tell you about Joe Mixon right now with as many running backs as they're picking up?
Is there any chance at all that when they say that Mark Vandermeer says on touchdowns, he says, he busts a Chubb? Is he going to say that at all? Instead of rock and roll, he could.
He what?
He popped a Chubb. Like a long run, like a long touchdown run.
Popped one, but
he popped a Chubb. Is there any chance Mark says that?
I'm pretty sure he won't. But
is there any chance Johnny Harris says it on the sideline?
Andre might.
Andre could.
Andre could. Time to talk about Air Team. That's listen. I recommend them to anyone that has air conditioning needs, and you may be someone who has some air conditioning needs. I don't know what kind of condition your air conditioners are in right now, but they better be good because it's 1,000 degrees every day, and the dew point is high. So what you got to do all day long is cool your house. So it's going to be running all day long. Have you checked it out lately? When was the last time you looked at your air conditioning Have you done anything? Because if you haven't cleaned it out, if you haven't looked at the Freon, if you haven't looked at all both the wires and the pipes and everything else, then you could be flirting with danger. Because the dangerous part is how much money you're going to have to spend on a brand new air conditioner. That blows. So here's the deal. Do not sit on your hands. Let Air Team come for a low price. They will check everything out, make sure it's okay, not going to make stuff up. They're going to give you the square deal on exactly what's going on with your air conditioning unit. But if you don't do that, you're going to be in some trouble. Don't do it. Don't do what I did, because I had to replace air conditioners, and that sucks. You're looking for the best way to do it. AirTeamLTD.com. That's AirTeamLTD.com. Tell them you heard right here.
It's John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. We love it. It is awesome. You've got everything you could possibly need right here. And we were at the sports book last night watching the game with everybody. That game, all the baseball games, everything else going on. And good times, good times. We cannot thank you enough.
Somebody very dangerous showed up, though.
Oh, yeah. Harold? Oh, my
Yeah.
God. Oh, my God.
We're in a sports book, and our guy HQ just pops in. We're watching the game, and I just hear John go, "Oh my God!" And I thought there was a fight. I saw him looking in the other direction. I thought there was a fight in the hallway
there was
or something,
a fight.
and it was just hair. Yeah, it was a fight.
There
with
was
tequila.
a fight not to do as many shots as he.
Yeah.
What a maniac. Anyway, yeah, Harold was here, and he's even maniacal on the poker table.
Yeah.
So yeah, good times. We're going to be here today playing a little golf. You can play golf today?
No.
You're not playing.
Bad shoulder.
Tell.
Shoulder's not.
Tell. How do you think? How do you think Lance got a shoulder injury? It must have been do you think he was tackling some running back, or do you think he was, he maybe tennis? He was firing aces as hard as possibly could.
Firing aces?
Yeah. Do you think that he was, I don't know, got hit by a pitch?
I would think sleeping wrong is high up there on the list of potential
I think
reasons.
it exacerbated sleeping wrong on it.
And
I lift my arm. I sleep like this.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's
like
your
this.
other arm, though, isn't it?
I'm sure there's some disc
Yeah.
golf
Well, I
going
can't
on
lift
as
my.
well.
You can't
I
lift
can't lift
that
my arm above.
Does it have anything to do with frisbees?
Of course it does.
No discs.
Okay.
He calls them discs. but-
Yeah, well, he's probably.
I felt
Dell,
something, and I may have just pushed through it because
Can
I
he
play
ever
hurt.
talk about an injured player ever again?
I mean, you would say he's an expert. So
Here
he
I
should
am,
know.
though, and yet here I am going to work.
I mean,
same way.
I would say he probably should have some sympathy for those players, considering what happens to him on a consistent basis.
Yeah,
But
get out and play like I'm doing
See,
right now.
maybe
Yeah.
some
Because this is my job.
well,
so
it's their
I'm
job
here.
too.
That's like if they got hurt doing something, like you can still go to work.
Well, they generally get hurt working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Or doing something athletic as opposed to
Yeah.
throwing a
How do
frisbee.
you normally get hurt? Throwing a frisbee?
Yeah, that's how.
well,
falling
twice
off a
there have been
ladder.
injuries twice with that.
Yeah.
With disc golf. One of them was going to retrieve one. The other one was. Yeah, I don't know how I did this one, but here I am grinding through. So
I
that's
hope
good.
you get over it. Actually, I don't. I don't care. It's really
Hey,
silly.
you don't care.
It's
I
really
knew-
silly that
I
you
already
get
knew
hurt
that was false.
throwing a frisbee.
I already knew
I
that
mean,
was false.
Like, you are a married man, so it doesn't matter. But just imagine, like, you're out if you're out and about trying to impress a woman,
yeah.
and you just groan a little bit. She goes, "Oh, what's wrong, Lance?" And she's, "Oh, I hurt.
Yeah,
I
this-
hurt my shoulder. How'd you hurt your shoulder? Putting up weights, lifting iron? Oh, no, I was throwing a frisbee.
Yeah, this would be
Throwing a
this would be a tough sell.
Yeah.
All right, so Joe Mixon apparently is not doing well. Do we know Dr. Jesse Morse?
He's always on trying to speak on people's stuff.
He's got 131,000 followers.
Yeah.
I think I guess he's a real
He's trying
doctor.
to get. He's trying to. Yeah, you don't
He's a
even
real-
know anymore. But
Yeah.
he's trying to. He's trying to make that a thing where he is the guy
He's
on
the-
Twitter who speaks on injuries, which
Okay,
is always a little bit dangerous.
He says this. I'm starting to get concerned about Joe Mixon. High ankle sprain in 2024, missed 3 games. Recently spotted in a walking boot after having an offseason foot, ankle, leg surgery. There's been no details released yet. The Texans have recently been linked to multiple running backs working out, J.K. Dobbins and now Nick Chubb. Mixon's primary death is Damian Pierce and Woody Marks. Are the Texans not telling us something about Mixon's injury? And the answer is probably yes. I mean, they're pretty secretive. They're not saying anything about CJ's shoulder.
Hey, listen, if I'm not worried about it,
Yeah.
D'Amico's not worried. D'Amico wasn't worried about CJ's shoulder. Yeah, I don't know if we can completely trust that they're going to be honest at this stage, and they don't really have to. If I'm being honest, they don't have a game. There's not a game coming up.
The infatuation lately with running backs tells me that there is something to be concerned about with Joe Mixon, because you're signing Nick Chubb today. You were sniffing around J.K. Dobbins.
You gave up a third rounder next year for Woody Marks.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that absolutely no. Listen, actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, maybe, but I also think that Joe Mixon, historically, an older running back, does not like. He's coming to the area where he could start dropping off a little bit. He had a great year last year, but I just think that
I don't know that there's anything that would indicate a drop off.
From an age standpoint,
obviously you hit a spot. You hit. But the way he ran and his leadership and everything about Joe Mixon last year said Joe Mixon is the man. And this year, they're looking for a guy. And so, I mean, in the draft they get a guy. Now they signed a free agent. There's something's up.
Yeah, while Lance, I would agree with him when he says that they don't need to be very open about it. What competitive disadvantage would it be to tell us that Joe Mixon or CJ's, whatever they're dealing with? I mean, they don't have a game until September that matters for them. So I get being, hey, we don't need to tell you anything, but also why? I mean, you're not going to play a game tomorrow. So if there is a thing, and it would kind of cut down on the questions, because D'Amico was very frustrated throughout. And then I think someone asked him, hey, was there a surgery procedure for CJ? And he goes, that's it. The CJ questions are done. So if you want to stop the questions and maybe make your day a little easier, maybe just tell people what's going on. But if they want to play that game, they can play the game. I think the Woody Marks, the trading a pick next year for Woody Marks, a day 2 pick. Now Nick Chubb, who's coming off an injury himself, would suggest you're putting some value, however much you're going to pay Nick Chubb, into that spot for a spot where you thought you were pretty solidified with Joe Mixon. I mean, when we find out, we're probably going to find out something more serious than they want to let on.
Yeah, and listen, this one I understand more than Jordan's hand or McCullers or any of them, because you could target, if you're an NFL player, you could target whatever injury he has.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep,
that's
especially
true.
An ankle.
That's true.
So you stay away from giving any details. I get that.
Well, we know he's in the last time he was seen, he was in a boot. So I don't know what the progress has been there. So, and look, do NFL teams have long memories? They probably do. They know that Joe Mixon had a couple of those issues last year. So I don't think it's just something they would have forgotten. But yeah, to your point, if it's a lingering thing and now they know it's a thing holding him out, specifically now it's on the injury report. So, okay, that makes some sense. The CJ thing, that's the kid who's had shoulder injuries in the past. That's the one where you're hoping what they're saying is real.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's just a minor thing, whether it be a cleanup or soreness, because they've labeled it general soreness. You hope that's true, because you don't want a quarterback who has chronic shoulder problems.
Absolutely not. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nick Chubb coming to town. Nick Chubb, what's he got left? That'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, he's a genetic freak. We all see him when he's lifting weights in the in the off season, but the bar has to be a bendable bar because of how much weight is on there. The question is, how much can Nick Chubb give, and how long can he give it? Because when he comes back, he's no worse for wear, and then he's gone again because he's just a guy who has suffered major injuries throughout his career. So, is it a shot in the dark, or is there something there that we could be on? Man, what a signing by the Texans, because they got Nick Chubb. I wonder where he is after so many leg issues.
I have to believe this because his name is @TexansJacob.
Okay.
And if you're @Texans anything, you're legit on Twitter.
Does he have a check mark?
So I've got to believe everything that he says. And he says Nick Chubb is adding a real pass protecting running back to the mix. In 2019, he had a 77.8 pass blocking PBLK at Pro Football Focus, a 91.1, 80.5, 61.8 in 2022. He allowed just 10 pressures over 192 pass blocking snaps over those 4 years. Just 10 pressures over 192.
And I can trust you on that?
I can't. Well, it's Texans Jacob.
Okay.
How are you not going to trust Texans Jacob?
Gotcha.
So, if in fact, well, that's 2022, which is 3 years ago now.
So is he still that pass blocker?
Because, well, is he a guy that can actually stay on the field? That's been the problem with Nick Chubb, is that he can never stay on the field. And so hopefully he'll be able to stay on the field. And and you know what? If all Nick Chubb does is protect CJ from this offensive line, okay?
What do you mean, the one we're not supposed to be concerned about?
Then I'm not concerned about it. Now that I got Nick Chubb back there.
Why did you put it like that? Protect CJ from that offensive line. You know, the running back's job is not to protect the quarterback from the offensive line.
Well, from their
ineptitude.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right. Exactly.
Comforting. Sure.
So if Nick Chubb can do that and nothing else, I'm good with Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb comes in every time in a pass situation.
It's pretty obvious what's going on.
Well, let's just line him up.
Yeah.
Okay, right behind Cam Robinson.
I mean, you've seen that with the double A gap blitzes, where the running back will be literally feet away from the offensive line. So maybe that's Nick Chubb's goal, his position, like. On what would you call him? Like the universal pass protector? That's all he does.
That's all he does. That's
all time
pass protector. Yeah, if you can keep defensive ends off CJ, what a signing.
Yeah,
what a signing. All right, we're gonna break 713-780-3776. If you guys want to get in here, we're gonna do what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah.
Is AJ ready for this?
AJ, you got an intern back there? Okay, he's got it.
AJ said, "I got this.
Don't worry about it."
What? I can't. What?
Well,
what?
You asked.
He just bowed up on me.
Yeah. Well,
he
you
just
questioned
bowed
him
up.
a little bit.
AJ,
a little disrespectful.
No, I said, AJ, I don't want to put too much on you, but AJ's like, I got this. All right. So in less than 15 minutes, we're gonna play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? So get yours ready at 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. I'm talking about how wonderful the Chastangs are. I'm a big fan. I've known Joe and Patrick for a while now, and they are just great people. Joe learned it from his dad. Patrick learned it from his dad, and down the line, okay? And it's just that they've been in the car industry here in the city of Houston for over 80 years. I just, you don't stay in business like that unless you do it right. And they're doing it right now with employee pricing for you and your Ford SUV or your pickup truck. And, everybody, so that's a nationwide thing. But I'm telling you this, not every dealership is the same. You can get employee pricing somewhere else, but you're also going to get markups and add-ons. And all of a sudden, what's this fee? How about total transparency? And how about a dealership that is not going to try to upsell you? They're just going to get you that vehicle the way that you want it. That's perfect for you at the price every month that you can afford, which is really, really important because you want your car buying experience great. Employee pricing right now, and Chastang Ford is doing it right. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back. Welcome. I don't think that's real. I don't think that's real. This is real, though. Did you see how she walked into the
I saw Angel's
entrance?
Walk into the
Angel Reese.
She's got herself a terrible basketball team.
It's June, and she's wearing fur, like a giant fur
and
cap,
leather.
And she.
It looks like a fashion model.
Yeah, she does. She looks good.
She looks good. She looks like a fashion model, but she did.
I'll tell you this:
she had 4 points.
She's beating Caitlin's ass in fashion modeling.
Oh yeah,
but
sure.
she is. I mean, Caitlin wasn't even there on Saturday night, and
they lost by 30.
They lost by 30, and Angel had 4 points. And it was it was actually on in the bar that we were
rebounds.
at.
Tell
and
the
it
whole
was
story.
Like, oh my
Tell
God,
the whole
this is
story. 12
terrible.
rebounds.
Greatest rebounder.
Well, they're not rebounds; they're me bounds.
Yeah, there's some offensive boards going on.
Yeah, me bounds.
Some Moses Malones, as we used to.
Yeah, here, just throw it up there, throw it up there, throw it up. Oh, look at all these
Oh,
rebounds.
Mo, you got the feeling like he wasn't really. I think Angel's trying to make it. It's just not working out. Okay, so I had to do something. I got a very important call on the phone from somebody. Yeah, maybe that is real. I got a very important call on the phone from somebody high up in the administration at some administration. So I had to leave.
The presidential administration?
Yeah, just any administration.
An administration.
An administration called me, so I had to leave. And here's why I don't think the Joe Mixon thing is probably serious. Joe Mixon is, I think Dameon Pierce is basically, there's a great chance of Dameon Pierce being cut this year. He's in the last year of his contract. Even if he stayed, he'd be gone. But the fact is, Woody Marks is cheaper than Dameon Pierce. So you're going to get a brand new, you basically hit refresh on that position. You got Dari Agumbawale, who I don't know if you guys even mentioned that, but he re-signed with the Texans as well. So 4 running backs I think this spells the end for Dameon Pierce more than likely. I mean, Woody Marks isn't going anywhere as a 4th round pick. And obviously Joe Mixon's there. But Nick Chubb gives him, let's face it, Chubb and it was Chubb and who was his running back mate in Cleveland from Kansas City?
Went to Kansas City. Yeah, Kareem.
Yeah,
Hunt.
Kareem Hunt. I mean, that was a big 1-2 combination. No. Those guys could both play. This is becoming a little bit more normal, is to have a couple different guys who can carry, like you can beat teams up with the running game a little bit now. Now, provided you're blocking it up front. I love the pickup. And you know what? Now, Chubb's coming off an injury. But even if Mixon's not.
Nick DeGrom is coming off an injury. It's always injured, dude.
Yeah,
always.
I know. Throughout, even back to now, it's not piddly injuries. He gets massive scale
injuries.
Yeah, so it's not like, here he is again with another hamstring. No, it's like he rips his knee to shreds.
Yeah.
But no, he's back, and I like it. Is this a name signing where the fans and media will get excited because of his name? Maybe. We got to see what he has left in the tank. But on paper, it looks good. On paper, it looks like you added another veteran weapon who is somebody who can maybe take over a game in the 4th quarter. Worst case scenario is it looks like the Texans are trying to take a little heat off of C.J. Stroud. I mean, adding Woody Marks, who can play all 3 downs if you need him to. You have Joe Mixon. You add Nick Chubb. You added 2. You had to add 2 wide receivers. Frankly, you don't have anyone in the room, and they're both rookies. But maybe they're saying we're not sure about
the offensive line. You did everything.
Yeah, they shuffled the deck with the offensive line.
Well, no, they got rid of a couple of problems.
Yeah, but I'm not sure the cards are any different because, frankly, your left tackle is not going to be as good as your last left tackle. But so that's why I think they're saying, hey, let's put maybe this is a move to put more emphasis on the running game.
Everything you changed, dude,
and take it off.
CJ's the only thing that has not changed. I mean, you got changed the offensive coordinator, the offensive line coach. You got rid of Tunsil. You got rid of Kenyon Green. You don't have Steph Diggs. You don't have Tank Dell. I mean, basically, it's a whole new offense. Basically, because of what happened last year, the disaster that was the offense last year at times. So, this is a total reshuffle. And you know what? Nick Chubb, I read the stats by Texans Jacob.
of
his pass blocking prowess is incredible.
Oh no, he's third
incredible.
down. Yeah, he's a legit third down back. Like both of those guys can play all three down. I mean, if Nick Chubb's healthy, they can both be a 22, 25 carry guy in a single game if need be. If either one of them get hurt, you still have a primary back. So that's one of the advantages too. And I did not see what contract number is going to be, but based on Aaron Rodgers signing for under $20 million, I was a little surprised. I guess I shouldn't be. There's only so much money that's available now. But Aaron Rodgers with incentives, if he hits his incentives, doesn't even get to $20 million.
Well, first of all, does he? I mean, I don't. Whatever. You know what he deserves about that. I mean, Aaron's got a lot to prove this year. He's got a lot to prove this year.
He does, and there's no money left anyway.
Yeah,
like you can't be getting $35 million.
No, and yeah, they're. I mean, Aaron.
And frankly, this is the way it should be. This is the way it should be. Yeah. Listen, you got to prove a deal. You shouldn't just be, well, he's played this long, so he gets 35, 40 million. No,
40 years old.
Aaron Rodgers is older and really hasn't done anything for 2 years. 1 year he missed because of injury, and last year he was well below his standards. So this is the type of salary it should be. And frankly, it's the type of salary it should be, even if he, if it wasn't after the free agency period. Maybe he gets 22 million. But it shouldn't be one of these things where they've got to get their quarterback spending under control, the NFL, because they're screwing themselves and they're screwing other positions. Other positions are being hurt because they can't figure out how to handle quarterback spending.
Yeah,
so it's taking up a giant chunk of salary.
They need to make that a separate category. Because
nothing else fits. I mean, the fact that
tackles and defensive ends now are starting.
The fact that a running back will make a good running back, not even but a good running back might make 14, and a quarterback will make 55.
Yeah,
and a running the quarterback makes 4 times the amount as of a running back who's a good running back. We're a little bit broken there.
Yep.
I mean, I get making more, but maybe 2 times more. We're at 4 times more.
All right, we got, I don't know how many times we're going to be picking up the phone, but AJ is there and he's ready for you for what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn? What happened this weekend that you learned something? You learned something, and you want to share that with us. It's 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. We're going to fill up the board, and then as soon as somebody is off, you can get on 713-780-3776. You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. You've got a lot of sentences to tell us about John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit is the lawyer when it comes to, and on our drive here to Lake Charles, I was reminded that this is an area in southeast Texas that along the coastline that is big John Daspit territory. There's a lot of refineries. There's a lot of offshore work that's done. And so a lot of the work that John Daspit will have comes from, people with dangerous jobs who end up, due to negligence, end up with very serious injuries. And so the phone call is easy. You call 713, call now. But what John Daspit does is he steps in and immediately starts to be your voice when it comes to working with the insurance company on the other side, who's responsible for taking care of your needs. And if you do it yourself, they're going to get to you. They're going to tell you, no, this is a really great offer for you. We're going to pay this. We're going to pay that. But what they're not telling you is that a lot of times they want to keep you inside a little bubble of what it is that you're going to be compensated for. And sometimes that bubble does not include physical therapy for years down the road, depending on the injury, does not include a fair payout for the pain and suffering that you may have suffered in the injury you have. There's a lot of shady lawyers out there, but there's a John Daspit who is trying to make sure that people who are badly injured are taken care of and not taken advantage of by the insurance companies that are out there trying to maximize their profit. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com, see all the areas of practice, or just call and they'll consult with you at 713 call now. That's 713 call now.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Yep, the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, the DraftKings Sportsbook, the pool, the golf course, the 12 restaurants, the concert facility, which we're right outside of today, the Blue Martini nightclub, just gorgeous. The casino, everything, poker room, everything, just awesome. Thanks for having us out here, Golden Nugget. We appreciate it. And if you're I was thinking about this. If you're somebody, if you're limited amount of money that you can gamble, why waste it on an airplane ride all the way to Las Vegas? Drive here for a lot less,
right,
and use that money and gamble it and win big right here at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're winning right now because it's time to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's what we're doing right here, right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I learned that it was a good time to get out of L.A. this weekend.
Yeah. Or you missed the action.
I missed
a chance.
I missed it. Yeah, a lot of action.
You could have got shot by a rubber bullet.
Yeah.
I could have.
Del saw a newscaster
a lot of
get
things.
shot by a rubber bullet.
This Australian
Right in the
reporter
leg.
who was just doing a stand-up.
As you see right there, there's a burn car.
Well, it was a woman, and you would have been upset, John. Nice, attractive, blonde-looking woman
With a
Just-
ponytail.
and shot.
with a ponytail,
With a ponytail.
and you can see the cameraman as she's moving around telling her story, and then the cameraman just happens to veer to the left, and you see a guy take aim at her and fight. Well,
She's just standing there.
Yeah,
This
just
is
standing there.
one sentence. Was that one sentence?
No,
Well-
we're explaining the story.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah,
why
the
you're
setup.
not in LA. I didn't learn that. I just saw that.
Oh, you just saw that. Did you guys learn anything?
I learned I'm a giant phony.
You learned what?
I learned I'm a giant phony when it comes to college baseball, and that's all I can give you.
Okay.
I learned that listening to the valedictorian and salutatorian at my son's high school, they lived a much different existence in school than my sons lived in the same school. I didn't recognize any of it.
Okay. That's
To
more
all
than
the
one
other
sentence.
seniors,
More than one sentence. That's all.
the times
One
that we
sentence. You're
jammed
terrible
for
at this game.
AP tests. I'm like, wait, you had AP tests?
Okay.
You're supposed to be studying?
All right. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's it. One. 713-780-3776. Ocho is first up. What up, Ocho?
Yeah, I learned that D'Amico Ryan preached a sermon at a church in Fifth Ward Sunday night.
Oh, wow.
He did what?
D'Amico preached a sermon at a church in Fifth Ward.
Oh, neat.
I didn't know
How
that.
about that?
I
Now,
just
this you
learned
have
that
to turn me up
today.
a little bit for, which is mine? This one?
I just learned that today.
You did?
Yeah.
All right. Who's next, El?
Let's go to Brandon. Brandon, what did you learn?
Morning, guys. I learned that one of the leading contenders for American League Rookie of the Year is a 35-year-old pitcher for the Baltimore Orioles named Tomoyuki Sugano. Hey.
Oh, no.
Oh,
He didn't have to add the extra.
height at the end.
It's unnecessary.
Was not. It was
Watch too many movies.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay.
713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? A 35-year-old rookie. Oh, that's what was just learned there. Who's next?
We move to Reese. Reese, what did you learn?
Good morning. I learned that I'd rather smoke a tri-tip over a brisket every day, all day.
You know, there's a big group of tri-tip people. Tri-tip's big in LA, by the way.
Yeah.
But tri-tip over a brisket. Tri-tip's good meat too.
What is that a combination of?
I don't know. It's a piece of meat.
Is that what Michael sells?
Yeah, Michael's got that
He's
too.
got that. Yeah, he's
Well,
got
he said-
sirloin and a ribeye.
Well, he's got your
and-
brisket, but there's some people prefer smoking the tri-tip, or some
Yeah.
people do tri-tip for fajitas.
Yeah.
Some people do tri-tip for fajitas. There's picanha, which is another cut of meat that typically the Brazilians love for some reason. The Brazilians will come by picanha from Michael all the time. If you go to one of those like a Fogo de Chao or Casa
Yeah.
do Brazil or whatever, you can get picanha a lot of times. So yeah, tri-tip's a good piece
Yeah,
of meat.
that is.
You can pick that
See,
up.
Reese learned that this weekend.
Yeah.
He'd rather smoke a tri-tip.
Yeah, go to Pete's Fine Meats and get it there.
You didn't burn it like somebody's brisket, did you?
Oh, here we go.
mean, it'll live on in infamy
Nah,
for you.
to getting a call from another.
All right.
From
I'm just
another,
asking the question if he
person inside
burned
the
it.
administration.
Another administration's calling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's next?
While you're dealing with that, let's talk to Roland. Roland, what have you learned?
I learned Mauricio Dubon does not belong in an MLB uniform. He is no Marwin Gonzalez or Tony Kemp.
Okay.
It's Tony Kemp. Well, it's really turned a little bit on. He has not had the same year that I was hoping.
He did have 2 outfield assists in an inning the other night.
Yeah.
2 outfield assists in the first inning.
Pretty rare.
That is pretty rare, but it certainly helped Colton Gordon that night, and helped the Astros to not give up a big inning to the Guardians. But yeah, he's getting and even when he contributes, like he had a run where he had a lot of bloop doubles down the left field line, like just pop-ups that just happened to fall in the right spot. So Mauricio Dubon is a nice major leaguer, but he is what he is. He's a utility guy, and he can play a lot of positions, and he can help. A manager loves that because he's got a lot of flexibility with giving guys days off. So he is what he is. He deserved. I'll tell you this though. He deserved to be a starter for a while. He was a Gold Glove player, and he was contributing, and he was a good offensive player last year.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know that he's done. He's not as good as he was last year. He's not nearly as good.
He's not, but I mean, what he is, it appears he's just, he's a Marwin type of guy.
Yeah,
so that's what he is, and that's what you want him to be, and you just want him to be the best that he can be, and he plays multiple positions. And
dude, I don't know if you're
just not a full-time starter.
Marwin was good here when he was banging trash cans.
Yeah,
Marwin fell off the world.
The trash can. He and Tyler White apparently really needed
the trash cans. Really. Who's next, Al?
Let's move to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned when a single mother introduces you to her kids and asks you, how do you like them? They're okay is not the right answer.
Not a great answer. No, not if you're interested in the woman.
You cannot.
And obviously you have some level of interest since you're meeting her kids.
That's a difficult one, Tom. I know you want to be honest, but
honesty
I respect
it's not the best policy with a woman.
Yeah, well, particularly when it's
not early on.
Her pride and joys. You're probably gonna have to lie.
Yeah.
Just
they're
fine.
All right.
It's like when people ask me about my day all the time. Hey, how's it going? Oh, it's okay.
But
you can't have that responsibility.
Well, but that's different.
What?
That's
what I'm saying. You can't have that response.
Okay, but
the day is not anyone's pride and joy.
That's what I'm saying.
But can Tom say something like, "Man, they are energetic"? Because right now you're not lying.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're giving subliminal. Like if I heard him say that, I'd say,
"Oh man,
Tom's like,
what a pain in the ass." My
like
kids
those
are.
kids.
Tom's like, well, they're kids. That's his response. Well, they're kids.
They're kids.
Oh, they are kids.
They are kids. Yeah. Good luck, Tom. On your
I know why he goes, hi guys.
on your
I learned, because Tom does put a little emphasis on I learned.
But he learns like normal things.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't learn.
I can't even hear you. You guys yelled in. It's like my headphones went down.
All right. Who's next?
We go to David. David, what have you learned?
I learned that if you refer to your sister-in-law as Fat Angel Reese in your head, you might let it slip in front of the rest of the family when talking about her.
I couldn't understand.
Did you hear that better than us? Did you know what David said?
No.
Oh, Angel.
I couldn't.
I thought he said something about a fat sister-in-law or something.
I didn't hear that either. Didn't hear that at all.
I couldn't understand a word David said.
Not at all. Sorry, David.
That's good. No, that was a good one, though.
Yeah. Well, what have we learned? Nothing.
I learned that I didn't understand a word David said. That's what I learned.
David, call back next week. We can try it again. We got Jeremiah. Jeremiah, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, guys. I learned this weekend that sixth grade girls travel basketball moms are worse than dance moms.
Really?
Wow.
Travel basketball moms are worse than dance moms? Have you seen any of the dance mom TV shows? It's the worst thing. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Wow, that is saying something. Maybe a little hyperbole because you're in the middle of it and living
travel. Anytime you start dealing with
travel,
certain travel parents are not great.
Travel parents are not. And girls basketball, wow, that's
surprising.
Yeah,
it's that bad.
Are you got a little Reese on your team?
Is that what we do now? Anytime there's a troublesome female athlete, is she a Reese? Is that what she's done for herself?
What Angel's
I
sister?
think she's talking about the parents, though.
I know, but
it was Angel's. Does Angel?
I
have a
oh
mom
no, there
that's-
was a lot of drama on that LSU team.
Angel's
Remember?
mom and
yeah, they
Faluja's
had
mom, maybe
they
was
had
it?
they had
Yeah,
issues.
That's right.
They were calling each other names and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
social media got a little.
Yeah, it got
testy,
great.
I remember, yeah.
Who's next?
Look like we're good.
All right.
Yeah.
So nice. We appreciate you. Well done, people. AJ, nice job. Well done, sir. And that was What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence? And that's brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is where we get I'm telling you, I just feel different. I just feel better. Everything about it. Love what Game Day Men's Health does for me, and you'll love what it does for you. Okay? So thank you, Game Day Men's Health, for sponsoring What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence. And now we're talking a little jewelry. If you pissed off your wife this weekend,
Yeah,
and you learned that you need to buy her some jewelry, where do you get it?
well, you can do it at Zadig Jewelers, and Zadig Jewelers can get you out of a doghouse. Zadig Jewelers can show you how much can help you show your wife or your girlfriend or your fiance. You hope she is going to be your fiance. You hope she says yes. They can be the solution there. They can even be the solution for Father's Day. Think about this: Father's Day is coming up. What a great opportunity for you to get your dad something that's great. You know, dads typically don't get a lot for Father's Day, and we're usually good with that. That's not usually a problem. But at the same point, you get to a point in your life, maybe you say, Dad really taught me a lot of great lessons, and I wouldn't be where I am without my dad, and you want to do something special. How about a Mont Blanc pin? How about some sweet cufflinks that they have that are really fashionable and stylish? If he likes to dress up, or if he gets dressed up for work, or goes out dressed up, or maybe if you want to really take it to the next level, a brand new luxury watch, and they've got all the names in there, brands in there, and their boutique locations. So they even have unique timepieces that no one else is going to have around the state of Texas. That's how they roll at 28,000 square feet of great jewelry and impressive experts at Zadig Jewelers. They're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. For all of the scenarios I laid out, Zadig is perfect. Just go in. If you've never been in, the store is amazing. If you're headed down Post Oak for dinner somewhere, just stop into Zadig and just check it out. Just let them know you're just shopping around, but you're going to be really, really impressed with what it is you see. And I'm even more impressed with the people who are there who help you. It's Zadig Jewelers, Zadig.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadig.com. 8:04. John Lansdale. We're here at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles, Louisiana. We are going to be here broadcasting today and tomorrow, but does not stop you from calling in 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. If you are listening and you're on your way, every once in a while we'll get a visitor. We're going to be upstairs this morning, but should have everything worked out for tomorrow. The Sportsbook is awesome. If you've never been to the DraftKings Sportsbook, it's an incredible place to watch games. I was sitting at the bar area eating a dinner and then having a drink, and this guy next to us, and Mike and Angel, a couple listeners, were actually there at the bar, and the guy next to them was playing on a tabletop video slot machine, and we started noticing he was like kind of talking to us a little bit like, wow, this is crazy. And I noticed there's like big payouts coming out where all the little digital coins, they're shooting up in the air on the screen. And I'm like, oh, he's pretty hot. And it keeps happening and keeps happening and keeps happening. And he goes, oh my gosh. I said, well, what happened? He goes, I just got another 5 free games. I'm up to 45 free games, like free spins. And in this game he was playing, he kept hitting these jackpots. He had put $150 in. John's coming back here, so I'll let him know because Harold may have told him. But so this guy put $150 into the tabletop slot machine there at DraftKings, sitting next to me and John. So he starts making motions like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. And we're kind of paying attention, asking him. And then Harold goes over. Our boy Harold had come up. We just randomly saw him. And he's like, oh, dale, chico. And he's talking to me like, what's up, bro? He goes, oh, my gosh, look at you. So this guy kept hitting these jackpots and kept winning more and more free games. When it was all said and done, I think there was something wrong with the machine. Like it just glitched out. He had 109 free spins. He ended up winning 111 free spins. He ended up winning. He put 150 in. He eventually just cashed out. He still had $50, and so he put 150 in. He had only spent 100 of it and won $9,000. Oh, he kept winning and kept winning and kept winning, and finally
he next to where we were sitting.
Yeah, that
Why
guy.
didn't we play that?
I wanted him to get up. Harold's like, look, Chico, you distract him, then we're gonna hit him, and we're gonna get his ticket. But no, this guy was, and after a while, the guy started realizing. Like people were looking over him. A couple guys would come over and look at his, because Harold was making kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that's what Harold does.
And then the guy I think started getting nervous. Like, hey, I don't want to stop. At this point, he was like, I'm up to $6,000. I want to stop drawing attention to myself. Like we saw when he was up to 4,000, and 6,000, and it's constant jackpots.
You see that they're giving money away
constant
here.
Jackpots, yeah.
And if you sit next to us, you're going to be rich.
If you walk in, it's
rich in many ways.
It's the second one. It's the second machine at the bar, and I'm going there today.
Yeah.
Hey, I
don't know. It's a great idea. Usually they.
I know they tighten up after that.
Yeah.
Unless that one's just permanently broken and
I don't know that
open.
Broken is what the Golden Nugget is hoping. To hear about their machines.
I'm hoping to find one.
Well, you know what? If they're giving away money, awesome. They're giving it away right here, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. So get on over here as soon as you can. And get to the DraftKings Sportsbook and play the second machine.
How many of you guys watched the French Open? I'm curious. There was a lot more people watching on X, on Twitter. A lot of people were talking about it. And, it is an early match. It lasted over 5.5 hours. It's the longest I've ever seen. 5.5 hours, at least for a finals, which it was Connors and McEnroe had a famous one in the U.S. Open that went it went over 5 hours, and I think Rafa Nadal and Rafa and who was it? Not Pete Sampras.
Federer?
Yeah, Roger Federer and Rafa. I think they went over 5 hours also when they had their incredible match in 2008. But that match yesterday was just unreal. The shot making, like even if you don't watch a lot of tennis, it's the same thing with hockey. Really, I think with any sport. If you're a sports fan, if you're watching and you see something special, you can kind of recognize like this isn't.
No, it's
normal.
different. The precision the athleticism and the precision
Yeah.
by both guys. Alcaraz, well, early on, he couldn't hit any drops. He started dropping some in there in the third and fourth games. Holy crap, was that awesome.
The backspin that he
the
put
fifth
on that.
game, the fifth set, rather. The third and fourth.
And on clay, and all that backspin it's got on clay, it hits and just dies.
Yeah. And but then late, Sinner got one. It looked like it bounced twice, but it didn't. And he got to it, and he got it over the net. That was just beautiful. I'm telling you, those two put on a show yesterday that was fantastic. I felt bad. Sinner's mom was in the crowd, and she looked like she was dying. She looked like it was about as painful as it could be. That was a roller coaster. That was tough to lose that match for either of them because they were both fantastic.
And both of them looked like they had a chance to lose it or win it multiple times. I mean, early with Sinner winning the first 2 sets. You got to win 3 out of 5. That's like being up 3-0. Well, not the same because Alcaraz, when the chips are down, he finds another level. But we're talking about Sinner's the number 1 player in the world. It was a number 1 seeded player. And it looked like they were hitting some passing shots, some winners that were like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. It was happening every other shot. And it wasn't a bunch of unforced errors. They were just making incredible shots. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to watch. But I was curious how many of you guys watching watched it. Are you somebody who doesn't watch a lot of tennis? But I don't watch a ton of tennis, but when the majors pop up, I enjoy watching it. And, I always enjoy watching Alcaraz. Tennis is in good shape. They've got Alcaraz is 22. Sinner is like 23, I think, or 25. Yeah, Sinner, I think, is 23. And Zverev is 25. Like they've got, even though Djokovic is older, the best young players right now are really, really good, and they should be around for a long time. Still waiting for an American player. We saw a pretty good American player push Alcaraz just a little bit earlier on in the might have been the quarters, I think, but it would be nice. Now, an American did win on the women's side. Coco Gauff beat the number 1 player. Sabalenka did what she does, which is wins the first set and then starts flipping out whenever things don't go her way, starts to act a little petulant. And Coco Gauff just stayed steady, didn't make mistakes, and was really, really good. What are you watching there? What is that?
I don't know. It's a first pitch. Yeah. Some gymnast is throwing out the first pitch, and
that's an interesting move that she just
had. I mean,
wow,
she is fantastic.
I can't watch John's timeline. It's too,
I get
block it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna block that timeline.
You got it. You can't. You just can't. You can't concentrate. So I'm gonna have to do. We're just gonna have to put that up.
Yeah.
All right. You can't concentrate when I'm on my X. 713-780-3776. The number if you want to get in here. Astros win 2 out of 3. Lose yesterday, but win 2 out of 3.
Forrest Whitley DFA'd.
And Forrest Whitley
is it the end of Forrest Whitley?
He's no longer with us. Yeah, that's the he's done. He's DFA'd. He's not. He was.
Well, he's designated for assignment. He can. Technically, you can go back. But if I'm the Astros, they paid him long enough. This is it.
And he was. By the way, he was awful. He was awful.
He was terrible on the big spot.
Yeah. So he came in and he couldn't get. Joe just needed him to get a cup. He couldn't even finish an inning. So that was. I mean, that's at the very least, when you're at the furthest back end of the bullpen, and come in a blowout game. Just throw strikes and get some outs, and he couldn't do that. So Forrest Whitley has been one of the biggest expenses with the least amount of return on investment that the Astros have ever had.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I mean, Lance McCullers is at least giving you for $85 million. He's giving you 50 wins in his career. Well, Forrest Whitley has 5 appearances in his whole career.
Lance has World Series appearances.
Yeah.
Forrest Whitley was your number 1 prospect. And has dealt with serious injury, has dealt with a drug issue that got him kicked out. He teased you. He was a guy you couldn't trade. He was your number 1 minor league player in the pipeline. And and this happens in baseball, but we haven't seen it happen a lot with the Astros actually for a while. And Forrest Whitley will always, unfortunately, have that stench of this is what it looks like when a great prospect flames out. That's what it looks like. And a lot of it was his own undoing in terms of losing entire seasons. due to, his behavior with, I guess, the drug suspension, and some of it was just injury. But
we never were told what that drug suspension was.
No,
I don't know if it was recreational.
It wasn't
or
performance enhancing. It was recreational.
Yeah. So whatever the case may be, probably the worst return on investment in an Astros player that we can remember.
He was untouchable for a little bit.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here live from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, John, Lance, and Dell out here, AJ back there. So give us a call. If you've got anything that you want to talk about from this weekend, you're more than welcome to do that. I want to talk about HR&P right now. I want to talk about our peeps over there, our friends. They're our neighbors. They're our business associates. They are part of our business. They really are. Our benefits packages, they've got the expertise to tell us the size of our business and, how much all the people here are making, what is a good, which is the way to go with the 401k, with the insurance packages, all of that stuff. You need guidance on that stuff because you're not an expert in that. You need guidance on your payroll because you're not an expert in that. You need guidance in your HR because you're not an expert in that. You need guidance on your taxes because you're not an expert in that. They are. They're experts in all of those things, and they can help your business be better. They can help your bottom line. They can help you be great. And so if you're looking for the best way to make your business run smoother, more efficiently, more economically, bottom line is HRP's for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Icky. Welcome back live from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're up by if you're hanging out, you can come see us. We're outside the concert hall right here upstairs by the meeting rooms, up the escalators. So come hang with us if you are in the neighborhood listening on. And that's the way to listen, through your Bluetooth on your stereo. Download the app and listen that way, or 97.9 HD2, just the best way to hear us on 97.5. Or you're in 97.5, 92.5 if you're out west, whatever the case may be. Live from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, John, Lance, Dell, AJ back in the studio. So we're coming up on mandatory. So we had OTAs, which a lot of guys skipped. We're coming up on mandatory mini camps where you got to be there. There's a long list and a list of some pretty big names that are probably not going to attend, that are going to sit out mandatory mini camps. One is Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins wants to be released. The Falcons are not going to do that. The Falcons want somebody to pick up the guaranteed money. They don't want all that dead money, and they want some insurance for Michael Penix. They need a good backup, but Kirk Cousins at this point in his life does not want to be a backup. No, I can understand that.
He's under contract, so
but he's the one that took that money from them.
That money's still hitting his paycheck. Still in his bank account.
So that's a sticky situation. The Falcons, maybe after somebody gets injured, a quarterback gets injured, might have a nice little ace in the hole with Kirk Cousins. Although it's, salary cap wise, it's going to cost them. And Michael Penix better be pretty good. James Cook, this is getting to a point where I'm not sure the Bills and James Cook are going to be people that are going to be able to work it out. There's a lot of hard feelings on this thing right now.
I'm with you, and I get the sense that the Bills just are not going to play ball. They're just there's a fee that there's a price they're willing to pay for a running back when they already have Josh Allen, who makes a ton of money, and they basically just probably look at that position as something that they can replace, and historically you can. So James is a really good player, but some general managers who just firmly believe the second contract for a running back is a disaster. Now, he's only going to be a 4-year player.
Yeah.
So he's not a 5-year first rounder.
There's a lot left in the tank for James Cook.
I get the sense there is too.
James Cook had 16 rushing touchdowns last year.
Yeah,
this is a problem because
unless he's a problem behind the scenes, that seems like a really questionable move. I understand he's going to get paid a lot, and look, he probably wants over $20 million a year, and the Bills don't want to give it to him.
No. Yeah.
But that's why you keep this thing alive, though, because he's super valuable. He's a good back. He ended up being way better than I thought. I didn't think he'd run between the tackles. I didn't think he was tough enough to run between the tackles.
Good last year.
And he's developed into a guy who'll run anywhere you need to.
Fantasy-wise, this is a problem.
It's fantastic.
You don't know how you're going to, if they're going to make up, if he's going to be there, if he's going to be unhappy.
Well, they drafted Ray Davis, who's a pretty good 3-down back also. His backup is pretty good.
Yeah. They had a good backup last year, too.
Ray Davis, a rookie.
Yeah. Trey Hendrickson, that's a problem.
Oh, man.
Trey Hendrickson.
They got lots of problems.
Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart, they're rookie.
Well, and Shamar Stewart's a problem already.
Yeah.
He's a problem already.
Well, he
won't even sign his rookie deal. He wants language in there that's not in there right now.
Well, there's some people who believe that the Bengals are being really, really cheap on this one. And he's not the only one. By the way, there's another guy that they have. This isn't the only contract dispute they have with their draft class.
It's the Bengals.
There's another one with the draft.
It's the Bengals. So the Bengals, they definitely have some defensive end problems. If they can get that zone up, though, hey, they got a chance to do something nice they got a chance to do something really nice this season.
Yeah, they do.
If they could they need defense. And the two of their best players, allegedly, we'll see how good Shamar is, but it's something that you really need, edge rushing, you're having a problem with this.
Yeah,
offseason.
you weren't good outside of Trey was good and no one else is good.
Yeah, right.
So that's why this is a real concern because no matter how good your defense is, your offense is, defensively they look a bit, they look a bit like a mess.
Micah Parsons probably not going to show up for mini camps. He's a problem. And pardon me?
I said not
What
true.
AJ
He said he's
said?
going to be
Not
there.
true. He's not going to be there.
That's what I said. He's not going to be. He was in and out of the offseason pro. He was not part
Wait,
of the
what are you saying, AJ? He's going to be there or not going to be there?
Yeah, he said he's going to be there, but he might not be participating, though.
He's going to be a hold in.
Right.
Oh,
He's
the
gonna be
old hold
in.
in.
Yeah.
Give
Yeah.
me my
Well, he's
money.
going to be there because he wants his money, but he's not going to participate. Right. That's what. Okay. Hold out is the wrong term. Hold in is the correct term. And if I'm an NFL player, I'm a hold in. Give me my money. I'm here. I just ain't going to do nothing. Right.
Yeah.
As opposed to just letting that money and getting fined for not being there. I'm going to be a hold in.
But that's a really sticky thing because a lot of times the teams it's a little contentious.
Yeah.
So you're going to the building where they probably don't want you there unless you're going to.
Well, no, and not only that, I got to pay you for not doing anything. Jair Alexander. Now that's a different deal. They were expected to release him. Has the Packers released him yet?
No.
Okay, there was a story this morning out there that they're going to. It looks like the Packers are just going to flat out release him. Any interest in Jair Alexander?
Oh yeah, I mean,
I don't know if the Texans can afford him.
No, probably not. But man, I'm more interested in him than Nick Chubb.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, talk about how good are you now?
He's been hurt and all that stuff, but my gosh, if you get a relatively healthy Jair Alexander on one side with Derek Stingley on the other, and then you can potentially move. And I don't care if Alexander's in the slot or outside, just whatever. You just got a lot better.
Yep.
You just got a lot better.
Well, and they want to lower his pay from $17.5 million. That ain't something the Texans would be interested in. Is a guy that's going to make that kind of money. I wouldn't imagine.
This is the Texans actually screwed up the whole draft. As of May 27th, there were 30 unsigned second rounders. So, I mean, there have been some more signed. You know why? Because two teams, including the Texans, gave fully guaranteed contracts. Yeah. Jaden Higgins, and all the teams in the NFL said, what are you stupid idiots doing? And so it caused, no one wants to give in on that one. And so Nick Caserio caused a little bit of
nice job, Nick.
I wonder what made Nick do that. I wonder what the rationale was on that one. Because you never want to be the guy, like general managers don't want to be the guy that fundamentally resets the way something works. And by Nick doing that may have kind of reset. I mean, if you're an agent now, you don't get that. You got a second rounder, you don't get what another agent did get. That's not a good look for you.
No, it's not a good look. It's not a good look at all. Jalen Ramsey, Del, back or not back?
Would.
He's getting traded.
He's getting traded.
That thing has been.
You tell me.
Long ago.
You tell me.
The reason he wasn't traded earlier partly is because it cost the Dolphins more to trade him before June 1st than to trade him afterwards. So at this point, it's just pitting teams against each other to see what deal. And of course, because of the level player he is, they're probably not going to send him to like a backwater. So they'll send him to a place he wants to go. So he's involved in it. But yeah, that's
why is that?
That's done because he would be a problem where if you send him someplace he didn't want to go as well.
And it could break down your whole trade.
Yeah. So
it could break down the team.
Yeah. So they're trading him. He's not showing up. It's been understood for months now. It's just needs to be finalized. Like that's all it is.
Jonnu Smith.
Drew Rosenhaus's agent. He does a weekly thing on Sunday nights down in Miami, and he said a fluid situation.
Drew has a weekly show.
No, he shows up on one of the local news stations.
And he does
a segment or two with them. Yeah,
really?
He's been doing that for years now. So they asked him about one of his clients. Jonnu Smith set a lot of Dolphins tight end records last year, so he tried to cash in because he saw Tyreek got his money after a year. Last offseason, Jalen got his money last offseason too. The Dolphins want him. They are not spending money this offseason. So they're like, Johnny, if you want to play under what we decided, cool, even though you've overplayed your salary, but we're not in the mode of spending money this time around. So you can look for a trade. Just nothing came about. So I would be surprised if he showed up, or if he does, probably a hold in where he doesn't do anything.
Yeah. TJ Watt looks like he's going to skip. DK Metcalf skipping. He skipped voluntary OTA practices, although DK Metcalf he and Aaron Rodgers need to get together. I mean, if he's going to be there and not, that's something that absolutely could hurt. You want two new guys to be working together in the minicamp. So Hassan Reddick, he always skips everything. Marshawn Lattimore, Terry McLaurin, that's getting ugly with the Commanders. And Laramie Tunsil looks like he's going to sit. He skipped voluntary OTAs.
Well, that's what he does, though.
That's what he does. I mean, so this is around the league, and Laramie Tunsil.
I wouldn't get to as long as you give Laramie what he wants. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean,
give him exactly what he wants, and he's
with the new team. Just give him what he wants.
Just give him whatever he wants. Just give him whatever he wants, dummies.
Will a team?
Well, what's so hard about?
Will a team? Well, the Texans set a precedent for Laramie Tunsil where he can get whatever he wants. Will the Commanders go? Maybe not. Maybe not this time. Maybe, but they did trade for him, so maybe they will have to be beholden to him and give him whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Good impression to make on your new team too, not to show up for anything.
No, it's a great impression. No, this is look at what we got, guys.
Hey, no, that's the one thing. Everyone always assumes well, Laramie's got a. The assumption is always that when Laramie wants to get his money or whatever, that he'll play ball. That's actually not true. You have to do what Laramie wants you to do. It's always been that way. Yeah. So just do exactly what he wants to do, and he'll show up.
Yeah.
He'll get 8 penalties for false starts.
Sure.
He'll be pretty good in pass pro. He's not gonna.
No extra.
He's not going to be a team leader. Yeah, don't ask for extras. Don't ask for extras.
Did we mention now this guy won't have to show up to Packers many mandatories because they don't want him around anymore. Jair Alexander released. I was trying.
He was released.
He was planned to release him.
No, they planned. That's what we were talking about.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what's his value. Like Pro Bowler, but he's missed a lot of time.
I know. That's a hard one.
And his contract's 17.5.
Yeah, so that's why they're saying goodbye. But is he still a top line guy? Is that a guy that people are going to be desperate to go grab, or is he going to want?
I don't know. I don't know how NFL teams. I'm going to make a couple text messages. I hear the name and I'm like, oh, Jair Alexander, but I don't know. I don't know what NFL teams think of him.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You got anything you want to talk about? Reagan wants to talk a little horse racing. That's something different.
That's surprising.
Oh, Sovereignty won.
How about
again.
that? Yeah. But Sovereignty ruined the whole Triple Crown by not even racing in the Preakness.
But his
value,
his owner's like, yeah, he's not good.
I'm not going to break. We're not going to break the horse down. But you know what? It ruined the Triple Crown. Your sport is in shambles, Reagan, and it's and
you know why? Load management.
Yeah.
Again. This is the Kyrie of horses.
Let's talk about horses.
Not Kyrie. This is the Kawhi Leonard of horses.
Dell's talking about their load management.
Oh
God. All state siding and windows.
That's
windows
the radio
and siding.
now, Del.
Is that what we're
not so obvious?
Is that all we
listen? If you want a name you can trust, if you want a locally owned and operated, family owned and operated, you always love to have family owned and operated because it's what they live for. It's every second of their day is talking about it. The name on the front means something to them and has for generations, and that's the case with Allstate Windows and Siding. They're going to make sure that your customer service is great, that the workmanship is top notch. And I mean, even when they replace windows, I've had windows replaced by them. They take the glass out in a way that's incredible. There's no glass breakage. They have a very specific manner in which they do this. So they keep the job site clean. They get the work done very, very quickly for you. Did you know that brand new double pane, double strength windows, they're what save your home a lot of money from an energy standpoint? It can improve your energy efficiency by up to 60% because leaky windows are a massive culprit when it comes to comfort in the home and ACs that run nonstop. Not to mention it creates a quieter environment in your home when you have those double pane, double strength windows, and it's much safer against the elements. The windows are made right here in the state of Texas. They're not cheaply made windows. They're made in Texas to the standards of the weather that we have. As I mentioned before, the workmanship is outstanding. They're offering right now no payments, no interest for 12 full months. So get all the windows you need and pay for it over the course of 12 months, and you'll have no interest payments when you do that. They also are giving big discounts on your windows when you purchase 10 windows or more just for being an ESPN 97.5 listener. They already have discounts available for the general public, but when you tell them that you're an ESPN 97.5 listener, the discounts go even higher for you. So make sure you mention that. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here, live from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where we just love it. Golf, pool. When we got here, yes. So when did you get in? Late?
Yeah, I didn't get out of Texas until like 4:30, 5 o'clock, something like that.
Oh,
got here about 7 or so.
Oh yeah, you got here right when we did. Not far from when
yeah,
we
because
did.
you texted like when we even texted you to say,
and I told you already. I fell asleep until I got here.
But would you have come and met us?
Yeah, we wanted you to come and meet us and watch the game and have some camaraderie.
Yeah.
John said, he even said, buddy.
Yeah, because we're your work buddies.
Yeah, I saw those texts after I got up, and they didn't seem sincere at all. So I don't think I missed very much. I appreciate your fakeness.
You missed Harold. I don't know that Dell would do great with Harold.
Harold's loud, and
Dell wouldn't do great.
And he would have forced a shot on you. Would have been doing shots with him.
Yeah, you probably would have done
It's been a long
shot.
time. I don't know if Harold would be able to force me to do anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. Forcible shot drinking is in my plans for today.
So you got here and you went to sleep.
I was tired.
You're wasting a beautiful facility. Okay.
I mean, I got today. I'm refreshed. The anxiety's out of me. I'm good.
Well, we didn't have a.
You got
there's a little anxiety this morning.
Yeah, there's some anxiety this morning.
Yeah.
We're good to go. Looks
everything's
like
fine.
I mean, some things are good. Like we're on the air. I mean, the stream is the restream stuff or the video's not great, but hey, AJ's holding the fort, so I'm good. I'll enjoy the facility today. Not the way you would, but I'll enjoy it.
Yeah. No, we're gonna drink. We're going to play golf. We're going to play poker.
You're playing golf
and
today?
we're going to drink Coors Lights.
Who's we? Who are you talking about?
That's what we're doing. Me
He's
and you.
not playing golf.
Me
I'm
and
not
you.
playing golf. Who are you playing golf with today?
Michael, who drove here with his wife Angel.
Yeah.
You met
They were
them.
in the poker room yesterday.
Yeah,
too.
they played together. Yeah. And John Chill.
Oh,
John
that's
Chill's
nice.
playing golf.
A family who plays poker together stays together.
Yes.
That's what I think that's the same.
That is the same.
So a busy day for you.
What you get to a great facility like this
Probably
and
gonna
go to
the
sleep.
Pool. Well, that was last night.
Yeah.
But it's not today.
That's a
You go to
terrible
the
person.
pool.
You're a terrible person.
I'm not
Wasting life.
maybe I am, but not because of this.
Wasting life.
Not because of this.
Okay.
I'm wasting life.
Yeah.
It's like it was a 4-hour time period where I decided I'm going to stay in my room and eat.
Yeah.
After getting up, that's fine. I mean, it's 4 hours.
We were all together having a great time
sounded
watching
great.
the game.
Yeah, your off-air story sounded great. Like I would fit right in there.
Yeah.
All the yelling, the berating. Yeah, it feels like a great time to hang out.
So I did see. I'll tell you this. I'm making fun a little bit. Reagan wanted us to talk a little horse racing, but it's a problem when your biggest event, you're load managing. I mean, it really is a problem. The Preakness was not at all interesting.
Well, they're different races though, different distances. And
but the Triple Crown is the Triple Crown. It is the.
Although the Belmont's a lot longer, right? Yeah, that's
the Belmont is longer, but it's shorter this year because they're not at Belmont Park. Belmont Park is being renovated the last 2 years, so they were at Saratoga. So it's not the same race that it usually is. The Belmont is always a pain in the ass. It's always been the one that is just so. But that's why they put 3 weeks in between the Preakness and the Belmont, not just a couple of weeks. I understand. If you win the Kentucky Derby, your horse is so valuable and you don't want to risk losing your horse and having an injury when, in fact, you can make $1 bajillion off of breeding. I get it. But there's also the fact that it'd be like I'm going to skip the second round of the NBA playoffs because, well, I'm load managing. No. You can't skip the second round of the NBA playoffs.
I think it's a little trickier than that because there are some health issues that can arise from racing the horses like that, and that it is, historically, and there is a financial. We haven't seen a lot of them. We did see one, relatively recently, but we haven't seen a lot of Triple Crown winners. But there's also a monetary stake that if you win the Triple Crown, it's gonna make you an extra
but here's the
bonus.
deal with the breeding of Sovereignty. Even if Sovereignty didn't run into Belmont,
that's the money.
That's the money.
Yeah,
that's the money.
That's the money. But
he won the Kentucky Derby. His sperm is ultra valuable now.
Same.
Okay,
that's that's the.
I mean, that's what. I mean, maybe I didn't.
You missed what he said.
What did he say? What was that?
He said same.
No, after sitting through my son's graduation, I realize.
But was that horse built to run the 3, or would they just?
Well, that's it. Those are three different.
Well,
races.
he looked pretty good in the Belmont.
Yeah,
he looked really good in the Belmont.
Well, usually that's the toughest one for the Kentucky Derby.
But he took the Preakness off, so he hadn't run in 5 weeks.
And maybe that's why he won.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he won, and maybe they knew what they were doing. But it does rob
Journalism
fans.
ran in all 3.
Yeah,
and won the one that Sovereignty wasn't in. And Journalism was leading, and Sovereignty just flew by him.
Journalism's been taking L's for years now, so
yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me that
it's been going downhill.
You think journalism's a hoe?
Yeah, you caught that too. I said real quick, and Johnny, I was like, oh, he didn't hear it. Thank God.
Journalism is, well,
you can't trust it anyway.
You can't trust, no. Yeah. There's nothing. It's fake.
Couldn't trust that horse.
Journalism was fake in the Belmont. Okay,
could have told you that before it started.
So listen, it was it was a good race. It was fun. It was fun to watch. It was fun to watch Sovereignty, but it loses a lot of.
Scroll back. It looks like it's official. Jair Alexander has been released, right?
Yeah, released.
Yeah,
Jair Alexander released.
So it's official now. Jair Alexander has been released. I would imagine there will be some, you look at the level of play. Jair Alexander and Jalen Ramsey, 2 cornerbacks, and historically at least, who have been very, very good. I think there's still something left. Jair Alexander is only 28. It's just a matter of health with those guys, because when they're healthy, they are, top players.
He's been there 7 years. He made $72 million. He was none too pleased with his contract this year at 17.5. So
I wouldn't
He
either.
wanted out, beat it. And they said beat it. And they're going to take a hit of 7.5 this year and 9.5 next year.
You get to split them, yeah.
Yeah, you get to split it up. And they saved 17.1 and 17.5.
The Houston Texans are set to sign Nick Chubb. I don't think it's been made official yet, but that was one that really surprised me. When I heard Nick Chubb was available and there were some teams considering him, I thought, the Texans would make a little bit of sense to pair him with Joe Mixon and really have a, take a veteran. That's the Kareem Hunt approach. That's the Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb approach. We're going to throw 2 good backs at you, 2 guys who can be 3 down backs, but you just don't really know what you have with Chubb right now, because he's had to come back from so many tough injuries that you don't really know what you have. I would imagine the money is going to be pretty favorable for the Texans at this stage. There's not a lot of money left, so I don't know what Nick Chubb is going to get, but you said that a doctor on Twitter, who is being a Twitter doctor, said maybe this is a concern for Joe Mixon because he was recently seen in a walking boot. There's a lot of time for that to get better. I'm not too worried about that. But if it's left over where it's not healing properly, there's always the concern about you go so far and then you end up having to have a surgery later on that can really,
So what you're saying is you're not sure if you got Chubb right now.
I think we're definitely going to have Chubb.
Yeah,
I think we're definitely going to have a Chubb, and I want him to pop some long runs too.
No.
Yeah, pop some. The guy that was an interesting look. A long sleeve dress shirt with shorts on.
Oh, he was staring you both down.
Yeah, he was.
It was mostly, hey, what's going on?
He's
here?
like, what the hell are they doing up here on my?
But it's an interesting look.
It does look like, what are these podcasters doing up here at a casino? That's what he thinks we're.
Well,
podcasters.
he thinks we're probably doing gambling tips.
Yeah.
And we do.
He thinks we're busting with the boys. He thinks I'm Will Compton.
Okay, you like
You're
it?
Taylor
Okay, right now you like. Okay, what's the line? Do we know what the line in Game 3 is
for the Oklahoma City?
Going back to Indiana.
Going back to Indiana.
Oh, let me guess. So if it started at 9, we'll take it. I'm going to say
last game was 11.
I'm going to say 4.
You think OKC 4?
I'm going to say OKC 4. OKC
4. OKC, yeah.
Current doesn't. I don't see a line. I went to ESPN to see if they had it. Oh, it's 5.5. OKC.
5.5.
Yeah, favorite.
That's so disrespectful.
Well,
especially with that,
if you go about, you talk about 8 quarters of basketball. So far, it's been
7. Yeah.
2.5 because they were 2 because they beat them in the 3rd and the 4th quarter of game 1. So.
Yeah. Well, they still had a lead, but in the 4th they still had
the
double-digit lead.
Yeah, because they were up by what? Because it fluctuated back and forth.
Yeah.
But if you go by just how those quarters ended, Indiana won both the quarters in the second half. But to the lines makers and people just watching the game, it just seems like for the better part of they've played 96 minutes for the better part of 96 minutes. Well, you say 88 of them have been in Oklahoma City's favor, so you could understand why you still have them at 5.5, even though because Indiana does what they do. They came back in one game one, but they have been pretty dominant at home, though.
Yeah.
When they get you on their home floor, they can
That
go
is
on
a
runs.
loud crowd.
It's Indiana. You're at Indiana.
Indiana.
I think you're just being disrespectful, though. You're just being disrespectful.
I like Oklahoma City to win that one, but I like.
Well, they have not been good
points
so far in game threes in these playoffs. They lost to
Oak
Denver.
City?
But you credit them for winning the. And they also lost to Minnesota in game. They got blown out in Minnesota in game 3, right? After being up 2-0.
Yeah.
So they don't play particularly well in game 3 so far when they have to take that first trip on the road. You credit them for winning those game 4s, but in Denver and in Minnesota. But if you're just going by the trend, Indiana should probably beat them in game 3. That's just how both teams have kind of operated.
Yeah, we'll see. I like the points. So that dude just walked by again. I don't know if you saw him on behind.
I did see him.
The long sleeve button down dress shirt with shorts. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I think I have seen it.
It's a very
I'm just not sure why.
Unfavorable look.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's going on.
I did it before, but you roll up your sleeves. You don't keep them all the way down.
I don't think
you roll up the sleeves.
I don't think I'm doing any of it. If you want to know the truth, I'm not doing any of that.
I could see a newsman doing that because you don't have to see them below the table, but I'm not sure why a guy who's out and about would do it.
Huh.
Well, because in the casino it gets a little cold sometimes.
Then throw
his legs don't get
throw
cold.
A light jacket on or something.
Wear a golf shirt. Let's just wear a golf shirt.
Or wear a jacket.
With shorts?
Yeah, why not wear a
it's
sports
a look.
sports
it's a look.
coat?
It's absolutely.
Yeah, if you like, John, you've got something on. You thought it'd be cold
Wear
out here, so you've got a little cover-up jacket on with shorts. But
no. I thought it was.
I mean, it's a full sports.
Usually
coat.
cold
That's what I'm
in the
saying.
draft.
You thought it was going to be cold, so he's walking around thinking it's going to be cold.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't have gone with the
bad luck.
shirt.
Bad look. You golf shirt, pal. That's you.
Oh, that's you.
Nothing says you like a golf shirt.
There's a lot of things that say me, and golf shirt isn't one of them.
Time to talk right now about making that Brown go down.
Oh.
And that's Bill. Okay. And that's what Billy Brown does. All right. I don't care how big the job, small the job, whatever it is. If you have any issue whatsoever, and if you are having an issue, they're going to come to your house absolutely free, and they're going to give you an evaluation. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is solid. I love the philosophy. When we talk about these businesses, and we learned a lot about business here, and the way that Billy does it is fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many plumbers that just going to charge you just to show up. Billy said, no, we ain't doing that.
No, that's kind of the industry standard. Billy kind of breaks that standard by saying, no, I'll come tell you what it is. I have confidence that my guys do the best work, and you're going to love dealing with this. I had them come out, fix a shower, had a leaky shower. Happens about every 6 years. There's a cartridge that needs to be fixed. They got in. First thing they did was they cleaned the component to see if they could prevent even having to buy the cartridge, and it didn't stop the leak enough. So they said, okay, we're going to go do that. They knocked it out, got done. I also had an issue with water pressure in my kitchen. It didn't. I don't know what they did. Problem solved. That's what I like. I like just coming home and everything's fixed.
Yeah, when it's
all the problems are solved, and that's Aqueduct.
He's a problem solver.
Yep,
Billy at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. 281-488-6238. Tell him you heard it right here.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
That's a problem. Welcome back live on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We had it was a good weekend of sports. We had the Astros taking 2 out of 3. We had the French Open, which the men's final was as good
and
as
the
it
U.S.
possibly
won the women's
could.
side.
We
got our own champ at the French Open.
Yeah,
Coco Gauff.
Yeah. Coco Gauff won, which is nice. An American wins.
USA.
The USA.
She was not a 1 seed.
It wasn't a great weekend for the U.S. MNT.
Yeah, they were.
Do
playing.
they even have their good team?
No,
playing?
they don't. A lot of the guys aren't playing. I was looking at the roster. They lost the third in a row. They lost to Turkey. They scored in like the first minute the U.S. did, and then after that it was pretty much over. 2-1 the final. I was looking at the rosters. Not a lot of guys at this point. You would say that would be a part of the starting 11 in any major competition. I don't really consider this version of the team in the Gold Cup part of a major competition. A lot of the guys, hey, we had long years, we had long seasons, so we're going to sit it out, which is pissing off some U.S. fans because they remember back in the day when all the guys played all the time. It's just a new era. But if you want to watch Gold Cup, cool. Don't expect much.
Is Pochettino the right guy?
He better be. I mean, they're not going to make another switch. If you want to shoot a mini bail, his best players in some ways have not been available for a lot. There's not a lot of time to get ready. That's just how the calendar works, where you might get like a 2-week training camp, maybe, with your guys to get ready for a major tournament. And they weren't available for this one. So he hasn't had a lot of time with these guys. He's just got to make do. The Gold Cup was supposed to be one of these tournaments that you build some chemistry with this roster. And when you look across the roster and see all these guys out, like a lot of the guys who play in Europe aren't going to be available. So it's going to be tough for him. I don't know. This was supposed to be one of these times where we could see what these guys have. Now he's going to have to be piecing these guys together over the next year or so.
We better not have a crappy World Cup team next year.
So if he's not able to get these guys ready, I mean, what are our chances?
Our chances, I mean, if you throw in the home country bump, I mean, the
home countries usually do better than expected.
So the U.S. for really since 2002 has been a second round and out team. They make the groups. They get out of the group stage consistently when they're there at the World Cup. 18, they didn't make it, but that's really the level. When you think about a World Cup at home, the optimistic thing was, hey, could we make a run to the semifinal when we're playing all our games on home soil if we got the right draw? Now you're hoping, I mean, if you're just being realistic, can this team make a quarterfinal? I think that would be a good standard to just surpass what you have been when you throw in being at home. Like, can we win a knockout round match? We have not done that since 2002.
Getting out of group isn't going to be good enough.
No, not at home, not with all the buildup. Like that's what I said. Can we win a knockout round match? We have not done that in the World Cup since I believe 2002 when we beat Mexico in Korea. 2-1. I forgot the final score. Oh, Dos a 0, 2-0, and then we lost. I think to Germany, maybe I forgot who they lost to. But this is what you need to do.
This is going to be extraordinarily disappointing if the team is not better than last World Cup version. I mean, if you're not better than the 22 version when it's your home, you get it back in the States, that's going to be really disappointing.
Yeah, they went and got a big name international coach, so that made people happy. If
they had Tyreek Hill.
Oh, here we go.
Or one of the top football
Tyreek Hill.
Michael Jordan.
Tyreek Hill be available to play, considering his issues?
Yeah, well, he'd come off the bench.
Can we get
Tyreek would run on the court, and then whoever would come off the field doing this. Josie Altidore would come off the field. He doesn't play anymore. He hasn't played for years, but be doing the clapping to the fans, and then Tyreek would do that sprint onto the field to get himself warmed up. Yeah. Nobody would be able to keep up.
You know
with
how
Tyreek.
good we'd be if Tyreek Hill would play soccer.
I think I figured this whole. If we were able to put,
you're not going to get me again.
One of our players, like even just a base, like if you put, I keep thinking of Victor Wembanyama. No, it's not our country. Rudy Gobert, not our country. Jokic.
What about Pete Crow Armstrong, the center fielder for the Cubs?
Man,
if
this is the most insane. Now we're officially off soccer because we have to talk about this 23-year-old.
He's ridiculous, though.
This kid's come out of nowhere and is killing it.
He's killing it. He's
embarrassing.
His WAR is higher than Shohei's.
Yeah,
I mean that's how good this kid is. And
he's a Crow.
Yeah, Crow Armstrong.
So
I don't like the hyphenated
Oh,
name.
you don't like
no,
that?
no,
Why?
No.
Disrespectful to the father?
Yeah. I mean, let's. What are we going to change this
well,
now?
No. A lot of times
you take the dad's name. That's all.
No, that's Armstrong. A lot of players end up adding that later in their career because the dad comes back into the life. I deal with that all the time.
He's 23. I'm not sure that happened, but okay.
Well, you're thinking, what do you? I bet you it's Crow Armstrong. I bet the dad's name is Armstrong.
Yeah, and the mom's Crow.
He doesn't like
that.
Well, he was Crow for maybe for the first 20 years of his life, and then the dad.
We don't know his story.
You don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Maybe his whole life he's been Crow Armstrong.
Well, I'm just telling you this. I deal with this.
Dad, man up.
I deal with this literally every year, 3 times.
Not the same.
3 times.
It's not the same.
I see it all the time.
I know what you're saying,
find
but
out.
not the same.
We'll find out.
Her name is Ashley Crow. She's an actress.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She's been in a lot of stuff. And she was in that baseball. What's that baseball movie called with the twins?
Field of Dreams.
No, the twins.
Oh.
The kid manager. His granddad was like the owner, and he passed away and leaves it to the kid. The kids, I'm going to be the manager. Back in the 90s when we made stupid movies like that.
She was in it.
She played the mom in that movie. So she does
wow,
have.
How old is she?
64. So she had Pete
and
Crow
he's 23.
when she was very young.
Very old.
Very old. Old enough.
41.
That is Matthew John Armstrong. He is Ashley. The mom is Ashley Crow. So it is hyphenated.
It's hyphenated since birth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not your
socks.
But
but they're not married.
Maybe not anymore.
It doesn't look like.
No, they
or
are married.
Maybe they are.
married.
Or maybe the other one wasn't. Well, look at this guy. He looks like an actor too. He's only 50. He's 13 years younger.
Yeah, he's an actor too.
She robbed the cradle there.
Yep.
Don't tell me she was.
He looks like
that's why he couldn't man up. She was like, "Just do what I tell you to do."
He's from
beloved son and treasured father to Malachi, Lily, and Jeremiah.
He is from.
Man up, man. Take the kids. Take your name, okay?
Well, he has the name, just hers too, John.
Yeah. He probably went with that because Matthew Armstrong wasn't doing his. Yeah, I mean he's clearly an.
But
actor.
she was a bigger actor than he was. He was barely in anything.
Yeah, this is why he went Crow. Like they might know Crow. They won't know Crow. They won't know Armstrong. My dad. He's from Chicago.
He is?
Naperville.
Man up. There's a guy in North Dakota, took on 3 cops, punched them all in the face, and got away.
Yeah. I'm telling you, John's
my timeline is just everybody beating each other up.
Really wild.
Yeah.
Now there's wrestlers punching each other, hitting each other in the face. I can't watch. Like I literally get too distracted with his computer. My computer has really good stuff on it, and his computer.
What did yours have?
His Twitter's a mess.
Mine is awesome. It's got everything in it. 713-780-3776. You know how much stuff I learned off of my laptop? Are you kidding me? My Twitter.
Yeah, but some of it's not real. Some of it's fake.
Sorry,
they try to trick you.
While you're doing that, I'm just going through Ashley Crow's IMDb. She was in Minority Report with Tom Cruise.
Oh, nice.
Where the hell did the athlete come from? And he looks like a little towhead kid.
So I don't know. Two actors created an athlete.
Yeah, that's not what you usually see.
All we know is that he can play. He can go.
Heroes.
He can really go.
He can go.
He's also known as PCA. Do you call him PCA?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I call him all the time.
Yeah.
Whenever
the Cubs are a good team this year.
Will you tell Patrick? What's his name? Will you tell PCA to drop his mom's name?
Yeah, just be PA.
Just be.
Okay.
Hey, don't let your dad's mistake haunt you the rest of your life.
SGA, PCA. There's something here. There's something here. You think you want to go in that direction? I'm going to play a terrible game. No, I'm going to do it off the air.
What are you playing?
Chris Solis did a then and now to me that has ruined me forever.
Oh, no.
And I'm going to do it during a break, and I'm not going to we got a break, and I'm not going to do it on the air. I would be a bad person if I did it.
It's horrible. Okay.
It's terrible.
All right. You know what's wonderful is Game Day Men's Health. Love Game Day Men's Health. Love what Game Day Men's Health has done for me. Game Day Men's Health will do it for you as well. Not just because it's me. Elliot calls in and says, hey, I'm at Game Day Men's Health, and I love it. It's different. People, it's different. Not all testosterone replacement therapy places are the same. Okay. Game Day, I'm telling you, I feel great. Peptides to help you achieve whatever goal it is that you have. You're sitting in your car right now, feeling lethargic, maybe heavier than you want to be, not getting the results at the gym that you want to get, not focusing at work as much as you'd like, not as good in the bed as you would like to be. All of these things and more they can help you with, whatever it is. And I'm telling you, when labs on site is important, and a free consultation is important. And that's what you're getting at Game Day Men's Health, plus their expertise on how to get you where you want to get. You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement therapy, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them that you heard it right here, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Jodie Foster is in the public eye, so she does what she has to do to stay.
Jodie Foster was all over me at the Emmys. I was like, just please stop.
Would you like to have a threesome with my wife?
I mean, she was like pushing.
How about you and your
I was
wife
like,
come with me and my wife? We'll peg each other. Well, that's
whoa.
what she said. I didn't say it. That's
Wow. Are we back? Welcome back on ESPN. You can hear what you're saying right now. Okay.
Well, that's what she said. I didn't say that. Theoretically, she said that. Like
Supposedly.
when I told my wife, well, Monty probably said that. We were driving up there. I told my wife what my daughter probably said.
It was funny. He said,
and my dad, John got to hear my dad. How about Jake? 4 hits. He's really hitting. My dad came to Mason's graduation. So I'm at Carnegie. My son goes to graduated from Carnegie. And Carnegie is considered one of the best schools in the state.
Fancy.
It's a magnet school. You have to test into it. And I don't know how 2 of my sons are there. They just got lucky. The pizza fighters.
What were they throwing?
Yeah, they threw a pizza at each other and caused a wreck.
Okay.
Snacks, yeah, and they were fighting.
Yeah, that's what all the
pizzas.
Carnegie kids do.
So this weekend, no, none of them, except my kids and some of Mason's friends. He did find his.
He found his people.
Yeah, he found his people. But as I'm listening to the valedictorian speech, and by the way, it's so painful to go to go to a graduation now with Gen Z because they just saying all of their 6'7" references, and Dell probably knows. Are you familiar with this?
I don't know what 6'7".
So it's a LaMelo Ball 6. It's not even funny. It's hard to even. I couldn't even tell you what it means, but for Gen Z, it means something that they think is hilarious. It's just 67. It's just a number, and it references LaMelo Ball's height or something, and it's from some meme video. It's nothing but. It's mostly when you go to a Gen Z graduation now, it's them with their language and references to what they call brain rot memes. And it's things that are all inside jokes that only the graduate, I guess that's going to happen. It's for them, their graduation is about themselves instead of us, the people who have to wait there forever to hear their names called. But no, I mean, it's painful. It's painful to listen to some of their references, but what was even more painful as a parent to listen to a valedictorian and the two co-salutatorians talk about, and to the seniors, those days that we spent studying and cramming for the AP exams that we had so that we could place out of the stuff, the stress that we were under with this and this, the great times that we shared with our teachers, making memory. And I'm like, this isn't my experience for my son at all. I don't know anything that they're talking about. None of it sounded like he's at the same school. I was like, Mason didn't go, and Snacks isn't going through this either. What are y'all talking? This is how y'all school was? I went through the whole graduation. I'm like, no, that doesn't sound right at all. Nope. And then there would be, and then Kwai Hong Win, capstone superstar, they would read down a list of accomplishments, and then they go, Mason Zerline. It was the shortest, and Mason had his phone. You're not supposed to have your phone. None of them. And Mason's texting me and my wife while he's sitting down there, and she said, you're not supposed to have your phone. And I said, why does he have his phone? And Alec goes, I told him to take a selfie whenever his name was announced, because Mason was already telling me, Dad, I'm the last announced. That's a major aura spot. And I said, what? He goes, it's the aura spot. It's the last name announced. He goes, major aura spot. He goes, I'm going to do something big. I'm like, don't do anything big. Don't do anything big. And then Alec told me, we're sitting up there. He goes, I told him to bring his phone and take a selfie there of himself. And I'm like, dude, you better not take a selfie. And then I said, and my wife at the end, she goes, what's wrong with you? So what? What are they going to do? Suspend him? It's a selfie. It's not the end of the world. And I'm just sitting there, well, I don't want my son to. If you couldn't, you don't need to embarrass yourself doing that. If you couldn't get out there and study for the AP exams like these other kids.
Yeah, but what do you expect out of the kid that had no introduction other than his name?
Mason Zerline.
You should have gone up there and taken selfies all over.
The teachers, if I showed you the video of after they announce it, it's actually pretty funny. After they announce it, he's got all these, like all the teachers apparently, like I was literally watch this.
And last but not least, Mason Zerline.
That's it. Nothing else. And I'm sweating bullets here as he's shaking hands.
Yeah, the other kids were two-time Masters champion. He second at the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Okay, and then and Mason was just.
I do appreciate her going Zerline.
Zerline.
She did say the German. Well, it's kind of an international student-based kind of
a suit.
With the teachers?
No, Mason.
Well, he's got a robe.
Oh, he's got a robe on. Oh,
yeah, but look, this is his vice principal who crossed him up and caused him to fall on the ground, and they talk hip hop all the time. All the teachers seem to like Mason.
Yeah.
They all seem to like him. He goes and everyone's giving him a hug, and my dad turns, he goes, I think they're just happy to have him out. I'm like, they really seem to like him. He goes, I think they're just really happy to see him go. No, but
that could be it.
He's one of those kids that everyone likes, but just, school for him. And he actually got okay grades. And then Snacks won his first jiu-jitsu matches. Got an arm bar and won by decision. Right. So it was a big day. We got Mason out of high school, and Sebastian went 2-0 in jiu-jitsu.
Has that been decided yet? Where's he going?
How about that?
He's going to UTSA so that he can get into
CAP
Texas.
Program.
Yeah, that's exactly why he's going there, to get into the CAP program. It's so hard to get into Texas at all that they've got a CAP program where if you go and get your work done at other feeder schools,
at a certain
you
level.
can get, after 1 year, you can get into Texas. Now, I'm going to say,
what are the chances?
Okay, minus 500. He's still at UTS. Yeah,
for a second year, or do you
minus
think
500.
for 4
He's not.
years.
Well, I just think the odds are against him getting into that CAP program. That's just me. Based on the discussions I heard at his graduation, the nights of cramming and studying, the hard times, but the memories we all made with our getting our tests back and seeing all the hard work and the accomplishment, sweating to see if we could get straight A's for the 3rd straight semester. I'm like, what is this school? I didn't see any of this.
A different part of the school.
This isn't anything. How come he has no sashes? It's just blank ass robe. Just robe.
Because
nothing. Other kids have these things all over them.
Tassels
and sashes, and Mason's up there chilling.
Well,
blank
he
robe.
is the kid who said going last is an aura spot, so maybe focus on other things.
No, that you just hit it out. Dad, it's the aura spot. Everyone knows I'm going to get the loudest cheer just for being last, but I'm going to make sure that I bring the aura to the stage. I'm like, yeah, you need to bring the aura next time to that AP US history class.
So
what you need to
your
do.
near future, you're going to be making trips to Tuscaloosa and San Antonio?
Yeah. I mean, not a lot of them.
Yeah.
Tuscaloosa is not an easy trip.
You
You got to fly to Birmingham, then drive an hour, or you can drive 9.5 hours to Tuscaloosa. But Alec did come down for a quick, just for the graduation, and he's back up there. Alex has turned into full. Now he works in the Alabama recruiting side, but he has turned into, and he works under the offensive line coach. Dad, we got another. He goes, I found 2 more guys that we're going to offer. So what do you mean he found them? He scours social media looking at highlights of players who are under the radar, and he's found 2 guys now who Alabama's like, oh man, this guy can play. And so all he's turned into a recruiting guy. So it's kind of annoying. I've got another recruiting, but he actually does it. This is what he does. But I've got recruiting guy in my house. Dad, we flipped a 5-star. Oh, we got one of our 5 stars flipped. We're going to lose him, so we're not even talking to him anymore. We already know he's going to flip to Michigan. They're going to buy him from us.
Does he have to sit in the room with the coaches when a commit is on live television or on Instagram? Does he sit in the room?
I don't know. I got to find out. But he's the one who's with all the parents and the kids when they come on their official visits. So he's like talking to the parents and the.
Are you recommending going to a future of being a scout? Is that something?
He wants to do that, so he's going to go work for the Steelers this fall. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's going to go work the camp with the Steelers, their training camp.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. Omar Khan asked him. He was down there at Alabama and said, Alec, you want to come? Omar knows my dad from when they were at Pittsburgh.
While you were talking about all this, I was looking. CNN has a story
you
about.
Looking at Bridget Fonda?
No. If you want your kid to be ultra successful, don't do this.
Okay.
And you did pretty much all of it.
Yeah. Can you read some of them?
Well, do this. We'll do it on the other side because we got to break it right here on ESPN 97.5.
We don't have to. Just know that I'm all over that list.
Yeah. No. You've done.
I probably could have put his feet to the fire more rather than just. I'm sure they'll get their work done.
Nothing's promised. My feet got put to the fire, and look where I am. Nothing's promised. I mean, my dad, the immigrant Nigerian father, certainly put my
that's a whole main character. The Nigerian that's a very well-known character. The Nigerian father, and mother, frankly, but you didn't have Nigerian mother.
Yeah,
the Nigerian father is well known for. They're going to put your feet to the fire.
Yeah,
and like I said, nothing is promised.
Well, we can't be all as successful as like Scott McGrath is. Scott McGrath took over the family business and has increased it in his. I mean, he's got trucks all over the street. He has done an unbelievable job. The McGrath Pest Control Company has been around for a long time. And this is another one of those success stories, local success stories, where you don't stay in business this long, do as well as they have, unless you do it right. And Scott McGrath does it right. It was funny. I didn't know that the guy had come to my house, and I called up there. I said, "Hey, was he able to ever show up?" He said, "Yeah, he came and he sprayed and everything else." I said, "I don't smell it." They said, "You're not going to smell it, sir. It is going to take care of those bugs, and it is going to be done perfectly, and you don't have to worry about a thing." And sure enough, I mean, you see these bugs, they can't penetrate your house because Scott McGrath has an invisible force shield around your home, and you got to have it in Texas. You have to have it. They're looking for a way to get out of that heat. Don't let it be your house. McGrath Pest Control. You got any problems with bugs? 281-469-8240, 281-469-8240, or McGrathPestControl.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. My daughter wants me. Let's go do the show from Oklahoma City. You know, they had tornadoes there. Why do you live there? Why do people live in Oklahoma? They had tornadoes there again yesterday. They thought that they weren't going to be able to start the game because the tornadoes were coming in there.
Yeah, there's some talk of ABC producing off-site. Like the broadcast team would have done the game from there, but the trucks might have not been available because of the weather. Yeah, why do you live there? Has she given you a solid answer that you can reconcile with why your daughter lives in Oklahoma City?
She works for the government. She works for the VA.
Then why do you keep
I know, but you can leave now. I mean, go to another VA.
Where do you in Houston per se?
Houston
perhaps,
would be
or
awesome.
LA, maybe I don't know where
Houston
you want
would be awesome. Okay, that would be a great place to have your granddaughter. Okay, not in that tornado-torn state. Why is it Oklahoma's the only? Well, they're not the only one.
No,
Kansas.
Kansas. There's a whole movie about it.
Nebraska.
Yeah.
It's Tornado Alley. My mom has seen tornadoes on the farm, so they live. Only once have they had one area hit where it took the roof off my uncle.
Well, when I was a kid, it tore through Chicago and right
in the
high school. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, yeah, Oak Lawn. It tore off it hit Oak Lawn High School and tore off the roof there at the high school. It was bad. It was bad. But I got out of there. You get out of where tornadoes are.
Then you came to hurricane country.
The hurricanes are way better.
Yeah, okay, you can plan for them.
Huh?
You can plan for them.
They're way.
I don't know if they're way better.
I don't
But
know
at
if
least
way better is the word.
At least you can plan for them. You know
way
they're coming.
better. What do you want? A hurricane or a tornado?
I mean, I lived through earthquakes. Now,
Well, tornadoes don't. Well, if it's going to hit me, if a hurricane's coming and it hits the city, it's hitting me.
Yeah.
A tornado may not hit me. Odds are.
Okay. What if they're both going to hit you?
Well, I'd rather have the hurricane.
The one you can plan for. The one you cannot be in the area.
That's right.
That's right. It doesn't happen.
What about earthquake?
Well, I lived through that.
Okay, so have you had any earthquake? Like you had them while you're there? Do you felt?
Yeah, I felt
How come you never talk about
I
it?
want to put it behind me. It's too traumatic.
What does it feel like?
No, it's nothing. It's like, holy crap! And I was watching the stuff on the table move, and I was like, woo, we're having an earthquake right now. It's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, well, now he's a LA Johnny, so he's a California, so he rolls with the punches. But most of when I grew up there, it's like, okay, you watch the walls move and things roll, and then you go about your day.
That's all.
It lasts for what, maybe 25 seconds.
It happens a lot. I've never felt one when I've been
pretty
there.
cool.
Yeah,
I'm not there a long time.
Well, cool, but
it's pretty cool.
No, I mean it's like
mudslides, forest fires, earthquakes.
Right.
Really nice weather.
Really nice weather.
How tough was it?
Dude, we were outside the other night. We got a nice little patio set up with a TV.
Yeah.
And that's where I got my fire stick
That's
and I can watch
badass
everything.
You can be outside.
Yeah, but we had the fire on and under blankets and with sweatshirts on.
How going from that to what we had yesterday, which was our hottest day so far,
God.
it was feels like 105, and it was humid too.
Yeah.
That must be like a shot going back to that.
It
Like,
was.
whoa, wow.
It was 75 during the day and then 60
I went
or
from New York
50s
where we were
at
in the low 70s, in early May. And when I got back, it was already 96. And when you get off the plane and you're just in the and you're walking through the little, through the little breezeway there that they connect with the phone or with the plane, whatever it's called, that they have the little thing that they attach to the plane when you have to walk through.
Yeah.
And you immediately, that's when you first feel the heat. You're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
This is way different.
Well, I thought it was a good time. I thought, there's pride parades and riots. So I figured, you know what? This is probably a good time.
You could have gone to Pride Parade.
I know the weather's great, but there's people here that are just not great.
Why don't you enjoy the Pride Parade? That's probably a fun time.
That would be fun. My wife was going to be in it.
But
they decided to riot instead.
But they still had the Pride Parade.
They still had the Pride Parade.
You ain't stopping the Pride Parade.
Actually, no, the Pride Parade, and then they planned right after the Pride Parade, now let's riot. Okay. All right.
Well, that was
sounds like a good day.
That was thoughtful, though.
It was thoughtful.
It was thoughtful.
They waited.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't even riot after we win championships. We're such a good city.
We're a great city.
We're a great city. We're the best city. When we have floods, we help each other. We bring in boats and do that stuff.
Yeah,
There's people like me, heroic people who run different types of, underwear and socks and stuff like that.
I've never met or heard a hero
talk about it.
Well, I mean, I'm using other people's
what a hero
words.
He is.
Yeah, I've never.
I'm not saying what people have said.
It's not really a thing for heroes to say.
Okay.
Well, heroic things are done by people I know pretty well.
Right. Right.
Hero. The Astros hero right now is Jake Myers. He's a hero.
4
for 4. He's hitting over 300. Jeremy Pena is the true hero right now.
He's the hero of the team.
For the Houston Astros, it's Jeremy Pena. Right now, if you had a team MVP, it's Hunter or Jeremy Pena?
Probably Jeremy's every day.
Probably, but Hunter's got a lot of wins. He didn't get a decision this last time, no.
Well, Hunter and Fromber are pretty neck and neck. So, but there's nobody.
I'd make it Jeremy Pena.
I'm making Jeremy Pena the MVP right now.
Who's the Rockets MVP? Alpi?
This season?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it'd have to be Alpi.
Have to be Alpi, right?
Have to be Alpi. Yeah.
It could be Jalen.
It could be.
Jalen had a pretty good season. I mean, it's just kind of ruined by the postseason.
Yeah, but Alpi had an all-star season.
Yeah, well, he's at a position where it's a little easier to make an all-star team than
I don't know.
Than guard and wing. That's pretty loaded.
Yeah, it's loaded. There's no question about that. But no, it was LP anyway. LP was the, and then Amen was the.
And who is the Texans MVP?
Who was last year the Texans MVP was Stingley.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Probably so. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the best player at his position in the league.
Yep. So it probably would be him. What I like about this is that we're in a spot though. Like right now, Jeremy Pena would be a team MVP if we're just. But what I like about this is the answer could be totally different with all these teams. I kind of like that. Like by the end of the year, it could be Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson could be next year for the Rockets. For the Texans, it could be C.J. Stroud. And you hope it is C.J. Stroud because, frankly, if your quarterback's the best. But it also could be Will Anderson. Typically, offensively, you wouldn't say it's kind of why the Heisman screws wide receivers. Your quarterback, if you have a big year, then your quarterback's probably having a big year. So if Nico Collins has a big year, that means CJ's, probably having a pretty good year.
Does Will? I don't know that Will Anderson is getting the love that he should be getting.
I think he deserves a lot more love. But one of the things is Hunter had a really good year too.
Yeah.
I mean, Hunter was really good too. So that kind of pulls some of the shine off Will Anderson. But in the building, my guess is that they would tell you Will Anderson has changed who we are as a people in the room.
Yeah.
Like he demands, and I think it's by his actions. It's by his words, but also by his actions. It's changed. It's helped to change the culture it's helped to build a culture. Really, they started from scratch. That's why Will Anderson can rush the quarterback, but he's also like, you've got to work a certain way to keep up with Will Anderson, and there's just an expectation, guys. But he's also a positive leader, so guys like, I think they want to impress him. I think that if you can get your quarterback and one guy on defense to be that way, man, the sky's the limit for a team as long as you draft well. And the Texans have drafted okay. I mean, their roster's not bad. It's a pretty good roster.
It's a top 10
roster. Some
roster
holes,
in the
but
league.
it is a top 10 roster.
Yeah.
Like there's some holes,
Yeah.
but their top picks have been, and they've got some success outside of the first round too. I mean, Nico Collins is a great example of that.
Cool. They've got a lot.
Kamari Lassiter is a great example of that. Petrie's, been a starter from Jump Street. It's really just a matter of can you get, and they've done a good job of putting together through free agency. I'd like to see them draft an interior defensive line at some point, draft some homemade guys inside. But they're all free agents right now. They've just kind of bought their way into an interior line, but that's okay. As long as they're not spending crazy money and they've got veterans. And at some point next year, my guess is they're going to draft offensive line, defensive line, and they're going to really pour it on with O-line, D-line next year. You can already see. I mean, wide receiver looks set up. The running back, you can get a running back whenever, and we'll see what Woody Marks does. We'll see how long Chubb lasts. Chubb's going to be a one-year deal, I'm sure. You've got Joe Mixon, which I don't know how much time Joe Mixon still has left. I think he's got a year after this. But
They just extended him last year.
Yeah, but I mean, how many years? This is year 2.
Oh,
no. He had a year left. Yeah, he probably, but I don't know when the void years are.
Right.
My guess is he'll play this year and next year, though.
Oh, absolutely.
3 years with the Texans.
Yeah, well, he's allegedly
at his age
in a walking boot. We got to find out. Yeah. Hopefully. Hey, listen, they're a better team with Joe Mixon on the field.
But think about what you need. Like you may look at tight end, but other than that, you're just going to study offensive line. On defense, your pass rush is good. Your linebackers, you maybe will draft a linebacker, possibly. Your corners look, you've drafted over there at the corner spot. You may look at corner safeties.
You always use a corner.
But O-line, D-line is going to be. Now, Nick also traded some picks away. So I got to even see. I don't even know what their draft capital is next year. But so I got this. Jair Alexander's missed 33 games in the last 4 years. But when he's healthy, yes, he's still very good.
Yeah.
I'd love for him to be a Texan. Will he take a hometown discount?
Yes.
Is he from?
To make
Doesn't
him,
matter.
well,
It's
we
a
can
home.
make
It's
it
it's somebody's hometown.
well, we can make this where the place where he raises a family.
Yeah.
Well, he was born in Philadelphia, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, but nobody wants to live
What
in that
about
dirty ass trash.
I've heard that before.
What about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson?
He went to school in North Carolina, so I'm still trying to find the connection between here and him and Houston.
Where's his wife from?
I don't know where she's from.
Has he ever been to the Galleria? Shannon Sharp and the guys on Shannon Sharp's podcast say a lot of good things about the Galleria.
Yeah.
and finding girls at the Galleria. Does he know about the Galleria?
I don't know Jair Alexander's status, married, single, otherwise, but do you think he would have issues finding girls, and he needs to be in the Galleria?
Galleria is the best girls,
but the good ones.
Yeah, they're the best.
You think he's looking for a good one?
Yeah.
Has he been to Prospect Park?
Okay. Did you ever hear calling the bad plays? Do you want the good plays or the bad plays? You want the good girls or the bad girls?
Sometimes you want the bad girls.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
that is true.
Athletes find them a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he needs
and the bad girls are looking for them also.
Yes, that's why I don't think the Galleria is needed. I don't think it's going to be the appealing part of the
You know what
process
Jair
that you
Alexander could probably use at this stage of his career?
What?
Just a nice flight
girl.
attendant.
Flight
Just a nice run-of-the-mill Southwest Airlines flight attendant. Somebody who's just low maintenance, not trying to.
I'm on Southwest a lot. I haven't seen any that Jair would be interested in.
That's perfect
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
I love that for him. Just to kind of settle down, raise a family, play corner opposite Derek Stingley. You know, maybe go to Joel Osteen's little church. I'm just praying for you to be able to play off man coverage and to play press man
Very
coverage.
specific.
To play cover 3 and
What
to
about
play
my
cover 4.
What about my salvation, Joel?
Also for you to go to heaven, but also for you to start making more plays on the football. I'll pray for your hamstrings and pray for your groin. Now that you got that girl from Southwest, the groin won't be as much of a problem.
Because
why? You think his groin's
Not
a
going to be as
problem
much stuff
right
going
now?
on.
Right now?
She just is flying around all the time, and you're going to be at home watching stories on TV. You're not going out there trying to go out there with the chub.
Let me
Nick
ask you,
Chubb.
while you are on and on about potentially Jair Alexander coming here, are you looking for a guy who's only played more than 7 games?
Not typically.
Once in the last 4 seasons.
Ooh, what?
He's got a 4-game season, then a 16-game season, then 7 and 7.
No, that's not typically what
Is
I
that
look
what you're
for.
looking for?
Not typically.
You want Joel Osteen to go all out for a guy who doesn't
maybe if
play?
he's praying on
Joel
his,
could help him.
If he's praying on his lower body.
You don't know.
As long as it's not raining and he doesn't look homeless, Joel can help him. Wow.
You didn't have to look homeless. You just had to have a lot of rain.
That's true.
Lock him up.
Hey, I got
the doors, by the way, not people.
I have a suggestion for you. How about this? Call Kent Jones. Get on his list, okay? Because if you have if your financing of your house is bad right now, then you could use Kent Jones. He will tell you when a great time to refinance is. Hey, listen, he's not going to bother you, but he is the ultimate mortgage hookup, and he's also the refinance guy. So you are in a bad situation. You got a high interest rate. He can tell you when to lock in on a refinance that is going to help you in your mortgage situation. 713-520-5626. I'm telling you, Ultimate Mortgage Hookup is what it is. The dude is the best. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's going to coordinate your loan competently from application to closing, update all parties, constant communication. He's been doing this for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He knows how to save you money. He saved people thousands and thousands of dollars at signing and through the life of the mortgage. So people are doing it wrong. You don't know anything about the mortgage game. He knows everything about the mortgage game. He's going to connect you with the best wholesale lenders in the nation. If you need insurance, survey, title, all that stuff. Kent Jones, 975loans.com, 975loans.com. Tell him you heard right here.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Closing in on the end of the show. We got a couple of callers in here. I'm a little disappointed in Dell. A girl just walked by. He didn't even shoot a shot.
What?
Nothing.
Well, now she's turned around.
Okay, so here now.
How
There
come
we go.
everyone goes that way? Have you noticed?
And
they
then
all
they
end
turn
up,
around
I don't know where
right
they're
back
going.
Well, she's walking to a conference room. She had access. She works here, I guess. Sorry, John. I didn't get up from my chair and go say, hey, girl.
Hey,
I'm
girl.
Sorry, I didn't do that.
Yes, yeah. Just hey, that's all. Hey, girl.
I didn't shoot my shot. Apologies.
We'll come down to Saltgrass later, maybe.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
I got the hook
Maybe
up
have
at
some-
Lily's.
Yeah.
Lily's. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm having that.
Maybe
today.
have some ranch
We're gonna all
rattlers.
go down and have Lily's right after the show.
Maybe have some ranch
What
rattlers.
do you mean right after the show?
Right after the show.
You mean my
Oh
show?
yeah, you got your stupid
Yeah,
show. I'm gonna
my-
be playing golf.
My stupid show.
Yeah. Oh, Michael and Angel, what up? You ain't golfing like that, brother.
You're
You need
yelling into the headphone.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Well,
we
you're
got
on the air.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
You're doing a show.
We got TJ on the line. Let's bring him in here. Hey TJ.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just
How we
want to
doing, TJ?
piggyback off you versus natural disasters. I used to work for the city, and we had a few guys from California, and we had to go out in the floodwaters, and that freaked them out. I'm talking about literally. They said they would rather deal with an earthquake than deal with those floodwaters. So people from California got a different take, just like which one we were. I'd rather deal with a hurricane. So
Yeah.
they said no water for them. They done with their water. They done with it.
Yeah, water.
You don't see a lot of water
water's
in South
destructive,
Carolina.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, water's destructive. Oh, what do you mean you don't see a lot? The hurricane destroyed half of North Carolina.
I said Southern California.
Oh, Southern California. No, they don't have water problems. No.
Well, they have water problems. They just don't get water.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's get La Raza. ¿Qué pasó,
Hey, where
mijo?
you been, way?
Oh, you want to say happy birthday, Deli Belly? Deli Belly.
Happy
buddy.
birthday to you.
It's not my name. But thank you.
Happy birthday, Deli Belly.
Once again.
That's not
Gentlemen,
it?
I'll make
Not
it
my
quick.
name.
Also, I missed what I learned this weekend. Is I learned that this weekend is this week is Father's Day. So I heard Chick-fil-A is giving out free chicken sandwiches. So go get yours.
For fathers?
For fathers?
Yeah. How do you prove that? You bring your kid with you, a picture of your kid? How do you prove that you're a dad and get a free Chick-fil-A sandwich?
I don't know. I didn't learn. That's something.
Yeah, I didn't know they were giving out free.
No,
Father-
and they're
because-
closed on Father's Day. It's
There's
Sunday.
the joke.
He made
There's
a
the joke.
Well, why wouldn't they give it on Saturday?
Yeah, why can't they just give it on
No,
Saturday?
it's strictly on Father's Day.
Well, I guess no one's getting a sandwich.
Nobody gets a
John,
sandwich.
another opportunity, according to you.
What?
Just look to your
Oh no, just don't.
No.
Just another.
Oh, coming? Yeah.
Just
Well,
another
let's go.
Sorry, I'm doing a show.
Let's go.
Oh, is that? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're not giving away on Father's Day.
I mean, you could
I
Yeah.
could what?
Yeah.
go holler.
No.
Holla at your girl.
Go run holler.
Well, first of all, she's not my girl, so no. Sorry, I appreciate your efforts, but hey, I'm sorry. These two guys told me I should come over and talk to you. That's how that should go.
Yeah, then that's plausible.
That's a way to start a conversation.
What was your meet cute, Dell?
Oh,
well, here's what happened.
You're gonna love this story.
What is it called? Meet cute?
Yeah.
Hang on, is La Raza still there? We kind of
No,
he
just wanted to.
He just wanted to get his Father's Day thing on. Oh no, he's back on. He's got something to say.
Okay.
Yeah,
La
no.
Raza on Saturday they giving them out.
No, that was a joke. It was for Sunday.
See, I told you.
You had to think about that one though. But I really had some questions. I really had two questions, and it was a football question. One was, if you think Nick Chubb might have a resurgence like Joe Mixon did here, like he might actually contribute something? And also, Lance, you're the NFL expert, right? Draft expert, right? There's a guy from Eastern Michigan, linebacker number 10. You want to check into that guy?
No, we're not. His name is Noah.
Is his first name Noah?
Yes, it is.
I know.
No, he's not considered a
Noah?
prospect.
He's a Noah naysayer.
He is
Let
not
him-
considered draftable.
Let a naysayer know.
He's not considered draftable, so I'm not going to write him up.
Well, isn't
Oh
just
yeah,
get
no.
started?
I hope you have to write him up.
I pray he doesn't play. And I pray he's not good. Noah. Yeah, there
Noah
he is.
Naysayer,
God, dog it. I gotta look up his stats, make sure he's not good.
And I wanted you to refer to him as this.
I don't know if he's played it down yet.
RG3 interviewed him.
Of course he did.
RG3 can interview him. We
The
can't.
kid's like 18.
He's,
Why would his parents do that?
What? It's his last name. What do you want?
What do you?
I just hope he's not
change
good.
the name.
I swear to God, I hope he's not good.
Well,
oh my God.
He'll find out. He just enrolled, right? Or he'll enroll in the summer. He's only a high school senior right now, or maybe just graduated.
No, he's joined the program in 2024.
So he enrolled early.
I found the program. I'm like, oh, dude, can't you change your name?
Noah Ryan.
What's his name?
Noah Ryan Naysayer.
Is he?
It's
K?
no, it says
it's
K.
K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
It's Naysayer.
Naysayer.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
You say it.
Naysayer.
I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I would quit as the voice of the Eastern
Michigan Falcons. What are they? Eagles,
I would
Eagles.
quit.
Oh my God.
Noah.
Yeah, I'm just going Noah.
Well, I'm sure they know how to dance.
Natalie's his sister.
I mean, he's played enough high school football. And
the dad played football at Indiana State. He knows what he was doing.
So that name has been said.
The mom
on
played
volleyball.
Before. Yeah, sister plays volleyball.
How are you going to marry into that family though? If you're the mom, your mom,
you got to say
now
what.
That's one where you take the mom's name.
Well, here's the thing,
okay?
John. I don't know who this mom is. Nah, I can't even make the joke. Never mind. It's for off the air. I just realized this is not a podcast. You can't say.
Yeah.
I know we got to get off this subject.
Yeah.
It's derailed.
No.
We can't even tell. There's a lot of people who don't know what we're talking
she ain't
about.
Never going back.
No, that's not what I was gonna say.
Can you? Oh my God!
Oh my gosh!
Can you just spell? Can you spell his last name?
His last name is spelled Knigga.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yes, and he went viral because of his last name.
I just can't even take a chance on saying it's his last name, but I feel like I can't even take a chance on saying it because it could be clipped and sent to Roger Goodell.
Yeah, right.
And it could be altered. And Roger's like, we can't have this guy writing draft stuff.
Well, with AI, you don't even need that anymore.
Yeah,
they could just have you saying it. That's all. That's all.
So you better hope. He's a low 3-star prospect. You probably don't have.
I don't even like that he's 3. What are you talking about? 3's making all the time.
Yeah, at Eastern Michigan.
I need him to be small, like slow.
He's 6'2", 208 as a high school senior, so he's not that small.
No, but a lot of guys come in at it. Do you know that Darius Leonard, when he was Darius Leonard, he was 218 pounds when he made All Pro.
That's what I'm saying. He's not that small. He could.
He could absolutely get big enough. I need him to be slow. And he's got 2 parents who play college sports. He's probably a sister that plays. He's got an athletic family.
Yeah.
He's got the size at
You're
6'2" to grow into a 225-pound frame, which is what linebackers are now. This isn't good. I need him to suck or have injuries. I hate saying it like that.
No, but you're gonna.
If he gets too good, we're gonna need a shoulder problem.
No. When you go on the show, you just call him Noah K. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just call him Noah Ryan because his middle name's Ryan.
No.
Oh, NRK. I'll just call him NRK.
NRK.
Just like SGA.
It's a PCA.
PCA. We'll call him NRK.
Right.
Oh, NK.
Huh?
I'll just call him NK.
They'll load up another shot. Another shot to be fired.
NK's here. Why is it always the black girls?
No, the first one was
not.
No, he's saying there's another shot and he's looking over there.
I know who he's looking at. I'm just saying the first woman who walked by.
Dell's more of a Avril and Evanescence girl. Yeah.
It's funny you lean into something that's from like when I was 18 years old.
But you did.
But I did what?
Those are your kind of girls. He likes skate girls.
He thinks it's an insult to like a pop star.
No, it's not an insult. You like skate girls.
Sorry, I liked a pop star.
No, you like skate girls.
I don't like.
He likes skate rats.
I don't
as
like.
They're called.
I don't like skate rats.
He likes the girls who try to hang out and get with boys underneath the skate ramps.
I did not because I wasn't a skater, so I would not like that.
Skate rats.
Who's the one you say always? Her chooch. She's always putting her chooch out there.
That's not a skate
that's
rat.
Ice. That's Ice Spice.
That's not a skate rat.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
He would call her chicken head or something. Not
Yeah,
a skate
chicken
rat.
head. That's right.
Not
That's a good one.
Not
Yeah.
a skate rat.
No,
I don't think we could say
she's not
chicken
a
head on
skate
there.
rat.
Oh,
You
well.
can.
You can.
All right.
I mean, I'm not. I mean,
All right.
I said he would say that.
Yeah.
Right.
He's using
That's what
my
you said.
tool. That's
Right.
probably what my
Oh,
daughter said
that's
to
the way
you.
to do it.
Yeah.
He would say
He
that.
would say. I would.
Yeah.
Call
I would
him on that.
never.
I think
Yeah.
that's disrespectful.
Right.
You'll
But
never
he-
hear me say that on my show.
I know he won't say Noah K. I know that.
I'll just call him NK.
NK.
Well, I just can't wait to see. I'm going to watch Eastern Michigan this year.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he doesn't play. If he plays the freshman, it's bad for me.
Yeah. No,
because I pray he's
terrible.
going to a combine or something.
Yeah.
I can't even have him go to a combine. I can't even have him go to the East-West Shrine game because I'm probably going to have to write him up. I pray he doesn't run fast.
Well, you just write him up.
You're
not
not
I can write him up, but I can't have him get drafted.
Why? You just say Noah K.
Mike Yam will go. Bucky Brooks will be here, who's black. Mike Yam, who is Polynesian or AAPI. And there's me, white guy. And when he's drafted, he's going to go. And in the 6th round,
Lance, who's this?
Tell
us who's
this guy. I'm not going to announce it first. Somebody's going to have to say it on TV.
They're going to put
Whoever
you on the
announced
spot.
it, oh my God, can you imagine? It's always somebody from the team, like a fan or an international fan from Germany.
Yeah.
A German. They'll be in Germany, and he's going to be drafted by the Bengals. And this German guy's going to get the name and like, I can't say this. My people have been through so much up to this point. I cannot say this.
Yeah.
There's a really bad problem. We're having bad problems in our country
it'd be
right
better
now.
than bringing up a big fat white guy from Georgia in overalls.
Either one.
Okay.
When they see it, they're going to be like,
hey.
y'all sure you want me to say this? Oh, the Atlanta Falcons super fan. Yeah, you're going to have the right fan to say, oh, you can announce his name.
Yeah.
Here. And as soon as he's announced, Yam is going to say, and Mike Yam's going to look at me. As soon as he's announced, I'm going to say, Bucky, what do you got on him? And Bucky's going to fall out laughing. I'm going to say, Buck, what do you think?
No, Lance, want to know what you think.
Oh, no. Lance, tell me about him a little because Bucky loves pressing buttons. What do you think about him? Tell me all about him. Well, Noah, as I call him.
No. Yeah. All right, we got a break. We got
for sure.
Okay. I don't even know if we're going to have news of the weird now because look at what we did.
Congratulations.
Look what we did.
Look what you did.
Well, Raza does that.
I know what we got though. We got Billy Brown, and we got Aqueduct Plumbing, and we got you. If you have any issues whatsoever, 281-488-6238. This is a number that you have to have in your phone. This is a number that you're protecting your family against horrible plumbing issues. Is there anything worse than a backed up? No, there's nothing worse in the world than any kind of backed up toilet. Okay, even when it comes through the bathtub or whatever. This is gross and this is terrible. And you have to protect your family from this. And you got to have Billy Brown on your side. He'll get there. He's going to give you a free evaluation of what your issue is, and then he's going to give you a square deal on fixing it. Okay, we've seen this over and over and over again. I have never heard, and we've heard plenty of people talking about how great it's been dealing with Aqueduct Plumbing. Never heard a complaint. Never.
Yeah, and I don't have a complaint. Came to my house, and it's always the same thing, man. These guys are super professional. Keep your house clean when they're working on it, and they just get the job done, and they do it really well right up front. No mistakes. Hassle-free.
AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. Tell them you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sydney Sweeney's bathwater went on sale on Friday. Officially
we
Friday.
knew that.
Well, no, but it's just it happened. It sold out in literally seconds, and it's on eBay now. Do you know how much they're getting?
For a bar of soap with her bathwater infused soap. That's what it is, right? Her bathwater infused soap. I'm gonna go 1,500,
2,000.
Not surprising.
Yeah.
Did you? There's a guy bought the soap, and she was at a Hollywood event, and he went up to her, and she signed the soap for him.
Really?
Yes. So she's all in on it. She goes. She explained it. She goes, "Hey, guys always joke about wanting to drink my bathwater. So I thought it would just be fun."
Yeah,
because she did a commercial for that company in a bath.
A good-looking woman can make so much money now.
Oh,
it's not even fair. They make more than quarterbacks. She can sell bathwater. That's not even going to be her bathwater, you dumb idiots.
She's saying it is.
I don't care what she says. She's not going to lay in a bath.
She did lay in a bath
once, but we don't know if that was actually her water.
We do not know that.
Who cares?
Guys do.
Is it true the tens of millions of dollars they're making on OnlyFans?
Lance and I have had a discussion about the women who make those claims.
Sometimes it's not true,
and we don't get it. Like some of the women who are in the houses, the content creating houses, who say, "Well, I made 10 million in the last 2 months," and we're like, "You?"
Yeah.
I guess it's a thing. I don't know. They are generally in millennials, so maybe millennial dudes and older dudes are like, "Yeah, that's for me." I don't get it.
No, I don't get it at all. TSA is urging people to stop trying to use a Costco card as a sufficient real ID. Have you ever tried to use your Costco card as your official ID?
No,
I've not.
No, I've never tried that.
I mean, you got to have a real ID now. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's nothing. It's a driver's license.
But it's got to have that star on it.
Yeah, but I got my driver's license redone like 7 years ago, and it had.
Yeah, I thought it was a big deal that I'd have to go.
Yeah, I did too.
Then I looked at my driver's license,
and I said, "What is real ID?" And they said, "Do you have a star on your driver's license?" Like, oh yeah, I do. I got it a while back.
Yeah, if you've gotten a driver's license probably in the last 4 years,
it's more than that.
Maybe,
like I said, it's more than that.
It should already be on there.
Yeah, mine was on there. I don't know how long.
It's
ago.
not a problem.
Yeah.
Is that what they're rioting about? They don't have real ID in California?
I think it's about ICE and infiltrating their neighborhoods. I believe that's what they take an issue with.
Oh,
at least when I watched our reporter get shot with the rubber bullet, that's what it was about.
Yeah, she got.
As you see over here,
she got.
I've been shot by a rubber bullet,
and he took aim. You could see him eye her.
That's a little too much.
Yeah, she was not in the line of fire. She wasn't in between him and an oncoming attacker. He just looked at her and go.
There's something to be said for. There's some people in positions of authority that maybe shouldn't be there.
Yeah,
they're a little much. Some of them.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing. There is a guy who was a groom and he was going to his wedding. He dressed as a flight attendant, a female flight attendant.
Mm-hmm.
And he was
he was getting on the plane?
While he was getting on the plane.
For fun?
For fun.
Because he thought it was funny?
Funsies. It was funsies. And they wouldn't let him on a plane for impersonating an airline crew. Is this a federal offense?
So you can't cosplay as an airline crew if you're going on the airplane?
If you're getting on the airplane.
No, and I'll tell you why. You really shouldn't, because it looks just like a funny, like, oh, look, this guy dressed. But you could, like, somebody else could actually pull it off and maybe trick, like, after hijacking planes and crashing them at 9/11. I'm sure they're a little bit. I'm sure they really don't want you looking like a pilot or a.
That, and they be exposed to those little liquor bottles too that they could maybe steal.
Steal all those.
Right, you can steal you can get in there,
or get some of those warm nuts from first class where they. You get the peanuts or whatever.
I don't really do the warm nuts anymore.
They don't.
They have warm nuts.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, you want cold nuts?
I don't want nuts at all.
You don't want.
Do you want these?
That's why I said I don't want nuts at all.
You don't want any nuts?
I said that to try to.
Are you going to do a show right here?
Why not? Where else am I going to go?
Okay.
Where are you going to go? I mean, and there's all kinds of girls walking by. You can.
Yeah.
You want me to
get on the
bring
show?
them on and interview?
Bring on the show. Yeah.
What a great.
Is Sean here or AJ?
No, it'll be AJ.
AJ, great job today.
Can you imagine a girl walking by and Dell gets to say,
"Hey, you want to sit down?
Hey, why don't you sit down on my show?"
Hey, girl. Yeah, sit in my show.
Sit down on my show.
Well, I mean,
No, that's not what
honestly,
anyone
it's a
said.
great
That's what you
pickup line.
said.
Not a lot of guys could go, hey, you want to sit on my show?
Listen, I've been out and about in places with women and doing a show. They're not that impressed with sports radio guys. Like if I was a music, like working at a music station, a lot more impressive.
Be better if you had a
She
golf
doesn't have
shirt
to
on.
know this is a sports radio show.
Well, she's not going to hear music.
No, but you could say you're a political. You know what? Which
No,
side are you on?
You're culture.
Which side are you on, baby?
You're a culture show. You do culture
Which
shows,
side
or
are you on?
you do entertainment.
Hey, you before you sit down, which side are you on?
You work for Apple TV. You're doing a podcast here
From Lake Charles.
What's a documentary you're doing
on Lake Charles?
On gambling.
Okay.
Gamblers.
Okay, I'm glad you've given me ideas on
Yeah. You could be
how I'll convince
a great
woman.
gambler.
I know. I got a
here
friend
to
of
sit
mine
down.
who used to go into bars in Houston. This is in the 90s, and say he was a minor league baseball player.
Well, that seems like impersonating a baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
You
he
could get arrested.
Is that allowed?
You could get arrested for that.
Is that a federal
in a
offense?
bar when you're hitting on a girl, you can impersonate almost
Yeah.
anything except a cop.
Seems dishonest.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
It's
minor
very
league,
dishonest.
He was a minor
And-
league player. You're not going to
and-
be able to tell.
Yeah. All right, I got to go play golf.
This is better than peeing on the bar floor.
Yeah, there's nothing
like
better than
some
that.
people.
There's nothing better than that. We're done. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Have a great day.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. U.S. trade officials are meeting with their Chinese counterparts in London today for economic and trade discussions. Both sides temporarily slashed tariffs on each other's imports to allow trade talks to continue, but disagreements remain. L'Oreal said it is set to acquire British skincare brand Medic 8, boosting the French cosmetic giant's offering in the fast-growing dermatological skincare market. The size of the deal was not disclosed. Medic 8 focuses on vitamin A-based anti-aging creams and serums. Flight tracking data says a new Boeing 737 MAX has landed back in China, a sign the U.S. plane maker is resuming deliveries to Chinese customers as Beijing and Washington ease their tariff war. Boeing, which halted deliveries of new planes to China in April, said at the end of May deliveries would resume in June after the tariffs were temporarily scaled back for 90 days. Futures are slightly higher. Friday, the Dow Industrials gained 443. That's Your Money Now.
Into the show, the first of 2 days here at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. We'll probably be in a different location tomorrow. We normally do the show from the DraftKings Sportsbook, and our new location provides John and Lance opportunities to try to embarrass me and mostly embarrass themselves. Now, with them gone, there won't be anyone prompting me to yell out to the women who are working here as they walk by. So we'll avoid that for the next couple hours, but we will get into a couple things. The Forrest Whitley thing, I've been hearing about Forrest Whitley for years. We all have. It's now almost a decade of the Forrest Whitley conversation, and he has been DFA'd. We got some sound from a spot AJ I put on the rundown. We'll get to that here. The Astros manager discussed why the decision had to be made, and it's just been years of waiting and hoping, and anytime he actually was available to pitch, it seemed like a big deal, and he was never going to live up to the guy people wanted him to be. It was just not meant to be. You look at one of the headlines from one of the Astros blogs, if we still called things blogs anymore. Astros finally part with former first-round pick after 9 years of failing to deliver. That's from Climbing Tile Hill, and it's just been that. From the very beginning, after he was drafted, it was a lot of, oh, okay, whether it be him being injured or maybe the issue where he had to be suspended. It was a lot of, when is Forrest Whitley ever going to live up to the potential? If you're going back 9 years, that was before their first World Series win. So it was in between the very start of this run and now, well, I can't call it the end when they're leading the AL West, as that lead continues to grow because the rest of the division kind of stinks, and they've been playing better baseball yesterday aside after the Cam Smith hit to tie the game. Kurt had that throwing error that led to their loss against Guardians, but they do take 2 out of 3 there. But it's crazy to think about it. Whitley was supposed to be the guy, the arm that was going to lead the Astros for however many years. And while he's been a part of the organization from the outset of the run, he just never was able to contribute, and he got DFA'd yesterday. So whatever happens to Forrest Whitley going forward, the Astros won't be taking part in it unless he does the thing that Jose Abreu did, which seems unlikely. Most guys don't do that, but just can never put it together. And when he was available this year, he was not good. The games he pitched, he was a guy who frequently gave up runs, and he was never really in any high leverage situations because he wasn't that type of pitcher for the Astros. And it played out that they finally decided enough was enough. So AJ, just let me know in my ear when you have that Espada sound. We'll hear Joe Espada explain why he had to go. So Forrest Whitley no longer an Astro, and here's the Astros manager Joe Espada talking about that decision.
Difficult decision, based on how hard he's worked to get to the big leagues, the battle through injuries, but this is the part of the business that we got to make tough decisions, and that was a tough one.
When did you guys tell him?
We talked to him last night.
Were you guys sensing the results that you needed to see? Because obviously the stuff like you had mentioned a few days ago.
The other stuff is really good, but we take in consideration, who's our bullpen and the way they're performing, and performance, does matter. And, it was just, a move that we needed to make at this time, and very difficult one.
You've been here for a lot of his career. He's had, a lot of setbacks, but like I said, he made it last year and made his debut. Just what do you think of just his resiliency to overcome everything?
And you know what? His career, it's not over. I think there is, he has a ton of potential. I think there's a time, I think he could use his time to reset. I will not be surprised if somebody, claims him because he's talented. But right now in the situation that we are in, there's just no fit. But yeah, we wish him the best because I think this kid, once he figures it out, he could be a weapon.
And while people of Joe Espada's age will call people kids who are younger than them, Forrest Whitley, and of course he's known Forrest Whitley for a long time. Forrest Whitley's 27 years old. So now there are remarkable comeback stories, and we hear about them in all sports. But at 27, you can get why the Astros decided enough was enough. Even as a non-high leverage bullpen guy, you still struggled. They would just throw him a bone in games that were out of hand, and there were still some bad outings. So while the talent was there, whether the capability of harnessing it is gone or not, the Astros decided it's not worth it. He can't be on this roster considering what they want to accomplish. So they make a move, and Forrest Whitley will no longer be an Astro. We'll see if Joe Espada's right, and we'll see if he is claimed by a team who looks at the talent and goes, "We can fix him." The Astros have done a good job. Maybe not necessarily fixing, but extending or revitalizing people's careers here. And sometimes it's a 1-year type of deal. Like Taylor Scott was good last year, and certainly didn't play out that way this year. And of course, Ronel Blanco before the Tommy John was a guy who kind of came out of nowhere last year, and certainly was getting back to that form this year before the injury. So they've had some experience, and of course, you go back to Garrett Cole, who was kind of middling for part of his time in Pittsburgh, and he comes here and he turns into the pitcher he became here, and obviously the big salary he got and contract he got from the Yankees. So they have a history of helping guys get better. Fortunately, just won't be among them, and we'll see where he lands. As for the current team, as I mentioned, they take 2 out of 3 from the Guardians, and they had a very good shot of sweeping them yesterday, particularly when Cam Smith delivered, as he on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to promise and Forrest Whitley on that other end, where you're like, well, that's gone. That guy could not live up to the potential, and so far, so good for Cam Smith. He continues to show flashes of what people projected him to be. And so while the move could have been looked at as something exciting early, but maybe a lot of that excitement didn't turn into any productivity early in his time with the Astros, he's certainly becoming a more consistent player, and that's good news. Beyond the jokes of our Tucker trade tracker thing, which is certainly hurt by Wisniewski's unavailability, the fact that Cam Smith can be a guy you can put out there consistently shows that they certainly got a prospect back that maybe they can lean on for the next potential, I won't say decade of success. What the Astros have done over the last decade's been pretty remarkable. But for however long this continues to go, Cam Smith may be a big part of that, and he certainly helped yesterday. Just couldn't hold on, or at least overcome the old Kurt throwing error as they go down to the Guardians. So they lose that one, take 2 out of 3, and playing good baseball right now, and it's showing in the standings in the AL West. So we'll go to break with that. We'll get into some Texans stuff, because Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has some interesting quotes about this current Texans team in comparison to some of the teams he's been on. Of course, recent Super Bowl champion. He said something that, if you just hear it, may seem a little harsh, but then if you just look at what the Texans are right now and what they want to be, he's probably very correct. So we'll get to that when we come back. I'm here at the Golden Nugget the first of 2 days here. John and Lance did their show. They'll be back tomorrow at 7. Of course, I'll do the show after that from 10 to 12. So a good time to be out here. The weather was great yesterday. Not sure what it'll be like today. The pool was packed. So if you're looking to have a good time just across the state line, enjoy yourself at the tables. Maybe you just like to play the slots like Lance does. You can do that here too at the Golden Nugget. But like I said, we'll be here till noon today, and then once again tomorrow. But we will be back right after this.
You're listening to the Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Olaleye.
We are at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. You know, John always tells you just about 2.5 hours, depending on where you are in Houston. Come out here, have a good time. We certainly will. I got in right around 7 yesterday. Today will be a full day after the show, so lots of things to do here, even if you don't play golf. But of course, you got the casino and all the great restaurants to take advantage of, and just hey, you want to take a walk? It's not a bad place to just take a walk as well. So something to look forward to if you're coming out here over the summer. But before we continue to talk about the Golden Nugget, we got a couple of things to get to. And we're going to hear from Chauncey Gardner-Johnson here in a little bit, talking about what the Texans need and what they're missing. But first, let's hear from Keith. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Hey, just had a quick question. Just wanted to get your thoughts. What's the deal with these NBA Finals? 2 games in, we haven't had any lineup introductions on ESPN, ABC. The logo, the NBA Finals logo and the trophy was nowhere to be found game 1. And then they threw these tiny logos on the court for game 2. I know it's a small market finals, OKC, Indiana, but this seems like it's lacking a little bit of aura. We had a Saturday night with no game. What's going on?
Well, I wouldn't put the lack of presentation on the city itself. It's the NBA's decision what they put on the court, and I think they've attributed in the past slippage to reasons why. Well, slipping on the court for reasons why they don't put the logos on those because I guess they would be stickered on as opposed to painted on like they normally would. What they did, if you missed it, maybe you weren't paying attention. Maybe you're in a sports bar. Maybe you just didn't watch the game. You weren't that interested. In game 2, after all the talk about lack of presentation, what they did was like digitally put on the Larry O'Brien trophy in spots, and then in some instances, instead of the Larry O'Brien trophy, depending on the time of the game, they would be the finals presented by YouTube, but it was all CGI. So on the normal broadcast feed, you'd see it, but during replays in those areas, you would not see it. So I think that started back in 2020. That was a big thing during the bubble. I don't remember the exact time they started taking the finals script off the court, and also sometimes the giant Larry O'Brien. But I distinctly remember in 2020 they would have the finals presented by YouTube on those bubble courts because they only had so many. Because they only had the 3, I think they had like 3 arenas at the time to play those games, so they just never went back. And like, look, the excuse I don't buy. I don't remember a lot of slipping going on watching the finals back when I was younger on NBC, which is another thing that's changed. And now ABC has had it for a while, but it's not a big city, small city thing. It's just what ABC, ESPN have chosen to do with their presentation. But they heard the noise, and then because they weren't going to paint the floor in a day or 2 days, they decided to do that, which people noticed, made fun of, and rightfully so. I don't know why they don't do player introductions. I think it's been pointed out quite a bit. How can you want your sport to feel big and people to care if you don't treat it like it's any different than a regular season game? Sure, you hear the finals, or you'll hear the finals commentary. You'll see I think they have the video where they show all the greats right before the game. If they're still doing that, they might still be doing that. But other than that, there's nothing there that tells you, wow, this is special. So you're not helping if it is a small city thing that's keeping people from watching, or a lack of established stars thing, because SGA is a great player, but he doesn't have the appeal of some of the guys who've been around longer. It's a miss all around. That's why I'm thrilled that NBC is back covering the game and broadcasting it, because they have said they'll have player introductions, and that just goes for even regular season games. Sometimes you gotta do more, and I think ABC / ESPN, because of their kind of monopoly on the finals, they have kind of slipped in that regard. So we'll see, at least next year, because they've heard a lot of criticism if they try to do things differently. Of course, people point out when you watch the in-season tournament games, they have those special floors. So those tournament games that mean quite a bit less than the finals get, you might say, the proper proper presentation. Now, those floors are painted before the season. They're ready to go. So you don't know if the Thunder and the Pacers are going to be in the playoffs. So there's a smaller turnaround. I just don't believe that you couldn't find a way to make those games look more like they mean something when for the better part of everyone's lives, those games have had that type of presentation. So that's a whiff. And maybe next year the NBA and ESPN will figure something out. All right. Thanks for the call, Keith. If you want to get in, you can 713-780-3776. As far as your Saturday point, I don't know why. I think the NBA has decided Sundays are their day for the finals. I don't remember the last time I can't remember the last time there was a finals game on a Saturday. Now, of course, they're not really competing with hockey, but they do have the Stanley Cup finals going on at the same time. So that was another travel day, because going from Edmonton to Florida is a long flight. And I think they play Friday night. So Saturday, they weren't going to have a game. ESPN and ABC could have put a finals game on Saturday. It's just not their day. They have made Sunday the day for that. So I wasn't surprised by that at all, even if there wasn't a trip from OKC to Indiana. Sunday is always going to be what they try to do when it comes to that. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from Chauncey Gardner-Johnson when we come back. He was talking to Aaron Wilson of KPRC, the NBC affiliate in Houston. Sat him down. It's on his YouTube channel as well. Aaron Wilson has it. He's the one where we got the sound from the Nick Caserio. It wasn't really. It was a fan forum thing where he let the Texans had fans ask questions. We had the gentleman ask why they didn't do more to solidify their offensive line, at least earlier in the draft, because they did take Arante Ursare, but they went with the wide receiver first. The fan took issue with that. And Nick Caserio said, "I'm not concerned. D'Amico's not concerned, so you shouldn't be concerned." That was from an Aaron Wilson video. We'll hear another clip from an Aaron Wilson video when we come back. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson spends quite a bit of time with him. I think he's just training, and he sits down with Aaron Wilson to talk about his career and what he wants next. But he also has some interesting comments about this young Texans team and what they may not know about winning football games when it matters. So we'll get to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson when we get back. And of course, if you want to call in and follow Keith, you can. That number, once again, is 713-780-3776. So it's me until noon here at the Golden Nugget. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
So I got in last night, and the finals game wasn't that interesting. Although, because of who the Pacers are, you're still a little locked in, seeing if they'll come back. It was not to be last night. So I diverted my attention to what Michael Carroll recommended when he joined us on Thursday. He wasn't here for Friday's show. He had something to do. So he joined us on Thursday. And he said, Predator Killer of Killers. It's an animated movie. AJ, where are you on animated stuff? Will you watch, or you're like, nah, cartoons, I'm out?
I really just focus on Marvel, DC stuff. I like some of their animated stuff, and not specifically anime content though.
I would agree. I'm not. I mean, there's some stuff that catches my eye, but I'm not searching for anime or animated things altogether. But this one, because Michael Carroll recommended it, and I like the Predator IP. I watched it. It's good. And it's exactly what it sounds like. The Predators come after people who are the best at what they do, and what they do is killing. It may not be their motivation as far as the people, but they are good at it, and the Predators come after them. And there's a couple plot twists that I won't get into. So that's a win for Michael Carroll, at least when it comes to me and his recommendation. So if you're looking for something that's on Hulu to watch, and then because it's one of those, I won't call it a bad movie, but it's a Sean recommendation. I watched The Accountant 2. It's on Prime right now. And John Barenthal is doing this thing. He's pretty funny in it. So that's there for you too. A couple things recent to streaming that you can watch that we've talked about on the show. The Accountant 2. Of course, they try to recommend me watching The Accountant. Sorry, I've seen it. I don't need to watch it again. But The Accountant 2 is pretty good. It's probably not as good as The Accountant, but it's bigger. Because they've got a bigger budget, and the first one was successful. So you got more John Barenthal. You've got more people getting killed. So not bad. I would go Predator Killer of Killers, and then The Accountant 2 as far as the ranks, but not a bad way to spend the night when you are in a hotel. And the finals isn't great. We'll get into the finals a little bit, but I did want to talk about what Chauncey Gardner-Johnson said. He's your newest acquisition, part of a really good secondary when you think of Bullock and Stingley and Petrie coming back from injury. You also have a recent Super Bowl champion, and he was with Aaron Wilson, and Aaron Wilson asked him about this team, his current team, the Texans, and maybe what they don't know about winning and when winning is important. So here's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on that.
At your press conference, you came here for championships, nothing less, not about winning more AFC South titles, and I think that message was probably communicated, I would imagine.
Yeah, because I don't think, you guys play a lot of good ball here, but I don't think they understand what it means to win when it matters. I'm not taking discrediting the team. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of situations where from Detroit to New Orleans to Philly, I win where it matters, and I've been in games where I had to step up. So for me, championships mean more to me than just winning a football game right now. Because I think I'm getting older, playing with a lot of younger guys who understand, the money's here, but it's more on in when you can win and get championships.
And that's for the entire organization as a whole, throughout its entire existence. The divisional round is where they top off at. So who in this organization really would know about what it takes to win, from the owners on down? Now, you've tried to hire people like Nick Caserio, who certainly with the Patriots won quite a bit. He did not win as the full-time decision maker GM type. That's why he's here, to do that. But so they've hired people who have been around winning and certainly have won. But as a whole, we know there's been a ceiling on what this team, maybe not what they can accomplish, but what they have accomplished. And you want to bring in guys who have done it. Now, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's kind of been a short-termer wherever he's been. There are the questions about whether he wears thin, but for a year, I'm sure if it is only a year, the Texans will deal with it. The Stephon Diggs thing was only a year, and from what we could tell, there are no problems there. Certainly didn't have the offseason before he played for the Texans that he's having before playing for the Patriots. So they have tried to acquire guys who, even if they haven't won a Super Bowl, like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Stephon Diggs was a guy who played an AFC title game. So they've done that. Guys who are older, who have won, and it'll be interesting to see if a guy who is you would probably say the third best player in the secondary right now. Maybe he's better than Kalen Bullock. We'll see. But how much influence can he have? Because they have removed guys from their team who they believe could not help or weren't in a position to be the leaders they're looking for, like a Shaq Mason or a Laramie Tunsil. That offensive line we know has been revamped. Maybe not as talented, but talent didn't mean much last year. So they're trying. I wouldn't say they're trying a different approach. They certainly want talented players, but maybe just guys who fit the mold of what they want their team to be. We'll see how that goes. But Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a change agent, I think, from his attitude. Although he fits kind of right in what the Texans do, but can he bring the experience of winning and letting guys know what it takes? That's always kind of fraught for me. I'm not sure how much that means, particularly for a guy who plays. He's a good safety, but he's not. I don't know if he's considered a top 8 safety or so in the league. Look, the Eagles wanted him, helped them win, but we know who the best player in the secondary is, Stingley. So does Stingley need to be a leader? Does his personality suggest that that's something he's going to do, at least vocally, or does it need to come from the likes of CJ, who everyone talks about as a leader, and Will Anderson? And does the mere presence of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson teach them how to win? I'm of the opinion that failure teaches you, and failure is a strong word, but losing in the playoffs to the Chiefs and last year and the Ravens before, I think will be a better teacher than what Chauncey Gardner-Johnson provides. I don't think he's misplaced in thinking he can bring something to the table, but I think the experience of playing in those stages helps more than anything else. And can those guys overcome those environments? First step with having a better regular season. If you don't have to go to Kansas City or Baltimore in 2023, that helps. Having to play those teams at home is a major factor. If you go back to Peyton Manning and his time with the Colts in the AFC South, how many times did he go through a playoff run on the road and win? We know if the Colts weren't playing at home, there was a real shot that team was going to fall short of their goal of making the Super Bowl. So there are multiple ways to do it for the Texans, particularly with the youth of their team. Having a great regular season and having the AFC go through Houston would be a step. I don't believe they're built for that because of the questions on their offensive line. But if you build a team strong enough to get the 1 seed, then we can have a real conversation about what you can accomplish. But they're adding players in multiple ways that they think can help get there. And the next guy on the list is Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb is going to be a Texan as long as the physical is okay. And of course, when these situations happen, you expect the physical to be passed, but Nick Chubb is one where you would have some concern. He had the broken foot last year. He's had several lower leg injuries, and we had a discussion this morning about what it means that you are bringing in Nick Chubb and you're trading up and trading a second-day pick next year to bring in Woody Marks. What does that say about Joe Mixon, which we last saw in a walking boot? And the Texans have been secretive about it, but that's kind of who they are at this point when it comes to Joe Mixon and CJ Stroud. So maybe not. We won't jump to the conclusions about the prognosis for Joe Mixon, but it shows that, and Lance said early spoke to this, that running back room could be in flux, and maybe Dameon Pierce is the one who will go. Dameon Pierce, who we did not see at OTAs. Now he'll have a chance to show up at mandatory minicamp this week. We'll see if there's a real problem tomorrow. I believe that's when mandatory minicamp begins this week. So Nick Chubb here in Houston was a really good pass blocker a couple of years ago. We'll see what he has left in the tank as a runner, but adding really good players that may be past their prime is what the Texans have done with Diggs last year and now with Chubb, and hopefully Nick Chubb, who has all those injury concerns, last longer than Stephon Diggs did, who was good here, was a guy you could depend on, but just couldn't last the year due to the ACL tear. So is it more than the big name? You hope so. You hope if he is your number 2, because Joe Mixon is fine and Woody Marks is kind of acclimating to the NFL game, you have a back who powerful, strong, can also break the big one on the roster, because as good as Joe Mixon is, and as he was, the physicality that he ran with, don't necessarily see him as the let's go break. He can go break one for 50 or 60. I'm sure if the conditions are right, he can do it. But Nick Chubb has had that in him in the past. We'll see if he still has that in him when that signing becomes official, pending the physical. So there's some other things going on in the NFL. We have a big release at corner, another big name, so we can get into that. And with mandatory mini camps, there are several players who are planning not to show up, whether they are in the midst of getting traded at some point or just under some impression that not showing up may help them get a bigger contract. It's about that time. While we move away from, hey guys, it's voluntary, it's not a big deal, to all right, now we got a problem. So we'll get into that in a little bit. We'll talk some NBA Finals as well, as Game 2 kind of went the way you should have expected it. Not a game OKC could lose, and they made sure they didn't. So we'll get into that and some other things as we keep going here. Here at the Golden Nugget, we'll be here till noon, and then we'll do it all again tomorrow. John and Lance begin the show at 7. They'll go to 10, and I'll go from 10 to 12 here in beautiful Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
So OKC wins in a rather pedestrian game. There's no surprises really. They didn't shoot the ball well early, particularly in that first quarter, and Pacers were still in it. But as the game continued, you could just see the energy pick up from OKC, and they pulled away. There were times where Pacers would get within 14. You think, okay, maybe we got another remarkable finish in us, or at least in them. We'll see if they can come back, but it wasn't going to be the case yesterday. OKC wins that one 123-107, so they go to Indiana tied at 1. So we wait a couple more days for the next game, as we'll have game 3 on Wednesday in Indiana. We'll see what that crowd in Indiana does. I think at this point the Pacers are 5.5-point underdogs in that one, and despite having the series tied, winning game 1, I don't think the Pacers will be favored in any game the rest of the way, no matter really what happens. Maybe, I guess, if they go up 3-1 or something, but even at that point, the game's in Oklahoma City, so unlikely. So just get used to them being underdogs. John thinks it's disrespectful. Just how it's going to play out. They're a 51 team who were a 4 seed in the East. Although they had been playing like a 1 seed since like January. But the Thunder have 68 wins on their resume. Just how it's going to play out. We'll see how game 3 goes, because in game 3s, the two teams are like the exact opposites. You go back to the Cleveland series, where actually, you know what? The Cleveland series, Indiana faced a desperate team and lost. And then they beat Indiana game 4, then beat them in game 5. But OKC is a team who has gone on the road in these environments, whether they're up 2-0 or tied 1-1, and struggled. I think even in the Memphis series, that game was close in game 3. I think they obviously pulled that one out. But if you go back to the Denver series, that was the one that Denver won, and then game 4 was the turning point in that series, because that was a close one that they pulled out, and they were able to kind of control the series the rest of the way. It did go 7, but they always were going to have 2 out of the next 3 at home, and that's how they finished Denver off. And then with Minnesota, it was a series where Minnesota blew them out in game 3, and then game 4 was the one they had to win. They won it, and then they ran away with game 5. So I'm not a person who goes, if this thing happens, then of course this has to happen. So I'm not going to say that whoever wins game 3 is going to win the series. We've seen OKC subvert that, and we've even seen Indiana up to lose a game 3 and then at home and then bounce back and win game 4. But I think it's going to be really tough for Indiana emotionally if they lose a game 3 at home and then have to pick it back up and know that they now have given back home court the first chance they got, and now they at least have to win another game in OKC and maybe 2, because you just never know how it all play out. So game 2, anyone who watches these series know that's how that game was going to go. The much better team, at least on paper, by the regular season, unless they were completely shell-shocked by losing game 1, was going to win game 2 and win it in that way. And OKC did it. I mean, you talk about Halliburton, who was a hero in game 1, was not ineffective, for most of that game. You saw every time whether he missed or made for the first 3 quarters, his stat line would come up, and it wasn't a great one. Then the numbers overall are going to look fine: 7 of 13, the 3 of 8, 17 points. But the 5 turnovers aside, he was a non-factor throughout. Those numbers came in pretty much garbage time. So, and of course, you look on the other side, Shea was more efficient than he was in his last game, and I got to the free throw line more, and those are the keys to their success. So he put up his 34. You got nice contributions from Chet Holmgren. Jalen Williams didn't shoot the ball well, but he got to the free throw line too with his 19 points. So it's kind of nuts, the pressure that OKC team can put on you with the crowd and with their defense, and it just led to kind of a methodical beatdown of the Pacers. So that series is tied at one, I mentioned earlier about the NBA trying to respond to the criticisms, even with their logos. They put the Larry O'Brien. People didn't like them, mostly because it looked bad. Like AJ, you saw the game. Did you see the logos?
Oh, I definitely saw them.
Yeah, they look bad. I mean, they weren't even like someone said they were in 720p, and you know what? It looked like some kid when he's trying to design a court, or like Team Builder in the college football game where you just pull an image from the internet and try to slap it on. That's what it looked like. It stunk. That was a bad job by them. Can you remember the last time? I was trying to think of it myself. You remember the last time they had like the finals, the big Larry O'Brien trophy at midcourt? I can't remember the last time.
I thought it was like the early 2010s, to be honest.
It might be. It might be. I was thinking maybe it happened right before the bubble, but I wouldn't count on that. It's probably been a long time, and the product is suffering from it. I didn't see halftime because I never watch halftime shows. Did they do the whole thing where they go? We come back from commercial, we do a highlight package, and then we go back to commercial. Was it actually a halftime show, or did you not get a chance to watch?
I listened to some of the halftime, so it was pretty much what they always do. So yeah, I was just on my phone waiting for the game to restart.
Yeah, pretty much how everyone treats their halftime show, which is one of their problems in their presentation, that no one cares. For the analysis from the people who are supposed to be paid to do that. So, and to be fair to them, the game was an 18-point spread at the half, so there wasn't a lot to talk about other than Halliburton didn't show up, and and then Shea was doing his thing. So, game 2 out of the way. We'll wait until game 3. We'll see how the ratings go, mostly because with game 1 ending the way it did, and then you see immediately afterwards people talking about how it was one of the lowest rated finals thing that we always hear about. We'll see if people actually tuned in and then got treated to a stinker. So the fluctuations between people watching and not watching, I'm interested to look at. But as far as what we got, I think Indiana, you win game 3, then I think we got a long series. If they lose game 3, then I'm not sure how they respond, but they've shown resilience. So hopefully, no matter what happens, we get a long series and take us right into the draft, where the Rockets will be back in play, and then of course it's free agency time and trade. So from all accounts, it's supposed to be a big season of movement where teams will look to improve, mostly through the trade market, because there's not a lot of money available out there to sign guys. So give me a long series, get me to the draft. I'm just looking for benchmarks, man. I don't need a week between the draft and the finals ending and free agency beginning, because then it gets me to be a phony about sports I do or don't care about. I'll talk about that when I come back, because I was watching something over the weekend and was like, I'm really into this, and I realized once the games are over, I don't care about this. I don't care about this. You don't have to be disappointed because you weren't paying attention all year. Why do you care now? So we'll get into that, and maybe some other people have the same feeling about what happened over the weekend in sports we don't normally pay attention to. So we'll get to that when we come back. Two here at the Go Nugget in Lake Charles. Pretty good place to come out here. If you come out here, if you want to enjoy the pool, the golf, the casino, the nice restaurants, which I will be taking part in after the show. Well, the nice restaurants. The weather's fine, but probably a perfect day yesterday. If you wanted to go to the pool, we'll see how it goes today. But John and he had one of his friends show up. They're going to go play golf, which they have a nice course out here too. So if you want to enjoy all the Golden Nugget has to offer, just a couple hours, 2.5 hours, depending on where you are in Houston, away, and do whatever you like. They also have a nice concert venue as well. They do stand-up comedy and music, so good place to be. And we're going to be here tomorrow as well. But let's talk to Willie P. Let's talk some USMNT. They lose their friendly to Turkey yesterday. What's up, Willie P? Or Saturday, was it?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing?
What's up, man? How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I can't complain. I was like you. I was watching sports over the weekend that I really wouldn't pay attention to. Watched a lot of the super regionals for men's baseball. I was even watching like African under-17 qualifiers. But let me ask you. Yeah, it was random, bro. It was a rough weekend. I spent a lot, and after a while, I was like, I took my son outside. I was like, you know what? If you're going to be the next Messi, Ronaldo, we need to start now. So I just had him wearing him out all weekend long. But reason I was calling because I know you saw the loss. It's the third straight loss under Podge, and you have to take it with a grain of salt because a lot of our big time players weren't there. But like, let's be real, Turkey or how they pronounce it now, they're not some European giant. And it's just like, what is going on with CONCACAF? I know you saw Mexico lost to Switzerland. I didn't even see what Canada's results were, but I'm like, is Canada the best team in this region now? Because Mexico can't seem to find a coach or players. The United States, I don't know what's going on. I will admit that first goal was a fluke. Not the one by Jack McGlynn, Houston Dynamo, what up? But the goal from Turkey where Johnny Cardoso tried to pass it across his box with the outside of his foot. Like, come on, dude, is that the talent we're putting on the field? I'm afraid for next World Cup. Like I was telling my wife, I was like, I think we're going to get embarrassed, and if we do, it's going to set soccer back in the United States, another decade or so. I just want to get your opinion on that. Anyways, love the show as always. You guys have an amazing day, and Sean A. Mace, what do you do, baby? Peace, fellas.
Well, Sean's not here. I mean, he may have heard that if he's out and about driving, but it's AJ. So maybe you have to figure out a way to incorporate AJ next time you call in if he's working. You did. I think you might have done it with Joe or Michael Carroll at one point. But as far as the match, yeah, I can't say that I care that much about the results because beyond the fact that it is labeled a friendly, you're just not going to see a lot of the guys. And Tyler Adams is there, so he's going to be a contributor. Maybe Chris Richards as well, Valles Robinson. But you have enough guys who are playing in spots that you don't expect them to play in when these games begin to matter. Maybe to you, or maybe not you specifically, Willie P, but the general you, I guess, out there. The Gold Cup might matter to people. It has rarely ever mattered to me, and the U.S. is treating it as such. Whether it be their own players voluntarily saying, "No, I'm good," or the federation saying, "Guys, other guys can stay home or get rest." It's not something I put a lot of stock into. Now, what happens in 2026? You can have some concern there because while the results are probably more concerning to others than me, this isn't a team that has a lot that should say we believe in them. There's not a lot there to say, well, they'll pull it together because they've shown in the past they can. For the most part, it's been a generation, whether you want to call it golden or not. Some of that has to do with actual success. So at least the assumption that this could be a golden generation, there's not a lot there. I mean, you'll win a Nations League, cool, but that's beating CONCACAF, as Willie P talked about, and how good can CONCACAF be. By the way, Canada did beat Ukraine. We know Canada owns the U.S., and I guess maybe so does Panama at this point. So maybe Canada is the best team. I mean, the Mexico back and forth between the U.S. Has some ebbs and flows, but I guess right now I think Mexico may have won the last match, but for the most part, the U.S. has won the biggest matches between the two over the last several years. So if we're talking about the team up north, and by that I mean Canada's the best team in CONCACAF, who can really say the results would tell you anything else. But whether it will be a giant embarrassment in the World Cup, there's a real possibility. Will it set back soccer 10 years? You could change that in the next 4. If at the next World Cup, people would gravitate towards the team. It'd take a lot to get people back into it, but if the results change, people will show up. But yeah, at home in a World Cup where it's an expanded one, and you're going to be able to host, as I said in the previous show, the bottom should have been going in, at least initially, getting to a quarterfinal, which simply means winning a a knockout round game. The U.S. hasn't done that in the World Cup since 2002. They've done it in like Confederations Cups and, of course, Gold Cups and Nations League. They've done that. But as far as the biggest tournament, and Copa Americas as well, not the most recent one at home, but there's a team who doesn't know what it means to win a knockout round match. In fact, for the most part, whether the scores are competitive or not, at least from the outside, if you didn't watch the match, a lot of times they're not even really in these matches. We go back to Tim Howard against Belgium, where he had to have a remarkable day as a goalkeeper to keep that game level for the better part of 100-something minutes, and then eventually Belgium broke through with a couple, and the U.S. scored one late to make it interesting. But there's a couple things you want to obviously get results. You also want to play a type of soccer which makes people think, okay, we're not just holding on for dear life. And that's been the U.S.'s way for years, where even when they were at their best as far as winning matches, it was a lot of, oh, this team's much better than us. We're gonna have to do it on the counter, depend on our goalie and our goalkeeper and our defenders to be stout. They have tried to gravitate towards a more open style, where they're accentuating some of the talents they've kind of developed. That has not led to a lot of success. And I've seen people say, "Hey, let's go back to the style where we sit back and we just hit people on the counter and be better conditioned and just be overall better athletes as opposed to better soccer players." So it's a big time. They won't be able to get any real prep with their best players in the Gold Cup. Now we will see. Now, about a year from now, if the Pochettino hire brings something more than what all the other hires have brought over the last now 20-something years, a scrap to get out of the group stage where you're down to the last day needing a result, and in some cases even needing help, or maybe you win your first couple matches, something novel, and don't have to really worry about the last group stage match, and then you're getting yourself prepared for what could be a bit of a run, but still got a year plus. But to Willie P's point, not looking great. All right, well, thanks for the call, Willie P. He mentioned the super regionals. That was the sport that I mentioned that I don't really care about, but I was watching because what else was there to watch? And for most people, they know that I grew up rooting for the Canes and all the major sports. So, and when I was a kid, they were really good, particularly in football and baseball. So I was watching that over the weekend, just watching a lot of college baseball, and they took it to Game 3 in the Super Regional against Louisville. Lost Game 1, won Game 2, and had a lead in Game 3. Eventually, Louisville came back and won that one 3-2. And once the final out was recorded, I was a little disappointed. Then I realized, man, you're being fake. Stop it. You can't have not watched an inning up until the regional last year and then really be disappointed about what's going on. So I had to catch myself. I was like, cut it out. You can go about your day, get ready to head out to Lake Charles because the game was yesterday, early in the day, or at least early in the afternoon. But for a moment, I was like, man, I really care about this game. And then I realized, no, I don't. Not that much. It's fine. I'll be fine. And I've already forgotten about it other than to bring it up today. But we have, I think, one game today. The final, LSU did their thing. They're back in the College World Series. I got one game today. I think it's Duke versus Murray State. Both teams. I think Murray State won yesterday to tie that series. So as we'll see where the finals are next week. But if you want something to watch, I think starting on the 13th, you've got you've got College World Series baseball. We had a couple programs here who were supposed to be really good in the state of Texas. A&M was the number one overall team in the country starting the year, and they were very disappointing. And of course, Texas lost in their regional last week to UTSA, and I didn't even keep track of what UTSA did. They were a big story last week because of what they did to Texas, but didn't even really look at what they did over the weekend. But yeah, I got caught up in it for a moment, and then you got to kind of catch yourself and go, you don't care about this that much. Cut it out. So there it is. College World Series baseball. Pretend to care, or maybe you do care, and we'll have games here coming up here shortly. Okay, we'll go to break with that. And UTSA got knocked out by UCLA. UCLA, which has been not a great baseball program. They've been okay. They make it back to the the College Baseball World Series for the first time since 2013. They take out UTSA in Super Regional. Okay, we'll go to break with that. It's me and AJ till noon here at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. But before that, we'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. And last summer on this show, there's a bit of conversation about video games simply because EA Sports was bringing back college football. Was very successful, and they're bringing it back again in 26. In fact, they do a little thing where they give people who they select a chance to play the beta version of a game. And of course, they tell people not to leak the clips, not leak videos of them, and people immediately will leak videos and images. And apparently, the result is if they catch you, they will ban your console. So people taking a risk there. But I bring it up because of this. Well, first, let me ask you, AJ, do you play video games?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, so did you play the college football game last year?
Yeah.
Or did you get it?
Well,
This year, if you get it and you play with your Cougs, more money goes to the Cougs. So to get licensing agreements, you got to pay these schools. And of course, the whole thing why the game went away was because of the players and they're not paying them. Well, they figure all that stuff out. And because of the game's popularity, the players will be getting a bigger chunk of that beyond the guys who are actually like their spokespeople for it, like a Ryan Williams or Jeremiah Smith. Like just a random player, the guard on North Texas will get a chunk of the cut. But now the schools will be paid based on how much you play them. So AJ, you may not want to play with the Cougs all the time, but if you want your Cougs to get more money, you should play with them more. So for example, let's just say, and this is from the article on Yahoo Sports, if you think of the hypothetical pool of $5 million for royalties, and if 1% of college football 26 games are played using Colorado gets $50,000. So you just think about your favorite school, and if they're one of the more popular schools, they're going to get more money. If they are one of the lesser schools as far as popularity, they'll get less. So it'll be based on the interest. EA has determined, I guess, why should we put you in a tier with this school if this school gets people to play the game more? So going forward, if you're out there and you love that game and you love your school, I don't know what your school is going to put that money towards, but whatever it is, if you want them to get more, you'll play with your school more, which is something first time ever that they've done that. So that's a change. So it's pay for play, but it's just for the schools in question. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because I think last year tier 1 schools got $100K, and a tier 4 school got just under $10,000. So you can see the stark difference between maybe if you're playing with Ohio State or maybe you're playing with Kennesaw State. That's just how they broke it down. So just be aware, man. All your buddies, and if they're Cougs, make sure they play with the Cougs. Back Willie Fritz in all ways, not just going to the games, but making sure you play with them, because it means more for the school. So that's there it is. There it is. I don't know. I know it's Shasta, but does Shasta have a slogan, or what's the slogan for the Cougs? I don't even know what it is. I know you throw up the H or the paw. I don't even know.
Yeah.
I need more into the Coug lore. Does Shasta have? Not that it talks, because it's
right. I'm about to say I've never heard
Cougar.
Shasta ever.
Yeah, but do you guys have a hashtag around the sports teams, or is that not a thing?
I mean, I guess there's some like eat 'em up Coug, something like that. I mean, there's
There it
multiple
is.
different ones.
Eat 'em up. There it is. That's the one I was looking for. That one sounds most familiar to me. So if you are part of that ilk, or hell, you could be an A&M fan. We carry their games here. Texas the same. We don't carry the games, but it's understood. A good sized Texas fandom in the city. Go support your school in all the ways you can, and maybe beating the crap out of some team online as a Longhorns. Send some money your school's way. So there that is. So that's an interesting thing. And also something came down on the side of the players who did not get a bag during their time. There was a settlement there where players from the past will get money, not necessarily from EA, but just overall, because of what NIL has become for the current players. They'll be back paid to players who were not paid while their name, image, and likeness was used by their colleges, or just NCAA as a whole. And of course, you can throw in all the networks who did it as well. So a lot of things going on in the world of college athletes. It's just playing out in different ways with the settlement coming down. And I'm not against it. while I was pissed off because the game went away because of all the lawsuits, now that everything's been settled, why shouldn't a guy like Baker Mayfield, who now he's made a lot of money in his career, so he's not hurting, but why shouldn't he get, as I guess you would call it, back pay for what he accomplished and what Oklahoma was able to do selling his jerseys, among other things. So we'll see how all that plays out. And speaking of college quarterbacks who were successful and went on to the NFL, you see Lamar Jackson. Now, this happens all the time. Guys just don't show up for things. And as far as when it comes to bonuses, but he didn't show up for OTAs, so he is out $750,000. And of course, once again, another guy who's made a lot of money, so it won't matter. But I was trying to think of a comp. I always try to bring it to more real world things, and it all depends on how much you make in the world when you're not an athlete. But I'll put this question to you, AJ. Let's just say you had a show up to a meeting bonus for ESPN 975, and you know what, you'd rather not drive in, but it's a bonus. And how low would it have to go money wise for you not to show up? Like, do you think if it was like, let's say, oh, you get free lunch, I'm not showing up for that, but they're like, hey, part of showing up, part of your deal is you show up to every meeting, you get an extra $200. Is that too low?
Oh no, I mean I would do that probably.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah. Now I'm just throwing out numbers. I don't know how much anyone makes here. I'm just trying to figure out, as far as a real world scenario, what would be too low of a number? Because apparently $750K is too low for Lamar. Like, I'm sure he's got a lot of things to do. This is not me questioning his bank account or how busy he is in the offseason. But I just feel like, man, if you're just giving me $750K for a workout bonus, I think I'm just gonna be there.
Yeah.
Why give away the money for no reason? It was negotiated as part of your deal. A deal I think you, for the most part, negotiated yourself. All you gotta do is be there. I don't want to get into the implications of people talk about, well, for a guy who's never done much in the playoffs and never won the big one, why is he passing up OTAs? I don't want to get into that. I'm just thinking about the financial implications. Look, man, I don't know what they ask the quarterback to do during workouts. It's probably not that strenuous, particularly for a guy of Lamar Jackson status. I might toss it away $750K just to be in shorts and a t-shirt and being in Baltimore. I'm sure he had a great trip planned, or wherever he decided to. Maybe he had a charity event he had to go to, and that took precedent. I just don't know, man. Maybe I just rescheduled the charity event for another weekend. When we're talking about $750,000. Yes, I know. I'm aware. He doesn't need it, but it wouldn't hurt to have it. Maybe give that $750K to a charity. I don't know, but I just love that got negotiated, and then a couple years later, it's like, yeah, you know what? You can keep your $750K. I'm not showing up. But when you're Lamar Jackson, I guess you can do that. We'll see what that team is. They did give Rashad Bateman his deal, although they were talking about trading him. That story came up that there was some interest in trading him, and they decided to go ahead and give him the extension. But I think Sean and I talked about it last week, or maybe it was with Joe. I don't remember. That team isn't built off of wide receivers. It's built off, at this point, Derrick Henry, Lamar, and Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews. So securing Rashad Bateman and giving him a deal, that's cool. But he's a guy, maybe not easily replaceable. They've been waiting for that guy to be a big timer for several years now, and they rewarded him with a contract. But he's more of an ancillary player for them, because the tight ends, the running back, that offensive line have always been the most important parts of the Ravens. Even though Lamar has become a very proficient passer, despite some of the let's just say I would say the uninformed opinions about what he is as a passer. You watch him on a day-to-day basis, or at least week-to-week basis, as far as the games are concerned. He has improved remarkably, and he was great last year. The only reason he didn't win the MVP is because the narrative was it was time for Josh Allen to win one. Like, the numbers for Lamar are better. Josh Allen hadn't won one. His team record-wise was better, although I believe the Ravens beat the Bills in the head-to-head. Of course, the quarterbacks aren't playing directly against each other, but that was a guy who could have won another MVP award the way he played. And look, as far as the playoffs are concerned, he did turn the ball over. I think he got caught in the backfield and fumbled the football, and then he was on the verge of leading a comeback, at least to tie the game. A couple different times, Mark Andrews let him and the team down with the drop on the 2-point conversion and then the fumble when he was going to pick up a big gain. So while that will go as a loss on Lamar Jackson's resume, I don't think you can put what happened last year in the divisional round against the Bills in Buffalo against him. He played more than well enough to win. You just got to do it again. That's just going to follow him. As much as Josh Allen doesn't get that, he didn't have that conversation around him because, generally speaking, you look at some of his numbers, he hasn't had the underperforming numbers that Lamar has had in some of his playoff games. But they're both guys in the same spot, and it's tough for those guys when you have Patrick Mahomes in the same conference. It can only be one of those guys, and generally, you're going to be playing Patrick Mahomes in the AFC title game. That's just how it's always been since he's been a full-time starter. Of course, Brady's had his place there before he retired. So I wonder who wins one first. I think Baltimore's the better team. They just play in the better division. So it may very well become a point where Lamar Jackson is going back to Buffalo again, simply because you could say he's a victim of the strength of the AFC North, while Josh Allen's competing against the Jets with Justin Fields, the Dolphins with an often injured quarterback, and then the Patriots who have Drake May. So if we're talking about level of competition to overcome, that is one where Josh Allen has the advantage. And of course, then you think about what's happening in this division, what the Texans can be with CJ Stroud and the new hierarchy when it comes to their offensive side of the ball. You have Nick Caley, you have Cole Popovich, who, from what I've seen, a lot of positivity from the outside looking in. I'm not sure where that's coming from, since both are relatively unproven. But we had one of the McCourty twins on. We played the audio from him. I think he was talking to Chris Sims, and he had nothing but positives to say about Cole Popovich. And certainly Nick Caley, coming from the Rams, he was getting good pub as well because of what that Rams system is and what they expect CJ to be able to thrive in here in town. A lot of it is projection and speculation, but I think a lot of it has to do with what CJ's first impression was. People liked what they saw, maybe even helped that they were a bit surprised by what they saw, considering Bryce Young was the consensus number one. Do you get those type of performances from CJ every week? And first impressions matter so much, and everyone's under the impression that as long as you get competency in Houston, that this team will be really, really good offensively, or at least much better. Because if you start to look at success rate last year, it was even worse than you think. I think they were like in the 30s, and there's not a lot of teams that can be in the 30s. So they were one of the very last teams when it came to success rate. It was just a bad offensive performance when you start to get into some of the analytics of it, beyond some of the counting numbers. But they've made the changes, and Nick Chubb is next, it looks like. So the Texans are active as they try to get over that ceiling that they have not been able to break through, which is that divisional round. So while they're doing their thing, the AFC isn't getting any weaker. So it'll be something that to keep track of as we keep going in the offseason. Will there be another surprise signing? Is there we got Nick Chubb. Is Jair Alexander someone they would take a look at? I think he's now officially available. The Packers cut their star corner, and we're going to have a quote coming back from one of their decision makers, pretty damaging when it comes to Jair Alexander and what the Packers have been living with. So we'll get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
So I'll get to what Mark Murphy said about Jair Alexander. Looks like the Packers may be trying to trade him. That always pops up where all the reporting is he's going to be released. He will be released. He is released. And then you hear right at the end that they may be looking to trade him. We'll see if the Packers get that done. And we'll hear, well, at least I'll tell you what Mark Murphy said about Jair Alexander here. But Eric, if you want to get back in, you can. I was going to get to you. But Eric or anyone else, you can get back in 713-780-3776. Okay. So Jair Alexander been a good corner for a while. Loves to talk. If you watch him play, you'll just see the interactions between him and wide receivers. He loves to let it be known that he's there. But he's a guy who hasn't played very much. We talked about it this morning where he's only played more than 7 games once in the last 4 seasons. He played 7 the last 2 seasons, or 14 combined. Then he played 16 in 2022, and then he played 4 in 2021. And this was what Mark Murphy said. He was on with the local station there, WBAY, and said he's obviously an elite talent. Unfortunately, he just injured a lot. Unfortunately, that's a big part of the game. And he said, hey, we're used to playing without him. So while he won't be here in the future, it's not something we're not accustomed to. It's true. And while there's a talent there, and there's always that promise that he'll be great for you, and you hear that name, and everyone's thinking, oh, I'd love to have Jair Alexander. Well, you'd love to have him play. And it was one of the early knocks on Derek Stingley was on his lack of availability. That changed last year. And does that mean that's going to be a consistent thing? Because generally when guys don't play and get hurt, they are guys who get hurt again. And thankfully for the Texans, Derek Stingley did not. And he played a lot. He played all the games last year. The question will be is that something that we can expect going forward? He's only 23 years old. He's got everything in his favor. Great player. Contracts, he's straight. And he proved when he's on the field to be, if not the best corner, certainly top 2. So he played 9 in 2022, played 11 in 2023, and played all 17 last year. First team All-Pro. Pro Bowler, all the things you want from a guy right before you pay him, and he's well worth it. You just hope he's more past the injury issues as a young player, and we'll see if he can do it at 24 years old. Can he produce another year where he's playing full time? Because if he can, we're talking a dude who's well on his way to multiple All Pros, and who knows. When it comes to his ability to take the football away, how impactful he can be. Well, we do know. And if that's going to continue to happen, who knows what levels he can reach. All right, Eric's back. We'll get to Eric here. Anyone else who wants to get in, they can as well. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
You're talking about Josh Allen in the AFC East. He benefits from that. But Tom Brady benefited from the AFC East for 20 years. There's nobody in that conference or that division that was really good. And he had the easy sliding into the playoffs almost every year, sharing that first round bye. Also, with Forrest Whitley, do you think any other team will pick him up, or do you think he'll come back to Sugar Land and try to give it one more go? I'll hang up and listen.
Eric, you don't have to push me into criticizing Tom Brady. Me acknowledging that the AFC East isn't good during Josh Allen's tenure doesn't mean I won't point out that the AFC East wasn't great, and that's being kind when Tom Brady was there. And as you mentioned, because of that conference, or at least that division, he continued to, at least back when there was a first and second seed who got buys, always play on the second weekend. Look, he validated those regular seasons with winning titles, so there will be no criticism there. But yes, it was an easier road to make the Super Bowl when you're always playing a home game in round 2, and now you're in the AFC title game. And depending on what happened, whether you're the 1 seed or the 2 seed, depending on what happened on the other side, if you were the 2 seed, you could be playing a home game. So yeah, you don't need me to you don't need to get me to say maybe Tom Brady wasn't as great as he actually is, just because that's my hater mentality when it comes to the Patriots. But as far as Forrest Whitley is concerned, does he take an assignment? I don't think so. It's generally not what guys do. I referenced in the first segment about Brady doing it and how surprising it was that he would go back to where the Astros have spring training and participate in games I never knew existed, just to try to get back, and it just didn't work out for him. Will Forrest Whitley do that? I don't know what his mindset is. He kept fighting to try to get on the major league roster, and he was on it. He just could not produce. I don't think he'll quit baseball, but then that's just me reckless speculating. I don't know how Forrest Whitley feels about his career. He may think this is it. I'm done. But it's certainly not how guys approach that. We'll see. As far as the Astros are concerned, I don't think he's going to Sugar Land. It would surprise me if he did it. Not because I know him. That's just the precedent of how players generally take these types of deals. They just and maybe his agent knows something. We had I think, who do we have on? Do we have someone mention that he's pretty talented? I think we had a caller mention he's pretty talented earlier. I think it was maybe Keith. I don't remember. If he's maybe it was a spotter who said it in the soundbite, that if people still see that talent, he'll have options, and his agent will have already kind of taken a look around the league and asked people what they think, and maybe there's no need for him to go down Sugar Land. There might be a spot available for him someplace else with an organization that he can start fresh, which may be what's best for him right now. But yeah, if you missed it, Forrest Whitley's been DFA'd. Been with the organization since before this run really started, before the first World Series run. And he was always, at least from me judging how people talked about him, he was supposed to be next. He's supposed to be a top of rotation guy they depended on. And it's been anything but that. It's been the Frombers and the Javiers and the Urquidis and the Blancos and others taking over that spot from Whitley. Not that he was really in contention, but just the thought that he was going to be a main member of the rotation. There's been all these other guys who we didn't think much of. Luis Garcia, throw him in there as well. Of course, there's a lot of guys I'm mentioning that are hurt or not available, just the way it's been for the Astros. And fortunately has had his own injury issues just now. As we heard from a spotter earlier, while talented, it just wasn't meant to be for him on this roster for a team trying to compete. And throwing him in not really high leverage situations and watching him not come through was enough. So fortunately done as a Houston Astro. We'll see what he does going forward. So you think about him, he was supposed to be with the Correas and the Bregmans and the Kyle Tuckers, and of course Jordan came around in a different way, but he was supposed to be one of those guys too, where we're talking about a foundational piece of this organization. And it just turns out that those projections were wildly inaccurate for several reasons. So as much as they've done finding pitchers, maybe not out of the blue, but not with the pedigree of Forrest Whitley, he was one of those guys that you miss on. So you'll take that in the balance of it all. We're talking about those names I mentioned. You'll take finding those guys and missing on Forrest Whitley when it all shakes out. So you can't get them all. And that's one that's going to be a miss for them. And more importantly for Forrest Whitley, let's see what he wants to do. If he wants to continue to pitch, more power to him. If he doesn't, obviously that's he's well within his rights to make that decision. All right, we'll get the break here. We got one more segment to go. If you want to call in about anything before we wrap it up, you can. That number is 713-780-3776. We're here at the Golden Nugget. We'll be doing shows tomorrow as well, starting bright and early, 7 to 10. We'll see and hopefully we'll get the video stream back and up. I think it's because we're on the public internet. So while we can, like AJ's been dealing with it all morning, while we can connect for whatever reason, it's not picking up video. Normally there's more of a dedicated Wi-Fi that we use when we're in the DraftKings Sportsbook. Just wasn't meant to be today. Hopefully that'll work out tomorrow. We can be back and you can watch John and Lance tomorrow. So we'll try to do that tomorrow for you. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will be back.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. As we kick off a new week, stocks are trying to extend last week's gains, particularly Friday, where we had major averages up more than 1% across the board. This morning, small gains for the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ as we kick off a day in which China and the U.S. are holding trade talks in London. We also have, of course, inflation data coming out this week, and we have some political unrest in Los Angeles that spread across the weekend over immigration policies. Not really having an effect on market psychology, but something to keep in the back of one's mind as the military could be rolled out into that situation, which would alter the calculus of that event. Meanwhile, we have interest rates holding steady to start the week. The yield on the 10-year note sitting right at 4.5%. Dollar a little weaker against key foreign currencies. European markets down across the board. Asia mostly higher. Oil edging up a bit this morning, 26 cents to 64.84 a barrel, while gold slipping $7 to 33.39 the ounce. Again, we're waiting on a lot of things to happen. Word out of China on the trade talks and then inflation data later in the week.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
Final segment of the show, but we still got time if you want to get in. 713-780-3776. Okay, tomorrow we've got Texans mandatory minicamp, so the questions about CJ Stroud will begin again if he doesn't throw. We'll see how that plays out if he's unavailable. I mean, it's a nice job by the Texans, but because other than noticing that he isn't out there, there has been no real news about what the issue is, other than what Aaron Wilson reported earlier, that there's a bit of a shoulder problem. So they've done what they wanted to do, kept that quiet. They have a couple more days here before they step away for a little bit. So we'll just see how many camps go and whether he'll be available for that. And then we'll have D'Amico not want to answer questions, but answer them in a way, if he's not throwing, that gives you no more information than we already have. So that's his job as the head coach, to, I guess, divert and deflect attention from a potential injury. Or maybe he's being truthful and when he says, and what he says, and he says it's general soreness. So we'll see how that plays out. Texans mandatory minicamp beginning tomorrow, and we'll see if Dameon Pierce is there. He's another guy who has been absent, and we don't know why, because those have been voluntary. We'll see if Dameon Pierce does not show up, and with the Texans bringing in Nick Chubb, and of course trading a pick to get Woody Marks in the draft, and Joe Mixon, whether he's available or not, he's still going to be available or not tomorrow. He's still going to be a guy who, when the season comes around, is going to be your RB1. So Dameon Pierce may be out because Dare Ogunbowale is back as well. So this could be something where they've been trying to trade Dameon Pierce, and there's a reason why he hasn't been around. Now, I guess they'll have to answer questions about him too if he's not there. So a couple things to look at tomorrow as the Texans are back with their mini camp. As far as the Rockets are concerned, the reporting has been consistent on this particular player. Fred VanVleet is someone they have every intention of keeping, according to Mark Stein. There have been some rumblings that a potential sign and trade where Fred is signed and sent someplace else, that isn't out of the realm of possibility, but the belief is that Fred VanVleet will be back with the Rockets. What that salary will be at, who knows? But it looks like no matter what it is, he will not be on a 1 year, $40+ million a year team option deal that is in his contract when he initially signed it. So it looks like Fred, whether it's here or someplace else, is going to get himself a new deal. If we're talking about starting point guards, Fred is not being paid in a real comparison to what his production is, as far as a fair one. I mean, look, you get your money. But if we're just talking about him as a player, he probably isn't in the $40+ million range as far as his contributions, intangibles aside. So the number, just because it's fun to think about, the number will be interesting, because then people will start to compare Fred's new contract to other players of that salary and what they actually bring to the table. So we know the Rockets like him, and maybe the word should be love. But right now, expect to have him back. But maybe if it's beneficial to the team, of course, Fred would have to agree to it. Maybe a sign and trade happens. That is the much lesser of the two options if you're going by what Mark Stein is saying. Now, I remember what happened with Blake Griffin when he was a Clipper. Now, the Rockets and the Clippers were in very different situations. That was the end of Lob City, where DeAndre Jordan was someone who wasn't really a useful player anymore for them, and Chris Paul was on his way out as well. And Blake Griffin was supposed to be the centerpiece to a new Clippers era, and they had him come to the arena back when they were still playing. It's obviously still playing at Staples or whatever it's called now. And they did the whole dog and pony show where they had, hey, we're going to have your name in the rafters. This is what it's going to look like with you as the centerpiece. And he was a free agent, so he could have gone anywhere. And they convinced him to stay. They convinced him to sign a deal, be the guy, be a Clipper, Mr. Clipper, for the rest of your career. And then they traded him before the trade deadline the same season to the Pistons, and back when the Pistons were no fun. So I don't think that type of thing is going to happen with Fred VanVleet. If they do bring him back for 3 years, I don't think it's going to be trade Fred before the trade deadline. I think if Fred signs a 3-year deal and he's not moved this offseason, we can expect Fred to be here for quite a bit. And then we'll just have to get accustomed to what we've really, I guess, are already used to. The nights where he can't hit a shot, and then there'll be nights where he can't miss. We saw that in the Warrior series, where for what was it, 3 games, or at least 2 games, Fred was their best offensive player and led them back to tie that series at 3 apiece. And then, of course, Game 7 happens, and what happens against the Warriors traditionally happens. They don't allow the Rockets any joy, and they put the Rockets away thanks to the likes of Buddy Hield. So those are just a couple of quick things. And Fred's current deal is, if it was the club option that is exercised, is right around $45 million. But considering that feels like a giant overpay, you're probably looking at more years and less money for Fred, but he will be a Houston Rocket going forward. So whether you love that or not, I think we should all get prepared for that. Now, AJ, I know you're a Cowboy fan. You're not a Mavericks fan, are you?
No, I'm not a Mavericks fan. I'm Rockets.
You're a Rockets fan. So when I give you let me put it to you this way: would you rather have Fred for 3 at 93, or 1 more year at 45, nearly 45, and then you're done with Fred VanVleet?
So 93 is 31 million per year, right? I think.
Yeah, I just gave her a random number, but he gets more money over the course of 3 years. Obviously, the salary comes down quite a bit per year. All right, let me give you a different number. Three for 100. It's still $33+ million a year or whatever, but a little bit more in the hundred. He hits the $100 million mark, or you only have Fred VanVleet for 1 year with the club option, and he's gone after this. Which one is more appealing to you?
Well, ideally, I wouldn't want to pay him 40 million, but I guess it just depends. Because if you look at his stats from last year too, I mean, he was a little injured, but also he wasn't like from efficiency standpoint wasn't as efficient. Now he played good in the playoffs, like through the later few games, but I would maybe do the 1 year just because. I mean, if the rumors are true, they want to apparently explore more time for Reed at the point guard position and other stuff. So I mean, maybe that because I mean, you do want to have these younger guys continue to flourish with each other, but we'll see.
While that nearly $45 million thing is startling, I think I would rather just do the one,
right.
And allow, while you wouldn't call it a mentorship of Reed Shepherd, if he's going to get more time, and with the expectation that you would think he'd be the point guard of the future, am I going to lock myself into Fred VanVleet? Now, depending on what the number is, a lot of people think when they make signings that a contract is tradable, then you realize maybe not so much. So if you sign Fred to a 3-year, $100 million deal, whatever the number actually is, and he performs like he has performed, particularly last season, is anyone, when it comes down to, okay, Reed's our guy, we want to trade Fred VanVleet, are you going to get anything of value for him? Or are you going to have to attach something? Of course, Fred's salary can be made part of a bigger deal. If you do bring in a star, Fred's salary could be used to help facilitate that deal. But let's say the superstar trade does not come about for whatever reason. And not that Giannis was at the top of the list. We don't know what the Rockets' thinking is there. But saw a report a weekend from Jake Fisher, who can be hit or miss. But he's saying that the feeling in Milwaukee is that Giannis won't be making a request to get out, and he'll likely stay. So let's just say we remove Giannis off the board, and a Fred contract can't help facilitate that deal because he's not available anymore. And no superstar decides Houston is the place for them, and you're looking to get rid of Fred. Is Fred for 2 more years, and maybe try to do at the deadline for 2.5 more years at $33 million a year, something people are going to find appealing? I don't know. Of course, if Reed Shepherd's growth isn't something that leads him to be the starting point guard, maybe you would rather have Fred than any of the other options. So there's a lot for the Rockets to consider. I think I would take the chance that either I can use Fred's big team option deal to facilitate a superstar trade, or I just say, hey, expiring contract, appreciate what you did, but signing you for nearly $100 million over 3 seasons isn't what I want to do. I think I would lean to the team. I would lean to the club option and say, hey, depending on what type of year you have, maybe we'll have a discussion in the offseason about what your value is. But right now, I don't know about guaranteeing him more years, but it appears that is the likely option. So we'll see how that all plays out over the next couple weeks as the finals are still going on. So we still got some time. But once that ends, we're deep into the draft and also into the trade market and free agency. So we're not that far away from what might be a big offseason and movement in the NBA. And the Rockets seem right in a position to be part of that. And with that, we are done for the day. Paul Gallant is coming up next, followed by the Killer Bees. John and Lance will be back tomorrow here at the Golden Nugget, and I'll be with them for that show, and then follow them with this show till noon. AJ, thank you for what you did today. And since we're done for the day, what does that mean? Thank you, John Gruden. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Monday, June 9th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Astros took 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Cleveland Guardians. They used to be called something else. Now we don't call them that anymore. They win on Friday 4-2. They win Saturday in extra innings 5-3. And yesterday in a game where it felt like they actually weren't trying all that much, just given Lance McCullers didn't start, Jose Altuve didn't play. I mean, you had Shea Whitcomb out there, for goodness sakes. Jeremy Pena was your DH. And this was still a game that they had a chance to win. I'm a little annoyed, mainly because of this. I want my first sweep of the year. They didn't even try to get it. They didn't even try to get it for me yesterday. But hey, they took 2 of 3. And for those who don't know, the Astros have been playing very well of late. They've won 11 of 16. They lead the American League West by a now season high 2.5 games. And only the Detroit Tigers in the American League have been better than the Houston Astros since June 9th of 2024. That's it. So it's got me in this weird place. There's a lot of things happening, and I do wonder if it's smoke and mirrors, if it'll eventually catch up to the Astros, their inability to score in the first couple of innings of the game. Only 5 teams in the majors entered yesterday with fewer runs in the first through third innings. They didn't score before the 4th inning in any of their last 6 games. Scored before the 5th just once. 3 times blanked until at least the 7th, but it didn't matter. They went 4-2 over the road trip in Pittsburgh and Cleveland, right? They've got all sorts of injuries in the starting rotation. You're actually looking at Lance McCullers as someone that needs to be the Lance McCullers of old if you want to keep this up. You're throwing Colton Gordon out there. You've seen Ryan Gusto out there. You've seen some other randos that are getting called up. And yet they keep getting it done. So at this point, given that we are located here in the city of Houston, a city that also shares a home with a well-coiffed, very toothy spreader of the word, is it possible that the Houston Astros are God's team? I'm just asking the question because they keep winning despite all the trials and tribulations that they are going through. And I got to say, it really impresses me. A lot like, back in the day, we're talking about like medieval times, the Crusades. People didn't really put a lot of thought into why they expected things to go down. You're just under the assumption that, yeah, God's going to take care of it. And okay, maybe that actually is the way things went back there. We all didn't live 1,000 years ago, but someone who is obsessed with the movie Kingdom of Heaven, probably to a very strange degree. I don't think many people like this movie as much as me. There's this one dude who's just got the most confidence. And I'm assuming he's every single Astros fan out there. Because whenever bleep looks like it could hit the fan, and that, I don't know, the armies of the cross are perhaps going to run into some bleep, this is what he says.
God wills it! God wills it! God wills it!
God wills it! Because that's where I'm at with the Astros right now. I don't know how they're winning. I don't know how they're leading the AL West to the degree that they are, but it does feel like that at this point in time. I mean, they have been continuing this for over a year. Ever since that awful start last season, they've been playing very good baseball. And even though there have been some stretches this year in particular where the offense is pits, somehow they're getting it done. It's the defense. It's the pitching, both the starters, the relievers. But I mean, is this now the norm? Do we just go forward and say, yep, God wills it. God wills it. God wills it. I don't know. Sean, how do you feel about this?
I mean, a little bit like that, to be honest, where it's just like we talk about all the. I think it's just because we specifically, and Astros fans in general, focus on like the negatives of the team so much, and you like, oh yeah, they're just gonna win 2 out of 3 for however many series in a row. Like they're just kind of What was it? 16 or 11 out of their last 16?
11 out of their last 16 and the second best record in the American League since
where
June
it's
9th
like
of last year.
in the past 3 weeks, we've probably been overwhelmingly negative, and they've been 11-5 over that stretch.
Yeah. And it's weird because it's all about the offense, which isn't scoring that many runs, but it's still scoring enough runs to win, which maybe that's a reflection on just all of baseball, but they're getting it done. I don't really know how to explain it because of their lack of scoring and because it does feel like all the arms that are throwing right now are perhaps ahead of their skis, if you will. And yet, I don't know.
Yeah.
What's going on for a year? Maybe at this point, I just look up to the sky and say, God wills it! God wills it!
Yeah, because you look at the rotation, you're like, okay, so they have to win the Fromber and Brown starts. And then whatever you get from everyone else, that's just kind of, you just have to deal with it and probably have to score a lot of runs.
Yeah.
Like, watch this. We're not going to score any runs, and we're still going to win with the Gustos and the Colton Gordons.
It takes us time to even remember these guys' names, but we've seen them enough where we shouldn't be there, and yet we are there. It's awesome that it keeps happening, and at this point, it does feel like divine intervention. And listen, I would hope that they're focusing on more important things upstairs
than the AL West.
Yes, Sean. I hope that they're focusing on other regions, not the AL West. What if that's been the key all along?
Yeah, just like God just loves late night baseball, and he's like, watch this, Mariners lose again.
That's where the Armageddon is going to take place.
He just gets a kick out of like watch this. Angels lose.
Hey,
Rangers blow a giant lead.
Right, exactly. Rangers blow it with 2 outs and a lead against the Tampa Bay Rays last week in the 9th inning. Yeah, I'm out of things to say about it. I think just going forward, when the Astros win, we're just going to say, yeah, God wills it. The Astros are God's team. Cowboys, America's team. Astros, God's team. And sorry if that sounds sacrilegious, but I'm trying to figure out how this works, and I'm just a football guy. I don't understand baseball. Your sport confuses me and frightens me, but they keep winning despite many reasons that I think are all valid to complain about. So,
and they've played they have the easiest remaining schedule, which I guess that means they play the hardest schedule.
God wills it.
They have the easiest remaining schedule in MLB. We're pretty, I wouldn't say dissatisfied, but we're just like, okay, I guess they're going to keep winning like this, I guess. Whatever.
I guess. At this point.
And it's going to get even easier for them going forward.
I hope so.
God wills.
God wills it. God wills it. So there you go. You want to weigh in on that? You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey brings up, it helps they play in a bleep division also. Yeah, but it was supposed to be better this year. At least I was told by all the baseball experts, which sort of goes to show you that there really are no baseball experts. I don't even know who the foremost authority on baseball is. I know there's a lot of baseball writers out there who have, I guess, connections to the big agents and they break news. They do the information trading. But who is the all ball knower amongst all ball knowers of baseball? Like, is it Chris Mad Dog Russo? Like, who's the hot take guy that actually is right generally when it comes to baseball? I don't think that person exists. Maybe that's what I need to do.
Yeah.
It would involve a lot more work because to be on top of baseball is the most difficult thing to do.
I was going to say, I think that's why there's no hot take artist. That's because baseball isn't really designed for hot takes.
Too many games. And there's a lot of teams you don't even need to pay attention to, which should help me out a little bit. But there is certainly a void. I would like the offense to get going earlier. I do not know how they're getting it done, but they are getting it done. I'm annoyed, though, that yesterday they could have played Altuve. Come on. What are we doing here? We need to give him a day off. You don't play McCullers either.
They have a day off today.
Right, exactly. Exactly. That's always something that bewilders me, but it's so accepted across sports now where you give guys a day off that who am I to complain about it? After all, God is willing the Astros to get dub after dub after dub. God wills it. What else from this weekend's series? Jacob Melton had an awesome catch on Friday, and I saw a lot of people starting to say, all right, we got something here. This is Joey Loperfido again. I have no issue with that. Also, Joey Loperfido seemed to be a little bit more of a dreamboat than Jacob Melton. No offense. I see less shrill screams online that were once done for Jeremy Pena. Have my babies, Jeremy. Like, I'm seeing less of that for Jacob Melton, but that was a hell of a catch. Is he going to play a little bit more when everyone comes back and everyone's healthy? I don't know. It was a nice catch, though. I don't know if I'm going to go so far as to say he should play more, but being a lefty bat, maybe that lends itself to a little bit more. There's a lot of people that are saying, hey, you got to vote for Jeremy Pena to make it to the All-Star game. And, speaking of that contingent I just talked about a moment ago, have my babies, Jeremy. If Jeremy Pena is going to start in the All-Star game, I need the very horny women of Houston to get on their game, okay? Go on the internet and start voting. Pretend it's like the Bravo TV show you love. Pretend it's like the reality TV show that you vote for, okay? Jeremy Pena, get him there. It would be pretty awesome to have Jeremy Pena be the starting shortstop for the American League in the All-Star game.
I mean, he is the best hitter on the Astros. Like he's had the best season so far as a hitter on the Astros. So
that's true.
If we're voting if we're going to try to get Altuve or whoever in there, got to get Pena actually deserves it.
Pena deserves it. Altuve does not at this moment in time.
Pena or Altuve would be the you see it a lot in the NBA All-Star game where it's like Kobe is last year.
Yeah. He's essentially getting the lifetime achievement nomination.
Where it's like, okay.
But I will say something I've noticed over the last couple of days online, a lot of anti-Altuve slander.
Whoa.
I'm noticing some people pointing out, including one of my favorite follows, fan I know, one of the OG Paul Gallant Show listeners from way back at the flagship days, where people are saying, well, that's not Altuve. And I'm thinking to myself, I mean, it is, isn't it? It's Altuve. That's him. He has his ups, which he just had an awesome stretch a little bit ago, and he has his downs. He had off on Sunday. Are we really starting this? Like, he just doesn't look the same anymore. I can understand, hey, maybe saying it's time to move Altuve back to second base, given how shaky second base has been offensively. If Melton continues to play well, maybe that lends itself to that. But I don't have the same concerns that I'm seeing from some, not a lot, but it's a vocal enough minority of people that are saying, oh, what's the deal with Altuve? It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he is 35 years old. So
yeah, but God wills it.
God does will it.
God wills Altuve to be the best second baseman of the 21st century.
It's a little bit of the catch-22 of we all get mad when the Astros don't pay guys to have them forever. Like Kyle Tucker deserves to be a lifetime Alex Bregman deserves to be a lifetime Astro. It's like, well, we have a lifetime Astro in front of us, and we're like, man, not looking the same. It's like, yeah, that's what happens. Yep. That's what happens when you pay these guys until their career's over.
We're not going to have the conversation about, is this contract going to age poorly? We'll save that for the Killer Bees. But that is something that I imagine they will talk about in the not too distant future. Say the Astros stop winning 11 of 16. But they've won 11 of 16 despite all sorts of injuries. God wills it. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next. Seems like a lot of Texans fans were taking deep steel blue pills over the weekend. I am seeing so many pants tents over the possibility of something happening here that's not going to be that big of an impact. It's not. We'll discuss why next. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Over the weekend, there were some rumors circulating about how the Houston Texans and former Cleveland Browns running back Nick Chubb had mutual interest. I'll say this about Nick Chubb. I think he's one of the more underrated players in the NFL since the start of 2010. This is a guy who, over the course of his career, has, I believe, more yards after contact than maybe anybody but Derrick Henry, and might even have more than him. This is a guy who, over the course of his career, has averaged 5.1 yards per carry. I like him a lot as a player. The fact that he was as good of a running back as he was in Cleveland, with all that Cleveland generally goes through, is truly incredible. He had 1,494 yards in 2019. He had 1,525 in 2022. Hell of a player. One of the best running backs, again, that we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years. And I really do think that his ability to break tackles is second to almost none. That said, important things to remember about Nick Chubb, because I'm seeing people online do exactly what they do so much, and it makes this fan base seem so damn basic from time to time. They're looking at the name, and they are assuming that the name means this player is still the same. But Nick Chubb's been through some bleep over the last couple of years. I'm not talking about off the field stuff. I'm talking about in 2023, week 2, he re-injured a knee that he had injured in 2015 at Georgia. It looked ugly. I think we all saw it. Torn MCL, damaged ACL. He began last year, since it happened early on in the 2023 season, on the PUP list. He played starting in week 7. He scored a rushing touchdown, but ultimately he broke his foot later in the year and had what was, at least in terms of yards per carry average, his worst season. He averaged 3.3 yards a carry last year. I like that the Texans are giving him a phone call, that they're going to give him a tryout. And if he passes his physical, awesome. But I'm not expecting this guy to do anything for the Texans this season. And there are times where I perhaps take a look at the discourse online surrounding a player, and I get annoyed by it without being fair and without saying, hey, this is not an entirely accurate reflection of how the whole fan base feels. But here's how you should feel about Nick Chubb. Hey, the Texans have Nick Chubb. Let's see if he makes the team. Anything after that, it's secondary at this point in time. Nick Chubb, the Texans are bringing him in. What does that mean for Dameon Pierce? Again, he's got to make the team. I'm not just talking about in the next couple of days when he has to pass a physical. I mean, he's got to make the team by the end of training camp. I do not think that's a lock. I would bet on Dameon Pierce to make the team over Nick Chubb to make the team at this moment in time. It's a great name. He's a great player, but I think there's a lot of reasons for skepticism, and I am amused by the excitement. Look, the Texans running game's going to look like with Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb. Is this the best running back tandem in the NFL? 2 years ago, yeah, it would have been. That's not what Nick Chubb is right now. I hope he proves me wrong. I really do. This is one of the more humble players in the league. This is a guy who clearly loved his time in Cleveland. He had that Players Tribune article that he wrote to Browns fans that got released in 2024. I thought it was awesome. I think everyone across the league loves Nick Chubb. So I hope he shuts me up. But let's pump the brakes. The guy's got to pass the physical. He broke his foot last year. Foot injuries are very difficult to come back from. And he also has had a knee injury on the same knee multiple times over a 10-year period. Just saying, cool the Jets down a little bit, okay? Tuck it in the waistband. You seem like you've taken a rise or two, you know? RIIZE. Health.com, promo code 975 for 20% off the Reds Max strips, Sean Mapes.
Yeah, like I too, like, you can be optimistic. Like, let's just say Nick Chubb makes the team and like is the backup running back, is like a lesser version of what he was in Cleveland. It still would be it'd be a sign of something bad happening if he plays a major part in this Texans offense, considering I just pulled up last year's rushing stats. Joe Mixon, 245 rushes. Next highest running back was Dameon Pierce at 40, tied with Cam Akers, also at 40. So it's such a huge drop off for what the backup running back is going to be asked to do. And maybe there's a little bit more because it's Nick Chubb and because it's, not Cam Akers and Dameon Pierce. Like, maybe there's an increased role for the backup running back this season. But at the same time, when Joe Mixon was in Cincinnati, it was the Joe Mixon show. It was Joe Mixon was all 3 downs. He was out there for the Bengals, and that's the same thing that happened with the Texans. So, like, even if you fast forward to Joe Mixon or Nick Chubb is on this team backing up Joe Mixon, it's like that's still historically a pretty small role.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Now, Mixon last season, that he was able to do anything behind that offensive line is a credit to Mixon, and he kept on crediting the offensive line in front of him. But if you've watched the film, Mixon was making all of that stuff happen on his own. And while Chubb's good at breaking tackles, what can Chubb do? This is an offensive line that is pressing the reset button, and I guess it can't be any worse than it was last year. But I'm looking at Chubb. It's a cool name. I wish him the best. I'm not expecting anything out of him. And I still think that Dameon Pierce has a bigger role on this team than Chubb at this moment in time. I think Pierce is very talented. Pierce, like Nick Chubb, great at breaking tackles. I do not understand why Bobby Slowick was not able to figure out a way to use him over the last 2 seasons, given what we saw out of Dameon Pierce with Davis Mills as quarterback and Pep Hamilton as offensive coordinator. We've seen that guy be successful at the NFL level. And now that Bobby Slowick's gone, I mean, maybe it was Bobby Slowick's fault as opposed to Dameon Pierce's fault. I think there's a lot of disrespect towards Dameon Pierce, and honestly, I feel like it's crap. I think you haven't watched the guy play if you think he's not good. I mean, the guy has natural, put the ball in his hands, he's going to make people miss, he's going to run through people, skills. Not a lot of ball carriers have what Dameon Pierce brings to the table. He might not be a scheme fit here, but I will expect more out of Pierce than I'll expect out of Nick Chubb. You should feel the same way on that front. It is cool to see Chubb as a Houston Texan, but pump the brakes a little bit here. Someone texted in, most interactive sports talk show in town, from the 832. How about Jair Alexander? That is a cornerback that the Packers are either on the verge of cutting or potentially trading. Alexander is intriguing, but I am not trading for Jair Alexander. I'm assuming at this moment in time, you wouldn't have to give up much to get Jair Alexander. And we do know that because we know he's going to get released apparently soon. The CEO of the Packers, Mark Murphy, said like, yeah, well, we've played without him a lot. It was a weird, shady comment that he threw at Alexander, who has been a good player in the past. I definitely like taking a flyer on him as the backup cornerback or someone for depth. But this is what Mark Murphy, Packers, is he CEO? Is he president? He's in his final days as president of the Packers. And when asked about Jair Alexander, saying that he's on his way out, he's been a great player for us. Obviously, elite talent. Unfortunately, just injured a lot. Unfortunately, that's a big part of the game. We've been used to playing without Jair Alexander. That last part, yikes. And he has missed 34 games over the last 4 years. So that is something to keep in mind. I'm definitely willing to pick up the phone on Alexander. I don't think there's that much of a difference between he and Nick Chubb as far as realistic expectations for this coming season. especially given the depth situation, which Sean laid out. Hey, if Joe Mixon's ahead of Nick Chubb, how many carries is he going to get? If Jair Alexander, is he going to want to play on a team that's got Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter as the 1 and the 2 corners? He's 28 years old. I'm sure he's going to think to himself, I'm going to go somewhere where I have the opportunity to play and earn myself another big payday as a corner. You want to weigh in on the Texans and Nick Chubb? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Fun text from the 409. Some people hadn't had a Chubb in years, Paul. Let them rise up. Well, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. Listen, as we get older, things stop working the same way. And you do not want that to happen when you're getting down. Am I right, guys? So why not get a little help from your friends at Rise Health with their Red Max strips? These revolutionary dissolving strips, which you put under your tongue, 5 minutes, boom, ready to go. Packs sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for harder, longer-lasting results in minutes. It's discreet. It's easy to use. You don't need any water. You don't need a full stomach or to not have eaten anything so it gets going as quickly as possible. All you got to do is go to risehealth.com, complete a quick questionnaire with a board-certified physician, and Red Max strips will be right there for you. And if you enter promo code 975, you'll get 20% off your first order. Again, promo code 975. Rise Red Max strips. Unleash your confidence today and rise up, rise up. You'll rise up with Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. Promo code 975.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to weigh in on the Astros taking 2 of 3 against the Guardians over the weekend, 4 of 6 on that road trip in Pittsburgh and in Cleveland, 11 of their last 16 overall. You can. It does feel like this time they got fortune on their side. Perhaps the big man on stairs is willing all these victories for them, which are happening in spite of very little offense and a lot of injuries on the pitching side of things. Also, the Houston Texans are supposedly about to sign Nick Chubb. We'll see if they actually cross the finish line on that deal. NBA Finals continued last night, and that game was more what I expected from this series, as much as it bums me to admit. But it was pretty easy for Oklahoma City last night, and there was no collapse. This is a team that plays very good defensively, and this is also a team that can score. And, I mean, you held everybody on the Pacers, including Tyrese Halliburton again, to less than 20. Meanwhile, you got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the NBA MVP, scoring 34 points. They're the more complete team. It will be an upset if the Pacers, I would say, even force a Game 7. I am rooting for the Pacers to win this thing entirely, but it's an uphill battle. That's how deep OKC is. So, given, one, it's two teams that people aren't that excited about, which I do think is lame. Ratings talk for the NBA Finals, also lame. But it's been interesting to see what the discourse has been about this series, and people are complaining about some very strange things. Have you noticed that for whatever reason, people are very upset at Mike Breen? Mike Breen, I guess, forgot to say bang on Tyrese Halliburton's game-winning 2-point shot in Game 1. And he has been getting crap for it for days. I don't know if Indianans are toxic people, but it does seem that way. And it got to the point where Halliburton hit a 3 5 minutes into the game. It did give the Pacers the lead, and Breen dropped out. Bang! And it felt like he had been bullied by the online mob, Sean, into saying that early. I mean, it was.
He did say, he was like, people say I owe him one, so there's the,
Yeah.
I want to get that out of the way.
He even
basically
said
gave
it.
like a very nice Mike Breen FU of like, there's the bang, all right? Are you happy?
He is the Knicks broadcaster during the regular season, so perhaps there's an element of him just hating the Pacers. I bet he is low-key rooting for the Thunder to win this series.
Yeah.
And handily.
He also pointed out after Game 1, he was like, well, I normally only say it for threes, and that was a 2.
Yeah.
So, like that was, it was like that. That's normally what I do. I don't know.
There's a lot of weird focus in this series on things that have nothing to do with basketball. Why is everyone talking? Who cares about the logo on the court? Oh, there's no logo on the court. I can't tell they're playing in the NBA Finals. Oh, you can't? Are you dumb? Are you stupid?
Yeah.
What do you think's happening right now? It's June 9th. The basketball in June is almost always the NBA Finals. Dopes. Oh, but I want them to have an NBA logo on the court because it makes me remember where I'm supposed to be. I don't get it. Why are we complaining about everything in this series? It started with, oh, these two markets aren't cool. Then we get an awesome Game 1. So now we've drifted into complaining about this crap.
I mean, this is just what NBA talk is. It's just like
complaining.
People complaining about everything about the NBA. It's like, yeah, like you have to go back very far to where like they actually put the NBA logo on center court.
Yeah, it's
like,
been a decade.
It's been over.
It's been a while. It's weird. It's a fan base that reminds me of the Star Wars fan base. So do any basketball fans enjoy the NBA? Serious question. I enjoy the NBA.
I think they do. It's just that you get more retweets by posting an old picture of the Larry O'Brien on center court with Kobe standing next to him being like, man, the NBA used to have aura.
Yeah.
And like
aura.
14-year-olds retweet it.
The
and so
aura is
that's
maxing.
what all these 30-year-olds that live their life online have to cater to 15-year-olds.
You are right about
that. I just typed in 2011 finals. There's not a Larry O'Brien on the court.
Yeah.
There's the finals, like, cursive script on the other side of where
That's
the
all I
arena
remember.
is. But this is 15 years ago. There's not a Larry O'Brien.
It's bizarre. So that's what's going on in the NBA Finals. People are complaining about everything that they possibly can because I don't know. I'm glad I don't spend that much time on X. I go on Saturday. People are like, the Texans might have the best running back combination in the NFL between Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb. And I'm like, Chubb might not make the team. Sorry to pee in your Cheerios, but he might not make it. I hope he does. And that's what I see when I go online. It's either people on Facebook just lying, or on X, it's people getting excited about things that probably will not go according to plan. Remember when we all thought they would have 3,000-yard receivers last year? That was actually realistic. Relative to this, I don't know. I'm glad that I had time off of social media this weekend, hanging out with the lady and having myself a good old time. Coming back into the discourse of June and just remembering, oh yeah, everyone's uncreative makes me angry and it distracts me from being creative. So I just get mad at how terrible sports conversations are in every element. Oh, what's Altuve looking like? He doesn't look like the same. Well, they're winning, so I don't know. What do you want? I am bitching about my job right now. Let me bitch. It sounds great. It's a great rant. By the way, the New York Knicks, they're a basketball team. They play their games in New York City. You would think that given that they play in New York City and how much they're talked about, they'd actually have some success. They haven't. But, get this, guys. If the Rockets want Giannis Antetokounmpo, they better get in line. Giannis watch, baby.
The young man from Athens.
He could be a freak on the court and on the shit, you know what I'm saying?
And tell me, who has more Greek in him, the Greek or me? I think we have about the same.
Please stop. The Greek Freak is a Greek NBA champion.
Greek Freak Watch 2024 and 2025.
Might even be 2026. So the Knicks want Giannis Antetokounmpo, and get this, they are preparing a, quote, tsunami-type offer, end quote, for him. What does that mean?
I don't understand.
Also,
I never heard of this.
I haven't either, Sean, and I mean, didn't they already do this to get Mikal Bridges? Didn't they trade 5 first-round picks to get Mikal Bridges? Isn't that a tsunami-type offer? Are they going to do that again?
I don't know. Godfather offer is also such a funny phrase. Because, like, in the movie The Godfather, like, the Godfather offer was putting a gun to someone's head.
Yeah.
But now it just changed to, like, no, it's putting it all the stuff, having a price you can't match. Like, that's not actually what that means. I don't know. Is OG Anunoby and a couple guys, like, what are we, Karl Towns? Like, what are we?
I don't know. I'm offended, though. If I'm honest, I'm offended. I don't know if a tsunami's ever hit Greece. Good, theoretically. But I'm offended by this. I'm offended that they're going to prepare a tsunami-type offer to bring me into town. Who thought that up? Oh, I know. It was James Dolan. So, in the shocker of all shockers, James Dolan. I should have known. James Dolan is the reason that Tom Thibodeau got canned. And James Dolan is now the one who wants Giannis Antetokounmpo. James Dolan is such a bad owner. And by the way, they're also flexing. The Knicks are going to ask for permission to interview Jason Kidd. Guess what's going to happen? The Mavericks are going to say no. The Knicks are doing very strange flexing this offseason. It's like the kind of flexing that somebody who's 17 does. Hey, I had 3 Coronas this past weekend. Something I think I've actually said after, when high school, when I first started drinking. I had 3 Coronas this past weekend. Yeah, I was hungover, dude. I was so hungover. That's essentially what the Knicks are doing right now. Yeah, we're gonna ask to interview Jason Kidd, man. We're gonna put a tsunami type offer out there for Giannis. Yeah, that's right. We're cool. We wear sunglasses inside. Spike Lee's our #1 fan. He's still relevant culturally. Timothy Chalamet. He's a good representative of us. So there you go. That's Giannis Watch 2024/2025. We'll see if any moves happen. But the Knicks are ready to prepare a tsunami type offer, even though they traded a ton of draft picks They get Mikal Bridges, and I'm pretty sure they can't trade any more draft picks to go get Giannis Antetokounmpo.
No, when they were interested or whatever the phrasing was in Ime Udoka, I was like, they don't even. I don't know if they have the draft picks to trade for Ime Udoka.
No, they don't. You're right. I don't think they can trade anything anymore.
It would just have to be players, I guess.
I'm so glad they lost and that they have now all their fans, all their dumbass fans who were throwing a celebration in the street over making it to the conference finals. I can't wait for them all the collective realization, oh, yeah, James Dolan is still our owner, and anything good that happens is fleeting.
Yeah.
Back to the dregs.
And if anything, like, coming so close, like, theoretically so close, even though they weren't that close to the Pacers, who don't look like they're super close to the Thunder, so you're not actually that close to winning a title. But coming that close only kind of makes James Dolan, like, more like, oh, all right. Let me put this thing over the top. Like it almost emboldens them even more.
It does.
Of like, okay, let's get cracking. Let's make some swings. Jason Kidd, Giannis, whatever's left after the tsunami offer, let's go.
Well, generally a tsunami washes everything away.
No.
Okay.
Not this tsunami.
This
tsunami brings back Giannis.
It's like
how tsunamis bring things.
It's like a tsunami, like an awesome sushi roll, like some of them are called.
Exactly.
It's like
Maybe
that.
That's what they meant. Maybe
Yeah.
that's what they
The
meant.
cool sounding sushi roll at your favorite sushi joint. Sean Mays by the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I suppose that this is just June sports talk, but the most discussed sports debate over the weekend was centered around something that I don't think should be a debate. I will tell you what it is next. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros took 2 or 3 against the Guardians over the weekend. They have today off. They begin a 3-game home series against the Chicago White Sox tomorrow with Lance McCullers on the hill. He did not pitch yesterday. Weird game for the Astros yesterday in that it was errors that did them in. They hung in there till the very end, but it was a game where no Altuve, no McCullers, no offense early on, and they still had a chance to actually get that first sweep that I've been looking for. Meanwhile, the Texans are supposedly about to sign former Browns running back Nick Chubb. Cool. Chubb has to earn his way onto the team. I am not sold that he will. I have been complaining a little bit today about where we're at this time in the sports calendar. I'm getting a little frustrated with the discourse surrounding everything. NBA Finals talk has become about the ratings. Some are looking at the possibility of the Texans having Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb in the backfield and are acting like, oh my God, this could be the greatest running back tandem we've ever seen. Others with the Astros, you nitpick them, but as much as you nitpick them, I mean, go back to last year. Second best team in the American League since June 9th. Tigers being the first ranked team is surprising. Yankees are third for what it's worth. But there was something else that took place on the internet over the weekend, and I just want to start off by saying this. This is a conversation that I feel like everyone should be in agreement about. And for whatever reason, there is a vocal minority that wants to die on this hill. This vocal minority choosing to die on this hill means that we keep on having to have the conversation, even though none of us want to have it, because it sucks. It's a sucky conversation. It always gets petty. It gets mean. But what I'm talking about is the idea that transgender women can play sports against women. I think anyone with a basic understanding of biology knows that, hey, if you're born a man, you're probably going to be a little more athletically gifted than the average woman. Should you be able to compete against them? I would just think anyone, especially in our audience, if you care about sports, we're all probably going to have just about the same answer. But there was a debate last night over the weekend, and it, dragged on and on and on, between Simone Biles, arguably the greatest Olympian ever, definitely the best gymnast ever, and Riley Gaines, who is a former swimmer at Penn, who was muzzled while at Penn when it came to speaking out about a transgender teammate of hers. And she has basically created a media personality for herself online, constantly calling out how weird it is, strange it is, crazy it is that a lot of states seem to look the other way, and institutions, maybe especially on the Ivy League side of things, look the other way when it comes to a transgender athlete being allowed to play something that impacts scholarships, et cetera, et cetera. So Simone Biles and Riley Gaines got into an argument over the weekend. Gaines started calling out a Minnesota high school softball team for including a transgender girl in their state championship win. She noted that the comments were disabled on the league's post. I think we all know why they were disabled on the league's post. Probably for the best if we're talking about a high school aged kid, right? So Simone Biles clapped back. She called Gaines truly sick, a sore loser for her campaign against transgender athletes, which Biles attributed to Gaines' 2022 tie for 5th place with transgender swimmer Leah Thomas. Biles' argument to Gaines was to uplift the trans community, blah, 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 blah. They went back and forth. Gaines called Biles out. I think Gaines had some good points. I think Gaines had all the points, in fact. I would say in the case of Biles, the one thing where she maybe had a point was Gaines could probably make the rhetoric a little less bitchy, I think. Just a thought. I don't think she needs to be as on the attack as she is. She's competitive. She's an ex-athlete. I get why she's as angry as she is about this and how passionate she is about it, given that she is someone who dealt with this while in college. Losing to somebody who is a biological male in swimming, that would piss me off. I'd probably never want to stop talking about it if I were in her shoes. But I do think that at times her rhetoric is a little bit pointed, especially when we're talking about high school age kids, you know? I don't think the high school age kids should be allowed to participate there, but do you need to be an a-hole about it? I don't know. So Biles did have at least 1 point there. But as far as the back and forth going, what frustrates me about this kind of conversation and about this kind of discourse is that it really should be simple. It's like, hey, listen, I'm a big believer that go and do what makes you happy. Just don't rub my face in it. Don't throw a parade for yourself about it and force me to celebrate said parade, you know? But when it comes to things like the true equalizer, which are athletics, you know, everyone's on a level playing field theoretically. When we're changing that to make a couple of people happy, and the idea generally that's pushed by those people who are in support of trying to make these young people happy is that, well, what happens if you don't try to make them happy? Do they harm themselves, et cetera, et cetera? That part frustrates me because I don't think it's entirely an honest argument to make, you know? And listen, feel like you're someone trapped in another person's body. I feel sympathy for you, you know, empathy. I think a lot of people lose that empathy. These are human beings we're talking about. And very often these are kids that we're talking about, which goes back to the way that Riley Gaines is talking about this stuff. But I just hate that we have to have the conversation. I hate that there are so many people that want to die on this hill and continue to argue that this should be allowed. I just don't think it should. And I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of, you know, all the debates that like about like, oh, you know, that we see as a byproduct of this, because this is one of those arguments that's at the center point of the culture war, even though it's something that doesn't happen all that often. It really doesn't. It happens enough. And the fact that it happens at all, I do think is crazy. And I don't think it should be allowed. But how much does it actually happen? It's always at the center of the culture war. I just hate these back and forths, but I do feel like we have to talk about it when it is Simone Biles and Riley Gaines going after one another. And that's what we saw over the weekend. I'm tired of this debate, though. I think we all should. It's such an unimportant issue in the grand scheme of our country, and yet it keeps on getting thrown out there at the top and used as essentially ammunition for those negative political ads that you see. I mean, what, you're going to vote based off of that issue alone? Seems like a very minor one, you know? So anyway, that's where I'm at. 713-780-3776 if you want to call in, if you want to text in. On Twitch at ESPN 975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. Coming up next on the Paul Gallant Show, one of the newest Houston Texans had some very interesting things to say about what he expects from this team going forward. This is way more interesting than anything Nick Chubb related. We'll talk about it on the other side. The Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
because this is a brand new organization. We're trying to be the first team to put a bull on the ring.
Hell yeah, dude. Texans swarm. That's new Houston Texans CJ Gardner-Johnson, who had 6 picks last season and won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Texans got him essentially for pennies. It was surprising how little they had to give up to go get CJ Gardner-Johnson. I mean, you got something in return for Kenyon Green. We'll see if the Eagles can actually make Kenyon Green into a good player. But Gardner-Johnson, who said the trade wasn't about the money, was given up for very little after his 6-pick season. Gardner-Johnson said, I feel highly disrespected, but it's a business. Never was an All-Pro or Pro Bowl. Never. Led the league in interceptions. What more do you want? He said a lot of interesting things with Aaron Wilson of Channel 2. Check out that interview. It's about 15 minutes or so on Aaron Wilson's YouTube channel. But I think the most interesting thing that CJ Gardner-Johnson had to say while talking with Aaron Wilson had to do with how he views the Houston Texans. Some very pointed words to lead off this answer. Here is CJ Gardner-Johnson. So that's CJ Gardner-Johnson. He's saying no discredit to the Texans, but this is a team that doesn't understand what it means to win when it matters. I love hearing that because they don't. Never have. Right? Isn't that the entire history of this franchise? And sure, there have been some moments where they've won games and you've been surprised. I'd point to the 2019 regular season where they beat the Kansas City Chiefs and they beat the defending Super Bowl champion New England Patriots. But then in those playoffs, they lost to the Kansas City Chiefs in that game where they had the 24-3 lead. And ever since then, with a lot of players leaving, departing, and massive changes organizationally, you take a look at what this team has been just in the D'Amico Ryan, CJ Stroud era, and tell me where it is that they won a game that matters outside of their victory over the Buffalo Bills last season. Where was that signature win against an upper echelon team? And honestly, go back and watch that game. The defense played so well for the Texans in that game. They really frustrated Josh Allen, and yet the offense was essentially daring the Bills to steal the game. Even with the Josh Allen with throwing, 33% completion percentage in that game and getting concussed. What is it that this team has done against high-profile teams under D'Amico with CJ Stroud under center? Because last year, let's just go in order of all the big games. On the road against the Vikings, who end up being 14-3. They lose 34-7. They beat the Bills, sure. On the road against the Packers, you lose 24-22. At home against the Detroit Lions, you have the big lead. Jared Goff throws 5 interceptions. You don't win that game. You lose 26-23. At the Chiefs, first game, you lose 27-19. Tank Dell's knee explodes. Christmas Day, you ruin my Christmas. You lose 31-2. Losing the playoffs to the Chiefs. The year before that, you lost the 2 games against the Baltimore Ravens, and your biggest win was against Joe Burrow and the Bengals. They haven't won a game that matters yet. unless you want to argue that Bills win is that win, you are looking and looking and you're finding nothing. And even that one, I would say it didn't feel like they knew how to win that game, even though they won it. Paul, that makes no sense. You sound like Emmanuel Acho. But watch the game back. They should have won that game by a lot. Bills hung around, and it was very dicey at the end of that thing.
Yeah, that was like the Jags win that the Texans also had, where they kind of they don't win the game in the first half, but they go up big in the first half, and then they're just in neutral for the rest of their offense, is just like rolling to the finish line in neutral, not exactly running through the tape super hard. And yeah, they just have enough to win. And like, even if you want to give them credit for knowing how to win that game, that still makes them like 1-8 in the last 2 years in these type of games that you listed off. So it still is a rough record, even if you want to give them the week 5 Bills win as a huge spot.
There are tiers to the NFL, and I don't think we even have to get into much debate when we're determining them, because as a texter points out, what are their biggest wins? Last year, back-to-back, beating the Colts on the road, beating the Browns in the first round of the playoffs. This year, or excuse me, this past season, it's beating the Chargers in the playoffs. But along the way, it's beating teams that you're either on the same tier as, if you're a pessimistic, or teams that you believe you're better than, if you're optimistic. You know, it's beating teams like, if we're taking a look at last year, the Miami Dolphins, 20-12, where Derek Stingley is the reason that you win that game. It's the season before, dramatic comeback at the very end to beat Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. Those are the teams that you're on the level of, the teams that you are trying to prove you deserve to be separated from. And as brought up by Kane Darko on the Twitch, I don't understand Texans fans swearing this team is a championship contender. I wonder who those people are. I think going into this year, there's a lot more realism than there was going into last season. I think everyone was on the train, myself included, going into last year thinking that this could be the first year that they make it to the conference title game. And I did think they would make it to the conference title game. I thought they would lose to the Chiefs, but I thought that they would make it to the conference title game. They played well in Kansas City defensively, all things considered. And that's the thing. The defense, it's great. The defense is, I think, on that level with all those teams you're talking about. And it is interesting that they're adding CJ Gardner-Johnson to it, who's clearly got some high standards. But as far as those high standards go, everyone knows what this team is on the outside looking in. And my hope is that in moving on from guys like Laramie Tunsil and some of the other veterans that are a part of this team, there's maybe a little bit more realism with the way that this team looks at itself. You know, Joe Mixon's probably the leader of the offense, not named CJ Stroud. Joe Mixon constantly was beating the drum, being optimistic about this team's chances. But as someone who has actually been to a Super Bowl, he knows that there is another level that they have yet to reach. CJ Gardner-Johnson does too. So I'm hoping that that is how all of the Texans feel going into this coming season, that some of the purges that they made this offseason help them get a little bit closer. I don't know that it will, but Gardner-Johnson is 100% right. They don't know how to win games against the good teams. And by the good teams, I mean the teams that we put on that shelf. You know who they are. It's the Chiefs. It's the Bills. They beat the Bills, Paul. Sure. The Ravens. Those are the 3 teams in the AFC. Eagles, Lions in the NFC. Those are the teams you're trying to get on the same level as. You have proven in the past you're not there. You are there. You are not there until you prove otherwise. Is adding CJ Gardner-Johnson going to change that? I don't know. But at the very least, it changes the attitude a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think they're pretty solidly in that second tier of the AFC. It is just that to make that one last leap, it's a huge leap to make.
Huge.
To be as, not just to be as good as those teams, but also be as like competent as those teams in these games where you're not shooting yourself in the foot. You're not going 4 straight drives in the second half where you're going 3 and out or 4 and out. Like it's those things that actually decide who wins and loses these big time games in the divisional round, in the AFC title game. Like that's what they need to, that's the hurdle that they need to jump. It is the like not losing.
It's a complete 60-minute effort too.
Yeah.
The only game last year that I think you could argue that for 60 minutes they were clearly the better team was their 41-21 win over the Patriots. Every other game, go back and watch it. Close, down to the wire, outside of the Christmas Day game against the Baltimore Ravens. Every single game, they let teams hang around. Their defense won them a lot, but it really was just against New England where they jumped out to an early 14-0 lead. It was 14-7 at halftime. Then the second half, they just ran away. Cowboys game, you might look at the final score and say, oh, well, hey, look at the final score of that one. No, it took them a while to get away in that one, and it involved a fumble return for a touchdown with that scrub quarterback the Cowboys had in. Was it Cooper Rush?
Yeah, I think it was.
I think so. Right. Or just some.
It wasn't Trey Lance. So.
Yeah, it wasn't. Right. Like generic Joe Schmo, and those are your blowouts last season. We should all be in agreement there. Whether they're a Super Bowl contender or not, I leave that up to you. I saw Tony the Handsome say this Texans team is a legit Super Bowl contender. Maybe, maybe not. That's where I'm at. But they have to prove it by winning games against good teams in the regular season to get anyone that is like me, a skeptic, a cynic, to actually say, yeah, they're in that next group. It's Buffalo, it's Baltimore, it's Kansas City. Like nothing's changed.
I think what's tough is that they're so clearly a playoff team. Is that
Right.
like with that defense, like they're just gonna be good enough to find themselves 9 to 10 wins.
And
in
with
the
that
regular
division,
season. Yeah.
with the defense on top of it.
It's just like that again, that next step of actually knocking off one of these teams. And it's funny that the Ravens are one of the teams that they can't, they don't know how to win when it matters against the Ravens. But if we're doing a Baltimore Ravens centric show, it's the Ravens don't know how to win when it matters against the Bills and Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's like even levels to I can't
Right.
get over the hump. I mean the Bills, they haven't made a Super Bowl. Like there's so many teams in the AFC that get farther than you and still don't feel like they've gotten over the hump yet.
That's so true with the Bills and the Ravens being on that next tier of like
they're in that upper
what do we
echelon.
do?
Yeah, but they feel like they can't get over the hump
Right.
either.
They're a shelf above you in terms of feeling like they'll never ever get it done.
They're ahead of you and have been the last 2 years and are disappointed about it.
I guess that's the one bright side too, is that those fan bases want to off themselves at times because they're so frustrated.
It's hard. It's hard.
At least the
Winning is
Ravens have won a
hard.
couple. If you're a Bills fan, God, it's gotta suck.
Yeah, no, it's
Thought you won your Super Bowls. Now Drake May and the Patriots are back.
exactly.
It's gotta suck.
Exactly.
Anyway, Sean Mace by the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone asked the question, what games can the Houston Texans prove themselves in this year? I'll give you that answer on the flip side. And I could see any story written about the athlete we're going to talk about on the other side, and I would believe it. Because off the field, I don't think anyone's had as eventful of a past as this guy, who's got a cool ass nickname too. It's the Paul Gallant Show. What athletes would you believe any headline about? Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. We were talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson's comments about how the Texans don't know how to win the big games yet. Paraphrasing a bit there. Someone asked, okay, Paul, what games next season can the Houston Texans prove themselves as if they're on that next tier with wins in? Well, starts week 1 on the road against the Rams, who finished off the season quite strong. It's Sean McVay. Matt Stafford's still a really good quarterback. Then it's week 5 in Baltimore against the Ravens, a nooner. So the first 2 on the road. I am probably higher on this team than most, and it has a lot to do with the past more than it has to do with the present. But October 26th at home against the San Francisco 49ers. You've got a Thursday, November 20th game on Amazon Prime Video at home against the Bills. And then you got a game December 7th on the road against Kansas City one more time. As far as the honorable mention, hey, Texans win these games. It could be a sign of improvement. Their week 17 game against a Chargers team that I think will be a better team in year 2. Under Jim Harbaugh, week 2 at home against the Bucs. There's a chance the Texans are 0-2 to start the season. Definitely a chance. That Bucs game, obviously, the last time they played them went down to the wire. And then they have a November 2 game against the Denver Broncos. So that's like the tier 2 games that they have. I suppose if you want to put Arizona into that conversation, you could. I think that's a bit of a reach.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
I will not be putting them in that conversation.
But it's Jaguars games, it's Titans games, it's Sam Darnold and the Seahawks on the road in Seattle on a Monday games. It's stuff like that. Debating going to that one.
The Darnold game?
Yeah.
The Seahawks?
Seahawks game.
Might
Go back
be
to
Milroe by
Seattle.
then, yeah.
It's a Monday night game. Oh, yeah. Be doing a couple shows on remote. You know? Go back to the Chop. See what it's like.
Yeah.
Good old time. Good old time. Pac-Man Jones got arrested again. Who could have seen it coming? Pac-Man Jones was arrested this weekend. Why, you might ask? Well, he was arrested and charged with disorderly misconduct and assaulting a police officer. He was booked into jail in Kenyon County, Kentucky, early Saturday morning after being arrested in Covington, Kentucky. He was taken to jail, allegedly assaulted the arresting officer while being booked. He's being charged with the assault, disorderly conduct, and public intoxication. He was arrested last year in Vegas on similar charges. He pled guilty to disorderly conduct charges. He also was removed from a flight at Cincinnati's airport in 2023. He served a short stint in jail after pleading no contest to 2 misdemeanor assault charges in 2021. And he had a number of other arrests during his playing career, including charges related to a shooting outside of a Vegas strip club in 2007. Jones was a 2005 first-round pick. He was suspended a full season after that shooting outside of Vegas. Played for the Cowboys, Bengals, Broncos after being reinstated, starting his career with the Titans. I will believe any headline that I see about Pac-Man Jones. What other athletes are on that level? As you think of that, I feel that I must read the statement that was put out by Pac-Man Jones' lawyer, Peter Schaefer. Because I love it. I love a good lawyer. I love somebody who's in your corner no matter what. As a pop-up for the Texas Hammer pops up on my computer right now. Texas Hammer!
There you go. That's good marketing.
That is timely. Here is what Peter Schaefer had to say in a statement. I'm going to read it in my southern drawl. I do declare. The recent arrest of Adam Pac-Man Jones in Covington, Kentucky is yet another example of overzealous policing and the systemic issues that plague our justice system. Adam did nothing wrong other than exercise his right to ask why he was being detained, a fundamental question that every citizen should be allowed to ask without fear of retaliation. Initially, officers claimed he was being arrested for assault and then shifted to public intoxication, which in itself is not a crime in many jurisdictions unless it leads to dangerous behavior. And finally settled on disorderly conduct, simply asking for why he was being detained. This pattern of escalating and inconsistent charges is a clear abuse of authority and demonstrates a troubling trend of police officers prioritizing their own discretion over constitutional rights. Adam, like every American, is innocent until proven guilty. Pause. This might be the exception. Pac-Man Jones.
In this pause, it's very funny that he isn't calling him Pac-Man. I understand why his lawyer doesn't call him Pac-Man, but every time he's like Adam, I'm like, oh yeah,
Mr. Pac-Man. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Also, yeah, I would not expect that Pac-Man, his first name would be Adam. You know, Adam seems like a lame name, but maybe that's why he has moved on to Pac-Man. Yeah, once again, his past is being weaponized against him in the court of public opinion, while the officers involved face no scrutiny for their conduct. The repeated mischaracterization of his encounters with law enforcement, often stemming from minor incidents, only reinforces the need for accountability in policing. Enough is enough. This guy's keep going. Police should not be arrested. People should not be arrested for asking questions, and police should not be allowed to fabricate charges simply because they don't like the tone of a conversation. This type of behavior erodes trust in law enforcement and undermines justice. Adam deserves fairness, not another headline designed to paint him as a villain for clicks. We call for a full and transparent review of this arrest, and I do declare we stand firm in the belief that no one should be treated as guilty before they have even had their day in court. I do declare. He didn't say I do declare, but God, I like this lawyer.
It worked. It worked. Yeah, I was thinking being Pac-Man Jones's lawyer, that's got to be a great job, right? Yeah, money always coming in.
Oh my God, you're right.
Always on the clock.
You're right. You're constantly employed.
Yeah, it seems like a sweet gig.
Any headline with Pac-Man Jones, I'll believe it. Even if it ends up being fake after the fact, I will immediately believe it, no matter what this lawyer says to defend his client. And I will admit, his words did move me a bit.
I know nothing about this case, so I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, strong statement.
Yeah. I think Antonio Brown is like
someone texted that in.
The I guess the next generation of this kind of ex-football player, where no matter what he's into, I mean, like he was gunshots were firing as he was at a influencer boxing match like 2 weeks ago in Miami.
You're right. I forgot all about that story.
Like that happened 2 weeks ago.
And it was the guy who was the protester at the Super Bowl during Kendrick Lamar's halftime show with the Palestine flag.
Oh,
that
yeah,
was
like,
him.
somehow like involved.
What
Yeah.
a small world where that guy's also back in it. And we don't even know who's shooting at who. We're just going to assume Antonio Brown.
No, well, to protect ourselves, I just said that gunshots were firing as Antonio Brown was somewhere.
I'm just going to assume that Antonio Brown was in the wrong and may have been asking for it. I'm just going to assume.
Okay.
So, like, listen, I don't know that he did, but that's my assumption. I'm not saying he did it. That would be my assumption.
Yeah, but if someone's wants to beat up Antonio Brown, chances are Antonio Brown deserves it.
Probably was coming. Someone texted in Antonio Brown. Johnny football headlines. I would believe any headline about this. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, we maybe get like one or two a year of Johnny football headlines, but yeah, you're right. That one's one where he can seem kind of at the end of the Johnny football documentary where it's like, oh, he's kind of like taking care of himself, and then by the end of the documentary, you're like, no, he's not.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I forgot. No,
not
he's
at all. He's still exactly the same bleep head that he's always been, but he's charming along the way. From the 281, Terrell Owens, Chad Ochocinco, they were more, I believe they said anything than did bad things on the field. Chad Ochocinco had the allegations of assault. I believe he ended up getting cut by the Dolphins because of that. It was on the Dolphins Hard Knocks. So he has that at the very least against him. I don't know the specifics of that off the top of my head. But for Terrell Owens, it was always as my quarterback.
Yeah. It's any like football related headline you could believe with Terrell Owens.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, oh, he's not at practice. Oh, he had 250 yards in a game.
Right. He lives in the greater Houston area. I feel like, yeah, for him, there would be like mental health stories with him from time to time. But yeah, it's generally about what he said more than anything he did. I I don't think that's been an issue for him. John Jones headlines. Yeah, I'd believe
Oh,
those.
yeah. That's a good one.
Holy John
The
Jones.
Jones family, yeah.
The Jones family, you're
Chandler
right.
Jones, too.
Arthur Jones is the only one that, I
Yeah,
don't think has done anything off the top of my head because, Chandler Jones, I remember with the Patriots and early on, did some, spice or, that K2 stuff.
Yeah.
Then he ran, naked to, the Foxborough Police Department.
into the police department.
And that was when, everyone thought he was okay because, he had this meltdown with the Raiders as well. Texter Bo brings up John Morant. That's another good one. Keep them coming. I would believe any headline about this athlete. 713-780-3776 to call the text. In honor of Adam Pac-Man Jones getting arrested again. Who would have thought? Up next, we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season. We are 88 days away. Who's the greatest number 88 in NFL history? And get this, Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh Steeler, is trying to do old Aaron Rodgers, non-Pittsburgh Steeler things again. What's next? You'll hear. Stay put. "88 days away from the NFL kicking off on September 4th. Who's the best number 88 in NFL history? Before we get to Eagles, Cowboys, September 4th, kicking off the year. A lot of 88s on the Dallas Cowboys. Michael Irvin, Dez Bryant, CeeDee Lamb, Syracuse legend Marvin Harrison when he was with the Indianapolis Colts. This is a number that you can't wear in Germany. That's really my biggest take on 88. A friend of mine was wearing a Dallas Cowboys jersey out and about in Germany. He was at a brewery, and the people running the brewery made him cover up the jersey because 88 in Germany is one of many things that is kind of a reference to that guy. Yeah. 8th letter in the alphabet times 2 equals. Fill in the blanks if you want. There's a history lesson for you, everybody.
Google AI says Michael Irvin's the best.
Michael
Number
Irvin's the
88
best
of all time. There's other lists and stuff, but I'm just gonna go with what the Google AI spits at me.
Tony Gonzalez wore it. Syracuse legend John Mackey wore it. Lynn Swann wore it. Demaryius Thomas, RIP. He wore it. A lot of Cowboys wore it. Drew Pearson wore it also. I'm going with Marvin Harrison. Mr. Cowboys behind the glass. I see through you. I see through it.
Why? I was about to say maybe Tony Gonzalez, actually. Now that
Gonzalez would be a good one. It
being
is
the best at your position when you retire is like, that's a pretty good thing to hang your hat on.
It's pretty crazy. He's been a little forgotten because of Travis Kelce and Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah, like two guys that put up crazy numbers. B, like, in Gronk's case, every bit as good as Tony Gonzalez. Like, came in right after you. It does kind of step on his shine,
but not as much longevity. And I mean, that's the thing with Gonzalez. The numbers that Gonzalez put up, if you had him in fantasy football, like that was the cheat code.
Yeah, he had
for
like
the longest time.
A couple Falcons years where he was insane. So,
yeah. 88 with the Chiefs, 88 with the Falcons. Man, he's 49. It is wild to think how long he's been out of the league. He played from 1997 through 2013. And in his last year, 2013, 83 catches for 859 yards and 8 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Insane.
His years in Atlanta, which, by the way, were like the Chiefs let him walk because he was kind of washed up.
Yep.
It was just his touchdowns. 6 touchdowns, 7 touchdowns, 8. In his end of career.
Model of consistency. So, yeah, I'd hear Tony Gonzalez arguments on that front. Not the biggest fan of Tony Gonzalez as an analyst. I feel like he gets mad when he's not talking. Like noticeably mad. If you've watched the Amazon Prime desk that has 33 people.
I was gonna say that's a tough desk.
I do relate to him on that front a little bit, but it is funny. I feel like he pouts every now and then on the broadcast. It's an editor's note, Tony. Editor's note.
Well, because he's been doing TV for a while.
Mhm.
Like you said, he retired in 2013. So he's been doing TV for a decade. And then you have Richard Sherman and Ryan Fitzpatrick just walking off the field and being like, hey, people love me, right?
Right, exactly. And
Whitworth, too.
It's kind of wild that Fitzpatrick is perhaps more relevant for having a minimal career compared to Tony Gonzalez because he's actually endearing when he speaks. No, it is, though. I mean, as far as
character,
as far as analysts go, as we get further and further.
The big beard. He's got the they're not always Hawaiian shirts, but those type of
close
shirts
to
that he
though.
wears.
No, he's a goofy personality, and it's kind of strange that you look at him and you're like, yeah, I like what he has to say, even though Gonzalez has way more pounds on the wall than honestly everyone on that set. Andrew Whitworth and Richard Sherman included. Yeah, exactly. They're all Hall of Famers except for Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, no, I was saying except for Ryan Fitzpatrick, they're all Hall of Famers. And Clarissa Thompson.
Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Famer. Aaron Rodgers will be in Pittsburgh tomorrow. He will do his introductory press conference. I can't wait. It's going to get combative. It's going to be fun. And honestly, you should just sit back. Don't take a side. The people asking those questions, especially insufferable Pittsburgh media, who are like, you're joining the Steelers. Do you know how important that is? Even though the Steelers have been doo-doo relative to the standard that they hold themselves to for a while, those people will be annoying, and Aaron Rodgers will be annoying. This is not a reflection of political opinion. This is a reflection of Aaron Rodgers always sounds like the most insufferable person that there is. He can't help it. That's just who he is. That's not to say he's not smart and he doesn't have good points. It's more to say he's annoying. So this is going to be great. I hope there's some fireworks here.
Yeah, I do hope that there's some Pittsburgh newspaper columnist that is like,
some yinzer.
What does it mean for you to play for such a great organization like the Steelers?
And Rodgers will be like, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things.
Play for the effing Packers.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. By the way, Aaron Rodgers with the Packers beat the Steelers in a Super Bowl.
Oh, that is true.
I think that was the last Steelers Super Bowl appearance, in fact.
Yeah.
More on Aaron Rodgers. Guess who he wants? Alan Lazard. he wants Alan Lazard. And apparently he's trying to force the Steelers to get Alan Lazard.
Is he on a team? He has to be on a team.
I think Lazard is on the Jets.
Yeah.
So I think he's trying to get the Steelers to trade with the Jets for Lazard. It is funny that he just has to have his roaming band of merry men with him at all times, whether it's Nathaniel Hackett or Randall Cobb.
Yeah,
is he
Randall
even still
Cobb.
playing? Alan
They
Lazard.
should sign Randall Cobb.
That would be awesome. And his radioactive eyes.
Oh, yeah, he does have.
Randall Cobb has beautiful eyes. Just going to compliment a man for having great eyes. Are they gray? I don't even know.
It's like the people in Dune.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my God. Great comparison. Yeah. Doing a little bit of
spice.
Yeah. All
Second spice mention, by the way.
Yeah,
for
that's
the
true.
show.
We've been all over Dude today. 10-minute drill or countdown to the start of the NFL season continues. We're 88 days away. As far as the Packers go, they're about to cut or try to trade Jair Alexander. Alexander has not played much over the last few years, which is why the Packers are looking to move on from him. He's 28 years old, but he's missed 34 games over 4 years. That is a lot of time. That's 2 regular seasons. So we'll see if the Packers are able to find a trade partner. I bet someone will swoop in with the 6th or 7th. Of all the teams that would do a trade like this, the Texans are towards the top because the Texans do seem willing to trade a late round draft pick to have first crack at somebody that would hit free agency. So if they like Alexander, he might be a Texan in the next couple of hours. Terry McLaurin, all pro wide receiver, per Jordan Schultz, has made it clear to the team he's frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal. As previously reported by Jordan Schultz, McLaurin unexpectedly left voluntary workouts after initially attending Texans.
I would make the call.
First comment in response to this, Sean, is Universe saw the Commanders fans are having hope for a change and decided to put a damper on it quickly.
Yeah, it is tough if you are the Commanders and you had Terry McLaurin for these years, and he's always been really good no matter what trash quarterback you throw out there. A little DeAndre Hopkins-esque, a little bit. Probably not quite to that level.
Pretty close though.
And then you have Jaden Daniels, and now it's like, well, having a hard time signing this guy to a contract.
Yeah.
It's like, just sign him. This is the easy part of, this is the part of having the rookie scale contract where it's like, you can just sign your best wide receiver.
It should be that simple, but it is the Commanders. I know Daniel Snyder's not there anymore, but there's a part of me that always thinks things are going to go poorly for them.
There's some stink still in that.
Yeah.
Still in that, what's it called? Headquarters.
Right. Especially if the headquarters are located at FedEx Field, which if it's still named after that, FedEx, you guys got to get out from underneath that one. Like by association, they are making you look bad.
It's terrible look for FedEx.
Yeah. It's like, wow. Like, you guys have this bum ass stadium where it's just leaking on people all the time. There's just a big old spew of poop dropping from the ceiling. You don't want that. Continuing. 88 days away from the start of the NFL season. Anthony Richardson's going to be out. Colts mini camp. So Daniel Jones is going to get all of the reps during mandatory minicamp. And on top of that, the Colts have parted ways with a member of their front office, chief personnel exec Morocco Brown, what a name, who is one of the chief advocates for Anthony Richardson. So the Richardson era might be over before it even really began. Pour one out.
This would be a crazy short era, if you want to call it, or just like a first round pick failure, because he's like, well, he didn't play all of last season, right?
He played
because he got
all of
benched.
last season, but was because he
Yeah.
was healthy. Check that. He was healthy all of last season, at least as far as he goes health wise. But yes, he was benched for subbing himself out of a game.
And his rookie year, he only played like 4 or 5 games. So like we're talking about like 20 games of a career, and just being like, nope, not happening, with the GM who like we're all surprised still has a job. It's not like a guy who just got there. Like if Ballard wasn't the guy who drafted him, this would kind of make sense of moving on so fast. But the fact that he drafted him, you know, what, 2 picks after CJ Stroud got drafted.
Right, exactly. And he's 23. If you want, and I mean, he was a May birthday, so he's still very young.
Yeah,
he just turned 23.
I mean, Trey Lance is still in the league. Like this
Right.
guy will still be a backup somewhere. Like the team that's like, man, we're not sure if we could rehabilitate Trey Lance, but we might be able to rehabilitate Anthony Richardson. Like there's going to be a team out there for him.
I would think so, but I don't know that means he will succeed.
No.
Yes, though, people will try to make him succeed. He had a shoulder surgery October of 2023, and now he is dealing with a shoulder injury again, in addition to the questions about him, just how much does he care?
Like
how
Stroud with his shoulder injuries.
Ooh. Well, listen, hey.
I'm just saying they both have
shoulder injuries. That's true. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. That is your NFL countdown. We are 88 days away from the start of the NFL season. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And on the table, seems like the Astros have someone upstairs on their side. Should the Texans be interested in Nick Chubb? How much would signing him impact their chances this coming season? Up next, the landscape of college sports continues to change. We actually have a development, and I'm curious as to how you feel about it. We'll dive into it on the other side. The Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. We were talking earlier in the show about Pac-Man Jones getting arrested again for once again being intoxicated in public and shoving a police officer. Allegedly, his lawyer had quite the defense for him, calling it the fault of overzealous police officers. We did get a couple of other people that texted in. Folks, you would believe in the world of sports, any headline about from the 281 that Kevin Porter Jr. guy, another Kellen Winslow Jr. I'm a soldier.
That's such a good one. Kellen Winslow Jr.
Sadly, the last Kellen Winslow Jr. story was a very dark and sad one.
Yeah.
It was a sexual assault. But the Boston market one is an all-timer. If you haven't looked that up before, just search Kellen Winslow, Boston market. He had himself quite the time there. From the 409, Tyreek Hill. Yep, that's a good one.
That's a good one for like an active athlete who's
Right.
still like pretty good, but every once in a while is just doing stuff.
Getting in a fight with someone in a marina, getting in a fight with a plus-sized OnlyFans model while doing a drill with her in the backyard.
I mean, that just alone. Being like Travis Hunter, like what do you think about Travis Hunter on a stream and going, he's going to be ass?
Right.
Even though I'm pretty sure he's kidding. But it is just like he will just say and do whatever.
Wide range, and it's kind of like Antonio Brown on that front, whether it's podcasting something or it's just doing something that involves poor judgment. Some other nominees from the 281, this person nominates Mike Tyson. I wouldn't believe many Mike Tyson headlines anymore.
Yeah.
I think about 25 years ago, I would be there. Another texter says, this same texter also says, I'd still believe any O.J. Simpson headline. Well, yeah, there's a booming industry on that, even with that guy dead and gone forever. For sure. So those are a couple if you want to keep that conversation going. NCAA's making some changes. Friday, Judge Claudia Wilkin approved the settlement of multiple antitrust class action lawsuits that challenge the long-standing refusal of the NCAA and its members to compensate athletes. About time, you would think, right? It is kind of funny how college sports and the Olympics stand in the way of free market capitalism. I've always thought it was weird. What, you're going to stop these kids from earning money? Why? What's the grounds?
Even like back in the day, and this is basically the case right now, we're not even saying you pay the money. We're just saying that they should be able to get paid money.
Exactly. That's it. The university shouldn't be able to say, no, you can't get paid. They shouldn't. If you're siding with the universities, by the way, these days, I don't really know how to have a conversation with you. I really don't. Who's taking the sides of the universities these days? Universities are ripping people off. They are robbing everyone blind. Tuitions are going up and up and up. Are these schools getting better? Are your educations getting better? Are the jobs you're getting out of school getting better? Is the debt that you're facing because of the tuition costs when you get out of school, is it even overcomable? I mean, I don't think many people are taking the sides of the universities anymore. And I do appreciate that. Even if it does get annoying, the idea that athletes all feel the need to be paid and they're transferring from one school to another, at the very least, that is something that's being done in a way that feels like it fits in our country, because capitalism.
Yeah, it is a unfettered market. Like that these guys can get paid whatever they want. They can go wherever they want. Like that is like the purest form of capitalism.
Seriously. Now, maybe there should be some restrictions if you want to keep the level playing field.
Yes.
Or you should have some sort of contract be signed by some of these guys when they get on at a school.
If you're not running an economics experience,
right.
experiment, you'd want some guidelines in place. But part of the reason they don't have guidelines in place is because they drug their feet so much on this that they basically got sued every time that they try to be like, well, you can't transfer this many times, and they get sued. It's like, actually, they can.
Yeah, they should be able to. But it's wild because there's going to be more lawsuits on the table. Definitely some collusion going on, or monopolies, or trusts, or whatever you want to call it. And it's definitely the antitrust legislation is what's stepping in here and causing Judge Claudia Wilkin to come up with that rule. approving the settlement of these multiple antitrust class action lawsuits. But there will be more because now there's another committee. It's not the NCAA. There's the College Sports Commission, which is supposed to regulate NIL collectives that in many instances have become pay-for-play programs that you see at schools all over the place. They're trying to basically make it so that everyone's on the level playing field, which I do get in principle. But at the same time, I don't know. If there's money to give out, should that money be restricted?
Yeah, it's the idea that like the collectives and stuff is exactly what NIL was like supposed to be for. It's supposed to be like for when you're in Dr. Pepper commercials or in
Right.
like the local whatever pizza joint commercials. Like that's kind of what the like thought behind it was. And now it's just like, well, a group of boosters can just pool their money together and then offer a kid $1 million to play receiver for them. And there's not really any like actual marketing that's going on.
None.
It is just like, hey, play for us. Here's some money.
Here's
So
some money, play,
I,
please.
I think that this is like a step in the right direction. Obviously, I don't know how they're gonna like enforce this at all, but I do want more awkward commercials with these guys in it. I feel like we were promised that there'd be a lot of funny like, hey, come down to Joe's Crab Shack and whatever
Yeah.
in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
And like we just don't get any of that. So I would like this to put up some guidelines to where they actually do have to film like a commercial or like do have to
That
like
part is something else, right?
wear a t-shirt, wear like the like NASCAR style jumpsuit of like all the brands that are sponsoring them.
That's a great point. It does feel like these corporations or companies, they're usually probably small mom and pop kind of companies that are throwing
yeah, like
this money
local
out there.
businesses in college towns.
Yeah, they're getting like, I feel like they're getting railroaded by these players.
Well,
You should have to wear, if you took money from these places, I'm sorry, you should have to wear a t-shirt of that place like at all times.
Yeah, or like
Come
at least
on.
give me some social media, like one social media video a week of you
Yeah.
eating our pizza or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that's something. And you know, honestly, if you're one of these NIL collectives, like think about how bad of a deal it is. And obviously, these are people that can donate $1 million to a school to pay football players. So like these guys are doing all right. They're not missing any meals. But just the raw deal aspect of wait, so I have to scrounge together $1 million to give to a guy,
Right. Yeah.
and then 6 weeks after the season, he's just gonna want $1.5 million, and I have to find that money. Like you're just constantly having to shovel in money to like you're asking boosters to pay for these players, where it's like it should be the schools that have to pay for these players.
Yes, exactly. And it would be nice to have some rules in place, especially seeing as college sports are getting just bastardized every single year in some way, shape, or form to the point where now it's just
Yeah, it needs to actually be collectively bargained. Like it needs where that's how, you know, in baseball there's 6 years of team control and arbitration before a guy becomes a free agent. Why does that happen? Because they collectively bargain that to be the rules. That's what you need. You need like a give and take of like, hey, you can sign here and you can transfer, but you have to stay here for 2 years before you transfer. Like your first deal out of high school is a 2-year deal.
that seems like it would be a reasonable compromise. And I, for whatever reason, feel like it's not going to happen, not because of the players. I feel like it's going to be the academic institutions who are looking for ways that they can limit the amount of money that they have to throw out at these, because they want to take the money that they're getting for the sports programs into, you know, essentially launder it all over the campus. Yeah, I called it that.
Yeah. I mean,
college is a scam.
Yeah.
I went to a great
AD salaries are going up huge.
Yeah.
President salaries are going up huge.
Yeah. Like, what are we doing? It's kind of coaches too. It's
coaches.
nuts. It's nuts. Anyway, he is Sean Apes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also saw that schools will get paid based on how much gamers play with their team in the new NCAA football video game that's coming out. That is interesting. I don't know how that works, but maybe I have to get this game so that Syracuse can keep Fran Brown. Might have to get an Xbox for this. Maybe I'll join you guys in your dynasty and then throw a bunch of rage fits while losing games. You guys are all better than me.
You know, that's what we've been missing.
Yes, just an angry person playing.
Everyone loses with class. That's annoying.
I would. Yeah, I wouldn't. I for sure wouldn't. From the 832, we were talking about athletes you believe any headline about. I would believe any story on these guys. Justin Tucker. I'd only believe like the weird pervy stuff with Justin Tucker at this point in time.
He's also an opera singer.
There's that. I forgot. Ben Roethlisberger. Oh, yeah. Ben Roethlisberger was involved in the Trump Stormy Daniels stuff, wasn't he?
I don't remember.
I feel like he is somehow linked to the
I mean,
Donald Trump Stormy Daniels
would not
story.
be shocking. But.
Brett Favre, another good one. Chad Wheeler. That's the guy. So this is a very, very obscure one relative to those three, but Chad Wheeler was the guy who played for the Seahawks, and I think he just beat the absolute hell out of his girlfriend. And I think he got 80 to 100 months in jail or something like that. Chad Wheeler, I don't really know much about other than that story. But Favre and Roethlisberger, 100% agree with you. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros keep winning, and it's kind of hard to explain how they keep winning because they're not scoring early, and the pitching is banged up. Is this sustainable, or do they have something else on their side? The Paul Gallant Show continues after this. Stick around. Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. The Astros have won 11 of 16. They took 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Guardians. They won 4 of 6 on their road trip in Pittsburgh and in Cleveland. And right now have a commanding season high 2.5 game lead in the American League West. They are doing this in spite of almost no offense in the first 3 innings of games this season. Hell, it takes them usually after the 4th and after the 5th to get going. They're doing this with a multitude of injuries on their pitching staff. And they are doing this in spite of all of the hype that we saw this offseason behind, one, the Texas Rangers, who are 31 and 35, and 2, the Seattle Mariners, who are 33 and 31. Rangers are tied with the Angels, basically, for 4th place at this moment in time, which goes to show you how disappointing the Rangers have been. At least the Rangers do have a positive run differential finally. So there's that going for them. But I think that's largely a result of the fact that they have really good pitching. The Rangers, in fact, have the fewest runs scored in the American League this season. They have scored less runs than the White Sox. Yeah. They've scored less than them. Have they scored less runs than the Rockies? Nope, they've scored more than the Rockies.
Yeah, come on.
But only a few more than the Rockies. Can you guess how many more runs they've scored than the Rockies?
10.
17.
Okay.
Still, though, that's not that far
That's
off.
not that. No.
That's 4 to 5 games worth of runs there. So the Rangers stink. The Mariners are playing poorly. And the Astros once again look like they're going to just waltz through the regular season. Skippity-doo-dah, skippity-yay. My, oh my, the American League West is ours today. Right, whatever. And I'm just wondering how. That's all. I'm enjoying it. But it's wild that they keep on winning and winning and winning this season in spite of the limitations. And you take a look at the schedule ahead. Why would this slow down? They're about to play the White Sox for 3 at home. After the White Sox, who did they play? The Twins. Honestly, off the top of my head, are the Twins doing well this season? They're certainly not.
They're 35 and 30.
Okay, so they're basically
the same. They're
the
1
Guardians.
game back of the Astros.
They're on your tier by record, but by respect. Do you look at the Twins? Are you scared of them? Then they play the A's. Then they play the Angels. Then they play a Phillies team that has been playing worse of late. They've lost 5 games in a row. The Cubs. They have the Rockies. Like, honestly, you take a look at the Astros schedule, the rest of the first half. If you want to say intimidating teams, it's June 24th through 26th against the Phillies in a World Series rematch. And it's the 4th of July through 6th of July against the Dodgers. That's it the rest of the first half. This should continue. But it's weird that it's continuing because they can't score runs early. And the pitching is really banged up and does not seem to be on the verge of being less banged up. They're going to be scraping things together probably through the end of July and hoping that some of these guys that are coming back from injury can come back from injury. I enjoy it. I'm happy about it. Perhaps there's someone upstairs smiling down on the Astros. I think that their attention could be better focused elsewhere. But hey, if this means that the Astros are once again going to be a playoff team, good. I do not want to watch a non-playoff team play baseball. Zero interest in that. Zero desire to do that. I'm just bewildered that it keeps on happening, and I am of the mindset that perhaps God wills this. God wills it! God wills it! God wills it! For those who don't know, Kingdom of Heaven, great movie. And there's this one guy who's definitely a Warhawk priest. Seems a little bit aggressive with getting the army of Jerusalem and army of the Crusades out and on the run, because even in spite of the worst odds ever and poor leadership, et cetera, this man believes that it's all about this.
God wills it! Gott wills it. Gott wills it.
I love that guy. I don't know. There's one of those random movie characters that just jumps out for no reason at all, except for the enthusiasm with which he says, one, God wills it, and blasphemy, blasphemy. And then he just starts like a chorus of yokels behind him who all like join in immediately. Doesn't give any reasoning for it. Doesn't give any explanation. He just got one of those like old school religion hats on. Not a bishop hat, like just it's just a little felt hat that he's got on. It covers his ears. God wills it. And that's sort of how I feel with the Astros right now. It's just God wills it.
Yeah, and it's
divine belief works.
It's almost less about like specifically the Astros and it's more about the other teams in the division. The rest of the division it's just like they cannot stop tripping. Like the Mariners cannot stop stopping. Like they it seems like every night I watch the Astros game, it goes final, then I go about my night, maybe there's basketball on, whatever. And then normally it's Mark Berman or Brian McTaggart. Around 11:30, I see a tweet before I go to bed of, haha, Mariners lose another one 3-2.
Right.
And I'm just like, oh, okay. And it extends the Astros lead in the division where I'm like, oh, they didn't really have to like do that much. And they've now have a 3-game lead, 2.5-game lead, something like that in the AL West, where maybe it's just after last year. I'm like, wow, they're already up 2.5 games.
Right.
This thing's over. I don't know if it's over yet, but it definitely feels like it's more a statement to me about the Mariners and the Rangers than it is like the Astros are having some awesome season blessed by a divine power. It's more like the divine power is smiting the Rangers and Mariners because a 36-30 record or whatever the Astros have isn't exactly like running away and hiding.
No, 36-29 as things stand right now. That is among teams the American League. Get this. Now
it's probably like third, right?
Third most wins. Yeah. They are
again, maybe it's just the American League just stinks. Or at the top end. There's no like top end team because
the Tigers are the top end team. And that's like what?
Exactly.
I don't believe it. I almost feel like that's bogus, even though the Tigers dust busted the Astros in that little fake ass series last year. They're 43-24. Who would have thought the Detroit Tigers would have not just the best record in the American League in terms of total wins, the best record in all of baseball? 43-24 is the top in terms of total wins in the sport. The Mets have the second most. They're 42-24. Wild.
Even if you thought like, hey, they're a young team, kind of exceeded expectations last year, got hot at the end of the season, made not a run, but like you said, beat the Astros in the playoffs. Even if you're like, oh, yeah, I can see them maybe, winning the division, maybe, or just making the playoffs out of the AL Central. You wouldn't have said, I think they're going to be the best team in the American League.
No.
Like, that is a crazy step up that they've taken.
Very crazy step up, which makes me feel like they're going to take an inevitable step back. And once again, I just think that this will be the mindset of Astros fans perhaps every year that Jose Altuve is still playing for this team, even if it's not the same Jose Altuve of old. You're just going to think it's our God-given right to win the American League West. We will be in the playoffs, and I am not scared of any of these other teams that are in it. And here's the best part. Say the Tigers continue with this season, the Astros will definitely take the Tigers seriously this time around.
Yeah.
I mean, like they needed a little bit of a wake-up call last year, perhaps for this year, the most important year, right?
Yeah, most important year of our lives.
Most important day of our lives? Yeah. The greatest day of our lives. But the Astros have this day off.
It is a good point that you make about like the AOS for Astros fans seems like a God-given right because like
look at how 2023 ended, where like all these bozo teams just keep on pooping their pants, and like you tried to lose the AL West and you still won it on the last day of the year because both of those losers blew it.
It's like a young teen with potential that just doesn't have any study habit, like never learned to study because they can just, hey, test comes, I can get a C and pass. That's basically what the Astros have been the last 3 years of like, man, they really have not they've not put forth their best foot, but it's good enough. Keeps being good enough, and they haven't learned their lesson. They haven't learned that they have to study for the final because we can do this and just get a C and move on.
Behan in comments, an AL team isn't winning the World Series. Well, that might be true, but I mean, if the Astros make it back to the ALCS, God wills it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's possible. Will I raise a banner for that? No. I will 100% be as I will 100% be as into the movement, culty as possible, say they get back. Like, I will jump on the bandwagon and act like they're going to win every single game possible and be very insufferable and pander a little bit. That's what you got to do. But they keep on winning, and it's kind of hard to believe that they keep on winning, especially considering that the AL West keeps on losing.
Yeah. And they have the easiest remaining schedule in baseball.
The easiest, and by a significant margin,
It's
too.
crazy.
It's not even close. It's wild.
It's crazy because I don't feel like they've played a very hard schedule.
No, I don't either.
They've played some good teams, but I don't feel like it's been like some murderer's row so far.
No, it's not. They have tonight off. White Sox are next. They still haven't swept anybody. And yet, here they are. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
They have to sweep somebody. They just have to sweep somebody at some point.
The Blue Jays didn't count, but we're just looking for the American sweep. A sweep of an American team. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call into text in 2:30. Who's got a case of the Mondays in the world of sports? You get to bring that to the table on the most interactive sports talk show in town. And the latest on CJ Stroud. Plus, is Nick Chubb actually capable of making a difference for the Texans in the 2025 season? We'll discuss. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros took 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Guardians. They did lose 4-2 yesterday, play the White Sox after getting today off, a series starting at Dyken Park tomorrow night with Lance McCullers on the hill for the Stros. Did not pitch on Sunday. Joe Espada, Dana Brown had talked about how they wanted to give him a little bit more rest before his next start. He has been pitching well. You want to keep this going. Maybe this helps him keep it going. What's the latest with CJ Stroud? Houston Texans mini camp kicks off tomorrow. It's mandatory. Generally, there are 3 practices, but the third one almost always gets canceled. There will be 2 open to the media the next 2 days. Will Stroud be back? We shall see. Here is what Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network had to say about Stroud's shoulder injury, which has kept him out of practice.
I have not heard anything to make me believe that this is going to be something long-term. We've seen various reports saying it's his pec, it's his shoulder. D'Amico Ryans went full NHL coach. John Cooper just saying it is general body soreness. Whatever it is, it's enough for them to not have CJ Stroud on the field. At this time, doing anything in terms of throwing the football here. But let's see as we get into training camp here what the reps look like. I can remember other times, for instance, with Dak Prescott, you remember when there was all kinds of, questions and panic about Dak Prescott having, limited reps, get another MRI. And it was like, no, I kept being told he's going to be fine. We're just, being cautious because he pushes himself too hard. And sure enough, Dak was good to go. That was a couple of years ago. Was good to go at the start of the season. It could well be the same thing with CJ Stroud.
It's so funny. The Texans are such a tight-lipped ship that a update, Paul said in quotation marks, about CJ Stroud's health provided absolutely no update and turned into an anecdote about the Dallas Cowboys. That's not an indictment on Tom Pelissero, by the way. This is more, the Texans just keep things very close to the vest with Nick Caserio running things as well. So I can understand why some might be a little bit concerned by how you're hearing nothing about CJ Stroud. And I totally would understand that. But I do think ultimately this will be a nothing burger that we will look back at months from now, wondering why did we spend as much time on it there? But that update was something else, huh, Sean?
You're right that it just 40% of that was about Dak Prescott.
Yeah. And then the rest of it's like, well, they're being really cagey, so I don't know.
Yeah. I haven't the phrase I haven't heard anything that would scare me. It's like, well, because you haven't heard anything.
You haven't heard anything,
Yeah,
right? Exactly.
You haven't heard anything at all. So yeah, I mean, again, we'll do the same thing this week of does he throw, does he not throw? And then I don't know what we'll do, Paul. I don't know.
I don't either. More when it comes to the Houston Texans. This is the latest from Ian Rappaport this morning, about an hour before the show, talking about the possibility of the Texans signing former Browns running back Nick Chubb.
The Houston Texans have agreed to terms with Browns Pro Bowl running back Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb headed to Houston today, actually probably is already there, going to take a physical. Pending this physical, which I assume is going to be fine. He did suffer an injury at the end of last year. That was a long time ago. Pending the results of this physical, Nick Chubb, the longtime Browns running back, on the face of the Browns franchise, a 4-time Pro Bowler in Cleveland, who was one of the best running backs over the course of the last decade, is expected to land in Houston. And this one could have gone a couple different ways. Before the draft, the Browns had discussions with Nick Chubb about bringing him back. Those discussions did not land in a deal. They went to the draft. Browns addressed the position in the draft. The door was still open, but the Browns did address the position. The Texans did have a running back spot alongside Joe Mixon, and now they agreed to terms right before mandatory minicamp with Nick Chubb, an incentive-laden deal that should be done and finalized later today.
Breaking news as well, this deal is officially done. Per Diana Rossini a minute ago, Nick Chubb passed his Texans physical. So Nick Chubb is a Houston Texan, everybody. What does that mean? We will see. I do not know that he will make the team. I do not believe it is a lock. I know the name brand itself is pretty cool to see on the Houston Texans. This is one of the best tackle-breaking running backs that we've seen in the NFL, honestly, ever, but especially recently. This is a guy who, over the course of his career, has averaged 5 yards a carry, and this is a guy who's getting high volume in getting that 5 yards a carry. But it's also somebody who suffered a knee injury at the end of the 2023 season and broke a foot last year. I do not think it is a lock that he makes the team. It's not just that the Texans have Dameon Pierce. They drafted Woody Marks out of USC. A lot of people seem to like him. It's one of those mid-round draft picks. Sometimes running backs drafted in the third, the fourth round end up being very good, a la Dameon Pierce a couple of seasons ago with Davis Mills under center and Pep Hamilton as his offensive coordinator. I like that they're bringing in Chubb. Iron sharpens iron, blah, blah, blah. I'm not expecting anything out of Nick Chubb. I am not even necessarily expecting him to make the team, but I do think it's cool that they signed him, and I do hope that he makes the team, because if this is the old Nick Chubb, awesome. Again, it's a big old if.
Yeah. Nick Chubb is like a classic running back that everyone remembers. Everyone's probably had him on their fantasy football team, and everyone's like, yeah, Nick Chubb, like that guy. And so when you see that he gets signed by the Texans, you're like, oh, that's awesome. And I understand that. But yeah, I mean, just given the state of his injury history the last 2 years, it's just tough to imagine you're getting like super high level. Even if you get 75% of Nick Chubb in, backup duty, where it is like he's getting what, 4 carries a game.
Yeah.
Like that. This
most.
ultimately is not really changing your fate very much.
It's just Mixon gets hurt.
Unless Mixon gets hurt.
Right. And Mixon has missed time. Mixon, I mean, that's how Cam Akers got the reps that he got last season before the Texans traded him elsewhere. I didn't think Akers was that good in that spot, but hey, to each their own. I think Pierce has a lot of talent, Dameon Pierce. I think Dameon Pierce is probably better at this point in his career than Nick Chubb is at this point in his career. But also Nick Chubb is Nick Chubb, and Dameon Pierce has had a hard time figuring out the D'Amico Ryans era of Texans football, even though it does seem like D'Amico Ryans has a soft spot for him.
Yeah, I do wonder the Pierce thing, because like you said, he was good his rookie year, and then because he had 1 year pre D'Amico and Slowick, right?
Right, yes.
And so the last 2 years of his career have been in the Slowick offense, where if you want to tell me that he was just a poor scheme fit for that, like, okay, I'll buy it, but is it going to be a good scheme fit for the Nick Haley offense? That's the question I have, where if it's going to be the same thing, if they're asking the same thing out of running backs that they were under Bobby Slowick, then I don't really have any reason to believe that Dameon Pierce will like even show a little bit of what he showed his rookie year. But if you're telling me that this will be a different run game with a different scheme, then I'm okay buying in on Dameon Pierce. It's just that I don't know what Nick Haley is going to do running the ball.
That too. I'm with you, and I don't know what that offensive line is going to look like in front of them either. So
yeah, that too. Although, I mean, it's not like he had an awesome offensive line his rookie year.
No, that's true. That's true. They made it work somehow, some way.
Yeah, he didn't have a good passing game. Didn't have a good coordinator. He was awesome as rookie
on a bad team.
A team that was losing all the time.
Yeah, but that's what bothers me. It seems like a lot of people have just forgotten that Dameon Pierce was really good his rookie season.
Can I break some news to you, Paul?
Yes.
They probably weren't watching the 2022 Texans. A lot of the people talking about the Texans now did not spend a lot of time pre-Stroud.
I was one of those unfortunate few. Alas, earwax. Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Who has a case of the Mondays in sports? It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. It is Monday at 2:30, and every single Monday, thanks to your contributions on this very interactive show of ours, we tell you who's having a case of the Mondays in the world of sports and beyond. Hit it. From the text line, already got a couple of these. From the 713 and from the 832. Christian Walker. Yeah. Astros first baseman Christian Walker. But the thing is, it's not like he's been replaced in the lineup. So it can't be too bad of a case of the Mondays for Christian Walker. But in his series against the Guardians, Walker was a combined 2 for 12.
It's been a whole season of the Mondays for Christian Walker. Or no, there's was it the Mariner series?
Yes, he had the
There's
walk-off home run against the Mariners, and he had another, multi-hit game against the Mariners in that series. It might have been the walk-off home run game. But, yeah, there has not been much from Christian Walker. There's also not a lot of alternatives given the injuries the Astros are currently dealing with Yordan Alvarez out, with Zach DeZenzo out, with Chas McCormick out. So expect more Christian Walker. You know who else has a case of the Mondays in the Astros organization? It's finally over. Forrest Whitley. DFA'd over the weekend. A long time coming. I feel for Forrest Whitley. You try so hard as this super hyped prospect back in the day to make it at the major league level. Sometimes it's just not in the cards.
Yeah, especially like as a super hype prospect who would basically just get hurt every year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even like he had like the full like run. I mean, he had a chance. He was in the Astros organization for a decade, but he didn't have like the full like, I guess, shoot up to the major leagues as an actual promising guy. Like by the time he made the majors, it was kind of, oh, well, he's a reliever who's only going to come in when it's kind of blowout city. And there's not much here. Like he didn't really feel like he ever got a full, the hype. I guess he always got a hype train.
He always was hyped. I mean, he's 6'7". He's a massive human being out there.
I guess what I'm saying is he never got to like actually try to deliver on the hype in the majors because he kept getting sidetracked and suspended or injured on the way up.
The chance that he had, 2018 was when he got suspended 50 games for violating the drug prevention and treatment program. I think it had something to do with Adderall.
I think it was something like Adderall. Didn't he have a story where he was like having to make a long drive, and so he just had some whatever gas station 5-hour energy?
Basically, the report was that. Hang on, this is loading all of a sudden. Who am I cheering for? Shut up, MLB Reddit. But per Chuck McKittenack, it was an unknown stimulant to help keep him awake while driving. So this person's theorizing either Adderall or cheap trucker speed. Whitley was at an out-of-state college baseball game as a fan after his season was over and was given an unknown stimulant by a friend in order to keep him awake during his long drive home.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay, so he took Adderall.
So it was his fault.
Got it. It was Adderall.
An unknown we want it to be Adderall. How about that?
I mean, what else could it possibly be?
I don't know.
Trucker speed is actually almost worse. But yeah, so shout out to Forrest Whitley.
He's got a case of the Mondays. For the 281, someone texted in. Jonathan Singleton would not have a case of the Mondays if the Astros signed him and replaced Christian Walker with him. That's true. Case of the Mondays. U.S. men's national team in soccer. Guess what? They lost again.
Oh.
They've lost 3 straight. Landon Donovan called them out because a lot of players sit out, specifically Christian Pulisic's dad. So now Christian Pulisic's dad is telling Landon Donovan to grow a pair of balls. So you got that. Landon Donovan said, this is not what it means to represent your country after their most recent loss. And Christian Pulisic, his response was, I think after having a conversation with, I'm not sure who, did he ask this to Grok or something like that? But he posted on Instagram, this guy is talking about commitment. Look in the mirror and grow a pair. Call names out, or are you afraid next time you want an interview, you will get rejected again? Damn. So Christian Pulisic's dad, perhaps a loud person. Also, Pulisic's calling out that Landon Donovan took an extended sabbatical once. Landon Donovan took his sabbatical because he was feeling both physically and mentally exhausted after years of intense competition and the pressure that comes with being a top athlete. He's playing professionally from a young age and had participated in multiple World Cups, so he felt the need to step back and take some time for himself. This break allowed him to rest, travel, and ultimately return to the game with a refreshed mindset. Okay. But I mean, I have a question, and maybe I'm ignorant here. Did the U.S. even make the last World Cup?
Yes. They made
did
the last one, not the one before that.
Not the one before that. Okay.
They made the 22, not the 18.
Oh, that's how long ago it was? Dang.
Yeah. Oh, coming up on 4 years.
That's crazy. Anyway, U.S. men's national team, case of the Mondays. Angel Reese, case of the Mondays. Oh, boy. So everyone was excited about the Indiana Fever Chicago Sky game before Caitlin Clark got hurt. So she missed the game. So you'd think, all right, well, the Chicago Sky, they got Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark's not playing for the Fever. Surely the Sky will win, right? Wrong. They lost 79-52. And making matters worse, Angel Reese, who did look pretty awesome walking into the arena wearing some Cruella DeVille looking getup. Reese had 3 turnovers, 4 points, and 12 rebounds. $3 tickets available at that game. If you're Angel Reese and you're losing to a team without Caitlin Clark on the court, that's got to sting a little bit. At least no one's talking about her as the subject of some sort of.
It probably stings less, honestly.
Less culture war conversation about Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark today.
This game kind of came and went. Glad.
Case of the Mondays. Who else has a case of the Mondays? I bet Cooper DeJean has a case of the Mondays. You know why the NFL took the end racism out of the end zones? Because racism is alive and well. Cooper DeJean may play more at safety and less at cornerback in 2025. That's racism. That's racism in action. Oh, a white guy gets a pick 6 in the Super Bowl, and we're going to move him to safety. Might be because C.J. Gardner-Johnson is no longer a member of the Eagles and is now with the Texans. It could be that, but I choose to blame it on racism.
Yeah. It's 2025. We're about to have a number 1 pick in the NBA draft. Let him play corner.
Yeah. What's up with that? What more racist? Tom Cruise playing The Last Samurai in the movie The Last Samurai. The Last Samurai is a white guy?
Yeah.
Or no white corners in the NFL? I think it's no white corners in the NFL. Just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough.
Also tough. Craig Kimbrell, DFA'd. He had 1 start with the Atlanta Braves. Didn't go so well. That's it. R.I.P. Case of the Mondays for him.
Craig Kimbrell, a little bit of remember that guy.
Yeah, remember him? He used to be great.
Yeah.
Case of the Mondays. The Red Sox reputation, once again. The reason that there was that dust up between the Angels and Red Sox a couple of days ago, the Red Sox first base coach was relaying pitcher's signs by the way that he moved and stood on the first baseline. So basically on fastballs, he would stand there, but breaking pitches, he would make some sort of side sachet, and people were actually able to make a read on what pitch was coming based off of that. Red Sox get a Red Sox. Bunch of cheaters. Unlike our beloved Astros. I mean, wait, I guess they're just like our beloved Astros. Just doing whatever it takes to try win.
Yeah. They really skated on 2018. I know it's not a novel opinion, but like they also won a World Series.
Sure.
A season they were embroiled in sign stealing.
They did. That's
with
true.
the guy who did it on the Astros.
Yes.
Scora.
Yes.
Like they.
And it wasn't a big deal for whatever reason when they won, but for whatever reason, the Astros making it and then losing in 2019, bigger deal.
Yeah. It must have been. It probably is because they were like still competitive, still awesome for years afterwards, where the Red Sox did the thing where they won the World Series and then kind of faded away.
Yes. Case of the Mondays every single Monday at 2:30. Text yours in 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. No game for the Astros tonight, but are they just going to keep on winning and winning and winning the way that they're winning, despite their offensive struggles and despite all their injuries? Will Nick Chubb, now officially a Houston Texan, have any impact on the team this coming season? And what did you think of what CJ Gardner-Johnson had to say about what's next for this Texans franchise? All of that's on the table. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 409, Bregman probably has a case of the Mondays after his new team got caught cheating. I bet he dusted off the apology statement and updated it. But did he use ChatGPT like a lot of people suggested that he used for his farewell
Yeah.
to the Astros, which I thought was unfair that people immediately were looking for that, even if ChatGPT searching online did find that it was rather likely. It was more probable than not that some sort of ChatGPT was used to help make that Toodaloo speech.
Which is strange because you would think that, like, I mean, it's not hard to make a thanks for the memories.
It's not.
I'll always think of Houston as home. I grew up here. Shout out. Nothing but the best.
I think people are just a-holes, and whenever someone leaves, they feel jilted, and then they want to say, it was never real, was it?
Yeah.
To make it easier to separate.
But then also at the same time, when you have Altuve aging before your eyes, you're going like, man, what's up with this guy? This guy. Ugh.
I'm not at the very least, but I noticed a lot of people during this past series.
You can't win. You can't win.
No,
you
you
can't
really
win when you're on the Astros, except for like all the division titles. You'll just win that every year.
Right.
But in the eyes of the fan base, it's tough.
No game for the Astros tonight. I do not know how they keep winning. I'm cool with it. That's for sure. I just don't know how it keeps happening other than divine intervention because it doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense. The big man upstairs might hate the Mariners, might hate the Rangers.
Definitely hates the Angels.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
That's true.
You can't say maybe with that.
No, they're named the Angels, and he's like sacrilegious.
No.
Just cursed.
Nope.
Cursed for all time. I think for the Rangers, it's Gay Pride Month. They're the one team that doesn't do the Gay Pride thing. So perhaps, the man upstairs punishing them for that. And then on top of that, Mariners in the middle of a city that's very, very gay at times. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Perhaps you're getting punished for that too. I don't know, man. I'm just asking the question.
Too much pride. Not enough pride.
Too much pride. Houston's just got the right amount of pride.
Goldilocks zone.
Exactly. Goldilocks zone when it comes to pride. Anyway, also Nick Chubb, officially a Houston Texan. I'm not expecting much. That's not me saying that I think he's going to suck. I just think it's going to be tough for him to make the roster. It is cool to have signed Nick Chubb, but this is very different than trading for Stephon Diggs last year. Diggs, still a productive player. We will see with Chubb. I'm skeptical because he's coming off of a year where he broke a foot, where he averaged 3.3 yards a carry, which was a year where he was coming off of major knee surgery. So things to keep in mind, but it is cool to have him on the team. I do not think this means Dameon Pierce is gone. I do not think that this spells trouble for other Texans running backs on the depth chart. I think that Jordan's still in the fold as a practice squad or something like that. Maybe not, but I know that they drafted Woody Marks as well. Iron sharpens iron. They say that all the time. And after Joe Mixon, it will be very interesting to see who is their number 2 running back. But I still think that Dameon Pierce is the front runner.
Yeah, I was having a hard time thinking of a comparison for the Texans, or like in the past, like when they've done something like this, because it's not. I'm not ready to throw Ed Reed at them.
I saw a couple of rash comparisons by Big Sarge where he said a lot. This is like Amon Green to a lot of people. I don't know if it's like Amon Green, because with Amon Green, I think there were expectations that Amon Green would still be Packers Amon Green when they signed him. And with Ed Reed, there were definitely expectations that Ed Reed would be the Ed Reed that won a Super Bowl the year before with the Ravens. I don't think that there's that many expectations for Nick Chubb like that.
Vince Wilfork?
But Wilfork was still a solid player when they signed him.
Yeah.
So
there's not like that right zone of, hey, we're taking a shot on an older guy with low expectations, because normally there is some expectation.
This is no lose. It's a no lose signing, but I'm just not expecting much. So that's Nick Chubb. CJ Gardner-Johnson said the Texans have to learn how to win against teams that matter, essentially. I liked hearing that. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. This is not surprising at all, but if you were looking for Sydney Sweeney's Bathwater Bliss bathwater soap. It sold out seconds after releasing on Friday. Seconds.
Yeah. Never had a chance.
Never had a chance. I mean, she should do it again, clearly. Clearly.
Yeah, if it's selling out in seconds, like it's a concert, like a retirement tour concert, maybe you should just say second batch.
I'm embarrassed by how horny we are as men. I'm embarrassed at times. This is embarrassing.
How many?
It's funny for Sydney Sweeney. I would be laughing hysterically about this. What the ultimate flattery.
I also think it would be funny to like have the soap. Like I feel like some percent of this is ironic.
Yeah.
But also,
do you use it or do you just like put it on your mantle? Like
it's a conversation starter.
It's a conversation starter in your bathroom. Yeah.
But yeah, I wonder how many people are in on the joke with this, or versus how many people are actually like, oh yeah, finally
like
getting
sniffing
some.
it.
Yeah.
Just like getting high off of
Yeah.
bar soap. It's a good question. Ozempic. Big news for Ozempic, everybody. It's the miracle drug that promises to shrink your size, except where it matters. Male Ozempic users say the Ramalama Ding Dongs have gotten bigger since they started injecting the weight loss shot, with dozens of well-endowed fellas flocking to online forums to fawn over their expanded members. Shout out to whoever wrote this up. Probably had a lot of fun writing this. Maybe too much fun. That's neither here nor there. I think this person might have busted out a measuring stick in the middle of writing this thing out. So, hey, if this is actually true, cool. I do think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the skinnier you are, the more of it you can see.
That's where my mind went as well.
Just a thought.
Everything around it is getting smaller.
Yeah.
It will at very least appear to be larger. But if this is true, this is
if
literally
it is true,
the greatest invention in like Ozempic, whatever company owns them, is going to be the rich company in the world.
It's getting annoying how many of these are out there that people are using, and then there's no side effects that we've heard of. Everything that we've heard is like, it's great. It makes your dick, it makes your schmenzer bigger. Like, great. Almost slipped up there.
Almost, yeah. It's like you don't have to work out. You get skinny, and guess what, fellas? She'll like it too.
Yeah, from the 832, that got bigger. Everything around it got smaller. It's a good question. I don't know, but everyone's saying this.
It's a matter of perspective, I guess.
What a weird thing too, by the way, to go to Reddit and be like, I just took some Ozempic, and guess what? I got a hog now.
It's also, this has been around for like 2 years. Like, we would have noticed.
Yeah, right?
Real.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have a fupa anymore. Congrats.
Big news in Japan.
Yeah. Ozempic size news?
Stop.
Oh, sorry.
No jokes to be had there. The era of Japanese children being named ridiculous names may be drawing to a close. New regulations are designed to curb eccentric naming practices. They take effect this week. The Japanese government has implemented rules that will make it more difficult for parents to register flashy baby names like Pikachu from Pokemon, Pudding, or even Prince. I like this. Yeah, we should get away from these ridiculous names, which we do far too much of in our country. I suppose it is freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and it's not like we got a lot of people doing Adolf or anything like that. But I do think that we've gotten a little bit ridiculous with some of the names. JAX, for example. F off.
Yeah, like, can we clean up the spelling? I think that's what we need. We need a spelling czar. Like, listen, this is way too many Y's to be putting in the name Kaylee. All right, like, we need to clean this up.
Oh, there's Kaylee's a rough one. It's either too many E's, too many I's, it's just too many Y's.
We need a review board for this.
Like, are you trying to sound like you're Mississippi trash? Because that's generally the impression I get. The kids can't control it, but the parents can. Okay, normal names, bring them back. Less Jax, JAX. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass, to everyone who listened. We appreciate you so much. Subscribe to the podcast if you missed anything. It's on Apple. It's on Spotify. Leave a 5-star review. Maybe roast me. I'll read it on the air. Also, big thanks to our Twitchers, our YouTubers, callers, and texters. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Sean and Ryan behind the glass. They waved.
Hey, guys.
Brian never waves at us.
Joel waved at us, so I wanted to.
I did.
Oh, that's what sparked the wave.
Yeah.
I got you. Hey, Brian's not at work again. How many days does this guy get?
It's absurd.
He's got Granado amount of PTO. He's got Jordan amount of PTO.
He's your boy, Mapes. Does that even register with you, or is that just like, he does what he does?
Yeah, I mean, as we see it in sports all the time, the guys get vet days. The older you get in your career, the farther you get in your career. So
You've been here longer than he has.
But I mean, all the gray in his beard and hair.
So he's
He's
got
a
more
veteran.
gray,
He's Brian Tunsil. That's
but
what we
less
call him.
service days.
Yeah.
Huh.
Laramie McDonald? I don't know. Whichever one you like that.
Huh. Bad teammate like Laramie? He wouldn't help his quarterback up?
He definitely would not help me off the ground.
Yeah, I don't think he would. Nick Chubb's a Houston Texan. Passed his physical, according to reports. We'll talk a lot about Nick Chubb in a moment. Mailbag Monday, NBA Finals headed to Indy, and a Jordan update, all to get to. But on these Mondays, we start with the good, bad, and the ugly. And we always start with good if the Astros won a series. We start with bad if they lost the series, but they won the series, the Houston Astros did. So we begin with the good.
Yeah, look, first of all, you won the series. You won another series against this time a good baseball team. And I'll take that all day, every day. The fact that they played good baseball, they've been a less than road team. So to get that series win and play good on this road trip was fantastic for them. And I'll start with the starting pitching. I thought the starting pitching was really good. I mean, you didn't know what you were going to get out of a guy like Walter, but the fact that you got 6 innings out of him and he only gave up 2 runs, got 5 strikeouts, I'll start there and say that was really good. And then when you know that you got Hunter Brown, it's a shame Hunter didn't get the win. He pitched well enough to win, but he gave you, 5 1/3. And then Gordon looked like the guy that we've seen in terms of his stuff being able to translate and did his job as well for 5 innings. So I'll start with the starting pitching.
Yeah, the pitching was good. I'm a fan of Colton Gordon. I think Colton Gordon is going to be a good pitcher for the Astros. We have to temper our expectation. He's never going to be a top half of the rotation starter. I think he's a bottom of the rotation starter, but that's valuable. Like that's something that is helpful. Maybe he can eventually develop into a number 3-esque starter, but I mean, as long as you're a rotation guy, you're a rotation guy. Hunter Brown pitched pretty good. Got into a little bit of trouble in the 6th inning. Couldn't get out of the 6th inning. I do think if he's going to be like the Cy Young, one of the best starting pitchers in all of baseball, I'm going to start being disappointed whenever he doesn't get through the 6th inning. He was disappointed in himself, so I'm going to be disappointed whenever Hunter Brown can't get through 6 innings. I think that you need to be able to do that if you're going to be a frontline starter, consistent Cy Young contender, that sort of thing. So that's the one nitpick I would have on Hunter Brown. Who blew his win? I can't remember who
It was Dubin.
Was it Dubin?
Yeah,
Dubin gave up the bomb to Ramirez.
Yep.
Which was one of my bads. We'll get to a
Ramirez
little
is
bit later.
such a good hitter.
I love Jose Ramirez. He's one of my favorite players in baseball.
Yeah, you agree with me? He's in the Hall of Fame already?
No.
Oh, I looking at the stats and just what he's been able to do in terms of as a switch hitter. And I know that's a tough conversation because Berkman should be in, but man, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. That dude is a stick. He is unbelievable.
I did not expect this conversation. I would bet that he won't be.
Well, I forget where.
I mean, he's already 32. He has under 1,600 hits in just over 250 homers. Like, to me, you have a long way to go.
Where was I? I don't think I was in the car, but I forget one of the analysts was like, because I was like trying to figure out because I'm driving, I couldn't look up all the stats, but they were rattling off the stats and everything like that. And whoever the analyst was, or whoever one of the baseball expert was like putting him in the same categories like Eddie Murray and stuff like that. I didn't realize how good he was for both sides of the plate.
Eddie Murray? Who said this? This is awful take.
Yeah, I got to remember because we were on the road all weekend. But I'm like, when you look at just the fact that he's been, is he a 7-time All-Star? 7 or 8?
Yeah, I don't use All-Stars.
But I know, I'm not trying to use it as I get that. But he's an over 300. I think he's hit over 300 for at least 7 or 8 years in a row.
It's not my take.
I thought you had his stats pulled up.
Let's see. 1, 2. If he does it this year, it'd be his 3rd year ever.
Oh, wow. Well, then they were looking at the wrong stats.
He's a career 281 hitter.
I was hearing stats, but he's just a hell of a hitter to me.
No, he's a very good player. I didn't expect the Hall of Fame conversation with Jose Ramirez. Like, if you just pull up Lance Berkman as a comp for Jose Ramirez, who Lance Berkman was left off first ballot, who was also a switch hitter. Now, to be fair to Jose Ramirez, he plays like a pretty good third base, and it's a more important defensive position than first or corner outfield like Lance played most of his career. Berkman finished with 1,900 hits. Ramirez is closing in on 1,600. So Ramirez is going to catch him in hits eventually. Lance Berkman hit 366 homers. Jose Ramirez is at 267. Like, if his career ended right now, he's not even close to a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I I just the stats that I heard, and I don't know if it was on the radio or if I was watching it on my phone, but the stats that I heard were pretty impressive in terms of his overall resume. But then you watch him hit in the series, and it's like every time he comes up, he's clutch. I didn't realize how short he was either. I didn't realize when they were talking about his height that he's close to Altuve's height. But man, he's a stick.
Is he that short?
Yeah, they said he was like 5'8", I thought.
I mean, how tall is Altuve, you think?
5'7".
Oh, I don't think Altuve's 5'7".
5'9", maybe? No, I don't think. I
think Altuve's like 5'5". He's probably listed as taller than what he like his Wikipedia says. Let's see, Jose Altuve. Yeah, I think that I think Ramirez is a little bit taller than Jose Altuve. 5'6" is what Altuve's listed as. I feel like he's more like 5'5". Jose Altuve. Jose Ramirez lifted. I would guess 5'9". This conversation's so weird.
Yeah, well, we can get off of it and get back to the series if you want. I just said because he is a hell of a hitter.
5'8" Ramirez.
Okay.
2 inches. I feel like Jose Altuve's 5'6", though. I feel like that's being very, very nice. Ramirez is definitely pudgier, though. He's a little bit fat. He's fast, too, Jose Ramirez.
I was going to say, because he's got speed bases for a guy that can look chubby.
Yeah, he can look a little bit chubby. Looks a little Luis Garcia-y. Colton Gordon, just to pick up there, like his first career victory. So, like, hey, golf clap, Colton Gordon. Congratulations on winning your first career game. That's cool to see. And I'm a Brandon Walter fan. I like me a little Brandon Walter. Reminds me of Jamie Moyer. Gave up the 2 runs yesterday, that home run, which changed up outside corner. Naylor knew was coming. Hit yanked it out when it was outside. Really, it was on the corner. It was the outside part of the plate on the outside corner, and Naylor was able to pull it out of the ballpark to right. But I thought Colton Gordon was very good. The offense just didn't show up yesterday. We'll get to the bad here in a little bit. What other good, Jeff?
Well, I think Jake Myers continues to hit the ball 6 for 11 in the series. Just I don't know where it came from. I'm glad it hasn't gone away, and I like what he's doing. But from a good perspective, Yiner 4 for 8, Jake 6 for 11, and then Pena 4 for 14. But those guys were pretty big throughout when they needed hits, so I'll go there.
I never want to see Jeremy Pena DH again. He looked lost at the plate yesterday.
Yeah, he was 0 for 4 yesterday.
How many punchies did he have? I think at least 2.
Yeah, I don't have it up.
He looked like he wanted 0 part of DHing yesterday.
But yeah, that kind of goes to that when we were having the Yordan, it always comes up with Yordan. And I said, I think it was DeRosa and somebody else were talking about it on MLB about the fact that some guys DHing is the worst thing that they can do because it's just so tough for them to stay engaged in the game when they just have 4 at-bats in a game.
I feel like that's like speaks to Pena too, because Pena is like so focal on the defensive. Every shortstop is very focal on the defensive side of things, but yeah, it seems like he was a little bit lost at the plate. I didn't really care about his spot, his lineup yesterday. Like they've already guaranteed the road trip. They already guaranteed the series. They had that weird travel Thursday into Friday. I didn't care that they mailed that game in yesterday. It was kind of annoying though that they tied the game and then gave it up late. Any other goods?
I mean, the back of the bullpen, Abreu, you got one appearance. Hader, you had a hold and a save, but those guys continue to keep doing what they're doing, and they could be all-stars the way they're playing, the way they're pitching in the back side of the bullpen.
I took a deep dive into some of the numbers for the Astros today. To the Myers point, like Myers' home road splits are insane. Like he's really good on the road, has been kind of average at home, which is weird because Minute Maid's a neutral offensive ballpark, but it's a home run offensive ballpark. Just weird that he's way better on the road than he is at home, which is kind of fluky. Hader might be the most, I shouldn't say the most. That's a very, very specific term. He's one of the most difficult pitchers to hit in all of baseball this year. Josh Hader's been absolutely nasty, been filthy. Abreu's been pretty good too. The underrated guy's been Okert. How about the job that Okert did coming in for Hunter Brown, preserved at the time Hunter Brown's opportunity to win the game. Okert came in with a bases loaded 1-out situation and got out of it unscathed. That was really nice to see. I'm a big fan of Steven Okert. Good pitcher. And they found him it's another one of Dana Brown's finds where it's a 4A type of pitcher, is bounced around, journeyman. And it seems like Dana has this affinity to find 2 or so of those guys every single year. Did it with Taylor Scott last year, and then he DFAs him. Found Brian King. He found Steven Okert. He found Caleb Ward. Thank you. Yeah, so like he's really good at being able to do that for whatever reason.
Yeah, no, and he had the bad throw yesterday. It's unfortunate, and it puts you in a bind in a game in the seventh inning. That essentially, when that happened, you kind of looked at it and went, "Well, I think this game's out of reach." But I tend to agree with you on the fact that I didn't expect them to take the first two games in the series, especially getting into town late. But because Cleveland had been playing decent baseball, I mean, I think they're a better hitting lineup than the teams we've seen with the Pirates and some of the teams that they've played when. And the A's and teams were like, well, he did that, but he did that against. And I think that their lineup is decent. And so to get 2 out of 3 in Cleveland already, I wasn't sure what he was going to do yesterday, but I'll take it.
Yeah, it was a massive series victory. And then the Mariners are kind of losing too. You built a 2.5 game lead in the division. You're only 3.5 back out of the number 2 seed in the American League, which is something that I'm monitoring.
Yeah, no, I'm watching. Look, I'm more closely than before. And I still always root against the Yankees, but when they're on Sunday Night Baseball all the time, you can't help but hope that they lose because the Red Sox are like 9 out now. So I've written them off once Bregman got hurt, but I'd like to see the Yankees lose. I like to see the Tigers lose. Tigers got a big series win against the Cubs. Tigers aren't going anywhere. They're pretty damn good too.
Cubs will be completely useless by September. That's why Kyle Tucker planned his wedding in September. Planned his wedding instead of the playoffs.
Okay. All right.
He's already married. It's a joke. Jacob Melton had that diving. What's wrong? I was being sarcastic.
Oh, I
It's
know.
my humor.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why is my sarcasm already bothering you?
Let's just go.
Jacob Melton had a fantastic catch. The catch probability on that catch was only 45%, by the way.
It was the anti-Altuve.
What do you mean?
On the one that he slid into the left field line.
We're saving the bad and the ugly.
I understand that, but that was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Look, I was disappointed with Jacob Melton at the plate because I got excited with the at bat that he had against Skeens, and then he had he got a couple ribbies, he got a knock or two, and I thought, well, maybe this is a kid that looks like he can jump in and be the answer they need as a left-handed bat that can play good outfield. And the defense was there, the offense wasn't. He was 0 for the weekend.
Yeah, he's also struck out a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Coming in, he was known for it.
Yeah. I don't love what I've seen offensively from Melton, but that was a fantastic play. The catch probabilities don't factor in for the wall, so it's a more difficult play than like that metric really defines. I think Dubon had that. It was Friday where he gunned back-to-back runners in the first inning. You had the 2-hole hitter try to take second base. I can't remember if he was in leadoff or 2-hole, but whatever. He threw him out at second base, trying to stretch a single into a double, and then Jose Ramirez tried to stretch a single into a double, and Dubon threw both of them out in the same inning. I'm not sure I remember a time that I've ever seen that in my life.
No, that was unbelievable. I mean, the fact that you get one put out in an inning is something too. In the first inning was pretty crazy, but look, we know that, hey, at least he's no Chas McCormick. He's got an arm out there, and the fact that he made the plays quickly too, he attacked on both plays and made good throws. That was fun to watch in the first inning because that could have set the table for a different outcome at the end of the day.
Final good that I have might come as a surprise because he didn't have a productive week based on like normal metrics. I kind of like what I'm seeing from Christian Walker. Christian Walker is hitting the ball hard. Line out, line out, line out. You look at some of like the exit velos, like who cares about exit velos? Give me exit hits, which is true. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But the dude is starting to hit the ball hard all over the place. I think a breakout is coming with Christian Walker. I know he didn't have a good weekend, but I like what I saw. I think we're about to see the summer of Christian Walker.
I hope you're right, because I keep waiting for him to get on this hot streak, and everybody keeps saying he's going to be okay. And I don't see a guy on a night-by-night basis that looks overmatched. I just hope that we start seeing some of the results that everybody says is right around the corner.
Swinging. I wouldn't say a hot bat. He's not getting hits, but he's hitting the ball hard. He's swinging hard too. He's getting it upwards to like almost 80 miles per hour on the swings.
Okay. I mean, whatever works. I just need to start getting some hits.
All right. You have any other goods?
I think that's it.
Lots to get to today. Shrouded in mystery. What are we shrouded in mystery in today? NBA Finals Game 2. Nick Chubb is a Houston Texan. Mailbag Monday. You're on update as well. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. 713-780-ESPN. Texter says from his own mouth, Altuve's only 5'5". Yeah, I don't believe he's 5'6". Like, I have a tough time believing that. But I've been wrong before. Who is better, Gwynn or Biggio? I have to look into it. I'll take Bagwell offensively, though. Texture Ramirez will end up in the Hall of Fame. He has a 55 career WAR. He'll finish well above 60. His OPS plus is awesome, too. He might end up in the Hall of Fame, but he's certainly not a Hall of Famer today if his season would retire, or if he retired today. 713-780-ESPN. Texture Paul took a shot at y'all today. You're going to have to provide some context. I have no idea what he said. Mapes, any idea what Paul might have said about the Killer Bee? Blankers, do you have any idea?
I don't.
I didn't
Might have been
catch the show today.
Might have been about Altuve related, because we're talking about how some people there seems to be, I believe the phrase was anti-Altuve rhetoric on Astros Twitter from time to time as he's kind of showing his age and learning a new position. And he said he'll leave that to the Killer Bees. He'll leave the anti-Altuve rhetoric to the Killer Bees.
Isn't that like when Paul acts his age and learns a new sport like baseball?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I think that he's still learning. He just doesn't like that we know.
Yeah, I would like some context there. I guess it was that. I feel like I'm fair with Altuve. I was in favor of Altuve moving to left field because I know how bad of a defender he is these days, and I feel like left field is less important than second base.
No, you said that.
Depending on who the starter is. I've also kind of criticized Altuve's regression as well. So, yeah, that's probably a fair rhetoric. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Travis is in the hive. What's up, Travis?
Hey, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Great.
What's up, Travis?
Hey, man. I was at Pittsburgh and Cleveland for both series, man. I tell you what, Pittsburgh Stadium is absolutely gorgeous. Any fan that wants to go to an away game, Pittsburgh's a great stadium. The only thing that sucks about Pittsburgh, I'm sure they do that to save money so they can collect the balls, is they don't open the stadium until an hour before the game. So you don't get to go to watch the batting practice and catch home run balls. I don't know if y'all knew that.
No, I did not know that. I've never been there, but I have heard the
Yeah,
same as you just reported. Most people
Yeah,
say it's one of the most
gorgeous.
beautiful
The fun
ballparks.
thing is the Texans or the Astros fans outnumbered the Pittsburgh fans most of the time. It was great. We stuck through our first rain out, which was pretty cool. Sat in the outfield and drank beer for 3 hours until the game started. Didn't get out of there till after midnight. That was awesome. I tell you what, I cannot believe how many people still hate Jose Altuve. The fans in Cleveland, I don't know if you guys heard it on the TV, but I mean, it was loud. They were yelling at him from the left field bleachers when he was out there. Hey, it was, man, they do not like him. That's for sure. Man, I highly recommend people going out to away games. That was my first time going to a away game like we did. My best friend and I decided to go and have a good time. And man, that was fun. We had a great time.
It's good stuff, Travis. Thank you for calling in. Went out to the ball game. It's pretty cool. I've heard.
Yeah, road trip, right?
Yeah, it's cool stuff. It's good stuff. You think he drove to Pittsburgh?
No, I think not. And I don't know if this was Travis or not, but I believe what I heard on the radio was that this was one of the trips where once a year they open it up to season ticket holders, where they charter a plane. The Astros charter a plane for their season ticket holders if they want to purchase the package to go see the Astros on the road. Maybe that was part of the deal.
I vaguely heard something like that too, but I don't remember the details. Yeah, I've never been to that ballpark, but I've heard it's very eloquent. It looks pretty from TV. I've heard great things.
I mean, growing up and having never been to Pittsburgh, you hear the Steel City, blue collar, a lot of factories and things like that. But you see the stadium on TV, and everybody that I've talked to said like the setting right on the river and everything about it is beautiful.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line from Rackham Pete. Israel is lurking near the phone, ready to talk Killicam. Did have the big 2 RBI single yesterday that tied it up. I can't believe he hasn't hit for any power. He's hit the ball hard several times. Like he had to fly out to the it wasn't to the track, but a fly out the deep center in the 9th inning yesterday. He hit the ball hard. It must have been yesterday because yesterday was the only game that he started in because he got sick on Friday.
That's right. Yeah,
the counting numbers just aren't there, really.
Yeah, he didn't have an at bat Saturday. Didn't play Friday. So yeah, yesterday he was 1 for 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you look at the kid and you see him, and then even in spring training, because he got off to such a hot start in spring training, hitting home run balls. It's an obvious assumption to make that he should have all kinds of power numbers, and he's got doubles. But yeah, I'm surprised with one game he had the 2 bombs in it too. So yeah, it's a little bit surprising that he hasn't shown more better power numbers. But I love the way he plays the outfield for a guy that's just been thrown out there. That he seems to be getting better on that regard. And that was a big hit yesterday.
Yeah, double yesterday. Thank you, Vermont. He hasn't homered since the 2 home run game. And that was, that's been over a month and a half ago now. He does hit the ball hard though. Like he hits it with authority at times, but the extra base hits just haven't been there. It's weird.
Well,
Like,
and the question becomes then, is that going to be a career long thing? Is that just getting settled in?
if I had to bet on his career, I think he's going to slug because he just hits the ball too hard not to.
He does like to go the other way. He does, and he's good at doing it. It seems like he's got a knack for being able to do it. But yeah, just surely by appearance alone and the way that his swings are, I believe that he's got power in him for the long haul.
Yeah, I don't know how much going the other way would help the overall slug. Like, I think it's good for a hitter to be able to hit it to all fields, but
no, I'm saying that might hurt. Like the fact that if he's going to be more of an average hit, hit for average, not an average hitter, but a guy that hits for average, goes the other way with 2 strikes, can take a ball to right field. Is that a guy that's going to be swinging for the fences?
See, I think he's the guy that can hit the ball out of the park the other way, though. Like, he is, like, you look at some of the exit velocities the Astros have had, their top exit velocities, they belong to Cam Smith. Like, he hits the ball hard with authority, and he hits the ball hard to authority, at all places. I think he's hitting the top half of the baseball, which I don't think is, a concern. Like, you're not going to be like, hey, Cam, stop hitting the top half of the baseball. But I think with time and big league at-bats that he will start to slug. He just hadn't slugged this year. You look at a 365 slug. That's not wonderful. That's okay.
No, and I'm going to chalk a lot of this up to, everything with all the firsts that are going with him in the first year in the big leagues and how he rushed through to get there. And I hope that it gets better and it improves, but he looks like a true major league hitter. And I believe he's going to continue to get better.
Zach DeZinzo has more slug than Cam Smith this year. Victor Caratini, more slug. Jake Myers, more slug than Cam Smith this year.
Okay. And those are all believable simply because those guys, they stand out.
Myers is tough to believe for me.
But for this year, because he stood out as being one of their better hitters this year. He continues to keep racking games that I didn't expect to see. So I guess that's probably where, because I've been the guy that's been the kind of the anti-Jake guy, that the fact that Jake's playing so well, it's hard for me not to notice.
I would just chalk it up to youth. I have no, I don't have any hesitations of Cam Smith being able to hit the ball with power in his career. Israel texting in 1.1 WAR, 3 homers, just as many as the vets. There he is. We knew that Israel was lurking. It's Travis. My best friends and I flew. Didn't do the Astros package, but we talked to people that have, and they enjoyed it. There you go. So you're right. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the bad of the Astros weekend. Do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. And a valid Lance McCullers concern, it is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But first, a minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. They're great. They're the best. They're like the true, authentic goals that you see at the pro, the college gyms. They have the tempered glass backboard, gives you a true, authentic, sincere feel. Thick steel pole, which is must-have for your basketball goals. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, breakaway rim, height adjustable. It's fantastic. You can lower it all the way down to 5 feet, raise it all the way up to 10. And with their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Easy to do, fun to do, and you can get it from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Lightning adjust features, what they call it, and it's idiot-proof for people like me. Their accessories are top-notch. You get LED light kits for night play. You're at work, kids are at school, it's only cool at night. Totally understand. Get the LED light kits. That way you can play throughout the night, all around the clock. Backstop nets. You don't have to waste your time chasing after the basketball. Pole pad lettering to customize your goal, make it look cool and fun, and lots more. And you can order all of this, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. That's right. The pros will professionally install your goal. They're not going to just deliver this, millions of pieces to your driveway and be like, hey, here you go. No, they're going to do it for you. The pros will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do it. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do the work for you. That way you don't mess it up. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
780 ESPN, HRP listener line. Get to the Astros bad here in a moment. Israel arguing with some vets have 3 homers. How many do you expect from the 8th, 9th hitter in the lineup? Stop hating. That's ridiculous. No one's comparing Cam Smith to the best players on the Astros. That's not what we're doing. We're just talking about his trajectory and where he's at as a player, Israel. Don't be so sensitive.
Well, if Jeremy Branham says so, I guess Cam Smith is ass. So
don't be so sensitive. Can you explain what slug is? It's kind of, what is it? Total bases divided by at bats. I think it is, or it might be plate appearances, but whatever. It takes for every single is 1, for every double is 2, for every triple is 3, for every homer is 4. That's total bases, and then you divide it by at bats or plate appearances. I can't remember which one, and that gets a player's slugging percentage. So it gives you an idea of who hits for power and stuff like that. 713-780 ESPN. What do you have for the bad?
Overall, the production of the offense still isn't what I'd like to see. We talked about Walker barreling balls, but not getting hits. But when you look at it, and Altuve was 2 for 10, and he was okay. I like Paredes for the most part, but he didn't have the best weekend either. And then, a lot of the guys that you saw some signs of Melton, he didn't do anything. You looked at Caratini, he was 0 for the weekend. Rogers played, did have the home run, but that was his only hit. So, for the most part, offensively, I would like to have seen more. But when you win 2 out of 3, I'm not going to complain too much about it.
Forrest Whitley, first one at the top of my list. Astros DFAing Forrest Whitley. The promise, the prospect, the potential that the Astros thought they had with Forrest Whitley, even as soon as spring training, as recently as spring training, is gone. Well, I guess I shouldn't say it's official, because there is an outside chance that someone wouldn't pick him up off of waivers, and then the Astros could designate him for assignment, which is what they did. But they could assign him to Sugarland. I'm of the belief that somebody's going to take a flyer on Forrest Whitley. Like some of these really bad teams in baseball, why wouldn't you? Like if you're really bad and you need some help in your bullpen, it's like, okay, well, you could not only claim Forrest Whitley, but then you have 6 years of club control for an arm that is pretty talented. So I would be stunned if Forrest Whitley clears waivers. I think his time with the Astros is officially over. We'll find out in the coming days if anybody actually does claim him, but I guess it did turn out to be a myth for the Astros as far as they're concerned.
With all the expectation, and at one point he was the number 1 prospect in the organization, and everybody knew that he had a live fastball and a live arm, and it seemed like his entire career in the Houston organization was a car wreck, because every time that you wanted to believe that he was close or he was going to be doing something that could contribute to the big league ball club, whether it be injury or other, he just got derailed and out of options and out of time, and they had to make a tough decision. And I'm with you. I believe that, we saw his fastball, and we were talking about it in the leading into the season in spring training, that there looked like there would be a really legit chance for him to be in the middle of this bullpen this year. Yeah. And then we saw him the last couple appearances, and he didn't look like a major league pitcher.
No, he didn't. And with him being out of options, and the Astros don't want to send down somebody else and then going to the 6-man rotation, he truly was the odd man out. Like, I don't think that the Astros had any choice. And then it also, how important is your lowest leverage reliever to your big league team? Like, we just talked about all the success that Dana Brown has had in finding these relievers, right? Like, he found Brian King, he found Caleb Ort, he found Steven Oker. Like, all of these guys are having really good success where it's proven that I don't want to say these relievers are a dime a dozen, but the way that Dana Brown's been able to find these middle relievers and these middle to low leverage relievers, it does make players that are out of options really expandable. Like it's why Taylor Scott's no longer with the Astros either. Like you're either good, you help this bullpen, and if you don't have options and you're not, well, then Dana Brown's going to let you go and he's going to find the next guy. Like the Astros bullpen in the middle has as much turnover as a bad restaurant's wait staff. But Dana Brown finds gems, so it makes a Forrest Whitley less important to keep him around.
Plus, it's so easy because you're not talking about big money, long-term, big-time deals that are handcuffing you. You're like, okay, well, we got a whole lot more than we expected and a good return on the investment there. But if his time is over, it's not real painful to say we're going to walk away and find somebody else and give somebody else a shot.
Yeah. So the easy decision there, a little painful to see it happen because he is somebody who had tremendous tremendous potential, just never lived up to it. Stephen Okert, as good as he's been on the mound, he's awful at fielding bunts. That play that he had late in the game yesterday where Cleveland's trying to move the runners over, Okert trying to took his sweet time, has all the time in the world, and threw a fall-off-the-table slider to Shea Whitcomb at first base. They got loose. Look, I don't think it was the outcome of the game. Cleveland scores there. Astros don't score. Cleveland still wins it. But still painful to see a big league pitcher unable to just field a normal, traditional, easy sacrifice bunt. I went and screen grabbed when Okert picked it up, and then when he threw it to first base, I forget who the hitter was, but he was like halfway up the baseline when Okert was already turning to throw and still found a way to throw it away.
Yeah, no, I happened to be watching the end of the game at a restaurant and looked up to it, seeing the comeback, felt good about it. Hey, 3 innings to play, tie ball game, all you can ask for. And then when he threw it away, I'm like, that no matter what, that seems like that's the ball game, and that sucked. So yeah, that was a tough one to swallow. That was on my list as well.
Where'd you eat?
It was a place in Katy because we had the tournament out that way.
Just mediocre, or?
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Not nothing to write home about.
I'm not going to mention it wasn't
Fair
great,
enough.
but they had a big kids area and arcade, so all the kids were basically not something we'd have to watch them as much. They were able to play games.
The Astros won the extra inning game, but I'm not a fan of Joe Espada going with the sacrifice bunt with a runner at second, nobody out. He tried to bunt him over with Dubon. Dubon popped it up, and then he got bailed out later with a wild pitch, and then an Isak Paredes opposite field base hit. I don't like playing for one run really ever. The only time I like playing for one run's late in the game if you're at home or with a lead and you're tacking on to a lead. I especially don't like the Manfred man extra innings. You're the visiting team and you're playing for one. I'll never be in favor of that.
No, I understand. You and I've talked about that before. I get it because I think, especially at home too, I just feel like, you're not playing for one. I think at all costs, you should be trying. You obviously want to get the first one across, but you got to give yourself a chance to try and get more than that. They got lucky in a lot of ways because Paredes went the other way and got that ball to paint the line. But I would agree with you more times than not. I don't agree in the sacrifice there. And I think that, one knock and 3 chances to do it is a pretty good chance to not only get that run in, but also keep something going. So I get it.
You mentioned the Dubin home run that he gave up to Ramirez. Do you think he should have been pitching to Ramirez there?
I'm trying to think of when he came in the game. Was I a bit surprised that he went to Dubin? Yes.
No, were you surprised that they were pitching to Ramirez? That they're actually challenged
every
him.
time they pitch to Ramirez, I feel like he's going to kill them. So I didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't think about putting him on. But at the same time, I do have fear as an Astros fan every time he comes to the plate that he's doing damage.
I saw a lot of discourse going on that they shouldn't have pitched to Jose Ramirez in that spot. I'm with you though. Like in the moment, I didn't really I really wasn't banging the table one way or the other. So I didn't really care too much that they pitched to him, but I mean, hindsight 2020, like it makes some sense. But if they would have put him on, I would have had no issue with it anyways. Or I was on the fence when it came to pitching to Ramirez there. And like the worst thing that he could do was tie the game. Now he did tie the game, and he put it like in that perfect sliver too, or like to the left of the extended wall. So that kind of stunk. How about Jose Altuve getting into a rundown the other day, or lack of getting
not
into
looking
a rundown
in front of him? It drove me absolutely bonkers. He doesn't know there's a runner in front, or he's not looking at the runner in front of him to realize the runner may not go.
Here was the legend, Cleveland Guardian legend, Frick Award winner, going into the Hall of Fame. Everybody on planet Earth knows who Tom Hamilton is, and here was Tom Hamilton describing that play the other day.
4-2 Houston here in the ninth. Swung on, lifted in the air, not deep, in right, coming hard. Noel, he'll make the catch. Paredes will not tag. Now they got a runner caught between second and third. It's Altuve. He's running them out of the inning, and the tag is made on him by Santana as Altuve just stood there. Instead of getting in the rundown between second and third, he let Santana run all the way over and tag him out. That's unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that part of the end. Thank you.
Yeah, it absolutely drove me bonkers as well, just watching the whole play unfold like that, and the fact that, he didn't make a whole heck of a lot of effort after he knew that he was had.
Do you put more blame on Altuve or Paris Chica or Paredes?
I put it on Altuve. You have to pay attention to the runner in front of you. Yeah, it looks like a situation where he's going to tag and go, but I mean, you're taught as a runner, you have to play off what happens in front of you.
It's so bad. I mean, I understand the Paris Chica should have sent Isak. Like, okay, I can listen to that. But you're 100% right. Like you're looking at the base in front of you.
Yep.
You should be looking at the base runner in front of you. To get out 45 feet without realizing that the base runner that's standing on the base you're going to hasn't taken off is pretty low S2E.
We teach kids that. Like now be aware you got someone in front of you. You got to play off of what they do. And then and the announcer wasn't wrong in the fact that then he makes no effort at all. He just plays freeze tag. He freezes and he's like, okay, come tag me. I'm not even going to try and, work this thing out to try and get in a rundown or something and see if maybe Paredes can try and sneak down the line or at least draw a throw that goes awry. He just gave up.
See, that's something that bothered me. It's like, get in the rundown, man. Like, let's see if you could, like, at minimum there, a win. Like, I understand it's a terrible situation. You're probably going to get the third out. You're not going to score a run. That's going to happen 95% of the time in that spot, maybe 99% of that time. But at least get in the rundown to try to survive it long enough to give Isak a chance, or at least draw a throw to the plate to see if they could throw Isak out. I was disappointed with the effort there.
It was like a Devers type play, right? If you saw the Devers play again last night where he's got a chance to beat out a ball and he just pulls the shoot and just basically gives up on it. It's like, at least show me some effort to at least cover up for all. You should be embarrassed in the fact that you ran them out of a potential for a run or to get a run there. At least give me the effort to try and make something out of nothing.
Yeah, that was disappointing. He just stood there, frozen. Like,
it was
so bizarre. Survived the rundown a little bit, Jose Altuve. Come on. There was a lot of people on the internet that were defending his honor.
How?
I just feel like those type of people are going to defend Jose Altuve no matter what. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's a certain level of fan that will not let realism come into play because they love the player so much.
Yeah, from the standpoint of I have his back at all times. I get it, but I don't, because as a baseball decision, I don't know how you can defend that.
Yeah, I don't either. And then Cleveland got mad at me because I didn't know who Tom Hamilton was, and there was a Cleveland fan that posted my address on the internet again. He got the wrong address, though. It was one that I lived in, like, in middle school, and he was trying to put the first 6 digits of my phone number, and he couldn't. He got those wrong both times.
He was trying to find your phone number?
Oh, yeah, he tried. He found one of my old phone numbers that I think was my old, like, house phone number, like again, when I was in middle school, like 5 houses ago. But yeah, he was, like, putting the first 6 digits trying to, like, spook me. I made him mad.
That's over the top.
I see, Blanker's not just you that I make mad. I make people in Cleveland mad that I've never met before.
Did he try and find your high school stats or anything?
No.
Okay. He didn't go that far, right?
I gladly post my high school stats.
Yeah.
I was a 400 hitter in high school. Blankers,
right.
2 for 5. People just couldn't get me out. I was like Aaron Judge. I was posting batting average at least. Aaron Judge like numbers.
I didn't realize how much of a tear he's on these days, but watching him last night with the 2 bombs, and then every time they put the graphic up with his numbers, he's pretty damn impressive.
One more on Altuve, that Quan Bloop double that dropped in
too,
was a 95% catch probability. Jose Altuve couldn't get to a 95% catch probability ball.
He looked like a kid that was running up to a swimming pool and didn't know if he was going to dive in or just like kind of jump over the edge and drop down. And then at the last minute, just kind of like went in between and was flailing all over on the grass. I was like, what was that?
Yeah, that was maybe one of the worst jumps I've ever seen in left field. I'm not being hyperbolic. Anything else? Any bads?
No.
Astros social media let a milestone pass a week or so ago, but I wanted to congratulate Joe Espada on his 100th career loss. Great start to his managerial career. That's a nice recall there, Texter, because we were giving some Astros grief for whenever Espada won his 100th, and they acted like he won his 1000th. They acted like they won a World Series. They were trying to plan the parade when Joe Espada won his 100th game as a manager. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I want to take a listen back to a Dell promo video from last week that I think all of you are going to love. Also, Blanker's got a question about Lance McCullers. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So all of you are familiar. We all get like show promos throughout the week. They go on social. Like, I mean, I don't really know the science behind it, but like, you know, John and Lance will have one. They'll post it. We'll have one. They post it. Dell has one. They post it. Paul has one. They post it. We know the game, right? You see it on Facebook, social, Insta, Twitter, now TikTok, which you can watch us there, and you can follow me at Jeremy J. Branham. But here was the Dell show promo from last week.
He's on one of the top 3 teams right now in the American League. He's the best player, at least position player, on said team. He probably does deserve to be in the conversation, honestly. I mean, there are guys who, yes, are going to be in front of him. It's going to be hard to beat Aaron Judge at this point. It just feels like him and Ohtani are going to win this thing every single year in the American League and National League, unless you do something absolutely dramatic. But, I mean, I would put Pena. I think he's fitting to be at least in the conversation right now with how he's playing and how much he's meant to the Astros. Like, you talk about the actual definition, most valuable player. Since he moved to the leadoff spot, he's been one of those valuable players in baseball, probably.
What did you notice about that Dell Olaleye show promo?
He's smoking a pack and a half a day.
What's the why is Joe taking up the entire Dell Olaleye show video? What is going? What is up with that?
A Dell promo. You're telling me Dell promo, and all I hear was a voice that's got some gravel to it. That is Joe George.
It's the second time that Joe's hijacked the Dell Olaleye show video promo deal in the last month or so. Like every time he produces Dell's show, it's Joe on the Dell Olaleye video. They tag Dell. Dell doesn't say a word in the video. Why are you even tagging Dell?
They tagged Dell?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
They tagged Dell in this deal.
That's crazy.
Joe produces and is hijacking the talent's show video. It annoys me.
He hosts and is the lead on Inside the Icebox.
That's fine by me. I don't want to lead a show.
No,
Leading a show is way more hard.
The way the promos run.
I don't care about that.
You brought it up.
Well, it's funny.
Right.
I don't sincerely
with the bit.
I don't sincerely care about it.
He led with it.
But it's like, yeah, this was the tweet. Is Jeremy Pena becoming the Astros' next MVP and All-Star at Dell at Joe George Radio? Joe doesn't have a show. He doesn't have a show. Why is he getting a show video whenever he's producing for Dell? It's a hijack.
Seems like Joe's making the decisions around here.
This is a misuse of authority, is what this is. I will not stand for this. I'm a believer in justice. Shouldn't have an entire video of a producer, no offense, producers, but you shouldn't have an entire video of the producers on somebody else's show, especially when you're not the full-time producer of said show. Sean, have you ever had a 60-second video of a take that you had whenever you're working with Dell as the full-time producer of the Dell Olaleye Show?
No, I think the only time I'm ever on a promo video is like at the end.
Yeah.
Or maybe I ask a question to set it up and then it's the host. Or it's the host and then I finish.
Is he on the bullpen anymore?
Dell or Joe?
Joe?
No.
This is a miscarriage of justice.
Mm-hmm.
This is a use of authority that should not be used here at ESPN 97.5. Dell Olaleye gets 1 or 2 videos a week, and last week 60 seconds of Joe George. I don't know why they tagged him. That annoys me maybe with another thing. Like, here's Joe. Here's a take that he had. Okay, but it's during Dell's show and it tagged Dell. That's insulting to Dell. It's a slap in Dell's face.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think it really comes down to if Dell's upset about it or not. But
I'm upset for Dell.
But if it is a Dell show promo, it should be Dell.
I don't think Dell is going to care enough. Like, I don't think Dell really gets worked up about that sort of thing. But I want to stand up for Dell because you have a white producer coming in, and all of a sudden the whole video is with Joe George. It's insulting. You want answers?
You think
It's
Israel's
insulting.
involved in this? If you knew all the details,
I would hope Israel should stand up for this. All right, what's your question about Lance McCullers?
No, I mean, I put it on the rundown just as a discussion point. But to me, when I heard, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, as I know you will, when I hear Lance McCullers is being pushed back and that the 2 extra days, they're giving him the 2 extra days and starting at home instead of Sunday in Cleveland. I understand that's something that happens in baseball. I understand that that's something that you can do. But to me, I cringe a little bit and I start to worry because of the fact that we've been down this road too many times to where I get a little bit extra concerned about, yeah, you're going to tell me he's okay. But again, the things you tell me aren't always true as an organization either. So when I hear that, I'm like, okay, this is kind of where I was at when I said I needed to see him pitch in multiple games and start to have success and all the things he's starting to do. But now all of a sudden with 2 good games in a row, when they push him back 2 days, I'm like, I can't help but in the back of my mind start thinking, is he really okay? Is this really just precautionary? Because we've been through too much.
Yeah, I don't think the concern in the back of your mind's valid in this case. And it's more about the action because I'm with you on their words. Like their words are meaningless at this point. But they announced Lance McCullers as Tuesday starter. So, okay. Like, I think if they announce him as a starter, he's going to start. But then also you wouldn't have DFA'd Forrest Whitley. Like if, we're worried about Lance McCullers being available to start Tuesday's game, well, then you would have just placed Lance on the IL and not have to DFA Forrest Whitley. So the actions, and then also like they've talked about going to a 6-man rotation. Like Espada was asked yesterday, are you going to a 6-man rotation? I believe we're going to go to a 6-man rotation because they have 13 games in a row. So like Espada saying they're going 6-man. They needed room on the roster for Brandon Walter, and they DFA'd Forrest Whitley when if this theory held water, they would have just placed Lance on the IL.
Yeah, and I'm not but the Forrest Whitley part of it, I understand it would because you need all the arms in your bullpen that you could possibly have. But to me, it's not like I was thinking he wasn't going to pitch Tuesday either. It's just that I start worrying about, is he already feeling some things? Is there already something there where, not that it's all the way broken or wrong, but is there something going on already? Because I can't help but think down that route.
Yeah, I think if there was anything going on with Lance McCullers, they would place him on the IL.
Okay. All
And I don't think they would DFA a promising pitcher. Not that Forrest Whitley carries tremendous value, but if you're like, okay, we have to bump Lance from Sunday to Tuesday, and plus, like the day off, I think that Lance would have pitched today if you didn't have a day off. But you had the day off, so okay, we're not going to pitch a Sunday. We're going to go ahead and start the 6-man rotation. This allows you an extra day. Oh, we have an off day. Okay, now you get 2 extra days whenever you're recovering and coming back from, a major elbow surgery, 2.5 years. I think all the actions show that Lance is fine. Like he's been announced the starter. Espada's talked about 6-man rotation, and you create room for Brandon Walter on the roster instead of just placing Lance. If something was like bugging him, you DFA'd Forrest Whitley, who is a promising pitcher. Certainly hasn't produced, but no, I think your fears here are in the back of your head aren't valid in this case.
That's fine.
But Lance always scares me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that I'm not going to apologize for having that extra bit of concern just simply because of what we've been through.
No one's asking for forgiveness.
Yeah, I just felt like the minute I heard that, it was an bleep moment right away. Like, oh God, like, you start feeding me all the positivity because I need it right now because we've been down this road too many times.
Yeah. Don't you think that they would have placed him on the IL?
No, because there's times that, you look at guys that are saying, yeah, I'm still a little sore, or yeah, I'm still a little tight or whatever. And, I threw a little too many pitches or did more maybe early on, that you can still give them a day or two, but still believe you're still going to put them back out there because there's nothing structurally wrong with the arm, or I don't know, because I don't know how many times that they're going to actually do imaging, but I'm not saying that it was something that would have forced them to do imaging, but if he's still feeling a little sore or a little bit more, that you shut him down, you give him an extra day or so, but that doesn't mean you just absolutely aren't going to start him on their next game.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Nick Chubb, a Houston Texan. What is a realistic expectation for Nick Chubb? Who is the odd man out? And any signs of concern with this news? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Nick Chubb has passed a physical, according to reports, and is expected to be a Houston Texan. So probably be out there for mandatory OTAs tomorrow, which should be a lot of fun. Will C.J. Stroud be throwing? Will Joe Mixon be there? What will the starting offensive line be? There's so many questions, so much mystery when it comes to mandatory minicamp for the Houston Texans. But Nick Chubb, what do you think of this news?
I was surprised, but I like it because I like the fact that, look, we don't know what we don't know about his health. And I know that he suffered a significant knee injury a year ago, but he's been pretty damn good before that. And when Cleveland was really good, they were running the football, and they had two really good running backs at the time that were sharing the ball and the carries. If this is a way to take a little of the extra mileage off the tread on Joe Mixon, if this is a way to supplement the backfield and your depth at running back, I love it. I'm sure he didn't come, expensive. And I think that it's a risk worth taking because I think whether it's Dameon Pierce or Dare, I think that the number 2 running back position wasn't something that I felt super good about. And if Nick Chubb has anything left in the tank at all, I like the fact that you could have a two-headed monster of running backs that have experience and when they're right can really roll.
Yeah, there's no risk here for me. You signed Nick Chubb to a 1-year incentive-laden deal. Where is the risk? So I think it's perfectly fine that you're signing Nick Chubb. The only thing that, I wonder this. We heard that Joe Mixon was in a walking boot. That's the only. And there was videos of him the other day at his camp, and he's out of the walking boot. We have to assume if anything was done in the offseason that he'll be back in time for training camp. So I'm not really worried about Mixon, but I slightly wondering if this is a domino effect of Joe Mixon having something done this offseason. Do not know that. Perhaps it's just to upgrade the running back room. I'm going to believe that it is, and I do think that Nick Chubb upgrades the running back room.
Look, I had the thought as you did. It's similar to the McCullers situation, but in a different sense. I know that people that were being internet sleuths found out when Joe Mixon was tweeting some things, and then when the walking boot became something that people were noticing that. And then when this happened, I was like, well, it could be all the positives of that, or it could be an insurance policy if Joe Mixon isn't ready to start the season on time. Because when you see those things, and no matter who you talk to and say, oh, players do this all the time in the offseason, you might be cleaning something up. They might be doing something, just to make sure that he doesn't have the issues with the ankle that he had a year ago or something residual from that. I don't know. But I do know that I do worry and have deep concerns if Joe Mixon isn't in the lineup, who the backup would be that could tote the rock and do the kind of things, not necessarily to the same level, but be a good fill-in bridge until Joe comes back. And we saw it a year ago. I'll take my chances with Nick Chubb. And if you look at some of the workouts that he's been posting and the way that he's trying to get back into his football conditioning, he's a workaholic. He seems like a guy that busts his tail to make sure that he's in top physical condition. And I will take him over Dare or obviously as a pass catcher is a different story. But as a running back running the football, I'll take him over my second and third running back options right now.
Yeah, I don't really care about the workout stuff. I guess it's good. I guess I'd rather him be a good workout guy than a bad workout guy. But I care what he looks like on the field, And he wasn't great last year in Cleveland. He was averaging less than 3.5 yards per carry. Was coming back from that terrible knee injury, but he's also going to be on the wrong side of 30. So I don't expect Nick Chubb to be much. I think it's good insurance. I think it's an upgrade to the room. Now, if you ask me who would I rather get 200 carries next year, Woody Marks or Nick Chubb? I don't know if my answer is not Woody Marks. I kind of want to see what that would look like in camp. Dameon Pierce is still intriguing to me because it's a new scheme. But it does seem like Dameon Pierce would be the odd man out because I don't see them keeping 5 running backs. And if you get through camp healthy with everybody in your running back room, Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, Dameon Pierce, and then Dare, you're not keeping 5. I think that would keep Dare over Dameon Pierce. Dari plays special teams. I know Damian Pierce is a kick returner, but you have other guys who can return kicks. They re-signed Dari in the offseason. They value him on all the special team units. So I think that Damian Pierce would be the odd man out if all of the guys are healthy at the end of training camp.
I'm with you on that because I think, and whether it was premeditated or he for whatever the reason, he wasn't there at the voluntary stuff, I'm not counting on Damian Pierce. And I think Damian Pierce and his agent would love to have an opportunity to have a clean slate, to find somewhere else where he might be able to fit in and have a better chance to get more significant playing time and have a role on a football team. And so for those reasons, plus I care about a guy that is constantly working on trying to be in top physical condition, and that's not just cardio wise or his ability like that, but his ability, his strength, his ability with all the things that he's doing, and that if he's a workoutaholic to get back after an injury with his experience, I'm assuming Joe Mixon's going to be okay. I would much rather have Nick Chubb as his backup than Damian Pierce or Dari. Like I said,
what about Woody?
He intrigues me. And I think that Woody's got a chance because of the fact that I love that what he can do from a pass catching perspective. And I do think down the road, he's shiftier and I give him a better opportunity to be successful than Damian Pierce in this system. So I'm intrigued by Woody, and Woody's going to make the team in my mind. And I think Woody has a role on this team. I think as the number 2 running back this year with the way that they are loaded, in all their offensive skill positions. And then I also saw the drop off when Joe got hurt last year. I like Nick Chubb as his backup.
Yeah. And look, even if it's just a battle, like, hey, let's see who looks better at the end of training camp. Like, again, there's zero. And like, what if a guy gets hurt? Like, you have 5 running backs. There's a decent chance that one of them is going to get hurt before the start of the regular season. So I'm a fan of the move. I'm very, I think, realistic on the expectations of Nick Chubb. Like, Nick Chubb was not a good football player last year coming off the injury. Can you excuse that performance because he's coming off major knee surgery? Maybe, and perhaps he's better in the second year than he is the first year, but that's why I'm not going to be over the moon about the expectations of Nick Chubb. Does he upgrade your room? Yeah, I think he upgrades your room. I think it's worth a camp battle to see who's your backup running back. I think it's good insurance in case you have a running back go down, because last year you had a running back and Joe Mixon go down and you were toast. Like, Damian Pierce was no good in the scheme. Dari, like, you were placing him on the field because you trusted Dari, but he wasn't very good. So no, I don't see any negative of signing Nick Chubb. I don't think it's a guarantee he's going to help you a ton, but a negative? No, I think it's silly to anybody who thinks it's a negative. Rocky says that he's 29. Good point. He's 29. He'll turn 30 in December, though. So it is his year 30 season. And running backs, usually the closer they get to 30, and then, of course, the wrong side of 30, the more they deteriorate. Junior Bronco saying his knee exploded. That was a pretty gruesome injury a couple of years ago. But, no, I think it's fine to have Nick Chubb on this team. Now, so we mentioned the odd man out. Probably both think it's Damian Pierce.
Yes.
No chance it's Dari.
I mean, there's a chance. I think that lends itself to Woody. If Woody can be the pass catcher out of the backfield, and he had a propensity to do that at SC, if he's able to do those kind of things, and you know that he's a guy that you really like for the long term, then I think that there is a chance it could be Dari. Now, Dari on special teams has been pretty good for you, too.
See, I don't think they actually consider Dari a realistic option to help them much offensively. Like, they liked him in third down situations because they didn't have a third down running back, and because he was a decent blocker in pass protection. Like, there's no way it's Woody Marks. Like, they traded up for Woody Marks. Woody Marks is a lock to make this team. You're not trading a future third round pick to select Woody Marks and then not be on the team. Like, Woody Marks is a lock. Joe Mixon's a lock unless he's hurt. The other 3 guys I don't think Nick Chubb's a lock to be on this team.
No, but I think that goes to a lot of what we've said when we've had these discussions about previous players, and also in situations like this. You kick the tires on a veteran because they obviously see something in the situation that they're coming into here that's very advantageous, either for them as a player and or because of the organization with a chance to win, and because it looks like they do have a need in the running back room. But it's also like he's not coming in on a big deal. He's not coming in where it'd kill you to cut him. I don't know what the finances are, but at the same time, if he has lost it or he can't get it back and he's over the hill, you just let him go.
No, I haven't seen the parameters of the deal. The closest thing that I saw was Aaron Wilson reporting, and then other people picked up the report that it's a 1-year incentive-laden deal.
I would bet it's base at probably around $1.5 million.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. I mean, I have no idea, but
I'm
it's not gonna
guessing.
be. It's not gonna be anything that would hurt you if you moved on from. Like Nick Chubb's not a guarantee to be on this team.
Right.
If he comes in and he's who he was last year, where he's an under 3.5 yard per carry guy, he looks washed. He looks like he's not healthy. He looks like he's never going to be healthy. I don't think it's a lock that Nick Chubb is on this team. It could be very much like a Cam Akers situation where Cam Akers comes in, he's your 4th running back, looks okay in preseason, and then you trade him for a 5th round pick. Like it could be
No,
that.
I thought about that too. I thought about the fact that if he has value, and I don't think he seems like the kind of guy that's going to rock the boat if he's, if he's productive, but he's not getting, great carries. And he's establishing himself, because I am of the belief that when you come back off a knee injury, no matter how good medical technology is these days to get you back sooner, I do think that it is a substantial period of time before you really get back to being yourself, if there's any chance of it.
Yeah.
And I think this gives him the best chance to succeed, to show what he's got. It gives you the best chance to get a guy on the cheap that could really be a huge shot in the arm as a backup. And then if you want to cross that bridge when you come to it, if he's really playing well, like you mentioned with an Akers situation, but we know how important depth is in this league. If he shows it, you got him on a 1-year deal, unless he's insubordinate and he really wants to make a stink, which I don't see him doing. I think it's a very smart pickup.
Yeah, I've never heard that with him. Like
I haven't either.
I'm not that familiar with his off the field stuff, like being in Cleveland and stuff. I know nothing about Cleveland sports. Clearly.
But I was reading up on it this
Mhm.
morning.
He seemed like a good
It
pro.
seems like he wanted to give the Browns, because he was loyal to them, every chance to bring him back. And he said, he also made several tweets about the fact that I'm not in it for the show. I'm not in it for all the other stuff. I've been working my tail off at my high school trying to get back so that I can prove myself. I don't think he seems like the kind of guy that's going to rock the boat.
Yeah, I would agree based on the little that I know about him off the field. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Now, I have seen some bad takes when it comes to this Nick Chubb news. We'll get to those on the other side. 713-780-ESPN, Killer Beats, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Ryan, who's filling in with Brian, for Brian. Brian doesn't work anymore. He only works like twice a week. He was telling us Nick Chubb is very quiet, very good guy off the field. You're confident with that take, Ryan? Nods his head yes.
Very, very confident.
Very confident. 1 to 10. How confident are you in Nick Chubb being a good guy to have in the locker room?
I feel good at a 9.5.
Ooh, that's a hot. Okay. Strong. Hopefully nothing bad happens with Nick Chubb because we'll remember that. 9.5. 9.5. Hopefully he doesn't pull any of this David Arnett stuff. Texans are working out that Arnett guy. Remember Arnett, that first-round pick from the Raiders who, like, brandished a bunch of guns, like, multiple times over his career? Was our Houston Roughneck this past year? He was a corner.
Yeah, defensive back.
He's
I
a
do
corner.
remember that.
They're
Yep.
working him out today.
Oh.
So maybe he'll be at mandatory camp tomorrow. Branham's going to be out there at mandatory camp tomorrow. I'm going to go out there and see if I can ruffle some feathers. I'm going to have my binoculars out just staring at C.J. Stroud the whole time.
You're gonna do
What is he doing with that right arm, C.J. Stroud? Is he lifting water? Is he drinking water left or right-handed? Because if he's drinking it left-handed, I think we have major issues with C.J. Stroud.
You gonna do the pick six plus the extra point?
Maybe, but I'm going to be laser focused on C.J. Stroud. My eyes are not going to leave C.J. Stroud if he's out there.
I mean, if you get one of those AI cameras, you can lock it in on, and then it follows him wherever he goes.
Yeah, I'm poor. I can't afford that. You wanna shell out for it? I'll take it.
My buddy will borrow you that one that I told you about that they use for the Saturday morning basketball run, where you just
they used that to watch them play basketball.
God. I told you this that they used to set up like iPhones with tripods, and then they go back and watch the games.
Y'all need to.
But one of my buddies has this Spielberg-looking thing that is a massive tripod, and it follows and charts everything on the floor.
You know what you need to do? Y'all need to go live on TikTok with those.
No chance.
Why not?
Because I don't care about the videos. I don't want to see them again. I'm just happy to be out there, and I don't want anybody else seeing them either.
Sassy. Then why are you recording? Not you. Why are they recording?
Because they go back.
He used the sassy on you.
Oh my God! Yeah. Well, I'm just
saying. That drop on. That's my drop. I'm the sassy one, not Blankers.
Like if there was a call that some of the guys were arguing about, like at 3 hours later in the middle of my Saturday, I'll get a text notification, and the replay is there, and then the discussion ensues where you have to turn off the chat because there's so many different responses. I'm going, you care? It's a pickup game.
Do you think I can acquire this content?
Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, it depends on what port of practice.
I want the whole thing.
But the content from our basketball game.
I want his recording.
I can assure you that you're not getting any part.
Why not?
Because it's pretty much because that will be taken care of.
Why? You're not embarrassed.
I'm not embarrassed about the way I play. I just don't need you getting involved in what I do, play basketball in my private time.
I mean, you make it public by talking about it, and I can make you a TikTok
I really don't
star. You can be an influencer, huh?
I don't really talk about it, and when I do, I just say I still play.
You don't want to be an influencer.
No.
6 figures a year on TikTok.
If that was guaranteed, it might be a conversation.
I mean, I will 1% chance.
No.
You wouldn't give me the content for 1%
Absolutely
chance
not.
of 6
no matter
figures?
What that chance is. No.
I mean, you're balling 1% chance of 6 figures. That sounds like a good deal.
For you.
I mean, you got a chance to make six figures. Anyways, moving on. I've seen a bunch of bad takes with this Nick Chubb use. Sarge compared it to Ed Reed at the end of his career. Here's why that's a bad take. That's a bad take because, one, Ed Reed signed a multi-year deal for significant money and was thought of to be the savior to this defense that was going to lead the Texans to the promised land. At best, Nick Chubb is running back number 2, who's on a team-friendly 1-year incentive-laden deal. Comparing him to Ed Reed is a massive reach. Perhaps the reach of the century, you might say.
Yeah, that's my. I read the same tweet that you referenced. When I read it, I'm like, are you that completely out of touch with a locker room that you want to be in touch with? Like the fact that the situations are so grossly different. Ed Reed, they were relying on, they were hoping for. They were looking at a guy that could like do all these things on the back end of the secondary, and he signed for a significant amount of money. This is one, as we just talked about, you're bringing him in on a flyer, literally, to basically say you can be our backup if you play really well. And if you're really bad, you can go away, and there's not going to be anything lost or any change to potentially my season. I just think it's ridiculous.
Like Ed Reed was brought in to be a starter and to push you over the hump. Nick Chubb is running back insurance. And like at this point of the year, what else are you going to bring in as running back insurance? People mentioned J.K. Dobbins because they saw that fake report a few weeks ago. J.K. Dobbins is a restricted free agent. The Chargers can match any contract that he signs. So like that might not even be an avenue that you would even venture down because he's a restricted free agent. So that's just a terrible, terrible comp, a ridiculous reach. The other one I saw was from Jonathan Alexander. He usually doesn't have bad takes. Like he's solid. I really like his work. He called Nick Chubb a third down running back. Nick Chubb is not a third. Yeah, he's not a third down running back, Nick Chubb.
No, not at all. I mean, here's a guy that could be really good insurance if he's still close to the top of his game or still has the ability to be a great backup for Mixon carrying the football. I've never even thought about the whole process of, Nick Chubb's going to be a weapon out of the backfield on third downs.
No, like at best case scenario, he's a pass pro. But like he's not going to be a guy catching like what you assume. Like he's not Darren Sproles. He's not what you would think of as a third down running back. And then some people also think that Dameon Pierce has trade value in this whole deal.
Come on, man. What are you going to get? The same draft pick you used to pick him in the first place? No.
At best.
Yeah, at best you're hoping, and you're probably going to get a 6th or 7th round pick.
Yeah, I would like if Dameon Pierce is traded, I started to think about that. Like if Dameon Pierce is traded, one, you wouldn't do it now because let's see what it looks like at the end of training camp because again, players get hurt because it's football and it's a violent sport. But if you were to trade Dameon Pierce, like what does that look like? I think it's a late round pick swap. Like it's Dameon Pierce and a 7th rounder for a 6th round pick. And it might be that's at best. I don't think Dameon Pierce has any trade value. Plus, he's on the final year of his contract. So it's not like a Kenyon Green situation where you can bring him in and have him for multiple years. Yep. It's final year of his deal, reclamation project. You're not giving more than a 6th round pick for that type of player.
Well, unless you just mentioned the most important thing, too. He's got to be on a prove it deal because he's got to prove it. But if he does prove it, and he looks like he's back to when he and Hunt shared the backfield and that he was a beast in the backfield, he'll be looking to cash in with a team that's going to make him their number 1 running back and pay him a lot more money, and then he's out of your league.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Texter Sarge is a clown. We're not going to read mean things on the air about people. Come on. Just because you have a reach doesn't mean you're a clown. 713-780-ESPN. Texter, the new 97.9 HD2 channel is amazing. Finally. That's good to hear.
That is great to hear based on what people couldn't hear last week.
Chubb's in, stamp it, and going to get some snaps. Yeah, I would say that's the heavy favorite. Like, we think that Nick Chubb will make this team. Nick Chubb is probably your 2nd running back. Now, Woody Marks, I think, could be your 3rd down running back. And I do think that Nick Chubb is going to carry the rock at times. But even best case scenario, like I have a tough time seeing Nick Chubb run for 500 yards unless Mixon gets hurt.
Right.
That would change things.
Unless there's an injury in which Mixon misses several weeks. I think Nick Chubb is a great insurance policy. I think we talked about in the past, even if Mixon's going well, you want to give him a series here or there off because you don't want to literally run him into the ground, especially because he is older as well, that he gives you all of that. I think that he's your number 2. I think Woody is your running back in waiting that also has the ability to back up multiple positions because he can catch the football, because he can run the football. And then Dari is your other insurance policy because he plays special teams, he catches the football, and he knows the system if you do need him to have a carry, have carries. And I think that Dameon Pierce is the odd man out.
Rackham Pete, Chubb is a low-risk signing, not asking him to be the lead back, can be a solid backup if it works out. Would agree. Do you think with a decent passing game, Chubb may be more effective? Yeah, I think he'd be more effective than he was last year in Cleveland, but he was not good last year in Cleveland. I think it's like this isn't the all-pro Nick Chubb that the Texans are signing. They're hoping they get a shadow of what the old Nick Chubb was. Because if you get last year's Nick Chubb, I don't think that's an upgrade.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to chalk that up to he's still, regardless of whether he got cleared or not, I don't think that the knee is anywhere close to where he was previously. Maybe it never gets there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that in most cases, they see you say you need almost a full year before you have the chance of getting back to where you once were. So let's hope that time now, as it's passed, gives the Texans a better chance to cash in.
713-780-ESPN. This texter asked, do you think Mixon is somewhat hurt and they're not telling us? Is this the only concern of a Nick Chubb signing? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. They're great. They're fantastic. And they're Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. He used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. And he's been protecting businesses for over 25 years now. So business owners, let HRP help you. They can help you in HR compliance. They can help you in administration, benefits administration. They can help you with your payroll. That's annoying to do. Let HRP do it for you. That way you're not annoyed all the time. Onboarding employees too. Do you know how much trouble the people here at Gal went into onboarding Ryan? It was a nightmare. So we don't want your company to do it. Let HRP do it. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job. HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, a lot off your plate. HRP is going to sit down with you and find a way to help you. They're going to help your business really take off and level up. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You're going to love that. But their service is upper echelon. It is top notch. It's guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. So let HRP take a little bit off your plate. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let them customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525, the number. Or you can visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
This is the theme song of Ballers. Did you ever watch Ballers?
Tried to.
Really? What happened?
It's just kind of tough.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was very entourage-y.
I thought it was worse than Entourage, but and predictable to a certain degree. But I was
Yeah.
just like, it's all right.
Yeah, I kind of felt pot committed. It was pretty mid, especially for an HBO show. But it had good cast. You know that guy that played the receiver is Denzel Washington's son?
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's Denzel Washington's son. He's been in some good movies. None really come to mind. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Junior Bronco says be careful at voluntary camp tomorrow. That's Cody Stoots territory. I'm going to walk up to Cody Stoots, and I'm going to whoop his – they say you got to beat the toughest guy in the yard.
Cody's the toughest guy in that yard.
Who's tougher?
DJ.
DJ's fast.
And he's stronger.
Cody used to be a high school wrestler.
Yeah, I saw the singlet.
You think DJ's stronger than Cody?
I don't think Cody works out or anything.
Yeah, but he's country strong.
Okay. Well, then you go into his corner and back him. I think there's plenty of guys that are strong. It depends on who's covering
the
the team.
toughest guy in that
Yeah,
yard.
I mean, who's covering the team?
DJ's a good call. DJ's probably the most athletic for sure.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, he's not that far removed from a track and field career at Louisville. He does work out. He is cut. You have a bunch of former football players that I'm sure will be out
Well, that's
there.
what I'm saying. If you've got guys like,
I don't know if Payne will be there or the
I think
Baytown Batty.
Seth won't be there. Yeah,
He might travel in for that though.
Maybe.
Might travel in
because
for
I think
that.
they might be broadcasting live from there. That would make sense.
Seth would be up there. Baytown Batty would be up there. I think those are the three.
Because you're not going to have they're not covering the team. If you think about Trap and
Probably not,
Smitty
no.
and those
No, he
guys
won't-
like that,
no.
those ex players are just they're more liaisons to meet the fans.
Yeah,
and
they
do
won't be
things
there with
like
a
that.
credential.
Right.
No. Yeah, I think those are the three, right? Are we missing anybody else that would be up there? I don't think so. Where would you rank amongst those three?
I mean, I think DJ's the best athlete. I think if we're going about winning a fight toughness, I think I can hold my own with anybody with the with the ex players. I'm not looking to do that.
UFC fight. Are you taking the Baytown Batty?
I've never met the guy. I don't know how big he is, or anything, but he's an ex NFL quarterback. Yeah, so I'm not. I mean, if you're going to bet on someone, I would understand betting on him.
You think you'd be the underdog?
Yeah.
How about Seth?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay. All right. I was wondering. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Yeah, the only concern that I have with the Mixon deal is that or the Chubb deal is that Mixon could be more injured than we know. And we have no idea. Hopefully that's not the case. But it is something, as me being a pessimist, I have thought about.
Yeah, no, I agreed. I mean, again, because it got a ton of run on social media about the boot, wearing the boot, and are there concerns, and then more and more people trying to play private investigator to figure out what the hell was going on. That anytime you do anything to go under the knife to fix something or clean something up, there's always a chance. One, you know that there's something wrong, and two, you hope that they did it right, because there's always a chance something could go wrong, or that it's a lingering thing that might still be a lingering thing. So yeah, I was concerned when I saw that. There was a little part of me that was like, "Ooh, is that because he's just going to be take a shot insurance policy, or do they need someone else?"
Yeah, hopefully that's not the case. But I have wondered. Chubb and his bionic knees doesn't help us one bit. Wasted signing. So you don't think that Nick Chubb can be running back number 2, Texter? I would push back there. I think that he has the ceiling and the potential to be the second best running back on this team, at least from a between the tackle perspective.
Yeah, no, I believe that there is a chance. I mean, again, we talk about what's his ceiling. I don't know, but I believe right now that I would pencil him in as their number 2 running back, assuming that he has a little something better than he had at the end when he first came back in Cleveland last year. But I believe that, in my opinion, I think he's the best option to be the number 2 running back.
Don't sleep on Dari's ability to kick. Don't sleep on Pierce's ability to return kicks, if we're going to play that game. Do you think Mixon is somewhat hurt? Not telling us. We just mentioned that. 713-780-ESPN. How about Jair Alexander, released today by the Packers, rather? Do you think it's a fit for the Texans?
Well, no, I mean, I put it on there for us to potentially kick around, because there's several corners that are out there and a few others that are probably going to be available by a trade. But with Darby retiring, you just wonder if they're looking for another corner. I think from a Jair perspective, I would stay away from it, because I think he's still hunting a lot of cash. But there's 3 or 4 guys that are out there that, we've talked about Stephon Gilmore in the past, and I don't know what any of these guys are going to be financially. Gilmore's a guy that's probably a lot cheaper because he's a lot older. But I think from a Jair standpoint, he's played 14 games in the last 2 years. He's been a complete pain in the ass in the locker room. He's pulled a lot of stuff to try and go over the ranks of the coaching staff. But I'm just curious if the Texans, the Chubb signing, I got to believe they're still looking for another veteran to bring in to kind of fill in somewhere in their defensive backfield.
Yeah, D'Amico said that they're interested in bringing in a veteran. Said that Monday of voluntary OTAs. This isn't a fit, though. Not even close. I mean, Alexander's not going to go somewhere where he's a backup, and the Texans aren't going to bring him in to there's not a starting position available for him. Stingley's a starter, Lassiter's a starter, and Petrie got paid top money. So there's not room for a Jair Alexander. So not a fit for the Texans whatsoever. Some of the other veterans maybe that you mentioned. I'm curious with this Damon Arnett guy. You worked him out for a reason. You're kicking the tires for a reason. And hey, maybe it's just a Cam Body, a guy who can come in and win a job. But we haven't heard them tied to any of those other free agent corners. So maybe, we'll see. We'll see if Arnett gets a try to be that backup corner.
But was he in Houston this past year
with the Roughnecks?
Yeah. So if he was with Roughnecks, then it doesn't take a whole lot. You're not worried about a whole lot of flight and hotel kind of things if he's still in town, that you can bring him in. And you hope that some guys just mature later than others, and that it seemed like he had a whole bunch of maturity issues along with a whole bunch of bad decisions. And the guy had first round capabilities, right, in terms of his ability to play the position. So if he figures out the off the field stuff and he can dial in for you, you might be able to find a diamond in the rough. He was in New England?
No, he was with the Raiders.
I thought Belichick might have given him a look. Maybe I'm wrong. There was another guy like that had a really checkered past and was also still doing stuff that the Patriots had. I just wondered if he ever crossed paths with Nick.
So you think that NFL teams are sparing expense?
No, but I'm saying it costs you nothing to just quickly bring him in and say, look, well, you're talking about a camp body, but if you bring him in and he's already in Houston and you just bring him over to Kirby and work him out and he looks like he's decent, then you can at least you got him for a week to look at him.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope that that's not how they're signing their third corner, though. They're like, hey, you're just here. Like you're just down the street. Come be our third corner. No, but I mean, he's a guy who had first round talent. I listened to something that Aaron Wilson posted with him. Aaron Wilson went to a Roughneck game and talked to him after the game that he had like a pick six or whatever. And it seems like he has matured a lot. Just listening. And look, talk is cheap, but he's talented, and we do know that Nick Caserio loves his first-round reclamation projects. He brought in Jeff Okudah last year. He brought in C.J. Henderson last year, a couple of first-rounders. So I could see them going down this path.
Yeah, and, I've talked about it over and over again about how Daryl Morey was enamored with former lottery picks. GMs realize that a lot of times when they do the deep dive that they do when they're looking at players, especially for potential first-round picks, they are no stone left unturned. They're going to dig up everything. But from an ability standpoint, it will always stick with you. That kid had a whole bunch of talent. He just was a mess off the field. If he figures his stuff out, there's a chance that Nick saw something in him that he likes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Rocky says he likes Rasul Douglas. Yeah, there's guys out like Gilmore's out there.
Gilmore, Douglas, they said obviously Ramsey's going to be traded from the Dolphins, or they'd like to trade him. I don't know that the Dolphins would be willing to eat all the money up. Like the Packer situation's different. Nothing was guaranteed for Jair that they couldn't get out from, so they cut him.
Texter asks, is Javonte Williams still available? Javonte Williams is currently penciled in to be the Dallas Cowboys starting running back. Make sense of that after not being good last year and having the injury concerns. But Dallas has proven time and time again they do not care about running back. They don't care about running back. They proved it last year. They're proving it again this year. They're going to throw the ball 50 times a game. They're going to put the ball in the hands of Dak Prescott and say, throw it to CeeDee Lamb, throw it to George Pickens, throw it to Ferguson. They don't believe in the running game there in Dallas anymore.
No, and the more you were saying that, and I was thinking about the fact Gilmore definitely crossed paths with Caserio in the past.
Should have the New England. Yeah.
So I would think that if we're looking for a veteran, depending on price, that they might look at, maybe Gilmore is a guy that they would bring in.
I feel like they would have already done it.
Yeah, but Gilmore last year, didn't he sign late, or 2 years ago he signed late? We kept watching him going, maybe there's a guy the Texans would bring in, and then he signed at the last minute. Was it Minnesota or Dallas? He was coming off of Dallas. And he signed Minnesota.
Yeah. No, he did. I wonder if the Texans would rather have a guy in at camp way before they sign somebody late in camp.
Yeah,
and plus, I think Gilmore's going to get like a decent amount of money though. Like he's not signing for the vet minimum, whereas Arnett probably would. Like, oh, okay, you're giving me a shot back in the NFL. Like somebody's going to take a chance on you because you do have baggage. Like you do have stuff in the past that off the field, so you could get him cheaper. And if you think that he's a similar player at this stage of their careers, Gilmore obviously has a way better resume. But in this stage in their career in 2025, if Arnett and Gilmore on the field are similar, you're going to get Arnett way cheaper. It is a salary cap league. Texas don't have a ton of money under the cap, especially after the Nick Chubb signing. It wouldn't shock me if Arnett impresses that Arnett's your third corner.
Yeah, look,
backup boundary corner.
Again, I think it's based on your level of need, right? Do you feel like you need a veteran that, whether it be insurance policy early or has the ability, with the understanding of the game, still have something left in the tank, or are you just looking at depth? If you're looking at depth and a young guy that does have some talent, but you're not expecting a whole lot from him this year unless there is an injury, then you go that direction.
Well, that would be what they're doing, right? Because, it's a boundary corner, and you have Stingley and you have Lassiter. You did it last year when Lassiter was a rookie.
then you don't need Stephon Gilmore, because Stephon Gilmore's probably thinking that if he is going to play somewhere this year, he's going to start.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, yeah, probably.
That would be my first thought. He's not looking to be a depth guy.
Which is probably why he signed late.
Yeah,
like he's
plus
waiting to see if a
veterans don't
job
wanna-
opens up.
Yeah, veterans don't want to go through a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, plus, like, hey, you can come in and be our third corner. Okay, I'll wait until the second week of the preseason, see what kind of injuries are out there, see who's in desperation and in need, and then I'll just go be a hired gun there and be their second corner and start 15 games a year like we did last year.
And obviously, the other parameter that matters is money. If money talks and someone's really throwing sillier money at them, then they'll go.
Yeah, I think you would have already signed in that case, though.
Yeah, because I think teams are still always trying to figure out what they're going to do and what their options are. But yeah, I think if he was going to get a really substantial deal, it's probably already would have
I
been
think
done.
Arnett's going to be a Texan.
We'll see.
You okay with Arnett being a Texan?
Yeah, because again, there's nothing to lose, right? I mean, you get him on the cheap, you bring him in, he's getting a second chance, which, at that point in his career, you're wondering if he blew it all or if he actually is going to get a second look. If he gets it and makes the most of it, good on him. If he doesn't, and he doesn't do what you want him to do, you let him go.
He doesn't fit the Texans choir boy narrative.
His past doesn't. We don't know how he is now.
I mean, back in the day, this would have been a no chance.
No, absolutely.
No chance. It's a different Texans, though. Different breed. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Will CJ Stroud throw tomorrow? Another episode of Stratted and Mystery. Coming up next, it is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Gilmore looked like he had very little lateral. That's a tongue twister. Gilmore looked like he had very little lateral movement last year. He got beat bad over and over. Arnett is a head case, but he's much cheaper and much younger. Do we know that Arnett's still a head case? Has a history of being a head case. I liked what I heard in that video there in Wilson. I'd be okay with this.
I think we see too many of the car wrecks of guys that screw up what could be a very promising career with stuff, but we just don't know if a guy turns over a new leaf, wants to get a fresh start someday, finds a different way to kind of, mature and channel everything. And if that's the case, I hope so, because they could use the talent. And if you get a guy like that, that's a great possibility for a return.
Yeah, we shall see. I mean, maybe it's just a workout. They don't love what they see, and we never hear from them again. So hurry up and wait on that one. Another texture. Dallas doesn't care about running backs. They brought back a washed-up Zeke Elliott last year only because Jarrah was still paying him after the first time they cut it. Is that true? They weren't still paying him, were they? Don't you have to give that money up front?
Zeke?
Yeah.
No, I think once
you don't defer it.
I think, but I think he gets it. That's it. They don't get to you yet.
But I don't think they were still paying him. No, I don't believe that's how that works in football. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to today's version of Strouded in Mystery.
Is CJ Stroud throwing the football, or is he still just a spectator on the sidelines? Sideline, whatever. Is he even alive? There's no way to know, because this Texans offseason is shrouded in mystery.
I'm going to take the binoculars out there tomorrow, and if CJ Stroud's out there, I'm going to look at his every move.
I think you'd be doing a disservice if you didn't.
That's what the people want to know.
That's right. I mean, I think that's basically just about the only thing people want to know. Now with Nick Chubb out there.
Oh, look at Chubb. I mean, I don't know. What are they going to do tomorrow that's going to impress me with Chubb? Now, I wonder if Mixon's going to be there, though.
Well, it's mandatory that he's there, right? But is he participating?
That's what I'm going to be watching.
Yeah.
I'll be watching. Do they show us their starting offensive line tomorrow? We'll have to see.
One of many.
You going to come out there with me? Why not?
That's stuff I got to do.
You're cheating the people for what they want to know.
You're representing.
Here was, but we're not. No one thinks we're teammates. Here was, Here was Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, his take on C.J. Stroud's shoulder soreness.
Believe that this is going to be something long-term. We've seen various reports saying it's his pec, it's his shoulder. DeMeco Ryans went full NHL coach, John Cooper just saying it is general body soreness. Whatever it is, it's enough for them to not have C.J. Stroud on the field. At this time, doing anything in terms of throwing the football here. But let's see as we get into training camp here what the reps look like. I can remember other times, for instance, with Dak Prescott, you remember when there was all kinds of, questions and panic about Dak Prescott having, limited reps, to get another MRI. And it was like, no, I kept being told he's going to be fine. We're just, being cautious because he pushes himself too hard. And sure enough, Dak was good to go. That was a couple of years ago. It was good to go at the start of the season. It could well be the same thing with CJ Stroud.
Well, you know what happened with Dak, though?
Got hurt.
Dak had shoulder surgery, and we didn't find out until training camp. So the Dak comp is probably not one we want to hear.
Oh, we're talking. Okay. Yeah.
Dak Prescott didn't go to voluntary OTAs in 2022.
Okay.
They found out during training camp down the road that he had surgery on his shoulder,
like a scope.
Minor surgery.
Yeah,
minor
cleanup?
surgery.
Okay.
Which is your theory.
Yeah,
on Stroud.
you know me. I really firmly believe that that's a possibility.
Yeah. The other thing with the Pelissero clip we just played, everybody keeps saying pec. I think that was a misreport initially.
Is that the one that Aaron Wilson corrected himself on?
He posted the story on Click2 Houston where it said that Stroud is dealing with like pec soreness. Mm-hmm. And then about 30 minutes later, he changed it to shoulder soreness. I don't think that he's dealing with a pec.
I mean, it's almost like a good thing that it could be one or the other, because that would kind of lend itself to just total body, like your overall body soreness.
Yeah.
He's got soreness in the the upper body of his throwing arm. That's fine, as opposed to if you're dead set certain on it being either the shoulder or the pec, there's probably something that happened there.
Yes. Like I wanted it to be a pec. Whenever I saw Peck initially, because I saw it whenever it said Peck, I was like, yes.
As
and
long
then
as it's
later,
not torn.
well, I don't think it's torn. I don't think he'd be out there.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
He
But a
wouldn't
torn
be
pec,
shooting.
he wouldn't be throwing.
But
yeah.
I mean, that's realistically not possible.
Okay. But I would much rather it be like you were, benching or you were doing something in the weight room and you just got sore. But I don't mind the fact that people thought, or there's a misconstrued, whether it be the shoulder or the pec. If it's both, I'm good with it because that means he probably is just sore.
Well, no, I don't want it to be both.
I don't mind it because if they can't figure out which one it is, that means it's not something significantly where you could dial it down to say it's a shoulder, like if you had it scoped. So I'm fine.
I don't think it's the pec. I think that was a misusage of the word. But of the two, I'd much rather it be a pec than a shoulder. Texture, shoulder, and pec muscles are connected, and the hip bone and the leg bone and the head bone. The thing with CJ's shoulder, and we've talked about this to nauseum, he's had a history of shoulder injuries. The IT band at Ohio State. He was on the injury report week 2 of his rookie year with the shoulder injury. The Texans did not place him on the injury report after he was, he left the game after he got driven onto his shoulder in the Christmas Day game against the Ravens on Netflix, in which they got hammered. Beyonce performed at halftime, and Laramie Tunsil posted on IG the autographed cleats of Beyonce that signed him. His cleats, Beyonce's signature. So he does have a long lineage of shoulder history, and he's not even into his third year.
Yeah, no, I think that the concern being, even if it is a cleanup, like you're just trying to clean some stuff up, the fact is the track record then tells you that it hasn't been right for a while. And you hope that because he's just starting his career, that it's not something that ends up lingering for the rest of it, no matter what you try and clean up or not. Because a lot of guys, when they do have these cleanups, it's not the only time in their career they end up having to get the shoulder cleaned up or whatever the injury is.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll ever find out. Now, if he throws tomorrow, it puts all this to rest.
Oh, sure it would. And it'll be great. Yeah, but do you expect him to throw tomorrow?
If I had to guess, I'm saying no.
I'm saying no.
Yeah.
I don't expect him at all.
I'd be pleasantly surprised.
And again, on my hypothetical or possibility of them having cleaned something up, there truly are on a schedule for rehabbing it and when he's going to be allowed to throw. And that's why I would assume that I just don't feel like he's going to throw this week.
Yeah, D'Amico said everybody's on their own schedules, so maybe
he's
on his own
kind of what I was
schedule.
referring to. The fact that there are truly schedules like that. There's one guy that's got, I do chest and tries on Mondays and I do back and buys on Tuesdays. It's another thing that says, hey, you're on a rehab schedule and this is when you're allowed to start throwing again.
I really want him to throw tomorrow.
I would love it for the fact that you're right. It would all be put to rest. I don't expect him to throw all week.
Shrouded in mystery would be dead. We would never have that again until it came up later. It's probably better for our show for Shrouded in Mystery to continue.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's probably in the best interest of the show if CJ Stroud does not throw tomorrow, because now it's a little bit more panic. It's a little bit more, here we go. I will trade that for CJ Stroud being able to throw. I will not put our show ahead of the shoulder of CJ Stroud. I will not do it. Will not do that. I want Stroud to throw tomorrow. It won't happen. But I'm with you. It won't happen. Alex says, will Branham go live on TikTok? I don't think you can do live footage. You can't go live.
No, you will be probably finding yourself with a spot outside the practice facility the next day.
I'll get the forklift like Josh
Ennis.
No, you can take live footage, but you can't go live. So you can and there's a certain time where you can take the live footage and you can post it almost like immediately, but you can't actually be live.
Yeah, the media veil, which is when all the news stations get their B-roll.
Yep.
That's when you are allowed to film. But you're right. Yeah, they don't ever want you going live because things can happen while they were, while you're getting B-roll. If a guy goes down or something like that, they don't want you to put that out there as it just happened.
What should I be looking for tomorrow?
You just nailed it. I mean, you should be watching every move he makes to see what the arm is doing and isn't doing and what he is, able to do. And then if you want a secondary thing to focus on, how does Nick Chubb look?
Yeah. I mean, what's
and
he
now
going to do?
Maybe Arnett. If they're going one-on-one drills or they're doing things where you can see, I mean, really focus on Arnett's hip
He
turn.
might not even be out there.
That's a possibility.
Like
too.
they might work him out today and be like, yeah, you're not good anymore. And they never hear from him again.
So the precursor is if he's there, you can see what he's got. But otherwise, I think A and B are A and a very, very significant A focus on CJ, and then B would be Chubb.
I'm already over all the Nick Chubb jokes.
Oh,
These are
yeah.
so bad. These people are bad at comedy. These Nick Chubb jokes I keep reading on the text line are awful. They're awful, awful jokes, these Nick Chubb jokes. Yeah. But you think I'm going to be cheesy with my binoculars?
You're not really.
Oh, absolutely I am.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't
What if
know.
Stroud's what if Stroud's
I don't know where they
2
have you
football fields
situated
away?
during media time, so I don't know if
Yeah,
you
I'm
need
taking the
them or not.
binoculars. You kidding me?
Okay.
That's how you get a leg up. That's how you level up. You said I owed it to the people, and you want me to just half measure it?
Sure.
Why do you want me to half measure it?
Because I don't think it's going to be anything significant that a TV station with a camera wouldn't be able to have better footage of.
No, my eyes are better than the TV footage. Like, they might not see something that I would pick up on.
Aaron Wilson does work for 2 now.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a camera. They don't give him camera privileges.
He'll have access to it.
I don't know if he talks to the camera guys.
I can find out.
Yeah, let us know. Who's the backup? Backup for who? Like, you can't just say who's the backup and then not say, like, what we're supposed to, like, be telling you who the backup is. Rackham Pete, Shroud of Uncertainty, the Branham Report, sponsored by the Astros medical staff, misleading medicine. Key from L.A., Jared Verse, been working out with Aaron Donald, so that line better be ready for week 1. Texans, Rams, week 1.
Yeah, that's that bet that I guess they made about who can handle the other's workout. And Aaron Donald challenged Verse, and then Verse started getting all confident. And I'm not betting against Aaron Donald.
Yeah. Your bestie Tootsie going to be there. I'm looking forward to seeing Cody's Toots. Yeah, I like Cody. People think that I don't like him. I like Cody. I don't know if he likes me, but I like Cody.
His other bestie will be there too, right?
I get along with Landry.
Landry?
Yeah, I get along with Landry.
I didn't know if you did or not. I'm just saying, I would assume that Cody and Landry will both be there.
Another bad Nick Chubb joke. I think I'm going to make it a rule. You can read them, Blinkers. I'm going to make it a rule for me individually. I will never read a Nick Chubb joke. I can't condone this behavior.
Read it. You just don't read it out loud.
Well, that's what I mean. Everybody knows that's what I meant. But yes, I'm not going to read aloud a Nick Chubb joke. I can't handle this immaturity. I just can't do it. I won't do it. I'm going to condition our listeners to not send in terrible Nick Chubb jokes.
Ryan's like, I'm in. He's already chuckling. He probably does get amused by the Nick Chubb joke.
Does Dari or Damian get cut? I would bet Damian
as well.
It's my guess on that. The National League West is so bad. Okay. All right, 713-780-ESPN. How about this NBA Finals, huh? Where do you stand now after OKC dominated the Pacers last night? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Oklahoma City, even the series last night, a convincing 123-107 win over the Pacers. Dominated this game, much like they dominated game one into the final 9.5 minutes or 2.5 minutes. Where do you stand now with the series after it's tied at a game apiece?
Yeah, last night wasn't good. I mean, I kind of half expected Indiana to already feel like they did what they were supposed to do. But you're not wrong. I watched that game, and before you knew it, it was 10, then it was 15, then it was the same stuff, different game. And I think Indiana's got to. I think their must-win is the next game. I think they have to win Game 3 because I do believe that on both sides of the ball, Oklahoma City's more talented. I mean, Halliburton, to me, I'd be embarrassed. For 3 quarters, I would be embarrassed. If I was the guy that came up big, that everybody, was so worried about being overrated, that's done all he's done all playoffs, you've got to do more in the first 3 quarters than what you did because you were a non-factor, essentially, and they rely on him too heavily, whereas Oklahoma City can share the wealth and get contributions from Jalen Williams and their bench contributed guy that didn't play in the first game gives you 18 or 20, and then Caruso gives you 18 or 20, and then Jalen Williams backs up SGA, and they're good.
So you want to force the issue?
Yeah, I think he should. I think he's good enough, and I think that doesn't mean he has to score, but I want him to be downhill. I want him to getting into the teeth of the defense. I want him – they run so much action at the top of the key once they cross half court that a lot of times it's kind of similar to what we see with the Rockets offense during the course of the regular season, where it gets stagnant sometimes, where they spend too much time trying to run high screens, and then before you know it, the shot clock's down and they don't get great shots. Whereas I think OKC really moves the basketball, and they have a couple guys that can facilitate, and they seem to get good looks almost every possession down.
I think I said on this show, OKC in 6, an easy 6. It's not going to be easy 6. What's that?
I think you doubled down to say
no. I said I said on this show originally Oklahoma City in 6. I said on TikTok OKC in 5 at Jeremy J. Branham, and then I said on the show Friday Oklahoma City in 5. I'm with you. Game 3 is going to be the biggest challenge for OKC remaining in the series. I believe OKC is going to win the rest of the games in the NBA Finals and win the series in 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And if it's not 5, it'll be 6.
I'm gonna hold true to the fact that I think Indiana finds a way to get it to go 6. I did not expect Indiana to win one of the first 2 games in OKC, so they got the split. I think that all the momentum in the world is going to give them their absolute best chance to win in Game 3. I would dare to say Game 3 is a must-win for the Pacers.
Ooh, you're making people mad with that.
Game 3 is a must-win for the Pacers, or it might not go back to OKC.
Well, it's
that way you would be right.
Maybe it's
2-2. That's right. It changed. The format changed. Yeah, I just think that it may not go 6. They have to win Game 3, or I think the series is over.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. Texter, Indy pulled the starters with 3 minutes left. They could have gave it a run yesterday. I disagree. I don't think that they could have given it a run yesterday.
What's the closest they got in the second half? 9?
Headed down to single digits. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, at that point, I was like, because I didn't even expect that. But pulling their starters with 3 minutes to play, I don't think that there was anything that led me to believe they had a chance to get back in it late.
Yeah, I think that OKC losing Game 1 awoke the sleeping giant. Pacers have to hit their threes. They shoot over 40%, they win. They shoot over 40%, they lose. That's how it's been all playoffs. You can make that case for most teams probably. But is Indy more dependent of the 3 than others? I mean, maybe so.
I just think that when you look at the 2 teams and you take their 2 most significant players, I think with Williams and SGA, they're your 2 best players, but they have other guys that are capable of giving you 20. I think when you look at the Pacers, it's Siakam and it's Hallie, and other than that, you're looking at is Mathurin. I think you're really rolling the dice. You don't have as reliable, deep of a rest of the roster.
Yeah, if Jarris Walker was playing, though, they'd probably sweep this series.
He's not even active, right, because of his ankle?
He sprained his ankle. He got some run in the Eastern Conference Finals, and then got hurt and probably won't play. Josh and Seabrook said he's rooting for the Pacers because of Jarris. That would be cool for Jarris to get an NBA ring, finals ring. Tyler in the row, OKC versus Pacers. I'm sure all 10,000 people in the Midwest are going wild watching this finals. Basketball sucks, says Tyler in the row. Yeah, I imagine basketball is not massive in Conroe. I imagine that's not a huge basketball loving
I think to Tyler's
area.
point, though, I'm not sure how many people are still watching. I mean, especially in the big markets, once their teams are eliminated. We talked about this last week. I don't, as good as their ratings have been, better than I even expected for this season. I'm not sure that their ratings, no matter what, with this matchup, are going to be great.
I think basketball and baseball both have the more regional than national. If your team's in it, you're going to watch your team. When your team's not in it, it's a little bit more. How do I want to say this? You're not going to watch it as much. And I feel like the same thing with the playoffs in baseball. Like Astros eliminated, you're probably not going to have too much of an interest to have appointment television of watching Major League Baseball playoffs. Same thing in the NBA. If your team's not in it, I don't think it's appointment TV. Now, if it's on, you have nothing else to do, you'll turn it on. NFL, everything's appointment TV.
No doubt. And I think that the matchup matters. Like, I think that if there was baseball on and it was still, and the Astros are out, I'm still going to watch it. I think last night, if there was something else on, I probably would be flipping back and forth or flipping in to see what's going on with the basketball game. But I wouldn't be as dialed in because from a matchup standpoint, I just don't believe that there's anything that's overly compelling to me. Like if there was an Astros game last night, I'm watching the Astros game and I'm checking in on the basketball game, but I'm not that dialed in.
Yeah, I had the TV on the NBA Finals and I had the computer on the Super Regionals. There was 2 Super Regional games. The problem with the Super Regional games, they were kind of duds last night. LSU beat up on West Virginia. Shout out to the Tigers. And then Oregon State blew the brakes off Florida State. So those really weren't that competitive. 713-780 ESPN. I actually like the way OKC plays, though. Like OKC to me is very entertaining. Like to me, the brand doesn't matter. I'd rather watch Oklahoma City play basketball than the LA Lakers with LeBron and Luka.
Oh, I mean, from the standpoint of the purest form of basketball on both ends and like attention to detail, the way they execute on both ends, that's the way basketball is supposed to be played. That is a very efficient, fun to watch basketball team. If you like good basketball, most people are going to say they want to see LeBron and Luka.
Yeah, they like the stars. I like the basketball. Indy leading the playoffs in threes. That's why I'm saying they have to hit their threes. Lack of star power. Key from LA, if you're a fan of basketball and you're not watching the NBA Finals, just stop watching sport completely. That's a bit egregious there, Key from LA.
I think you have to be something that compels you to watch it. I mean, I did not expect Indiana to win last night, especially because they got game 1. And I felt like OKC knew not that it was a must win, but they were going to put their best foot forward no matter what, because they knew they let one get away and they couldn't afford to get let 2. But overall, I'm a huge fan of basketball, but I don't like the way Indiana plays a lot of the time offensively. And last night was a perfect example. And if you say they have to make their threes, okay. But when Siakam and Turner and McConnell are just cranking up every time and they're contested and they ain't going in, yeah, that's when they're really going to get blown out.
The salary is in for Nick Chubb. You want to take a guess?
2.
Ian Rappaport. 1 year, $2.5 million deal. So very good guess. You're right there. And you didn't go over either.
I was between 2 and 3.
If you would have went 2.6. If you would have went 3, you would have lost the game. But you went 2, so you're under. You didn't
But they're
go
not
over.
giving you the incentives, are they?
They did.
Oh, really?
Do you want to say, do you want to guess how much the contract can be up to? So it's $2.5 million base, can be up to X.
5.
Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah.
Because I was going to say, I think your benchmark is spot on. I think the yard benchmark is going to be around 500 yards.
Yeah, I'm interested what the incentives are. Do you think it's yardage or do you think it's like games played?
I think it's a combination.
There's probably a roster bonus too.
There's a bonus for the roster. There's a bonus for yards. There's a bonus for games played. I think all 3 of those would factor into maximizing how much he could make.
I feel like that's fine. $2.5 million. That's very little. And then $5 million. I always like incentive-based contracts. If you're paying the upward amount of the incentive, they did something good. Like I'm a big fan of incentive-laden deals. There was also reports that Nick Chubb had bigger offers on the table, but wanted to play for a contender. So Nick Chubb is telling you the Houston Texans are a contender.
Yeah, and I think that I think a lot of guys are drawn to the fact that this is an up-and-coming team, that they like D'Amico, that there is obviously a dark horse possibility for them to do something big this year.
The Super Bowl?
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I think they should be a dark horse candidate. I think they're talented enough. I think it all relies on the offensive line and the health of CJ. But I believe that with all this talent, there are guys that want to play for Houston.
Yeah. No, this is a good deal. There's this very low risk. You pay $2.5 million. Chubb had options. He chose to pick the Texans. Yep, exactly. I'm already over all the Nick Chubb jokes.
I think in this
terrible,
city, you
terrible
have
comedy.
2 of the 3 teams in which the coach itself or the manager, the coach or manager, has the ability to have players that want to play here. And I think in the one case where I wouldn't say that. I would say the organization itself is a big enough draw that players want to come here. Houston's in a really advantageous position with all 3 teams that guys will play for less to play here.
Yeah, the veterans will.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to play for Espada, but I think most baseball players would love a chance to play with the Astros.
Like that's catching a stray, Espada.
In terms of the 3 coach or managers in this town, I feel like in the NBA, there's a whole bunch of players that want to play for Ime. I feel like there's a whole bunch of players in football that want to play for D'Amico. I feel like there's a whole bunch of players in baseball that would love to play for the Astros.
He's throwing shots at Espada. What did Espada do to catch a stray?
He hasn't done enough for me to say that there are players that want to go play for Espada.
Yeah, I would agree with you with the veterans. Like, you're not going to be in the prime of your career and signing with any of those teams if they're not paying you top dollar. Now, the veterans that want to win, I'm with you. Like the Chubb and, if there's a basketball comparison. But if you're the best player in free agency, you're not going to be like, okay, I'll take 25% less to go sign with Texans or Rockets whenever they're going to make the biggest amount of money they'll ever make in their lives. Veteran, yes, not prime of your career players.
That's fair. Everybody's trying to chase their bag, so I get that.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, a Yordan Alvarez update. We'll discuss next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. So the kids were out of school a couple of weeks ago, and we went up to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Great time was had. Got there in a reasonable amount of time. In fact, I got to the tree houses where we stayed. I got there 30 minutes after where I would normally get home. That's how close it is. So get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You don't have to waste your entire day traveling. You're not going to pack up the kids and drive for 4 or 5 hours. You're not going to worry about the airport, nothing like that. You're going to get your rest and relaxation 90 minutes from the city of Houston. We caught a few fish in the catch and release pond, the Two Creeks down there. Great time as well. Grilled up some steaks. This is the perfect spot for a weekend getaway. It's a perfect spot to get away any time of the week. Escape the rat race. Get rid of the hustle and bustle and go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and enjoy a great time. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors, from the open green spaces to the wildlife you don't see in the city. Beautiful, majestic trees and some of the best fishing that I alluded to in the state of Texas. You can't beat it. Just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far, whether you're hiking on the 92-acre property, whether you're kayaking, a little pickleball, or you can just hang out by the pool with a drink too. They had a food truck whenever we were out there. They had live music playing when we were out there. Two Creeks Crossing Resort knows how to take care of all of their visitors. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anybody. It's a great spot, and incredible savings are in store right now in June and July as well. Book 5 nights and you save 35% on your stay. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Is this alluding to Yordan Alvarez's hand? The broken bone in his hand?
No, just like the music.
Okay. There's an update
Happy
on Yordan
coincidence.
Alvarez. What's that?
Happy coincidence.
Dana Brown told Astros Radio yesterday that Yordan Alvarez could be picking up a bat as soon as this week. This week. Not next week, not the week after. This week, Yordan Alvarez could start taking some cuts.
So the other 40% is healing ahead of schedule.
It's a record pace. We always knew Yordan was a fast healer. Always knew that.
You good with that?
I mean, if the bone's 100%.
See, that's a big if. And of course, imaging matters now. But at
It
the same
seems
time,
fast.
you've tried. I know, but you've tried once and it's derailed the process. I'm almost hyper bordering on the over on this case before I let him start swinging a bat again.
I mean, you have to go with what the bone is telling you right now. It seems fast. It was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. It wasn't last week, was it?
I was going to say it was just a little, maybe.
No, it
in
was
between.
last week. It was
like,
last
yeah, it's
week.
a little over a week, right?
So you don't think the bone could heal 40%?
No, I don't. And I don't want to set it back again and put it on hold and start from almost scratch 60% plus.
I was shocked whenever he said this week.
Is it fair to question Dana's timetable again?
Of course, everything's fair
Right.
when it comes to their
That's
timetable and
exactly
injuries.
what I mean.
Yeah, everything's fair.
Yeah, so I'm not holding my breath, and honestly, I don't want him back that soon.
Why not, though? If it's 100, like, again, it's a huge leap, but bear with me here. If it's 100%, you have to let him swing.
Yes, if it's 100%. Do I believe it's 100%? No, I do not. Do I believe it's as close as he's letting people on to believe that it is? No, I do not.
I was stunned that he gave a timeline period. Because remember last week, it was, we're not going to give timelines. And then he immediately a week later gives a timeline. Immediately a week later gives a timeline. Now, I guess he's not giving a timeline on his return to play. But if he's picking up a bat and he's starting to swing, that it begins the process of returning to play.
Yeah, but why? Like, I mean, again, and I hope they're imaging the hell out of this thing this time too to make sure
Give him
that
radiation poisoning.
Yeah, I hope, but I'm okay.
He needs to never have kids
I
again.
just hope that I hope that he's just positively guessing on this, because I don't know what I don't know, and what I don't know the last time got us all a whole hell of a lot of content and a whole lot of what the hell's going on here, to where you're in first place, you're playing good baseball. I don't want to rush him to do this time.
Yeah, hopefully it wouldn't be a rush. Hopefully it's like, okay, the bone is healed, and we're good to go.
That's 40% healed up in a hell of a short
Now,
period of time.
to be fair, the bone was already, the bone was not broken anymore whenever, at least what they say. Whenever Dana Brown talked to us, I guess it would be a little over a week ago now, they said that the bone was already healed. Like, it was healed and it built up a calcium deposit. There was no longer a break. It was just 60%.
And the soreness that went with it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like, this is why they should have medical experts explain this and not Dana Brown. But Dana was like, yeah, it's not broken anymore, but we can tell because of the calcium deposits or whatever that it's 60% clear. So it's like, okay, what does that exactly mean?
I have zero faith. So the one thing I do have faith in is that when he's healthy, he's damn good. And because they're in a position of strength right now, leading the division, I'm not trying to rush him back right now. You're playing the White Sox. I get it. The Twins are a better team than that, and they've been playing good baseball. But you're playing good enough baseball right now that I'm not going to take any chances with him.
No, I would go the Dusty Baker. Like, whenever they tell me it's 100%, that we're giving it at least another week.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would definitely go that route. And if it was 60% healed, a little over a week ago, okay, that's cool. Even if we assume that it's 100% now, let's give them this entire week and then come back that week after. Maybe they're trying to beat that July timeline, though, so they don't miss any extra time with Yordan's hand.
Yeah, and I could give a rat's ass about the timeline. And if I'm the Astros, I should have that mentality, because, like I said, you're playing good enough without him, and he means so much to you when you have him, that if it takes to the All-Star break, so be it. But at the same time, if you miss the initial timeline or the secondary timeline, I don't care, as long as when he does truly come back, he's 100%.
Yeah. It's a very, very interesting timeline when it comes to Yordan Alvarez, though. What is your date back for Yordan? What is your guess of the date?
For a second.
All right, time out.
If you're Dana Brown, we talk about learning a lesson with the imaging. Could you not learn a lesson from all these timelines and all these things to just shut your mouth and go, he's progressing really well right now. We're really encouraged. Stop.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just
on that
stop right there.
But what's funny about it is he said that he was going to do that whenever he gave us the news about Jordan's hand. Whenever he said, yeah, by the way, it's broken. He was asked about, like, what's the time? We're not going to do timelines with Jordan. We think it's going to be sooner rather than later. And then a week later,
here it comes.
Gives a timeline. Like, he couldn't help himself. Like, he's like an addict who gives up drinking. Like, he does it for a little bit, and then he can't help himself whenever he sees a drink there, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Dana Brown is addicted to talking too much.
I mean, we talk about guys in this town. We've had a lot of general managers, and still do, that are addicted to talking too much. And Nick's right in that category. Now, he might not say anything when he says it.
Yeah, Nick likes to.
He's close. He keeps it closer to the vest.
He's more word. Yeah, he's more word salad.
Right. Exactly.
But he also wants to let everybody know how smart he is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dana just wants you to know that he's the guy that knows everything and just drops timelines.
I do think that Dana means well. I don't think Dana's coming from a sense of I need to be the smartest guy in the room. No. I don't think Dana's coming from like a Daryl Morey sense. I think Dana's trying to be nice. And because he's trying to be nice, he probably talks more than he should.
Dana also has the problem that you don't have with the other guys in that he's trying to prove that he's in total control. So maybe sometimes that's why he's giving you maybe too much information.
I don't think he does that.
I think he feels it. I think he knows that there are a lot of people that question how much he's truly making, how much he's totally in control on.
Whenever he talks, though, he's always like, Mr. Crane, and if we have the money for Mr. Crane, like I don't know if I would go that far.
But from a who's involved in the decision making process, I think he's up against it. I think people wonder if he makes the decision.
I think that is true, but I've never heard Dana Brown get into a peeing competition where he's trying to sound more authoritative than anybody else.
That's what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is that when he does these things, maybe that's why he gives you that timeline, because he wants you to believe that he's the guy that's telling you the real answer.
Yeah, perhaps. I'm more of the belief that he's trying to be nice to whoever's asking him questions. What's up? The mic went limp. We've got Jordan's hand on you.
There's no hold on that mic.
It's like Nick Chubb's knee.
Let's hope
just gave way.
Or CJ's shoulder.
Too soon?
Too soon.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 80 ESPN HR&P listener line 713-780-3776. What is your question for the Killer Bees Mailbag Monday? First one, what is your favorite streaming platform?
I don't to like absorb content, or because I don't stream.
I guess I have a few. I have Apple, I have Prime, I have Netflix, I have Peacock. I would probably go
Like I do all those for the
I
games.
guess Apple TV. I mean Netflix is fine. I've been watching that horse racing the little like what would you call it? It's a document. It's not a documentary. It's more reality TV. It's like the F1 version of horse racing. That one's been pretty interesting. I like that.
Yeah, I you know me, I'll use those platforms to watch the games when the games are on those channels and things like that. But I'm not watching a TV show like that.
Yeah, I would go. I think Apple TV has the best shows. Netflix probably has the volume. I think it'd be a fair way to put it. Plus, they're like the OG, I guess. 713-780-ESPN. Question for the Bees. Texture, did I miss the discussion on Texans signing Nick Chubb? Yeah, you did. But yeah, $2.5 million incentive-laden deal, up to $5 million. Blankers and I both think he has the upside of being RB2. Would that be the leader in the clubhouse too? Like that's what we think would happen.
Is
most likely scenarios Nick Chubb is your backup running back.
Yes, number 2.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Maybe I think there's a chance he would be look, I think the range is pretty big on Nick Chubb. I think that the range could be backup running back. I think he could not make the team if he's completely washed. It's not a big guarantee. I think the most likely thing is he's your second running back. But I also think there's a shot that Woody Marks has more touches than Nick Chubb, despite being the second running back. Because I think Woody Marks is still going to be the third down running back. I think Nick Chubb is going to be your backup on first and second down.
And I think as no matter where you drafted him and what you think of Woody Marks for the future, I think it all is completely based on what Nick Chubb still has left in the tank. I think if Nick Chubb comes in and now fully recovered from his injury, I think that he has the chance to be, at best, a guy that maybe takes more carries than you thought he was capable of from Joe Mixon, but not to take a slap at Joe Mixon. It's because you can continue to pound the rock.
And you want to protect Mixon.
Exactly.
You don't want him to get a ton of touches. Now, we're looking at like the range here. I do think it's a massive reach to think that Nick Chubb can regain what he was in Cleveland, though.
That's fair.
Like what he was pre-injury, we'll never see again, IMO.
Yeah, I totally agree with that because of he's 29. Okay, still from a running back standpoint, there's a lot of miles on the tires. But then because of the injury history and because it's a knee with a running back this time, that's right. That's accurate.
2 questions with the news of signing Chubb. Is it he the clear number 2 over Pierce? Kind of discussed that. How much do you think he'll play this year? Really discussed that. I think he's the clear 2 over Pierce on first and second down. I'm not sure that he's going to get more touches than Marks. Kind of just recycled what we said. Spaghetti or lasagna?
Lasagna.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Again, with the cheese factor.
I'm gonna go spaghetti.
Really?
Yeah, I like a good spaghetti.
Meatballs or
there's meatballs is probably my least favorite spaghetti. I would go meat sauce ahead of meatballs, and then what's the one where it's like white and they put like pepper on it and like garlicky butter? Always call it
Alfredo.
The Alfredo.
No, Alfredo.
That's what I thought.
What a taste of a child. Sauce? Alfredo. No, there's like hold on a second. What's that?
Cacio e pepe.
That's it. Cacio e pepe.
Is this like the other one, the salad that you like?
Caprese? I don't even know how to say it.
That's why I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't say. No, I think it's pretty standard. Like it's not like spaghetti with meat sauce, like Americanized, but I think like an Italian dining place has a what's it called? Cocota pepe.
Cacio e pepe. It's just cream, or I guess it's Parmesan cheese and cream and pepper.
Cacio de pepe is amazing.
No, I don't believe
Cultivar, best in the city.
That's a restaurant here?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what
they do the best cacio e pepe. I'm not saying that right. I'm Mexican. I don't say Italian words right. Cacio e pepe is fantastic.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
My wife wanted to go to Cultivar to get the spaghetti, and I threw a fit. I'm like, this is going to be terrible. Spaghetti, what are we, 12? And then we got this, and I fell in love. Not with my wife, with the dish. I was already in love with my wife. I fell in love with the dish. Cacio e pepe is fantastic. You got to try some.
I'm not opposed to it, but in terms of the
So
choice
good.
between the two, you give me the lasagna with all the different cheese and the layer. Yeah, and that's good stuff.
Who puts Parmesan on? Who puts Alfredo sauce on spaghetti? No one does that.
Come on, man. He's young.
Who would win a Royal Rumble style fight to the death? No weapons allowed. 100 Boston Dynamic robots versus 50 silverback gorillas. I don't know what these Boston Dynamic robots are. Should I know what that is?
No, I don't either, and I don't know the durability of them.
Probably the robots. Robots will be able to take a punch. I haven't seen these dynamic robots in action. I would need to see these dynamic robots in action before I could have an opinion. But the dynamic robots, I mean, they're not going to have any feelings.
But again, durability matters, right? It depends on, like, are we talking about like the metal and everything like that? Because these gorillas in a punch, packing a punch, can do some damage to a robot.
Right, but the gorilla's not going to sit there and grab the robot and punch it. They're probably going to swipe away at it. You know what I mean? Like, do you really see like a silverback gorilla sitting there like putting up their dukes like the Roy Jones Jr. and throwing jabs and crosses? No, they're not that sophisticated. Or trained to fight like Roy Jones Jr.
Yeah, but now if they throw the one, they could take out multiples. Gorillas are so strong too. If they take one and throw it, and it takes out a few others, I mean, don't sleep on the strength of the gorillas.
I'm not sleeping on the strength of the gorilla at all. I'm sleeping on the sophistication of the gorilla being able to punch the head of a robot off. I think they would be more like SWAT push than sit there and like try to do damage to the robot.
We're spending too much time on this question.
Well, it is a Mailbag Monday. Where
Like,
anything
but
goes.
I'm like, because again, the robots, they're gonna have a chip that controls a lot of things, but unless you have someone that's like controlling them in the fight, I think you could take them out.
Again, like I don't know what these robots are capable of doing. I haven't seen them in action. Which bacon is cooked perfectly? Do you like it underdone, slightly underdone, perfectly done, slightly well, and then like burnt to a crisp?
Perfectly to slightly well.
Okay, I'm probably on the other side.
I
I'm
don't
probably
like
more
it
a little undercooked.
I don't like it the real slimy undercooked.
I don't like it when it gets too crunchy.
I'll go with that, right? And for me, that likes things more well done, I don't like it like super crispy.
Yeah, I would go more on the underdone than overdone part of it. 713-780-ESPN. Jabari in the first round pick for Siakam. Who says no?
Jabari for a first round pick in Siakam? Indiana ain't doing that.
No, they're not
No
doing
way.
that. That's a silly question.
Yes.
713-780-ESPN. Question for the Killer Bees. This text is funny. Is Branham is Mexican, a real one, or U.S. history book version? Oh, that's messed up. My mom's Mexican. She's half Mexican. Her last name, her maiden name is Rios.
Okay.
My grandparents are from Mexico, Villanueva, Camargo area.
Relatives from Mexico.
Yeah, my grandparents are.
There you go.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN. What is the worst sport to watch if you don't have a rooting interest?
I mean, soccer to me.
See what the U.S. has been doing?
Not a lot, no.
It's my car wreck of the day.
Glenn will fill me in.
Yeah, but he's going to be upset with you that you said that.
Glenn knows who I am. He knows that. I mean, he has educated me a ton on soccer. He knows I'm less than a casual soccer fan.
Would you rather the Astros trade for a bat or an arm?
I think the arms are coming back. I think a bat could really solidify a ton for this team because I think that they're buying enough time. You're going to get Arrighetti back. If McCullers truly is just needing an extra day or two, but he's going to be fine. And then you still have the outside chance that one, if not more, of these guys come back. And the bullpen's been so good, I would lean back.
Which arms are you counting on?
I'm counting on Arrighetti for sure.
Yeah.
And then to me, if I have Arrighetti, I think Gordon's going to get better, continue to get better. I think he's going to be a guy that could be your fifth starter. And then you found out last night that you got another guy that might be able to give you some spot starts or go give you another pitcher to consider, as well as I think from there I can't count on anybody else.
Yeah, so just one.
Gusto is Gusto, right?
But you're
for the
counting
rest
on
of the year.
You said coming back, so you're counting on one coming back.
Yeah, and then between Garcia, Javier, JP France.
You think those guys are coming back?
That's what I'm saying. I can't rely on any of those guys to come back, but if they did, it would be a huge bonus. I don't see any bats that are just kind of coming up and around in the system or
there's
around.
nothing in the
Yeah,
system.
so that's why I think the bat's more important.
I mean, Jordan would be the one.
Yeah, for sure. You're getting Jordan back. Look, I thought, but that's why I was kind of like, oh my God, Melton might be someone. He's not. I don't think he's going to be anything more than he is for this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be better than what he's shown, but I'm with you that.
Right.
Is he going to hit at a big league level? Would you rather lose a pinky toe or a pinky ring? I'm sorry, a pinky toe or a pinky finger?
Toe.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I use my
I
pinky
agree.
finger more often than I use my pinky toe. You could be like the handsmaid tell and the wife of the commander who had her pinky chopped off and then get like that little glove thing that like has an artificial pinky. You watch Handmaid's Tale?
No, but I know that right now the robotics and the way that they've created the artificial hand and its ability to kind of react within the human body to have real movements and control is amazing.
Blade Runner did okay for himself with no legs.
You're just talking about a pinky toe too. We're not talking about anything.
He won a race, didn't he?
I know.
Amongst other
Pistorius?
things. Oscar
Pistorius.
Oscar Pistorius. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Summer Circuit continues this week. Join us, ESPN Houston, every week as we visit different spots all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. All you have to do is stop by the promo table. This week, we're going to be out at East River 9, hanging out, watching some of the U.S. Open this week. Will Doctor be joining us on Wednesday. So come out, join us this Friday, 7A to 6P at East River 9. You can find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What are you nominating blankers?
I got a couple. I got first the Marlins pitcher who threw his final warm-up pitch and told the catcher to throw it down, only to get surprised when he got drilled in the dome by the catcher's throw down to second base. Typical Marlin move.
That was incredible. Have you ever been hit as a pitcher with a catcher thrown down?
No.
I asked a pitcher buddy of mine. He said he got hit in the leg, but never the dome.
Now, like on a straight steal.
No. Oh, I was talking about warm-up.
Yeah, nothing a warm-up. In a game on a straight steal, there's been times you got to get the hell out of the way. Yeah, there's no doubt.
The Guardian catcher did that in the Astro game the other day.
He threw it where the pitcher had to get out of the way?
He almost hit the pitcher. Yeah, I can't remember who was stealing base for the Astros, and apparently he was like a rookie for the Guards, but he threw it down and like skipped over the mound. Like it somehow
so it wasn't
missed
Naylor,
the pitcher.
it was a different catcher?
Yeah, it was a different
Okay,
catcher.
all right.
It must have been Saturday, but he threw it right across the mound, like knee high, and somehow eluded the pitcher. It was terrible.
That'll
throw.
wake you up in a hurry.
Yeah.
You got to have some reflexes.
I can't believe he got hit in the head. That is.
Oh my God! And it was like right at the top of the dome. I mean, it was scary if that's a little lower.
That was the first inning.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's
he hadn't
crazy.
thrown a real pitch in the game and got clocked in the head by
Your
his
manager's
catcher.
loving that. You're trying to take out my starter, and I need some depth.
Like I saw that and I wanted to contract the Rays. Like you or the Marlins. Oh, my bad. I confused those two Florida teams that no one goes to watch.
Say the attendance is similar.
Like your catcher's hitting your pitcher in the head before the game starts on the throwdown. You shouldn't be operating as a Major League Baseball team. That was unbelievable.
I mean, that's grounds to sit a guy down.
It's grounds to eliminate the organization from the face of the earth.
Right.
Contract the Rays, contract the Marlins, contract the Rockies, get rid of them. Plus a contraction draft would be pretty good. You want a left-handed bat? Contraction draft. It's how you do it. What else you have?
Did you were watching some of these games. Did you happen to see this Tennessee-Arkansas matchup?
I did.
This
kind of an anticlimactic series, really.
Yeah, but just this matchup alone between Zach Root and Andrew Fisher. I mean, Andrew Fisher is a complete D-bag in the batter's box. I mean, The first couple pitches, he's looking at the bench. He's telling them basically, he's pointing to what the pitch did or didn't do, and he's showboating it all up.
A little Soto-y.
Yeah, and then Zach Root just loads up 3 99ers and says, sit down, and basically tells him, sit down, with a few names attached to it.
He started to really get after him after he grounded into a double play later. Like
same guy?
Yeah.
Both guys, same guys?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He grounded into a double play, and like he was staring up the line, like, go sit your down. And somehow his jersey came undone as he was doing this because his catcher was trying to like separate them. Like they didn't need to be separated, but he was trying to stand in between the pitcher and the hitter, and like the pitcher's jersey got like ripped all the way down.
Like the walk of shame for that hitter to basically show out for the first 3 balls and then to just get gassed for 3 straight, walking back to the dugout, like owning that one. Nice look.
Yeah, that guy's really good though. So is Arkansas though. Arkansas probably the betting favorite to win. They swept them.
And then my final one was Nico Horner got ejected in the Cubs game yesterday for turning around and saying to the umpire, "You're having a bad day so far, huh?" And he tossed him.
Yeah, it was a weak ejection. About as weak as you're gonna get. Now, arguing balls and strikes is automatic ejection.
But is he arguing or just saying you're having a bad day so far, huh?
I don't think whenever you tell an umpire you're having a bad day that you agree with his calls.
Right, but you're not directly saying you suck like a lot of these guys do or say, oh, that's BS.
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's why it's a borderline interpretation for the umpire to make the call he made. I think it's a weak-ass ejection.
It was a very weak ejection. Very weak ejection. Yeah. But anytime that you're arguing balls and strikes, you do put yourself at risk. But it was about as weak an ejection as you're going to see, though. You're having a really bad day, boom, gone. That was a weird one.
No doubt.
And Horner's like really good at play discipline and stuff too. Like he really knows the strike zone. So it's one that you probably let him get away with versus like a Yainer Diaz. Like, okay, Yainer doesn't know the strike zone. He can't tell me that. Nico Horner does know the strike zone. He can probably tell me that. I want to nominate this whole Riley Gaines, Simone Biles thing. Oh boy, it got ugly fast, didn't it?
It was on the news.
But
I didn't go back and read all of them.
These online feuds lately have been like WrestleMania worthy. You have Trump and Elon Musk, and then you have Riley Gaines and Simone Biles. You get a little celebrity boxing. I would pay to watch both of those
Riley
fights.
Gaines, was he a swimmer?
Riley Gaines is a she.
Oh,
But she was a swimmer.
she
Simone
was a
Biles
swimmer?
kind of alluded that he might be a he.
Oh, okay.
Simone Biles did a
Rowdy
little body
Gaines
shaming.
was a
Yes.
guy. Yeah.
Rowdy Gaines, I think, Rowdy Gaines does the TV
Yes, he
commentary
does.
for the Olympics.
Yes, but which sport?
Swimming.
Is it swimming? Okay.
Yeah,
I know I
him
knew
and-
that name.
Who's the guy that does it with him? Who's the play-by-play guy for swimming? The stroke by stroke guy for swimming. He's the guy who does golf for NBC.
Terry Gannon?
Yeah, no. The other guy.
Oh,
Kind of looks like Terry Gannon.
Hannah Storm's wife, Dan Hicks.
Hannah Storm's married to a woman?
Hannah Storm's married to Dan Hicks.
You said wife. It is Dan Hicks.
Oh, Dan Hicks. Yeah.
Dan Hicks and Rowdy Piper are the guys who do the swimming thing. But yeah, Riley Gaines, Simone Biles, they got ugly fast. U.S. men's national team, they've lost 3 straight matches. They fell to Turkey in a friendly 2-1. If you let Brian King and Josh Hader out there, they would have had no problem with Turkey.
Okay.
Would have had no problem. So an embarrassment, this U.S. men's national team. And then Rory McIlroy missed the cut at the Canadian Open, which whatever, golfers miss cuts. He missed the cut by 12 strokes. Missed the
Evidently.
cut by 12.
Evidently, he's struggling with the driver.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
They're not letting him cheat.
Yeah, and now they said that the Canadian Open, the tournament you're talking about, the Canadian Open, that he tried to go a shorter driver so that he had more control and he had less control.
So how come we're not talking more about Drivergate here? Did he win the
Scotty
Masters
didn't have
with
a
his
problem
bad
with
driver?
his, and Scotty and he tried to say, well, I didn't want to call out Scotty on the fact that he got dinged for his driver too.
Did he get dinged or did he get checked?
No, I think that they eliminated both their drivers.
Oh, okay.
Scotty just found another one and didn't have a problem.
I wasn't sure. I remember reading something about Scheffler, but I wasn't sure if they had it checked or if he was actually had it taken away.
Yeah, they're both tailor-made guys, and Scotty just went to a backup driver or another driver, and he had no problems, and Rory's got a lot of problems.
Did you hear? That's what Rory said he didn't talk to the media for the other day, was that he was mad that it leaked out because the people that
that's
leaked
what
it
I'm
out
saying.
shouldn't have leaked it out.
Yeah, and he said, well, I didn't, if I'd have talked, then I would have called out Scotty for him being also losing his driver. Well, Scotty didn't have a problem.
Yeah. U.S. Open's this week.
It is.
Mm-hmm. It'll be fun.
We're going to have our boy on.
Yeah, we'll Wednesday at 4, I think.
Okay.
We're gonna have him on. Car wrecks of the day, texter, car wreck of the day. Oscar Pistorius did pretty well for himself. Jeremy J. Branham. How do you know my middle initial is J?
Because I think you've said it.
Pistorius did do good for himself. He won that. What did he win? He qualified for the Olympics, didn't he, or something like that?
Well, I mean, yeah, as a sprinter, whether I don't know if was that allowed in the actual Olympics with the prosthetics.
I can't remember. He won gold in the 100 meter, 200 meter, 400 meter at the 04 Paralympic Games.
Okay.
So he's one of the greatest Paralympic sprinters of all time. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that he had a good career
as a track star.
Yeah, I mean that's what we know. I mean, well, that's what we know him for professionally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is he out yet?
There was talk of him being up for
I can't
appeal,
remember.
but I don't believe that he is.
Oscar former Olympic. He did go in the Olympics. He returns to racing? This story's from 4 days ago.
Well, then he must be out.
He's competed in his first race in 12 years after murdering his girlfriend.
So
this
he's
dude is
training
racing
while in prison?
No, he's out of prison.
But I'm saying, but he had to be training so that when he came out of prison, he could go right to racing.
What else was he doing?
I don't know.
Prison's a great spot to work on your craft. Nothing else to do. Alex wants to nominate Brian for not working today and also Sarge for his Chubb take, relating him to Ed Reed. All right, what's winning?
Want to take the weak ejection?
Yeah, let's do that. Weak ejection, you win. Thanks for Ryan and Sean doing Brian's work. He's blank on Brandon. Talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye. See ya.